The advance of the ground forces toward Yino's castle had been surprisingly smooth. Despite not being able to fly like the king and his aerial vanguard, the increases to their physical capabilities meant the vast majority were faster than common three-horned horses. Selphira had established a relentless pace, her serpent gliding over the terrain as if it were liquid. Others like her rode directly on their beasts. Lionel on his own serpent kept his head low just behind his mother. Several minor nobles also mounted on creatures or simply running with superhuman speed. Maintain formation. Selphira shouted as they approached the castle's outer walls. We don't know what kind of. She stopped abruptly upon realizing the castle gates were wide open. The sight was unexpected, unsettling. A trap. Lionel murmured, instinctively positioning himself behind her. No, Selphira responded after a moment of analysis, rather a preselection of the battlefield terrain. Her mind was already working through the possibilities. An enemy that chose to fight inside rather than at the walls was not confident in their numbers but maybe their quality. The castle had even less resistance than expected. In fact, there was none in the first rooms. The workers they found in the main hallways surrendered instantly, cleaning staff, cooks, minor administrators, all the people dedicated to maintaining the castle's basic functions. They threw themselves to the ground with hands raised, clearly terrified. Please, begged an older woman, the kitchen administrator. We didn't choose this. We just work here. Selphira stopped, studying the faces surrounding her. These people posed no threat, and harming them would serve no purpose while only damaging their own honor. They're not combatants, she observed. We leave the civilians out of this. She left a small contingent to secure the civilians and continued with the bulk of her forces advancing deeper into the castle. It wasn't until they reached the narrower hallways, those that necessarily led toward the castle's depths, that they found the true resistance. The first sextuple appeared without warning. A man who had been tall and elegant, but was now a grotesque fusion of 6 beasts that had transformed him into something barely recognizable as human. His arms had elongated until they became muscular tentacles ending in claws, while his torso was covered by an exoskeleton that pulsed with purple energy. Welcome, he said with a voice that resonated with weird harmonics, to your grave. But Selphira wasted no time on words. Her black turtle manifested completely, creating an armor of crystallized water that covered her entire body while launching a torrent of pure pressurized water toward the enemy. The sextuple dodged with grace that defied its grotesque appearance, its tentacles propelling it along the corridor walls as if gravity were optional. Following him they reached the blockade where more sextuples waited. They have a good tunnel formation. Selphira shouted, immediately recognizing the problem they faced. The narrow hallways severely limited their maneuvering options. Normally, their numerical advantage would have been decisive. Several dozen gold-rank doubles, each with the advanced fusion capability Run had unlocked, against few enemies. But in such a reduced space, only the first 3 or 4 combatants could participate effectively, while the rest were forced to wait their turn. The sextuple laughed, a sound that echoed strangely in the narrow corridor. How adorable, he mocked. They think they can use normal tactics against us. Selphira could face a sextuple with full gold-rank beasts now that Ren had unlocked her more advanced fusion, but it wasn't going to be an easy battle. 9 more figures emerged from the corridor's shadows, each as grotesquely transformed as the first. 10 sextuples in total, each one a true challenge even for combatants of Selphira's caliber. Damn! Lionel muttered. How are we supposed to fight 10 of these in this space? The corridor that had been designed as a funnel now worked completely in the enemy's favor. Yino's Earth Specialist Corrupteds had chosen this confrontation point near the crystal chamber door specifically for the advantages it offered. Every aspect of the terrain worked against the invaders. Sirius appeared from the shadows next to Selphira then, ready to support her in breaking the blockade. In the battlefield of 200,000 transformed beasts where Dragarian had broken the first crystal. The corruption continued swirling with the beast's movement, a purple mass of nightmare that sank into the ground like living oil. The visual was hypnotic, an ocean of transformed flesh that moved with collective purpose. But the sextuples in the air, now transformed into increasingly large and grotesque beasts, weren't escaping. On the contrary, they continued attacking with growing ferocity. Their assault was relentless, purposeful. This side wasn't going to retreat yet, they were maintaining pressure while the real objective played out below. Dragarian looked up to observe a battle that belonged more to nightmares than reality. Victor's winged Qilin fought alongside him as an armor and a manifested copy, its enormous golden wings creating brilliant contrast against the blackened sky. The fusion of both creatures helped by their merged Tamer directed their attack against what had been Ravenspire, now transformed into a giant crow that looked like a cloud of living darkness. Maintain formation. Victor shouted, dodging a tentacle that would have absorbed his energy. Don't let it separate us. These weren't battles that could be won through conventional tactics. They were exercises in survival against forces that transcended their normal understanding of beasts. Zhao and other members of Victor's flight squadron carrying the new doubles tried to control something just as bad, the gigantic vampiric bat that had emerged from the fusion of Bloodwind multiple beasts. But calling it a bat was speaking in abstraction. It was rather an enormous sphere with mouth and wings, a horrible bloody mass that pulsed with abyssal life. "They're too big," one of the tamers shouted, his flying beast struggling to stay airborne. "We can't contain them." The scale difference was overwhelming. Their enhanced abilities, which had seemed so impressive against normal opponents, felt inadequate against creatures that operated on those monstrous scales. Zhao maneuvered his beast with desperate skill, trying to find a vulnerable point in the pulsing mass. But each time he attacked, the creature simply absorbed the damage. Numerous pure and impure combinations fought in a battle that had transcended any normal concept of combat. The air was filled with creatures that had no names. Beings that existed between classifications, that violated the fundamental categories by which all was normally organized. Each one was a unique horror, a one-off experiment in what happened when corruption was given free rein to redesign life itself. Victor quickly evaluated the situation. The stalemate was obvious, neither his side nor the enemy was gaining significant ground. But staying in constant combat wasn't an option for them when they only had a fraction of an hour to maintain fusion. Their enhanced forms operated on borrowed time, while their enemies seemed capable of fighting indefinitely. A cold realization settled in his mind, they were destined to lose by attrition. "Zhao," he shouted, throwing the diamond potion toward the silent flyer. "Take Dragarian back. Now." The decision was painful but necessary. Every second they delayed was another second closer to complete exhaustion, another moment their enemies could use to press their advantage. Zhao caught the potion without questioning, though he could see the painful logic behind the order. Among all the group members, he was one of the least powerful in terms of direct combat. His time and skills would be better used in a rescue mission than trying to face aberrations that were out of his league. "Understood," he responded, directing his beast toward where Dragarian floated near the ground, clearly exhausted. He arrived just in time. Corruption roots or lines had been extending from the ground, trying to reach the weakened king. Zhao dodged them by centimeters, taking Dragarian and administering the potion in one fluid upward movement. "You seem to be my private hero," Dragarian laughed weakly, accepting the help without resistance. Yet the casual humor couldn't quite mask the profound weariness that had settled into his bones. His voice had the exhaustion of someone who had used more power than any mortal should handle. The potion began taking effect immediately, restoring some of the energy he had expended. But Dragarian could feel it wasn't a complete solution. The power of the 7 diamond dragons at the center of the chamber had no comparison with a single healing potion, even one of the same rank, and the intensive use had left devastation in his system that was as difficult to regenerate as the huge overtiredness itself. Full recovery would take time they didn't have. "And the amount of energy I have left is no longer even close to enough to destroy the chamber under their castle," he realized with growing concern. "But at least it's recharging a bit." He looked up, where Victor and the others continued fighting against impossible odds. The aerial battle was a nightmare of flesh and energy, beautiful and terrible in equal measure. His son was fighting with a new courage after previous trauma that made him proud. It revealed hard-earned wisdom after Ren's gift. Maybe I should support Victor with this energy before trying to go to the castle, he murmured, but his words were interrupted by the arrival of an urgent message. A medium-sized but very fast-flying beast approached them, carrying a scroll that glowed with the color denoting highest urgency. Back in the second chamber, Ren had completed preparations for the rescue mission. Several castle guards had joined the newfound mission, each carrying, with some difficulty, a fraction of the 7 dragons' power that Ren had transferred to their systems. The process had been delicate, requiring absolute precision to avoid overloading the carriers. Too little energy and the mission would fail, too much and the volunteers would die from power they couldn't contain. Each volunteer now pulsed with narrowly contained energy that made the air around them shimmer with heat distortion. They were living temporary vessels. Are you sure you understand what this can do to you? Ren asked one last time, watching how the volunteers pulsed weakly with draconic energy. As sure as we can be, Wei responded, his voice tense but determined. It's for the kingdom. Julius approached, his commanding presence immediately noticeable. My messenger beast is very fast, he declared. Having been a few minutes, it will already be in my father's hands. The confidence in his voice was comforting, but Ren could detect the underlying concern. Everyone knew they were racing against time that was running out with each passing moment. Perfect, Ren nodded. Then. Run. Han's voice interrupted him. The boy approached from behind with an expression that mixed determination and something that could have been desperation. His usual composed facade had cracked, revealing the emotional turmoil beneath. I want to go too, he declared. Han, you're not carrying energy, Ren reminded him. Your corrupt beast can't. I can't help feeling something is wrong in Yino, Han interrupted. And I feel there's no better time to try to find my sister. If Yino's monarchy falls, I could. His eyes showed a vulnerability he rarely allowed others to see. The admission was raw, honest. Ren considered the words, understanding the weight behind the request. All right, he finally decided. But you stay away from any major concentration of pure energy. And if your corrupt beast starts reacting badly, I return immediately, Han promised. Thank you. Larissa, who had been coordinating the final details, approached. Everyone's ready, she announced. Messages have been sent, carriers are stabilized, and we have the fastest route mapped. She turned toward Ren with an expression that tried to show confidence to hide her concern. Let's help my father finish the job, she said simply. We will, Ren promised. Deep beneath Yino's castle, in the chamber where purple light pulsed with alien intelligence, Celthia maintained her connection. The communication was necessary. Through her, the crystal could talk better. So it could coordinate responses, direct resources, adapt to rapidly changing circumstances. Father was recovered in time, she announced to the assembled figures, her childish voice carrying a weird echo. And most of the accumulated energy will soon be safe in the new refuge. Cashin had become more integrated into the crystal's network, positioned where the golden window had once been. The transformation was nearly complete, soon he would be as much a part of the system as Celthia herself. Prince Rhys and Hagen approached the young oracle, their expressions mixing concern with curiosity. Celthia, the prince asked gently, are you going to move to the hideout too? The question was logical. If the primary crystal was relocating, surely its most important interpreter should accompany them to ensure continued communication. Celthia tilted her head, listening to voices only she could hear. Her expression shifted, becoming more serious than any child's should be. That one isn't so safe, she said slowly. The crystal wants me in another place. Her words carried implications that made both men exchange concerned glances. If even the crystal's carefully prepared refuges weren't considered secure, what did that say about the true scope of the threat they faced? Where? Hagen asked, his explorer's instincts kicking in. Celthia's eyes unfocused as she listened to guidance from intelligences that operated on different scales. Deeper, she said simply. Where the real power now sleeps. The Ashenway mansion had a tense quietude that the employees failed to hide. Lynn found herself in the training courtyard with Leora and Luna, all three of them sweating after a particularly intense session. Lynn had been channeling her slight frustration, perhaps at having to miss the main action, into training the two girls to exhaustion. One more, Lynn declared, though the girls were clearly at their limit. The coordination between your jumps could be better. Lynn, Leora murmured, wiping sweat from her forehead, we've been at this for 3 hours. We need a break. Enemies won't give you breaks, Lynn responded automatically, but her heart wasn't really in the reprimand. Lynn was looking for Leora and Luna throughout the mansion, frustrated after they had managed to escape from her training session using spatial jumps. Where did those two go? Lynn muttered, checking the gardens and training areas. Her enhanced senses could detect traces of their mana signatures, but the girls' now longer spatial jumps had made tracking them difficult. The girls were hidden in Selphra's study. Leora knew that Lynn respected her grandmother so much that she would hardly search here first. Luna, who had been mostly silent, sighed and approached the table. But when she leaned against it tiredly, she knocked over some documents, where she found an envelope with Larissa's exquisite handwriting as she was picking them up. There's a letter, she observed. For Leora. A letter? Leora immediately approached, also recognizing Larissa's seal. When did this arrive? Leora frowned, examining the date. This can't be, it's 3 days old, she shouted, crumpling the letter in her fists. Grandmother must have blocked it before it could arrive. What does it say? Luna asked, moving closer to read over Leora's shoulder. Leora opened the crumpled letter with fingers that trembled slightly, whether from fatigue or resentment. As she read, her expression changed gradually from curiosity to confusion, then to incredulity, and finally to fury. It's too late, Luna murmured after processing the content. Things have already advanced without us. Exactly. Leora stomped, her fury at being deliberately excluded overwhelming her exhaustion. Grandmother kept us in the dark while everyone else is fighting for the kingdom. She jumped 3 times in succession, furious. In her tantrum, she crashed roughly against the door of the adjacent study and it opened from the impact. She got up and was about to close it and apologize to Luna for scaring her but instead, she stopped dead. Leonel's study was in complete disarray. It wasn't the casual disorder of someone working, it was the chaos of someone who had been desperately experimenting with things they didn't understand. All types of potions were scattered across the surfaces, broken flasks with contents that still smoked, half-finished mixtures that had changed color, and crystallized residues. Strange runes covered the walls and floor. Some runes glowed weakly, others were half-erased as if they had failed during their activation. What happened here? Leora whispered, entering carefully into the devastated study. Luna followed her, her shadow wolf manifesting instinctively in response to the strange energy that permeated the place. Meanwhile, Ren noticed that something was wrong. Han was getting worse, his breathing labored and sweating profusely despite the cold air. He seemed to be resisting something internal, a battle being fought within his own system. The symptoms were getting more severe with each passing minute. Han, Ren approached with concern, you need to go back. I can clearly see your secondary beast is reacting to that purple energy here. His enhanced perception could see the conflict happening within Han's mana system. The corrupt beast was becoming agitated. I can still resist, Han insisted, though his voice trembled with effort. I have a feeling my sister might be nearby. His eyes fixed on Yaino's castle with an intensity that worried Ren. There was something beyond mere hope in that gaze. Looking at this place. I can feel her. She's here, somewhere in this castle. I can't leave now. The conviction in his voice was absolute. Ren hesitated, seeing the desperate determination in Han's eyes. Finally he nodded. A little more then. But if you get worse, I leave immediately, Han promised. At Yino's castle, Ren's group converged with the king just as Zhao landed with Dragarian. The reunion was so well timed it seemed fated. When Dragarian reached the ground, Ren immediately approached with a prepared diamond potion. Your Majesty, this should help with the fatigue of using. But Dragarian raised his hand, refusing the offer. I already drank one, he murmured, his voice more hoarse than normal. The response was concerning. If a diamond-rank healing potion wasn't sufficient to restore him, then the damage was more severe than any of them had anticipated. Ren frowned and, without asking permission, touched the king's arm so his fungus could analyze his system. What he found horrified him. The fungus whispered urgently, the diamond-level energy overload crystallized parts of his system. The potion can't heal that, on the contrary. The diagnosis was worse than they had feared. Your Majesty, Ren said with growing alarm, we need to discuss this. Your system is crystallized like Zhao's was? Dragarian smiled bitterly. Yes, I can feel it. The admission was casual, as if discussing a minor inconvenience rather than a potentially fatal condition. But Ren could see the pain behind the king's stoic facade. We would need a procedure similar to the absorption we used with Zhao, the fungus continued, but with very high-level tentacles due to the density of the crystallization being diamond-level. Ren realized with horror that giving the king more energy as they had planned would surely end very badly. They had overestimated his resistance and underestimated the power of the 7 dragons. Your Majesty, you can't receive more draconic energy, Ren declared firmly. Your system can no longer handle it. We have to treat you first or it could kill you. But at that moment, Dragarian felt the energies pulsing from the castle's depths. The corruption moving underground, reorganizing, fortifying itself. Without heeding anything Ren might say about safety, he launched himself toward the castle's interior. His enhanced speed, despite the damage to his system, still carried him faster than any normal human could follow. Pain was irrelevant when the kingdom's survival hung in the balance. Your Majesty! Ren shouted, but Dragarian had already disappeared into the depths. Damn! Julius cursed, understanding the impossible situation they now faced. Everyone, follow him. The group rushed toward the castle's interior, each member carrying fragments of draconic power that they now knew might be more dangerous than useful to the man they had come to save. And somewhere in the castle's depths, Han felt his sister's presence growing stronger with each step. The interior of Yino's castle extended before them. The hallways were wide with black marble columns that could serve as cover and stairs that divided into multiple levels to confuse invaders. As they followed the trail of corruption and energy that Dragarian had left in his wake, they realized the same reality that Selphra's group had encountered: there were no signs of resistance in the main halls. This is unsettling, Julius murmured while observing the empty hallways. I expected at least some traces of resistance. Yino's soldiers seemed too organized to be all in sync, avoiding fights all the way here. Though there were foot soldiers scattered through the hallways, they were all from Yino. The explanation why came when they intercepted a minor officer who was coordinating the evacuation of non-combatant personnel. Selphra asked the bulk of the opportunists and general soldiers to support at the front line where our king had been, Julius explained after briefly interrogating the man. They didn't know they would find only a hole and an aerial battle, but at least they're not interfering too much with the entry. The group advanced more quickly and without too much caution through the hallways now that they understood why they were finding so little resistance. The situation was becoming clearer. The enemy had consolidated their best forces at a specific choke point, abandoning the outer defenses to concentrate on protecting whatever lay in the castle's depths. As they descended the main stairs leading to the castle's deeper levels, the atmosphere began to change. The air became denser, charged with energies that pulsed from the depths like the beating of a gigantic heart. They could feel Selphra's power and the others in her group fighting several levels below. It was a familiar sensation for those who had experienced high-level combat, that particular vibration created by powerful beasts when they clashed against equally formidable forces. But that sensation was becoming increasingly difficult to perceive. The king's growing power gradually overshadowed everything, as if a star had begun to shine in the castle's depths, making all other light seem dim in comparison. Dragarian was forcing himself again. Ren could sense it clearer than the others through his connection with the fungus, that erratic resonance that indicated when someone was channeling energy in a forced manner, in a way their clogged system shouldn't be handling. Julius looked at Ren with concern that had been building. His eyes clearly said what his words couldn't express in front of the others: how bad is my father's condition really? Ren looked at Larissa. She also appeared worried, her hands clenched in fists as she advanced, but when she noticed his gaze she smiled sideways at him. It was a smile that spoke of years of resignation, of a girl who had grown up accepting the reality of a stubborn father. It was the expression of someone who had learned to accept that this was how her father was, brilliant even in his absence, too powerful, and completely incapable of doing things halfway regardless of the cost. Very Dragarian-like, Julius murmured, as if that explained everything. And for those who knew him, it really did. At that moment, Han stopped abruptly. The group had been moving as a cohesive unit, but now Han separated toward a side hallway, his eyes fixed on a direction that didn't lead toward where the others had gone. His movement was sudden, instinctive. Something was calling to him. Han, Ren called softly, recognizing the expression on his companion's face. The expression he had seen on his parents' faces. The look of someone who had found something they had been missing too much. But it was a little different. A desperate hope and absolute terror at the possibility that this hope could be destroyed. The fear that what he was sensing might be real, or worse, that it might not be. I can feel her, Han whispered, his voice also charged with an emotion he had never shown. It has to be my sister. She's close. Really close. The certainty in his voice was both touching and concerning. Ren gripped the diamond potion that the king hadn't taken, feeling the weight of the decision he had to make. His eyes met Larissa's, who observed the situation with that mature perception that characterized her. She understood what was at stake for Han. If there was a chance, however small, to find her. Larissa nodded silently at him. The gesture said, "I understand how important family is. Let him go." "Go," Ren murmured. "But be careful. You're corrupt beast." "I know," Han interrupted, already backing toward the side hallway. He disappeared into the hallway's shadows, following a presentiment that pulled him toward another part of the castle with an urgency that had been growing. The rest of the group continued their descent, but now the air had become even more tense. They continued down stairs that became progressively narrower, until they reached a point where the descent became a true bottleneck. There were many people accumulated in what had essentially become a tunnel. They weren't common soldiers, they were only the strongest foot soldiers of the kingdom, but still there were dozens of powerful tamers trying to advance simultaneously through a space that hadn't been designed for such traffic volume. The problem was obvious and frustrating. All their enhanced capabilities meant nothing when basic physics constrained their movement through architectural choke points. "Let us through!" Julius shouted, trying to use his authority as prince, but his voice was lost in the chaos of the battle ahead. Dragarian, being the king and having the advantage of being alone, had passed them by flying without ceremony. Larissa could jump with Ren, Wei, and Zhao could carry Julius and someone else, but it would be little use for them to get ahead without the other fragments carried by the large group. The energy transfer system they had developed required multiple carriers working in coordination. Breaking that chain would defeat the purpose of their mission. "I'm Prince Julius," he tried again, but the noise was deafening. It was then that Ren noticed the guards who had been carrying fragments of draconic power were beginning to show signs of serious overload. Wei, who had insisted on carrying a portion slightly larger than what Ren had initially injected, now trembled visibly. His breathing was labored and he sweated profusely despite the cold air of the underground castle. The symptoms were escalating beyond what any normal tamer could safely endure. "I have an idea," Ren murmured, observing the crowd blocking them with new eyes. Ren approached the nearest tamers in the tunnel, those who seemed to have the strength and stability necessary to handle power transfers. "I need you to help me carry something," he told them directly. "It's for the king. It's critical." The mention of the king immediately changed the atmosphere. The Tamers looked at Julius, nodded and straightened, recognizing this wasn't a casual request. "What do you need?" asked one of the soldiers. "You're going to feel power you're not used to handling," Ren warned as he began the transfer process. "But you only need to contain it, not use it." The transfer worked better than he had expected. Little by little, they advanced through the clogged tunnel, changing most of the original carriers for fresh Tamers who could better handle the energy. It was like a relay chain, where each person carried their load for a stretch before passing it to the next. Wei was one of the first to be relieved of his load. "Thank you," he murmured when Ren transferred his power fragment to an Ashen Wei double who had insisted on helping. "I thought I was going to faint." Many of the original guards who had come with Ren needed to be relieved. The draconic energy was simply too intense for simple systems even if they were gold rank. Only true doubles resisted well. Among them, Larissa, Julius, and Ren could still carry their power fragments without major problems, though even they could feel tension accumulating in their systems. "It's like carrying a storm in a bottle," Larissa observed, flexing her fingers while watching how the draconic energy created small arcs of light between her phalanges. The process of advancing through the tunnel took longer than expected even with the exchanges. When they finally reached the front of the real battle, they found a scene that was both victorious and disturbing. The king, Selphira, and Sirius's front line had already finished with the enemies. The sextuples lay defeated. Their grotesque forms were slowly returning to something more human-like in death, for those who hadn't been fully pulverized by purification. But victory had come at a price. Selphira had minor cuts on her arms, and her breathing was heavy from exertion. Sirius leaned against a wall, clearly exhausted though not seriously injured. They had cancelled fusion midway, but it had still been an enormous burden. Fighting enemies of that caliber required pushing enhancement abilities to their absolute limits. Lionel looked the worst. He had been hit by a stray attack by staying too close to Selphira and was sitting on the ground with his back against a column, with deep cuts on his left arm that dripped blood. Ren gave the potion to Selphira to distribute energy among the wounded. When Selphira approached Lionel, extending her hands with clear intention to use her healing magic, Lionel reacted as if she had tried to attack him. "We had already agreed on none of that," he scolded her, pulling away abruptly from her extended hands. His voice carried a bitterness that surprised everyone at the front. There was something more in his rejection than simple wounded pride or fear of pain. Selphira immediately apologized, backing away with an expression that mixed pain and understanding. "I'm sorry," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "I didn't think I was. Let me find someone else for you." One of the water tamers approached timidly at Selphira's request to tend to Lionel's wounds, who accepted the help without resistance. But his eyes remained fixed on Selphira. But before anyone could ask about the obvious tension between Selphira and Lionel, the king felt something that made all other problems seem trivial. A new pulse in the corrupt power emanating from even deeper levels of the castle. But this wasn't like the previous ones. It was stronger. Without saying a word, without giving orders or consulting with anyone, Dragarian headed toward the stairs leading to the deeper levels. "Your Majesty!" Ren shouted, but Dragarian had already disappeared into the darkness of the lower levels, following the call of a corruption that continued evolving in the castle's entrails. The air over Yaino's territory had become a hell of impossible forms and energies that defied common comprehension. Victor fought desperately against what had been Ravenspire, now transformed into an abomination that seemed to be made of solidified shadow. The giant crow that had been one of Yaino's most respected noble beasts was now nothing more than an enormous monster, its extended wings covering the sky. Each feather expanded to try to trap him, creating absorption zones that forced Victor and his winged Qilin to constantly maneuver to avoid being caught. "The formation is breaking," shouted one of the squadron members, his fused flying beast struggling to stay airborne while waves of abyssal power slowly weakened it. Victor felt the fusion with his Qilin beginning to fluctuate dangerously. The time limit was approaching rapidly, and the enemy showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, it seemed to be getting stronger with each passing minute, feeding on some power source they couldn't identify. I can't be as impulsive as my father when I don't have the same power, he realized with a clarity that this time didn't come too late. Risk is relative to one's capability, right? The lesson was bitter but necessary. He had inherited Dragarian's determination, but not his overwhelming power. Continuing to fight head-on would only result in the death of him and his entire squadron. Retreat, he ordered, his voice resonating above the chaos of battle. Coordinated retreat. Defensive formation. The decision was painful for his already wounded ego, but he realized it wasn't so bad. Perhaps it wasn't the most honorable option, but it felt like the correct one. Victor dropped from the sky and summoned his two beasts. The twin Qilins created a barrier of golden light that covered the retreat, while the other squadron members moved defensively similarly, one of them catching their leader in the air. Each maneuver was designed to maximize their survival chances against superior odds. Raven Spire, all the transformed sextuples, and the bloody mass that had been Bloodwind pursued them, but the orderly retreat worked. They managed to defend themselves effectively until reaching near the ground, where they could just in time be supported by the bulk of the army that hadn't entered the castle. The ground troops could have had to fight with the hundreds of thousands of transformed monsters on land, but the hole where they had been digging in a whirlpool formation was now completely empty. All the creatures that had once been silver rank soldiers and above were no longer there. They had left, taken to wherever the crystal had wanted them. The absence was more unsettling than their presence would have been. An army of corrupted beings simply vanishing suggested strategic repositioning rather than defeat. "Where is everyone?" murmured one of the aerial squadron, his voice loaded with growing doubt. Victor had no answer. Meanwhile, in the depths of Yino's castle, Dragarian had finally reached the great door that guarded the enemy kingdom's deepest secrets. He brought his key, which Ren's beast had said should work for both sides since the two parts of the Y were an exact copy of themselves. But when he saw the door, he realized it wouldn't be necessary. The door was open. The door wasn't just unlocked, but completely wide open, letting organic veins enter from the earth from various angles. The massive doors of magical metal and crystal extended to the sides, revealing a passage that descended toward the tower's deepest entrails. The sight was both an invitation and a warning. There must be another core inside, as I expected, Dragarian thought. He hurried forward, still feeling pain in every fiber of his body from the crystallization that diamond power had caused in his system. But thanks to the potion he had received, he didn't feel as bad as he could have, and the power he had left was still more than he himself as platinum rank could normally expel. That's why he didn't feel intimidated by the purple veins and strange organic structures that plagued the place. On the contrary, he went about destroying some as he advanced, using small bursts of draconic power to clear his path. Each vein he destroyed writhed like a wounded serpent, dripping a substance that hissed when it touched the ground. The organic structures pulsed with abyssal life, but they moved away from his presence as if recognizing a superior force. The descent seemed like an eternal throat. The stairway corridors curved, creating the sensation of descending through the entrails of some gigantic organism. When he finally reached the bottom, he found himself with a view that was familiar yet completely alien. The same tower he knew from his own kingdom extended downward, apparently suspended in the center of a crystal dome by several bridges radiating from its central structure. But here, everything was opaque, corrupted. Where in his kingdom the crystal was clear and bright, here it was dark and purple, pulsing with malevolent life that made the air itself feel heavy and viscous. The corruption wasn't just connected, it was completely integrated into the very structure of the place. Dragarian advanced quickly across one of the bridges, his steps resonating on the corrupt crystal as he headed toward the tower's center. He could feel how abyssal power concentrated more densely with each meter he advanced. The very air seemed to thicken with malevolent intent. When he entered the first central chamber, he had to make a conscious effort not to immediately throw up. The main vein's mana flow was being absorbed by what appeared to be an organic heart with a horrible mouth full of irregular teeth. The thing pulsed, each beat sucking more energy from the vein and distributing it through a network of purple arteries that extended throughout the chamber. The murals and walls were completely covered by more pulsing veins than he had seen outside. Fortunately, the door to even deeper levels was closed, blocked by the lack of the third ring. At least there was a limit to how deep this corruption could go, and it was far from the power of the 7 diamond dragons on this side. He prepared to begin systematic destruction of the place, channeling draconic power that would make all the organic parts destroy themselves. But then a reflection in the periphery of his vision caught his attention. Where in his own tower there was a golden window that allowed direct communication, here there was a metallic purple surface that pulsed with its own life. And on that surface, where only the crystal should have been, he could see something familiar. The body of what had been Cashin was being slowly absorbed by the surface. Only a face remained, partially melted into the corrupt metal, his eyes still blinking with residual life but no real consciousness behind them. And sitting casually to one side of this grotesque scene, as if she were meditating, was Celthea. The girl opened her eyes and waved at him, her voice sounding exactly like that of any 10-year-old girl. "Hello, King Dragarian," she said cheerfully, as if they were meeting at a picnic instead of in the heart of a corrupted tower. "I'm so glad to see you again." Dragarian looked at the girl with some pity and horror. He knew her, of course. He had last seen her at an age very similar to what he had left Larissa before departing on his mission. A cheerful girl, full of potential, with her whole life ahead of her. But now he could feel the energy within her, abyssal power that pulsed with each beat of her heart. She wasn't a girl who had been corrupted, she was something that had embraced corruption so completely that one could no longer be separated from the other. He went on guard, draconic power accumulating around him like armor of light. But to his surprise, Celthea raised her arms in a sign of surrender. "I'm not here to fight," she declared, though her voice began to distort slightly, as if she were speaking through water. "Just to leave a message. A negotiation, if you want to see it that way." "Negotiation?" Dragarian didn't lower his guard. "What kind?" Celthea smiled, but the expression looked strange on her childish face when combined with the power she radiated. "I'll take my children elsewhere," she explained, as if discussing the exchange of toys. "We won't bother you anymore. But you leave us this, the chamber that corresponds to us." The proposal was so absurd that Dragarian laughed, though the sound carried no humor. "That's all you want?" he asked with evident sarcasm. "So that in 9 years or less, when you accumulate more power, you come to fight us again for the last ring?" Celthea tilted her head, considering the question with childish seriousness. "This way there will be no more battles for now," she admitted. "But if you force us?" Her voice became completely different, resonating with harmonics that didn't belong to any human throat. "Then maybe all the abyssals under the gold layer will appear in Yano without pause until the last of them." The threat fell over the chamber like a stone in still water. It wasn't a bluff, it was a promise made with the certainty of someone who had the power to fulfill it. Dragarian became angry, not just at the threat but at the casual way it had been delivered by someone who looked like a child. He launched forward, draconic power concentrating in his hands with the intention of ending this conversation in the most direct way possible. But Celthea disappeared. She didn't move quickly, she simply stopped being there. One moment she was sitting casually next to the crystal with Cashin's face, and the next she had completely absorbed into one of the pulsing veins like it was liquid. Then voices resonated throughout the chamber. It wasn't just Celthea's voice. It was a chorus of abyssal whispers speaking in perfect union. "No one will survive if you choose violence," the voices promised. "Maybe only the strongest, but surely that's not the world you want, an empty world." Dragarian sighed deeply, feeling the weight of every decision he had made to reach this moment. The voices knew exactly where to attack, exactly what threat would make him hesitate. But then he thought of something else. Something he himself had instilled in many. He began to increase the draconic power, feeling how energy accumulated around him until the entire chamber was illuminated with a light that made the purple veins writhe in pain. "My answer," he declared with a voice that resonated like thunder, "is no. In Yano we don't negotiate with those who take children as hostages." The conviction in his voice was absolute. This was the line he would not cross, the compromise he would not make. Some evils could not be tolerated, regardless of the cost of opposing them. The abyssal voices screamed in rage and terror when they realized their threats hadn't worked and the light was increasing. The air in the corrupted chamber began to vibrate with mighty intensity. Dragarian was pooling the left dragon's energy with the one from the potion and his own beasts. The power of the 7 dragons responded to his call, synergizing and growing, but his increasingly crystallized system protested violently against each energy increment. The pain was terrible. Like thousands of glass needles being pushed simultaneously through every vein, every nerve, every fiber of his body. His high level of regeneration, which normally would have mitigated any damage, had now become an additional curse. Each cell that tried to repair damage in one area immediately crystallized again, creating a cycle of destruction and reconstitution that amplified the suffering. It was like being torn apart and rebuilt in an endless loop of agony. But Dragarian had endured pain before. He had faced the agony of having his body torn by dragon claws, had resisted poisons that would have killed any other man, and had survived temperatures that melted magic metals. This pain was different, deeper, more personal, but it was still that, just pain. And he was Dragarian. He wouldn't stop because of pain. The abyssal voices resonating from all directions began to increase, and intense concern was perceived in them. Their whispers became more urgent, more annoying, their threats hadn't worked. The corruption was beginning to understand that they faced someone they couldn't intimidate or manipulate. "Stop," they screamed with voices that multiplied and divided like echoes in a labyrinth. "You don't understand the consequences. If you release that power." "I understand the consequences perfectly," Dragarian growled, his voice distorting as draconic power accumulated around him like a contained storm. "I accept them completely." The declaration carried finality that made the chamber itself seem to shudder. It was then that Celthea appeared again. But this time she wasn't the casually acting girl who had been sitting next to what remained of Cashin. This was something that had completely embraced its abyssal nature, a figure that maintained the form of a girl but radiated the distilled power of thousands of monsters. Numerous corruption threads surrounded her, each filament pulsing with energy that could have disintegrated any lesser tamer, like an armor and a crown of nightmares. From the veins covering the walls, various creatures began to emerge, things that had no names, aberrations that existed through impure will. "We won't allow it." Celthea screamed, but her voice had lost any vestige of humanity. It was the roar of something that had completely forgotten what it meant to be human. The creatures launched toward Dragarian from all directions, coordinating an attack that would have been impossible to avoid with any conventional strategy. Dragarian forced himself beyond any reasonable limit for his condition. The pulse of draconic power he released wasn't a directional attack. It was an omnidirectional explosion of pure energy that filled every cubic centimeter of the chamber with light that was both beautiful and absolutely lethal. The monsters that had launched toward him simply stopped existing. They weren't destroyed, they were disintegrated, reduced to light particles that dispersed like dust. Their roars of rage were cut off abruptly, replaced by a silence that was deeper than death. Celthea resisted better than the other creatures, but the cost was evident. Most of the corruption threads that had surrounded her vaporized instantly, and her small body was thrown against the crystal wall with enough force to create an ominous crunch of bones. The impact resonated throughout the entire tower. Celthea slid down the wall, leaving a trail of purple substance that might have been blood, though it was difficult to say with certainty what fluids ran through the veins of something that was no longer completely human. The abyssal voices, which had been whispering constant threats, now cursed with a fury that made the tower's foundations tremble. "Damn the diamond rank power," they screamed in discordant harmonies that hurt the ears. "Because we didn't arrive in time. The immaturity of our vessel also. But look at him. Even while cursing, Dragarian could hear something else in their voices: recognition. They had realized that he too was at his limit. The cost of channeling such power again was written in every line of strain on his face, every tremor in his stance. "It makes sense that even he can't control such power," they whispered with growing confidence. "Look at him. He's destroying himself with every second that passes." It was true. Dragarian could feel how his body was tearing itself apart from within. The power of the 7 dragons was simply too much for any human vessel, no matter how strong. Each use brought him closer to a point of no return, where the crystallization would become complete and irreversible. Nevertheless, he forced himself to accumulate it one last time. But the voices misinterpreted his resolution as desperation. "Don't commit suicide now, you'll be missed," they told him with false compassion. "There's still time to negotiate. There's still time to save your people." Celthea slowly stood up, her childish face now marked by wounds that healed rapidly. "This egocentric action of coming here alone and tired," she said with a voice that dripped venom, "is going to mean your own doom. You can feel it, right? How the power consumes you from within. Every second that passes brings you closer to death." More creatures began to emerge from the veins that were also healing, though more cautiously this time. They had learned to respect the power Dragarian could unleash. Their movements were careful, calculating, testing the edges of his reach without committing to full assault. "Is it worth it?" Celthea continued, slowly approaching, her voice distorting more and more as the treads accumulated again. "Is it worth suffering so much damage and dying here, far from your family, when you could live to protect them another day? Let's stop wasting our vital energy and—" Dragarian looked directly at her, and for a moment his expression softened upon seeing the child. His power diminished slightly as paternal instincts warred with necessity. This was someone's daughter, someone's little girl who had been taken and twisted into something unrecognizable. He thought of Larissa at almost the same age, of her resigned smile when she had accepted that this was how her father was. He thought of Julius, of Arturo, of Victor, of all his children who seemed to have inherited not only his blood but his unbreakable determination. The legacy he had tried to build, the values he had tried to instill, the future he had sacrificed so much to protect. He thought of all the parents in the kingdom who trusted him to protect their own children from forces like this. The weight of that trust, that responsibility, settled over him like a mantle. Every father and mother who had sent their children to serve, who had believed that their king would keep them safe from exactly this kind of horror. Then he smiled, the power increased like never before, and that smile was more terrifying to the corruption than any war cry. "All I see is you're worried you won't have enough energy to endure. And, between your sorry unripe ass and me," he said with a tranquility that contrasted dramatically with the power surrounding him, "I'm willing to bet that surely I'm more resistant." And then he exploded. The complete and total release of all remaining power, all the power of his body, the potion and the 7 dragons synergized and channeled through a single man. The light that filled the chamber wasn't simply bright, it was the light of creation itself, the force that had formed the stars and given life to worlds. For a moment that felt like an eternity, the corrupted chamber was replaced by something that was pure potential, energy in its most fundamental form. When the light finally faded, everything in the chamber had been disintegrated. The purple veins that had covered the walls had vaporized, leaving only clean crystal that gleamed with residual radiance. The creatures that had been emerging had also been erased from existence so completely that not even traces remained that they had ever been there. The purification was perfect, absolute. Where corruption had twisted light into nightmare, now there was only pristine clarity. Celthea had disappeared too. Dragarian remained standing stubbornly in the center of the devastation, but the cost was evident. His body had crystallized to such a point that small crystals had begun emerging from his skin. His breathing was labored, each exhalation accompanied by drops of blood that gleamed with residual light from the power he had released. The damage was grotesque yet beautiful. The crystals weren't random growths but followed patterns that suggested his mana system was being rewritten by the power just like the dragon hearts in the second chamber. The pain was now beyond anything he had experienced before. It wasn't just physical, it was spiritual, as if his mana system was being torn apart. Every breath felt like inhaling molten glass, every heartbeat like being struck by lightning. But he stood proud. He had done what he had come to do. He had destroyed the heart of corruption, had cleansed the chamber of all malevolent influence, had severed the connections that would have allowed abyssal forces to continue their expansion. His children were safe. His kingdom was safe. The years of sacrifice had been worth it. He allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, observing the clean chamber he had created. He had won. Then he heard the heartbeat. A deep and rhythmic sound coming from the mana vein itself. A small sphere was growing within it. What he had destroyed were only superficial connections. This wasn't superficial, but something much deeper, something that had been hidden in the very flow, outside everything he had attacked. The realization hit him like a physical blow. All his power, all his sacrifice, had only touched the surface of something vast and patient. He watched with growing horror as, from the main mana vein, the organic heart grew again slowly. The veins began extending from it again, across the clean walls, but now they carried patterns he hadn't seen before. Straighter and more efficient patterns that suggested the corruption had evolved. Maybe it had avoided optimizing what already worked well, but was taking advantage of this rebirth to structure its connection neatly from zero. Celthia's mocking voice was heard again, though it came from increasingly multiple directions at once, as if she were speaking from each vein simultaneously. "Did you really think it would be so easy?" she laughed, and the sound was worse than before because it maintained that childish quality while expressing pure malice. "Did you think that after decades of growth, we could be destroyed by a single attack that can't encompass our entire network?" The abyssal voices joined her laughter, creating a symphony of mockery that resonated throughout the regenerated chamber. "You've wasted part of our energy, but thanks for the lesson," they whispered with false gratitude. "Now we know exactly what kind of reach the power we're facing has. Now we can respond appropriately." Dragarian remained standing in the center of the chamber, feeling how his body complained while watching all his victory disappear before his eyes. The power he had used, the pain he had endured, the price he had paid, all had been useless. Worse than useless, it had provided intelligence to an enemy that had learned from the encounter. The weight of understanding fell upon him like an avalanche of reality he had been avoiding. He realized that what they had told him about Victor was his fault. A bad inheritance. He had raised his first son to be like him, impulsive, brave to the point of recklessness, willing to sacrifice everything for principles they believed absolute. He believed he had the power to back up that impulsiveness. Today he was wrong. The deepest and most painful realization, he realized he didn't really know how far his limits extended. He had believed he knew them, had spent decades measuring his power against legendary dragons and believed himself one of them. But deep in his subconscious he knew those were small ones. There was always something bigger, always something different, something new to understand. He had traveled the world, had learned, had faced creatures that existed in myths. He believed he knew much of the world through everything he had experienced. But in reality, he knew nothing. How could I get so arrogant? He asked himself while feeling how his body gradually crystallized. To think there was a creature capable of living without its core, regenerating from connections I couldn't even sense. His complete epistemology, everything he believed he knew about power and victory, had been demolished in a matter of minutes. Celthia and the monsters began emerging again from the veins, materializing like nightmares made real from every corrupted surface of the regenerated organic chamber. Dragarian could no longer defend himself. Even moving required more energy than he had available. All his willpower, all that remained to him, barely kept him standing in a parody of defiance. The corruption threads gathered into a dense and sharp whip that Celthia wielded with inhuman accuracy. The abyssal voices channeled their maximum output through this, combining the essence of hundreds of thousands of monsters into a single concentrated attack. The whip headed directly toward the king's neck, moving with speed that cut the air and promised instant death. It cut off his head. Or that would have been the logical conclusion of someone observing from outside, seeing an exhausted and wounded king facing an attack he had no way to block or dodge. If not for the fact that Selphra emerged just in time from Sirius's spatial jump. Selphra and Sirius had descended at full speed when Ren had warned that if Dragarian used too much energy he would die. Her water lance was already crystallized when she materialized with Sirius outside the king's shadow. Selphra's most powerful weapon cracked upon receiving the whip's impact but ultimately managed to resist by a hair, and the white ice purification broke a section of the corrupt threads. The collision was spectacular. Crystal met corruption in a clash that sent shockwaves through the chamber's air, each force trying to overwhelm the other through pure concentrated will. But the impact sent the corrupted girl flying with force that created shock waves in the air, saving Dragarian by milliseconds. The timing had been perfect. 1 moment later and the arrival would have been meaningless, there would have been nothing left to save. But now that he had support. Selphra gave Dragarian minimal body healing, enough so he could move a little, but avoiding circulating too much mana in him so as not to damage his system more than it already was. Selphra and Sirius didn't arrive alone. Julius entered immediately after with his fusion activated, followed by high-level doubles who had been unlocked by Ren. All moved like a perfectly coordinated unit, eliminating the monsters emerging from the veins with efficiency that would have been impossible without the advantages they had received. Even Zhao appeared emerging from his camouflage and silent flight, with Ren not far behind holding Larissa's hand, who contributed rapid spatial jumps to the duo. The boy's new enhancements put him at the rank of being capable of making 1 or 2 beasts retreat with his purifying light. Around their king, everyone began to dance in a protective tune. It wasn't a metaphor, they literally moved in circles that created a defensive perimeter of monster elimination, each combatant covering the other's blind spots while maintaining constant rotation that prevented any enemy attack from finding an opening. Ren's fungus mana roots immediately extended to analyze the enemy, its ultra-thin jade and golden filaments contrasting dramatically with the purple veins covering the walls. Selphia, struck but not defeated, melted into the veins to escape Selphra's relentless attack. Her form dispersed like corrupt liquid flowing through abyssal arteries. The transformation was both a retreat and a demonstration of how thoroughly she had integrated with the corruption system. "Don't let her escape," Selphra shouted, pursuing the fluid form with ice lances that sought to cut the Venus connections. But the cadence of monsters increased dramatically, since they were no longer under threat of being erased on a large scale by Dragarian's light, which was completely spent. The beasts showed the true monstrosity of their numbers. For seconds that felt like hours, everyone fought against tireless hordes of monsters generated from all angles. It was like being in the center of a hurricane of nightmares, where each defeated creature was immediately replaced by 2 more. The corruption had been holding back, conserving its forces while Dragarian remained an unknown level of threat. Now it unleashed everything. Julius coordinated the defense, his natural ability in management evident in how he directed the doubles. Sirius used his mobility to eliminate threats that tried to flank the group. Selphra maintained the offensive while trying to keep her cool to avoid using the overflowing dragon power Ren had passed to her. Victor and his group managed to touch ground just as the first waves of corrupt beasts began their massive assault against the defensive lines. But the defense of the army of tens of thousands proved competent. Not only had the reliable armies of the Dravenholm and Ashenway contributed. The opportunists, those nobles who had hesitated and calculated during the entire war, had finally served some purpose too. Thousands of soldiers extended defensive formations that had been perfected during generations of border conflict. Their hesitation during the political crisis may have been cowardice, but their military training was genuine. "Earth formation," shouted a veteran commander, his voice cutting through the roar of the approaching beasts. "Double walls. Wood at the joints." The response was immediate. Tamers specialized in earth element positioned themselves on the front line, their beasts manifesting massive defensive constructions. Walls of mana-reinforced stone sprouted from the ground like gigantic domes that received attacks from the flying enemies. Wood tamers complemented the system, their constructions intertwining with the Earth constructions to create a flexible defensive network that could absorb massive impacts without completely collapsing. Water specialists took positions on the flanks, where their beasts created controlled torrents that fed the growth of wood techniques. The scale was impressive. What had once been open ground became a fortress city in seconds, shaped by the coordinated will of thousands of specialized tamers. The synergy was the product of decades of development. Victor observed with growing respect how tens of thousands of soldiers worked in perfect coordination. The sight was humbling. He had spent so much time focusing on individual power, on personal achievement, that he had forgotten the strength that came from unity of purpose. The beasts launched against the defenses with fury. But they crashed against walls that had been designed to resist natural disasters. "Hold the line," shouted a sergeant, his earth beast continuously reinforcing points where impact had been most intense. "Defense rotation," another responded. The assault continued for what seemed like hours but were probably only minutes. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the attack stopped. The beasts simply stopped attacking. They remained motionless for a moment, as if listening to something humans couldn't perceive. The silence was more unnerving than the assault had been. "What's happening?" Victor murmured, watching how the sextuples seemed to receive silent orders. Then, in a coordinated movement, all the horrible enormous beasts turned and began flying toward the hole that had been left by what had once been a whirlpool of corrupt beasts. "They're retreating," observed one of the commanders, but his tone didn't suggest relief. "Why are they retreating?" Victor watched as the beasts headed toward the hole in the landscape, and a cold understanding settled in his stomach. Meanwhile, Ren concentrated on analyzing the enemy. His fungus was working desperately to understand the weakness of the structure they were facing and incidentally the situation of the human king. The damage to Dragarian was enormous. Ren could feel it through his connection, how each passing second brought the king closer to complete collapse. His systems weren't just damaged, they were fundamentally rewritten in crystal. Soon it would reach critical systems that couldn't be replaced or bypassed, and then even his legendary constitution wouldn't be enough to sustain his life. Larissa noticed the concern on Ren's face and followed his gaze toward where her father remained standing through pure willpower. Her expression was complex, pride at his determination, fear for his condition, and growing understanding that their time was running out. But before she could say anything, Dragarian spoke. "I apologize," he murmured, his voice hoarse but loaded with a humility none of them had heard from him before. "For my arrogance. For believing I could carry more than I really could." The admission was devastating in its honesty. He turned toward Ren, the little genius, who had proven to understand forces he had completely underestimated. "Before anything," he continued, "since you entered you've been concentrating, have you already analyzed the enemy completely?" Ren didn't understand the reason for the unexpected question but shook his head. "Not completely yet," he admitted, "but my beast can tell it's connected to the tower internally. As long as it's connected to the mana flow from the vein, it can't be eliminated with outside force." He paused to send a pulse of purifying light that disintegrated a creature that had slipped into the defense by launching itself from the ceiling. "Unless we made a direct attack on its network," he continued, "which I could do with my beast's characteristics, but it's impossible to damage the enormous corrupt crystal network at my silver rank. It has too much accumulated energy, maybe if I were platinum rank like you." Ren increasingly understood the scope of the purple network, and could now feel how the abyss beasts rose from the depths to join the transformed ones in the attack, in incredible quantities. The sensation was overwhelming, like trying to count stars in the night sky. Each individual signature was lost in the collective mass of malevolent intent rising from below. His expression became somber as he processed the implications. "We should leave before we lose an incredibly long battle of attrition." But Dragarian caught something in the explanation, a possibility the others hadn't considered. "That hypothetical attack on the network that you don't have the energy to do," he asked carefully. "Could we do it together?" Ren thought for a moment, mentally consulting with his fungus about the possibilities of power sharing. Then he shook his head. "In theory I could serve as a connector, but no. Your Majesty's system is too compromised, he responded honestly. The energy crystallization in your body is already bad enough to withstand such an attack. But Dragarian had noticed something else. I can feel the power in Selphira and the others, he observed, his eyes moving toward the combatants defending him. They're fragments of the power you gave me, and they've synergized somewhat with the energies of all the gold-ranked doubles. Maybe now it's more than what you gave me in total. Enormous power. Power that you gave them. Ren followed his line of reasoning and slowly nodded. The distributed energy had indeed grown, enhanced by the recipient's own mana systems and the resonance between multiple enhanced and fused beasts. It was like a choir where individual voices combined to create something greater than their sum. How would you attack the network with that power? I could connect everyone to inject the power's purification into the network if someone in the network touches the crystal window, he admitted. But someone would need to defend us from monsters during the process, and someone needs to be the one who launches the concentrated blow. That someone is the one who carries everyone's power, and it's too much. He paused significantly. Again, maybe only someone like you could do it, but not in your current state. Ren was distracted by glimpsing Larissa crying as she listened closely to the conversation. Dragarian observed his daughter and sighed, his family and allies fighting desperately to protect him, then smiled with resignation. The crystal threatened me and I couldn't negotiate with it. The corrupt beasts are going to attack the city as soon as we escape from here, he declared with the certainty of someone who would do the same when faced with such disrespect. The corruption now sees the possibility of exhausting and eliminating us here, but if we leave, it will have all the beasts free to do whatever it wants, so leaving the chamber could be a grave mistake for our city. Ren thought of his parents, of the new house where they were finally finding peace, of all the civilians who trusted that they would be protected. The weight of responsibility settled on his small shoulders. A choice that carried consequences that extended far beyond this chamber. Yet he nodded with renewed determination. Ren used a pinch of the dragon's power and launched a powerful beam at the ceiling that eliminated 10 beasts at once. I've decided to stay, he declared. But I don't know if we'll have enough energy to. Dragarian's voice interrupted Ren and cut through the sound of battle like a sharp sword, loaded with authority that made all combatants turn toward him for an instant. You can't stay, he declared, his eyes fixed on Ren but clearly addressing everyone present. The people, the children, our future, that's what I fight for. Ren didn't understand for a moment, his mind processing the words while maintaining part of his attention in the creatures that continued emerging from the veins. Why was the king speaking as if he wouldn't be coming with them? Larissa continued crying silently. They weren't the dramatic tears of a frightened girl. They were the poorly contained tears of someone who had understood something terrible and was desperately trying to maintain composure. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she fought to control her emotions. I've traveled through the abyssal layer below gold rank, Dragarian continued, it's immense, Ren. The crystal probably has beasts to attack us for months. We'll never resist a prolonged siege. His eyes moved toward the monsters that continued emerging from the veins. The flow was relentless, endless. We have to do what you suggested, he declared with absolute finality. And I'm going to carry the dragon's power one more time. No. Ren's response was immediate and instinctive. You'll die. Your system can't handle more power. The crystallization has already gone too far. Dragarian straightened, and for a moment he was completely the king of Yano, the figure of absolute authority who had ruled for decades. I am your king, your leader, he declared with a grandness that echoed in the corrupt chamber. I am your law. And this is an order. Ren remained paralyzed, feeling the weight of royal authority pressing upon him despite the fact that before him stood only a wounded man with barely a trace of mana. He opened his mouth to protest, but the words didn't come. What was right? Obey his king or protect a man who was clearly asking to die. It was then that Larissa threw herself toward her father. Her small arms wrapped around Dragarian's waist with a desperation that broke the hearts of everyone who could see it. It wasn't the embrace of a daughter enjoying her father's presence, it was the embrace of someone who knew it might be the last time. "Father," she whispered, her voice muffled against him but carrying clearly in the sudden hush that fell over their defensive circle. Dragarian gently touched his daughter's head, his fingers moving through her blonde hair with a tenderness that contrasted dramatically with his enormous muscular and rough body adapted to an extremely hard life. "I'm not just king to do whatever I want," he murmured, his voice now soft and full of paternal love. "I also have responsibilities." The admission was both explanation and apology. He wasn't choosing death out of pride or stubbornness, but out of duty to something larger than himself. Larissa cried openly now, but when she turned to look at Ren she controlled herself for a moment. Her gaze seemed to plead. "No," Ren declared finally, seeing the tears on Larissa's face and feeling as if someone had driven a dagger into his chest. "I can't do this to her." His voice trembled with emotion he couldn't suppress. "We'll find another way." Dragarian observed Ren for a moment, seeing the resolution in the boy's eyes. Then, to everyone's surprise, he did something no one had ever seen. He knelt. The king of Yano, the most powerful man in the kingdom, the warrior who had faced dragons and emerged victorious, knelt before an 11-year-old boy. "Please," he murmured, and now his voice carried no royal authority. It was simply the voice of a desperate man asking for help. Not as a king, but as a father. His hands moved to take Larissa's, holding them with a gentleness that made more tears flow with greater intensity down his daughter's cheeks. "Help me save my daughter," he pleaded, gently kissing Larissa's forehead. "My family. My people. Yourself." He turned toward Ren directly, and in his eyes was a vulnerability the boy had never seen before. The great king, reduced to his most essential self, asking for power not for conquest or glory but for the chance to protect what mattered most. "I entrust you to care for Larissa in my absence," he murmured. "Promise me you'll do whatever is necessary to keep her safe." Larissa seemed to understand, at that moment, her father's resolution. She wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand, a gesture that would have been childish if it hadn't been loaded with such mature determination. She looked at Ren, whose eyes were somewhat teary, clearly still undecided. Then, in an act of courage that rivaled anything the adults had done on the battlefield, she lifted her forehead toward the ceiling and breathed deeply, feigning a maturity she shouldn't have needed. "Give it to him, please," she asked Ren, her voice trembling but firm. "It's the only way." It wasn't a child asking for a favor. It was a princess requesting her father's sacrifice. Ren felt as if the world had contracted to include only this moment, this decision, these three people in the center of a battle that would determine the fate of hundreds of thousands. He looked at Dragarian, kneeling and vulnerable, asking not as king but as father. He looked at Larissa, desperately trying to be brave when what she had barely recovered was about to be lost forever. He thought of his own parents, of all the families in the kingdom who depended on him making the right decision, no matter how painful it was. Finally he nodded, a single inclination of his head that sealed his king's fate. "Grandma Selphira," he shouted, his voice loaded with desperate urgency. "We need to get His Majesty Dragarian to touch the crystal window." As if it had been waiting for that declaration of defiance, the veins in the walls expanded dramatically. The sound was like meat and skin tearing, and from one of the cave's faces began to emerge something that made all previous beasts seem like minor annoyances. Bloodwind. But not the Lord Bloodwind some of them had known. This was a version that had been completely absorbed by corruption, transformed into blood itself. And it wasn't the only energy signature, dozens of similar level marks began to be felt growing in the chamber. On the other side, Ravenspire's shadows began emerging as well. Ren realized, with a clarity that chilled his blood, that the king was right, they didn't have enough power to face what was about to emerge completely. What they had fought so far had been scouts, probing attacks. This was the corruption's true response to their threat. Selphira learned of the plan through Ren's rapid words, and for a moment she looked at Dragarian. In her eyes was respect, frustration, and something that could have been genuine pain at what was about to happen. Then she sighed deeply, as if releasing decades of accumulated tension. I curse myself for not being strong enough, she murmured to herself, and having to depend on a dying idiot to save us all. A very valorous and fiery idiot. Her eyes directed toward Larissa, who kept breathing deeply with her head held high despite the tears that silently streamed down her cheeks. The princess hadn't made a single sound of protest since giving her consent, but her pain was palpable in every line of her small body. Selphira forced herself beyond her normal limits, activating fusion and projecting a frustration that made her power manifest with intensity she had never reached. With half her own power channeled directly, she created a tunnel of dense ice that extended like a direct route toward the corrupted crystal window. "Julius," she shouted to her political nephew, who also looked sad but maintained that stoic and mature composure he had inherited from his mother, "cover the entrance for them while Sirius and I stop those dimwits Ravenspire, Bloodwind and their followers." Julius nodded wordlessly, positioning himself a few steps inside the tunnel at the entrance where he could defend the most vulnerable entry point. Ren, observing the preparations, felt the need to give one last warning. "I know it might be a lot to ask given the situation," he said with a voice that struggled to remain stable, "but when you feel the network touch you, don't move much." "When will that be?" Selphira asked, already heading toward her combat position. "You'll see," Ren responded simply. Dragarian approached Julius despite the pain, clearly preparing for what was his final farewell. He raised his hand to touch his son's shoulder in a farewell gesture, but stopped halfway. Instead of the formal gesture, he gently touched Julius's head with that paternal tenderness he rarely showed. "Pass it to your brothers," he murmured, his voice loaded with all the love he couldn't express during years of absence. Julius nodded, fighting against tears that threatened to fall but that he refused to let escape. He was his father's son after all, he maintained composure even when his heart was breaking. Zhao helped the king walk, carrying him a bit once more. "Thank you," the king whispered to him with a sigh and an uncomfortable smile. They finally reached the window where Cashin's face could still be seen, partially absorbed into the purple metal but with enough remaining human form to be recognizable. Dragarian laughed then with a hoarse voice, a sound that surprised everyone with its genuine joy. "How can there be youth so intelligent and mature?" he murmured, looking toward Larissa and Ren with paternal pride that transcended his own family. Then his expression changed, becoming hard as he observed Cashin's remains. "And youth so stupid and immature," he added, putting his hand on Cashin's face and squeezing it with force that deformed it. He extended his other hand toward Ren, preparing for the process that would determine all their fates. Ren's fungus had come to know Larissa much better during these last intense days, and surprisingly, it no longer disliked her at all. It had developed something like respect for the girl who had shown such maturity under impossible pressure. "Are you sure?" the fungus asked Ren mentally. "Yes," Ren responded without hesitation. "When you're ready." "Now," the fungus declared. Ren began to glow, a jade and golden light that emanated from his center and extended toward his extremities. He sighed deeply, preparing for what he knew would be the most intense experience of his life, and took the king's hand. His consciousness immediately connected with his fungus's help. Irregular lines of jade and golden light thickened around his arms, creating patterns that looked like living roots made of pure energy. The connection was both beautiful and terrifying. Zhao, designated to bring the doubles carrying fragments of draconic power, began bringing them toward Ren one by one with his silent flight. When Ren touched the first one, power flowed through him toward Dragarian in a current that made both of them illuminate. The sensation was like channeling lightning, raw force that demanded perfect control to avoid being destroyed. The first fragment made the king glow intensely and spit some blood, but he smiled through the pain. "More?" he asked with a hoarse but determined voice. "Quickly." Zhao rotated the soldiers rapidly, and Dragarian glowed brighter with each transfer. The irregular light roots around Ren became thicker and thicker, and the process became easier with each connection. Soon he could connect 2 at a time, then 3 at a time. The progression was exponential, each successful transfer making the next one faster. But the cost was visible in both participants. Ren's face grew pale while Dragarian's body showed increasing crystallization. Dragarian glowed brighter and brighter, his body becoming a beacon of light that competed with the brilliance of morning sun. The mana roots got so big that they touched the ice tunnel and passed through it, emerging toward the main chamber where they began disintegrating abyssal beasts they touched. Julius continued fighting to keep monsters from entering until the roots touched him too. Then he remained completely motionless, but beasts no longer approached near the tunnel. The pure light roots created a barrier no corrupt creature could cross. The roots continued expanding, trying to fill every corner of the chamber with purifying light. The king crystallized and spat more blood with each transfer, but continued enduring with a resolve that defied human limits. Each fragment was agony, but he bore it with the stoicism of someone who understood that some prices were worth paying. Larissa stood in a corner away from the light roots, watching her father and still crying silently. Each drop of blood he shed was like a stab in her heart, but she remained firm in her decision. Selphira and Sirius, seeing the roots approach, decided to release all their remaining power. They blocked the chamber walls in a layer of ice that Sirius tried to cool further with his wind power. The temperature dropped so rapidly that the air itself seemed to crystallize. Ravenspire and Bloodwind couldn't emerge completely and finally stopped, frozen in ice. Yet the ice began cracking under pressure from opposing energies, but the largest pieces of Selphira and Sirius's energy already traveled through Ren toward their final destination. Ren's network finally covered the entire chamber, but when the roots touched the heart in the center of the ceiling, it began beating frantically. The reaction was immediate and violent. The organic heart pulsed with rhythms that spoke to panic. Selthia emerged from the pulsing heart, and the light burned her eyes and immediately blinded her. She screamed with multiple overlapping voices, and submerged again into the heart. But the echo was heard throughout the chamber, and the annoyed voices asked, "Where did this energy come from? How is this possible?" Selthia traveled inside the tower and was about to exit through the crystal window to try a different attacking angle, when Ren finally connected the energy through the king and the crystal window with the entire corruption network. For a moment that felt eternal, Ren and Selthia looked at each other face to face due to the proximity of their consciousnesses. Their minds had connected involuntarily. In the new mental space, Selthia immediately realized that Ren had a diamond hydra like hers, and even more, she could see fragments of his memories. She saw the purity of his human connections, the strength of his determination, and something else. Among everything, her parents' love felt too different from hers, less tangled, less. The contrast was injurious. Where her parental connections had been twisted by corruption and manipulation, his remained pure, unconditional, genuine. Tears ran down the girl's cheeks as her big eyes looked directly at Ren. And the abyssal voices, taking advantage of the connection, suddenly discovered that Ren had all the necessary components to develop the dragon light in his body and beast. Feeling deceived and betrayed, the voices became extremely enraged. Purple energy was expelled from Selthia's body and swirled in an enormous storm that filled the entire shared mental space. The storm launched itself at Ren with murderous fury. But Dragarian appeared in the mental space in front of him. He wasn't the crystallized and bleeding man from the physical world. Here he was pure power, dressed in brilliant armor of diamond scales that reflected light in patterns of colors. His radiance countered the corruption, creating a barrier between Ren and the forces trying to destroy him. "Their network is too big," the small fungus shouted desperately to Ren. "It reaches the ocean floor toward Yino and the end of the mountains in Yano. Underground it has lines as long as practically half the world, it has fed more than we expected." Ren could feel the vastness of what they faced. The corruption had spread beyond their worst estimates. "The energy we have is barely enough to fight as equals." The fungus continued. "We can't strike the network if your king can't advance." Ren observed how the king held firm in the mental space but couldn't advance against the purple storm. It was a perfect stalemate, and outside, Dragarian's lifespan was rapidly depleting. Selthia was strangely quiet, still looking at him with enormously open eyes that contained both a child's innocence and corruption's malice. "Love, love, love," she murmured in a low voice. A voice echoed through the mental space, "Run. Run. Run. Run." Celthea repeated it, her childish voice contrasting with the situation. Then Ren heard it loud and clear in the physical world. It was Larissa's voice, shouting desperately at him. "Run. Run. Please, don't give my fragment to him." The light roots were almost touching her. "Please. No. Please. Please." Larissa cried desperately and clearly regretted her decision, seeing her father almost completely covered by crystal and bleeding even from his ears and eyes. The reality of what she had asked Ren to do hit her with full force in front of her eyes. Only the power Larissa had in her body remained, the last fragment of draconic energy that could break the stalemate. Ren looked at her and began crying in silence too, stopping his hand and the network centimeters from the girl who screamed desperately, understanding the terrible weight of what he was about to do. But then Dragarian's voice resonated in his mind like his funguses always did. "You have a beautiful family in those memories. Help me now, Ren. I know you can solve it for Larissa afterwards. I entrust it to you." With his heart breaking, but with unbreakable resoluteness, Ren extended the roots and stole the power from Larissa, injecting it directly into Dragarian. Ren returned to the mental space and made a decision that would change everything. "Your body isn't ready," the fungus warned him. But Ren didn't want to hear any of that. He used his own power, the entire network, the rings, the jade seed. His body resonated with vestiges of dragon's power and got filled with transparent green scales that gleamed with pure light. The transformation was as agonizingly painful as beautiful. Ren spat blood, but symbolically touched Dragarian on the back, transferring everything he had synergized in himself. Everything he had. Celthea emerged from the trance with a distorted scream. "Love me." Throwing herself toward the purple tornado where she merged again with the abyssal energies. Ren desperately extended his free hand, but couldn't reach her. Dragarian finally glowed with more intense light and released an immense pulse that struck corruption like a shock wave. The voices retreated and screamed in pain, a sound that made reality tremble within the mental network. Celthea was also struck by the purifying wave, but corrupt energies fought not to disintegrate. The voices cursed having to use their ensisment. They expanded enormously, momentarily surpassing Dragarian's energy wave, then violently imploded in Celthea's core. Celthea remained in fetal position at the center of the collapse, then completely crystallized into a dark purple crystal, sending a powerful energy wave that traveled through the entire network along with Dragarian's purification pulse. In the physical world, Dragarian's body finished fully crystallizing, but in a white and pure crystal that radiated peace instead of corruption. Larissa screamed one last time seeing Dragarian completely crystallized and fainted. From the chamber, a powerful pulse crystallized all abyssal beasts into dark purple crystal, and the pulse traveled outward. And in the distance, Leonel's scream was heard, as if something fundamental had also changed in him. The pulse continued expanding throughout the castle and beyond. The energy wave expelled with the ensisment had transformed the Tamer world at a level and with a scope the people in the chamber had not yet perceived. In the central chamber, where moments before the most intense internal battle any of them had witnessed had roared, now reigned a silence that was both peaceful and deeply disturbing. All the creatures that had been in the chamber during the final explosion had been transformed into dark purple crystal statues. The transformation was weirdly beautiful. Each beast was frozen in perfect detail, their final expressions preserved forever in crystalline form. Bloodwind and Ravenspire too were now enormous statues of their last moments as giant beasts. Their forms were magnificent and terrible, hanging on the walls, supported by the crystallized veins as monuments to the power they had wielded and the corruption they had embraced. Celthea quickly left the chamber, moving with the urgency of someone who had felt something terrible happen but still hoped to be wrong. She was tired, exhausted by the effort of maintaining defenses during the final battle, but concern for Lionel drove her beyond her limits. She found him higher up in the outer corridors, where he had been resting with others after advancing a good part of the stairway. Lionel had also been transformed into purple crystal. Wei and the others who had been with him, also resting after being unable to arrive in time to help, having been the first carriers of draconic power fragments, didn't understand what had happened. They could only surround Selphra when she fell to her knees, covering her face with both hands while processing the reality of what had happened, what she had lost. Wei approached along with the other soldiers, not knowing what to say or do. Some had seen Selphra face armies without blinking, had seen her unbreakable determination. Seeing her broken this way was more disturbing than seeing her defeated by any enemy. Back in the central chamber, Julius slowly entered the space that had been the epicenter of the true final battle. He looked at his father, now a statue of pure white crystal that remained upright, one hand still touching the corrupted window of the enemy crystal. The expression on Dragarian's face was peaceful, as if he had found exactly what he had been searching for his entire life. Yet the serenity was both comforting and heartbreaking. Julius sighed heavily, a sound that carried the weight of everything he had lost and everything he now had to bear. He straightened consciously, forcing his posture to reflect the responsibility that now fell upon him. He placed both hands on his own heart and invoked his Qilin horns despite being almost completely exhausted. It was a signal of respect and honor that required energy he barely had, but some things were more important than personal comfort. Despite looking up to maintain composure, he couldn't contain some tears that silently ran down his cheeks. Sirius appeared beside him, having finished dealing with problems outside. He entered the tunnel to try to understand what had happened, and his gaze immediately fixed on Dragarian's statue. He looked at Julius and said nothing for a moment. Words would have been inadequate for the magnitude of what he was witnessing. Instead, he manifested what remained of his celestial tiger and made the same signal of respect. Zhao joined them silently, completing a triangle of respect around the king who had given everything to save his kingdom and family. Outside the ice tunnel, all the warriors were exhausted but alive. Most simply rested, some leaning against others, sharing the type of camaraderie that only comes after surviving something impossible together. A celebratory mood tried to begin when they started realizing that enemies could no longer move, that they had won, that the abyssal threat had been neutralized. But one of the soldiers with a beast that gave him a clear view of what had happened inside the tunnel asked for silence with a sad expression that made everyone else understand immediately. They had won, yes. But they had perhaps lost more than they had gained. The cost of victory hung heavy in the air, making any celebration feel inappropriate and hollow. A few moments later, Julius managed to recover some composure. He stepped forward silently, carefully picking up Larissa, who had remained unconscious after her power fragment was transferred and she saw her father completely turn to crystal. Then he looked at Zhao and nodded toward where Ren lay equally unconscious, exhausted by the massive expenditure of energy he had channeled. Zhao understood immediately and picked him up instantly, treating him with the care due to someone who may have just helped save their entire world. Sirius looked at Ren for a moment with an intense gaze. Then he sighed and closed his eyes, as if coming to some internal decision. When the great majority withdrew from the chamber, a soldier decided to try something. With everything he had left of power, he tried to destroy one of the dark purple crystal statues, the creature he had been about to eliminate before receiving the light pulse when Ren's network shut down in the end. But he realized immediately, when he didn't even scratch it, that the crystal had diamond rank mana density. It was impossible to break for anyone who wasn't mid-platinum or perhaps higher. That and different future tests would lead them all to the realization that these transformations might be permanent. Also in the end, in the exhaustive review over several days of Yaino's castle and city, thousands of statues were found throughout the territory. In the castle, many of the workers who had been corrupted during the occupation had been transformed. Servants, administrators, guards, all frozen in crystal at the moment the purification wave had swept through. But it was in one of the side towers where they made the most emotionally devastating discovery for Ren. They found Han's statue, kneeling, embracing with what could be crystallized tears a girl some years older than him in the same emotive situation. Both had small antennae on their heads and very thin wings on their backs. The brother and sister were frozen in their last moment together, a reunion that had lasted perhaps minutes, perhaps only moments, before being made eternal in crystal. The sight was heartbreaking in its tenderness. After years of waiting, Han had found his sister just in time to share a final embrace. Han's statue would later be moved to Yano at Ren's request, when he learned from Julius that they had found Han. It was one of the few requests he made during the immediate aftermath, and Julius couldn't refuse him after everything he had contributed. Many things happened during the following 2 years due to the events of the war that crystallized the corrupted. Some good, some bad, all of them fundamentally changed by what had happened in that chamber. For Ren, most could be said to have been good. His family had prospered in the new economy that emerged after the war. The restaurant his parents had dreamed of became a reality, successful beyond their wildest hopes as people sought comfort food and familiar pleasures after the trauma of war. The establishment became a gathering place for those seeking normalcy after extraordinary circumstances, a symbol of life continuing despite loss. With the exception, perhaps, of one thing that affected him more deeply than any public recognition or material gain. During those 2 years, he couldn't see Larissa again. She stopped going to school immediately after the events in the chamber. She didn't write him a single letter, despite the fact that before the war they had begun to develop what he had thought was a genuine friendship. In general, she avoided him completely. Maybe as if his very existence was a reminder of something too painful. Ren had tried multiple times to ask Julius to give her a message, but in the end he always received no response. Julius was always polite but distant when asked about his sister, clearly protective of whatever healing process she was going through. Ren's family, when they learned about things superficially, because the full truth was too complex and too painful for him to explain to those who hadn't been there, had told him to allow time to heal wounds. Some wounds take longer than others, his mother had told him with that wisdom that his parents seemed to possess. And some people need more space to heal. His father had been more direct, "You did what you had to do, son. She knows that, even if she can't face it yet. Give her time." But 2 years felt like an eternity to a boy who had grown up faster than anyone should have to, who had made decisions that adults twice his age wouldn't have been able to make, and who carried the weight of having taken something important from someone he cared about even if to save everyone else. The burden was invisible but constant. Every day he wondered if he had done the right thing, if there had been another way. Sometimes, late at night, he would look out his window toward the castle and wonder if she ever thought about him, if she ever regretted her decision to cut him out of her life completely, or if she blamed him for taking her father away even though she had regretted giving permission too late. The questions had no answers yet, and the silence stretched on, but Ren wouldn't give up. If one day he could reach diamond rank, perhaps. But everything in its time. First he would have to grow and develop his beasts more, and his 4th year at the academy might teach him and resolve more things faster than he would have believed possible. Ren was in his 4th year at the academy, and many things had changed. His parents had successfully completed the 1000-day method, transforming their weak plants into intermediate mature weak plants, creatures that now rivaled Bronze 2 beasts in raw power, even approaching silver when considering synergy and vitality alone. The leaves and vines manifesting in their hair now gleamed with a silver-green intensity that made other citizens look at them with respect instead of the condescending pity from before. They were no longer the poor cooks from the outermost district. They now ran the most successful restaurant in the middle district, frequented by minor nobles and prosperous merchants. Fern Pattender smiled as she watched her husband add the finishing touches to their signature sweetroot stew, the now stronger recipe that had once been their son's favorite comfort food. The kitchen of their new establishment was spacious, well-equipped, and filled with the sounds of prosperity, sizzling pans, chopping knives, and the constant chatter of satisfied customers. Ren was right about everything, Fern murmured, her enhanced vines gracefully managing 6 different cooking tasks simultaneously. The natural coordination that came from their improved beasts made their cooking appear almost like performance art. He indeed was, Reed replied, his own plant manifestation carefully seasoning multiple dishes. Though I wonder if he is as happy as should be. Success had brought new challenges. They had begun the 10,000-day method, a cultivation process that Ren had developed specifically for beasts that had already reached their theoretical differentiation limit. It was uncharted territory that they would be the first to explore, an incredibly long period even for people as dedicated as they were. Yet the early results were so remarkable that they never missed a single day with the new method, which was essentially the same process but with slightly more energy density. Their plants now pulsed with energy that should have been impossible for creatures of their original evolutionary line. The twin turtles that Ren had given them had also prospered. Both had reached Silver 1 after absorbing Ren's optimized cultivation methods. But the most dramatic progress had been Ren's own. His fungus had reached Silver 3, a rank that officially placed him among the most advanced cultivators of his generation in the entire kingdom. The other contenders were, in fact, his own friends pushed by the same advantages. The mushrooms in his hair now glowed with a more metallic sheen, and the capabilities they granted had evolved as well. The knowledge that flowed through him had become so comprehensive that he could analyze beast patterns of any tamer in the kingdom. His understanding of cultivation methods, evolutionary paths, and beast biology had reached levels that impressed even the Academy's most senior professors. His Hydra had reached Silver 2, gaining 2 additional size categories in the process. Each evolution brought it closer to gold and to finally obtaining its first extra head, becoming a true Hydra rather than its current single-headed form. The Wolverine, his most recent addition, had reached Silver 1 after a particularly complex cultivation process to guide it through a special development route. This beast granted him not only enhanced regeneration but also elevated his total elemental control to 250%, a power that Ren loved experimenting with constantly. Yet Earth and Light remained his stronger ones by his beast's elemental bias. During practice sessions, he could reshape the training field's terrain with casual gestures. Earth responded to his will like clay in a master sculptor's hands. Light bent around him in seemingly impossible patterns. That power had also been responsible for several recent incidents, where students had ended up in the infirmary after challenging the mushroom genius, a foolish trend that had emerged recently, supposedly to gain popularity by defeating the rising star who climbed the ranks too quickly. They were somewhat right to doubt, the numbers were impressive by any standard. According to his most conservative projections, his fungus would reach Gold 1 before the end of the academic year. His Hydra would reach Silver 3 by semester's end, and his Wolverine would reach Silver 2 by mid-semester. These were milestones that normally took decades for most to achieve, not the first few years of school. At this rate, the famous Gold 1 graduates that rarely appeared in 8th grade would look like a joke. The only person who had managed to surpass him, ironically, was Taro. His friend had religiously followed every cultivation method Ren developed, applying them to his digger beetle with dedication that bordered on obsession. The result was that Taro had reached each milestone approximately 1 month before Ren, an advantage he maintained with quiet but evident pride. "I always knew the beetle had potential," Taro would say with a grin whenever someone expressed amazement at his progress. His confidence had grown along with his power, transforming the once shy boy into someone who commanded respect. This extraordinary progress had brought tangible rewards. The 4 original members of the Grey Wing had been moved to dormitories for high-performance students, more spacious rooms with better facilities and access to resources previously reserved for the Academy's elite. When offered individual private rooms, Min, Lu, Taro, and Ren had decided to maintain their shared living arrangement. The familiarity and camaraderie they had developed during their most difficult years was something none wanted to sacrifice for any additional comfort. "We started together," Ren had declared when the housing coordinator looked confused by their choice. "We'll finish together." Besides, Lu added with a rare smile, who else would tolerate Ren's midnight cultivation sessions or Min's funny talk at dawn? The Academy's support had also increased dramatically. Ren now received 10,000 crystals, 1 bronze gleam crystal, daily, an amount that would have been unimaginable during his early years. He had shattered the record for best student in a crushing fashion for 6 consecutive semesters, earning 12 privilege increases and 6 actual rank promotions. He had been a Silver 3 student with a Silver 3 beast, making the symbolic rank seem like the normal rank. Now, for the new year, he already carried a Gold 1 insignia with Platinum student-level rewards. It was only a matter of time before he became a real gold rank to match his insignia. The school now supported him perhaps more than any student in history. The academy had been forced to negotiate a cap on his resource allocations to avoid extreme expenses, but fortunately, the Ashenway and Dravenholm families had given a subsidized amount to increase the limit. Yet even this generosity paled compared to the income he generated through his written cultivation methods, sales of innovative items, and acquisition of incredibly high-quality resources. Wei, the professor who had once publicly humiliated him, now worked as his personal editor and copyist. The irony wasn't lost on either of them, but Wei had proven surprisingly skilled at refining Ren's technical explanations and making them accessible to less advanced cultivators. "Your understanding is extraordinary," Wei had admitted during one of their editing sessions, "but your explanations often are random or assume knowledge that most people simply don't have. You need to remember what it was like before you knew everything." Together they had produced over 100 cultivation manuals that were sold to the kingdom for prices that would have made the Patenter family of some years ago weep with joy. The millions of crystals he had accumulated represented real wealth, the kind of fortune that could change lives. But Ren intended to cultivate to high levels, and his mathematical skills were sufficient to know that these millions would disappear quickly once he began seeking more gold rank and higher resources for his fungus. A certain banker would surely cry when he started making larger and larger withdrawals. King Dragarian, in his final acts before the ultimate battle, had established a support fund of 1 million extra for Ren. It wasn't enormous by royalty standards, but it provided a steady stream of resources that complemented his other income. More significantly, it had granted him responsibilities in the former Goldcrest territory, lands confiscated after that family's betrayal during the war. Julius, now acting as king in all but official title, despite Victor theoretically having more responsibility, had wisely understood that both Ren and Zhao were at critical stages of their development. Instead of burdening them with full administrative responsibilities, he had asked his brother Arturo to handle the territory's management. While asking little of Ren and Zhao, who only provided ideas and strategies, gradually learning the political and economic aspects of governance while maintaining their focus on personal cultivation. The lessons were fascinating but sobering. Governing wasn't simply about making good decisions, it was about navigating competing interests, managing resources that were never sufficient, and making compromises that left everyone partially satisfied or more often than not, dissatisfied. Politics is like cultivation, Arturo had explained during one of their meetings, except instead of improving yourself, you're trying to improve systems that actively and often dumbly resist change. The former Goldcrest territory remained a source of political tension. Larissa's original plan to dramatically restructure the nobility had lost momentum after the king's loss. Without Dragarian to back aggressive reforms, and with Selphra in a state of grief that affected her political effectiveness, confronting the tens of thousands of high-level tamers who formed the opportunist factions had become impractical. Julius had managed to implement some concessions and light punishments that were democratically supported, but the deeper reforms Larissa had envisioned remained a deferred dream. The noble factions had lost power and influence, but remained what Julius described as a hard bone to crack, without the crushing power of a Dragarian to intimidate them into submission. These incomplete political changes were a constant reminder of the most painful absence of all. King Dragarian remained crystallized in the corrupt chamber beneath Yaino's castle, his form preserved in pure white crystal that no one had been able to move or affect. The mana density in the crystallization was diamond rank, a level of power beyond anything the kingdom could currently handle. The site had become a pilgrimage of sorts for the kingdom's most powerful tamers. They would descend to the chamber, study the crystallized king, and inevitably leave with the same conclusion: it was impossible to move or change. Julius and his brothers had completed 2/3 of the 1,000-day method, hoping that reaching intermediate maturity, which Ren's parents already had achieved as proof, would give them the power necessary to effect their father's crystallization. But after numerous observations and analyses, Ren's fungus had confirmed what everyone feared: the mana density was effectively diamond rank. Not even several mature gold tamers working together would have the power necessary to make a significant difference. Ren had new capabilities thanks to all the accumulated power from the 3 main rings and the dormant seed that had cracked from the dragon's energy. He could now sense mana patterns thousands of kilometers away, analyze power structures previously beyond his understanding, and most importantly, had begun to understand the fundamental principles behind high-level magical crystallization. But he was still far from sufficient. This reality had added urgency to Ren's goal of reaching Gold 1. According to his hopeful calculations, that would be the absolute minimum necessary to analyze the crystal structure with sufficient detail to understand if reversal was even possible. But even reaching Gold 1 wouldn't guarantee anything, it would only give him the tools to determine if there was hope. And then there was Larissa. For 2 complete years, he had had no contact with her whatsoever. She had left the academy immediately after the events in the corrupt chamber, and according to Julius, had withdrawn almost completely from public life to study with a private tutor. The absence gnawed at him constantly. During quiet moments between classes, while walking the academy halls they had once shared, even during his greatest triumphs, thoughts of her would surface unbidden. He had written letters, dozens of them, many still, most of them he never sent. What could he say? How could words possibly bridge the chasm that had opened between them? Ren understood, at least intellectually, why Larissa might need space. She had lost her father in a traumatic way, and he had been instrumental in that loss, regardless of the circumstances. But intellectual understanding didn't alleviate the constant pain of knowing he had hurt someone who had come to matter so much to him. Sometimes Julius would share brief updates: she was progressing well in her studies, her cultivation was advancing, she seemed to be finding some measure of peace. But these fragments only made the silence more profound. His words were always kind but final. There would be no messages passed, no arranged meetings, no forced reconciliation. Larissa had made her choice, and Julius would respect it. So Ren threw himself into cultivation with renewed intensity. If he couldn't fix the past, he could at least try to change the future. Every breakthrough brought him closer to Gold 1, closer to the power that might be sufficient to understand the crystallization that held the king. And perhaps, in some distant hope he barely allowed himself to acknowledge, closer to being worthy of forgiveness from the girl whose father he had helped take away. Ren's classes had changed to reflect his new status. His group now consisted almost entirely of advanced students, who received mostly readapted classes designed to be useful for them at the request of various high-level individuals like Julius, Arturo, and Selfra. Some classes, like Wei's new curriculum, even allowed Ren to integrate his input or deliver most of the lesson himself. The theories he discussed now were complex enough that often he was the only student in class who could fully follow the implications, making translation difficult for Wei and other professors. His days now followed a routine similar to his early academy years but different in status. Morning training with Lin, who had evolved her Panther to Silver 2 and seemed determined to maintain relevance as his personal instructor. Lin had grown more technique intense as the gap between their capabilities widened. Where once she had been the teacher guiding a promising student, now she fought desperately to remain useful to someone whose power was rapidly approaching levels that could make her own expertise obsolete. Again, she would shout during their sessions, sweat beading on her forehead as she pushed both their limits. Your form is still sloppy when you're using more than one element. Power without technique is just mana expensive showing off. Her fawn grew with frustrated determination. The Panther that had once seemed so impressive as her first time at Silver now appeared almost quaint compared to the forces Ren could command. Yet Lin refused to give ground, finding ways to challenge him that relied on experience rather than raw power. Afternoons were dedicated to writing and refining new cultivation methods, work that had begun as financial necessity but now represented his most significant contribution to the kingdom's cultivation knowledge. The methods he developed were revolutionizing understanding of how beasts could evolve beyond their apparent limits. The 10,000-day method his parents were following was just one of them. These were techniques that could allow beasts of practically any lineage to reach ranks previously thought impossible. But his public books still had a cap at Silver 1 this year by Arturo's appeal. The social and economic disruption higher techniques could cause made them hesitant to publish more immediately. And these innovations were already creating enemies. Established cultivators who had based their fortunes and status on monopolizing traditional techniques weren't pleased to see their competitive advantages eroded by a pre-adolescent's publicly available methods. He had begun receiving offers to buy exclusivity of some of his higher techniques, offers generous enough to be tempting but which came with implications that made him nervous. The latest proposition had arrived just yesterday. The sum was astronomical, but the letter's tone suggested it wasn't entirely a request. "Young master patenter surely understands the delicate balance of knowledge distribution," the letter had read. "Some discoveries are too dangerous for widespread application without proper oversight." Apart from the barely veiled threats, there were also those who simply couldn't believe someone so young could have developed such advanced techniques. These skeptics frequently sent representatives to test his methods, challenges that usually ended with the challengers in the infirmary due to the sheer amount of power Ren's multiple sources provided. A considerably taller Ren, after a final growth spurt the previous year, collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. His lean muscles ached in a familiar but intense way after another brutal session with try-hard-fused Lin. Each training session had become a silent competition where she pushed his limits as much as her own. Though lately, Lin was sadly falling behind. The thought bothered him more than he cared to admit. Lin had been his first real supporter, the person who had believed in him when everyone else saw only the mushroom boy with the weakest beast. Now he was outgrowing her guidance so rapidly that their sessions felt more like nostalgia than necessity. He contemplated the long months remaining until the end of the academic year. If his projections were correct, he would be approaching Gold 1 just as fourth year concluded. And then, finally, he would have the tools necessary to confront the crystal problems he had been carrying for just over 2 years. The question was whether he would be strong enough to handle the answers he might find. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with a dim glow, reflecting both the fatigue and frustration that had been accumulating for weeks. The door burst open with a crash that made Ren sigh deeply. The Lord of Mushrooms is very tired from so much grandeur. Min entered with that mocking smile he had perfected over the years. His water snake, now enormous and a respectable silver too, slithered around him with movements that had gained a weird elegance. Ren didn't bother opening his eyes. The Lord of Mushrooms is going to use the Lord of Serpents as a floor mop if he doesn't shut up. There was an edge in his voice that normally wasn't there. The irritation surprised him. Usually, Min's teasing was a welcome distraction, a reminder of simpler times when their biggest worry was passing their next exam. Today it felt like one more demand on social energy he didn't have to spare. "Ooh, threats," Min feigned terror, placing his hands over his body dramatically. Then he smiled, recognizing the opening for a fight. For months they had been following Director Ignatius's recommendations about constant elemental combat. Control only improved with use, and regular battles between roommates had proven effective for refining their abilities. The director had been quite explicit about this during his private class with them. Theoretical knowledge means nothing for elemental control. You could memorize every cultivation manual in the kingdom, but without regular experience, you'll be helpless when it truly matters. You know what? Min moved toward the center of their new big room, where they had cleared a space specifically for these training sessions. I think the Genius Lord needs a reminder of humility. The cleared area bore marks from previous elemental clashes, testament to the intensity of their regular practice. Protective mana enhancements and runes from Ren carved into the floor prevented serious structural damage, but they couldn't eliminate all traces of their battles. Ren opened his eyes, and for a moment seemed to consider ignoring the challenge. But then he sat up on the bed, something in Min's challenge cutting through his fatigue. Fine. Water and wind then. It was their usual arrangement. Min had a considerable advantage in water element combat. His serpent granted him 150% water control, and his more recently contracted amphibian added another 160%, totaling 310%. Additionally, since both were beasts with elemental bias toward water, that percentage was multiplied by 1.5, giving him truly formidable control. Ren, by contrast, only had 250% water control without big elemental bias. To compensate, he usually incorporated wind, which was dominant over water, creating a more balanced battlefield. The elemental interactions were complex, but Ren had long since mastered the framework. Wind could disrupt water's flow, freeze it into ice, or disperse it into mist. The key was also understanding not just individual elements but how they interacted in a three-dimensional space. Ren fused with his multi-elemental Wolverine to acquire some bias, only an extra 25% but always useful against Min's already advanced control. The Wolverine's integration always felt different from his other beasts. Where the fungus brought knowledge and the Hydra brought raw defense and strength, the Wolverine brought adaptability. Min did the same with his serpent, scales shimmering as the bond activated. His scales gleamed with deep blue as water began condensing from the air around him. Within seconds, he had enough water floating around him to launch a serious attack. Ren felt his own abilities activate, the familiar tingle of elemental control flowing through his veins. The sensation never grew old, it was like having additional limbs, extra senses that could reach out and reshape the world according to his will. Controlling elements never lost its wonder and pleasant sensation. Perhaps the most fun and stress-relieving thing to do in his free time. The feeling was addictive in its way. During his earliest years, when the mushroom had first granted him some small control, he had sometimes spent time simply moving water from one container to another, marveling at the fact that it would bend to his intentions. Min attacked first, sending a concentrated torrent of water directly toward Ren. It was a straightforward move, relying on superior brute force rather than finesse. The attack carried enough force to knock a normal person unconscious, compressed water moving with the impact of a battering ram. But Min knew Ren could handle it, this was just the opening move in what would likely be a longer engagement. Ren didn't even move. With a casual gesture, he mixed wind with his water control, transforming Min's attack into a fine mist of ice that dispersed harmlessly through the room. The ice crystals caught the afternoon light, creating tiny rainbows that danced through the air before melting. It was beautiful, but the casual display of superior technique clearly frustrated Min. Seriously? That boring trick again? Min frowned. You're not even going to try to make this interesting? Ren shrugged, forming an ice lance in his hand with movements that seemed almost bored. If you want it to be interesting, improve your technique. The response clearly irritated Min, who had started relaxedly out of habit. So he launched a series of more complex attacks, trying to use his superior water control to create unpredictable patterns. But Ren's enhanced perception and reaction speed made every attack easily predictable. He countered each movement using combinations that required a fraction of the effort Min was investing. The contrast was becoming embarrassing. Min fought with the desperate creativity of someone reaching for every trick in his arsenal, while Ren defended with the casual competence of someone barely paying attention. The battle ended when Ren cooled all the water around Min, effectively cutting off his access to the element. Taro entered at that moment, carrying several books under his arm. "Why are you practicing so early today?" he asked with that tired patience he had developed after years of dealing with Min's antics. Again, Min growled, clearly frustrated by the one-sided nature of their encounter. "What for?" Ren dissolved the ice with another casual gesture, returning the room's temperature to normal. "The result's going to be the same." The dismissive tone was unlike him. Usually, Ren approached their training sessions with enthusiasm, using them as opportunities to experiment with new techniques or help his friends improve their own abilities. Today felt different, colder, more distant. Maybe because we're supposed to be training, not just showing off who's better. Min was right, and normally Ren would have acknowledged that. But today there was something different in his attitude, an impatience that hadn't been there before. The weight of constantly being the strongest, the smartest, the most capable was wearing on him in ways he hadn't anticipated. Every interaction had become a demonstration of his superiority, even when he didn't want it to be. "If it's so easy," Min challenged him, recognizing the unusual irritation in his friend's voice, "why don't you use just wind instead of ice? Or do you need more than the elemental advantage to win?" The question hung in the air between them. Using pure wind against Min's water control would eliminate Ren's primary advantage, forcing him to rely on way superior technique rather than elemental dominance. Ren considered the suggestion. Wind was effective against water, but his control was significantly lower, probably around half of Min's power. Fine, he accepted finally. Wind only. Min smiled, thinking he had finally found a way to level the battlefield. He positioned himself again, this time with more confidence. When combat began, Min immediately went all out, creating multiple water currents that attacked from different angles. It seemed like an intelligent strategy. Even if Ren could control wind a bit better, it would still be difficult to handle so many simultaneous attacks with double the power and rhythm of Ren's element. The assault was genuinely impressive. Water spiraled through the air in complex patterns, each stream following a different trajectory designed to overwhelm any single-point defense. Min had clearly been thinking about this moment, planning how to exploit the limitations of lower-level wind control. But Ren still remained completely motionless. Instead of using wind to counterattack directly, he began manipulating subtle air currents that interacted with Min's water. Each water stream was gently redirected, their trajectories altered just enough so they passed harmlessly on either side of Ren. The technique was almost impossible. It would require insane perception at the level of seeing the world in slow motion. Where Min's attacks were dramatic displays of elemental power, Ren's defense consisted of small and fast adjustments to air pressure and flow. Min was expending enormous amounts of energy trying to penetrate defenses that seemed to require minimal mana and effort. Yet each redirection required perfect timing and understanding of mana that went far beyond normal elemental manipulation. Ren was reading the water's intentions and the mana before Min had fully formed them, anticipating attack patterns and preparing counterflows that would neutralize them without direct confrontation. How? Min stopped, breathing heavily. The frustration in his voice was palpable. He had thrown everything he had at Ren, every technique he had mastered, every trick he had learned over 3 years of dedicated practice. Yet none of it had even touched his target. Intelligent usage, Ren explained simply. You don't need more power if you understand mana patterns better. If you use the energy from your jokes to practice more. The explanation was delivered with clinical detachment, as if Min were a problem to be solved rather than a friend to be encouraged. There was no warmth in Ren's voice, no acknowledgement of the effort Min had put into the fight. It didn't take much longer for Min to become completely exhausted. The sustained assault had drained his reserves faster than he had anticipated. His water snake scales had lost their brilliant luster, and his own breathing had become labored from channeling so much elemental power in such a short time. Arg, Min complained from the floor, his voice muffled by the carpet. Those damn unfair magic eyes. Once a traitor, always a traitor. The victory had been even more decisive than before, and this time Ren hadn't even used the same amount of mana. Where their previous encounter had at least required Ren to at least actively counter Min's attacks, this battle had been won through pure, lazy defensive superiority. Min had defeated himself trying to penetrate defenses that barely registered as a mental effort for his opponent. Taro, who had been watching from his bed after being ignored when he entered, finally intervened. You know, you could have given him this round with a single element for a change. Ren looked at him with mild irritation. What for? He won't learn that way. If he wants to improve, he has to face the reality of where his level is compared to mine. The response was technically correct but delivered with a coldness that made both Min and Taro exchange glances. Besides, you should be grateful for the great advantages you've had with me as your roommate over most students, Ren added, beginning to gather his things. I've rested enough. I'm going to the mines to analyze the new flows and collect for a while. It's just a bit sad to know you can beat us in our specialty with no effort. Taro murmured. Aren't you going to wait for the girls to arrive as always? Min asked from the floor, still trying to catch his breath. They can catch up later if they want, Ren headed toward the door. But I don't want to waste time when I have real work to do. The implication was clear, spending time with his friends was now considered a luxury he could barely afford, secondary to more important pursuits. The casual cruelty of the statement was made worse by how obviously unintentional it was. Lu entered at that moment. His eyes moved between his roommates with that relaxed expression he had never lost, immediately reading the tension that filled the room like smoke. After the door closed behind Ren, the three roommates remained in uncomfortable silence. The sound of Ren's footsteps fading down the hallway seemed to echo longer than it should have. Min gave a quick summary of what had transpired, his voice lacking most of its usual humor. "Ren's having an existential crisis again," Min muttered at the end of his explanation, standing and throwing himself onto his own bed with little care for the scrolls scattered on top. His water snake curled around his pillow, its scales dim with exhaustion. The creature seemed to mirror its tamer's dejection, both of them struggling to understand how completely they had been outclassed. Could this be the famous loneliness of the strongest? From what I heard in the hallways, Lu said, meticulously organizing his own materials, Lin has been consulting with professors about forming a battle duo to face Ren. It's not just us. She's also falling behind. All of that must be accumulating more stress, especially. Taro added grimly. Julius came yesterday with more bad news about Larissa. Another letter returned unopened. The mention of Larissa's name changed the atmosphere in the room. Ah. Min's irritation immediately transformed into concern. Do you think we should leave him alone for now? Lu suggested. When he's ready to talk, he'll talk. Pushing him will only make things worse. Ren walked along the path leading to the mines, his mind already occupied with other thoughts that had been bothering him for months. These weren't about the past but about the present and future. He could see it clearly in the new mining network that had developed around the academy. The mining tunnels had grown exponentially since his early years at the academy, transforming into an enormous network that extended for kilometers beneath the surface. Several new tamers had decided to follow his digger beetle manual to obtain living tunnels. The success of Taro's cultivation until Silver 3 had inspired widespread adoption of Ren's cultivation methods. The first 250 meters of depth had become a safe place to obtain crystals thanks to this expansion and the general increase in ranks among new tamers. Where once students had struggled to find decent deposits within the academy's protected zones, now there were multiple levels of productive mining areas. But with this expansion, a disturbing phenomenon had become clearer to him. Underground mana patterns showed a strange tendency. Dense mana from the depths was slowly rising toward the surface. It was a gradual process, almost imperceptible from year to year, but Ren had been monitoring it meticulously. His observations, shared with Wei during the many hours they spent reviewing cultivation methods, had generated some concern. The data was subtle but consistent. Mana density readings at various depths showed a gradual but measurable increase over time. More concerning were the behavioral changes in deep-dwelling creatures. Wei insisted that the advancement he showed was very slow and could be due to unstudied fluctuations that might recede in a few years. Even if that weren't the case, according to his projections it would take decades, perhaps centuries, before it represented a real problem. For now, Wei had said, it's more an interesting academic phenomenon than an imminent crisis, don't you think? Now, about that technique for the rock lizard at Silver 1. But Ren couldn't shake the feeling that the rate of increase was accelerating. His mushrooms detected subtleties in mana patterns that conventional instruments couldn't capture, and those subtleties told him that something strange was also happening with subterranean creatures. There was another reason for his interest in the deep tunnels. In one of the small veins he had discovered during his early years, he had studied the naturally crystallized formations very closely lately. Since they shared certain characteristics with the crystallization he had seen in King Dragarian. Analyzing these formations gave him hope that he might eventually understand the principles behind the diamond density crystallization. Each sample he collected revealed new aspects of the crystallization process, bringing him incrementally closer to comprehending the forces that had transformed the king. It was slow and frustrating work, but each analysis session taught him something new about how mana behaved when condensed into stable crystalline forms. if he could fully understand the process. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed that the path he was walking was becoming unusually quiet. In the trees bordering the path, Leopold Montclair checked his team's positions for the third time. Everything had been meticulously planned for months, and he finally had the opportunity he had been waiting for. Leopold had once been the pride of his noble family. His cockatrice had reached silver 3 when he was barely 16, an achievement that had established him as one of the most promising prodigies of his generation. The memory of that achievement still burned bright in his mind. The ceremony where his family had celebrated his record-fast breakthrough, the congratulations from other noble houses, the professors who had spoken of his potential in hushed, reverent tones. It had been the culmination of years of careful selective breeding, expensive resources, and dedicated training. Just 3 years ago, masters spoke of him as a future candidate for Gold 1 before 20, and his family had begun making plans based on the prestige and opportunities his talent would bring. Marriage proposals from other noble houses had arrived regularly, each one acknowledging his status as one of the kingdom's rising stars. Business partnerships had been offered based on his future prospects. His younger siblings had looked up to him with the kind of reverence usually reserved for heroes from ancient legends. That was before Ren Patender ruined everything. The cultivation methods Ren had made public had completely revolutionized the landscape. Techniques that were once reserved for the wealthiest elite were now improved and available to anyone. Processes that traditionally took nearly double the time now completed in less time and with fewer resources. Most importantly, the methods eliminated much of the risk and uncertainty that had made advanced cultivation a privilege of the politically connected. For common people, this had been a blessing. Families who had never dreamed of having members reach Silver 1 now watched their children progress toward those ranks with relative ease. The social transformation was profound. Where once magical power had been primarily inherited through bloodlines and wealth, now it could be achieved through dedication and study. The rigid caste system that had defined their society for centuries was beginning to crack under the pressure of democratized advancement. But for Leopold and others like him, it had been a disaster. His status as a prodigy had evaporated overnight when dozens of students began reaching the same ranks he had considered achievements, but in much shorter time frames. Worse still, these new methods made his family's secret technique seem obsolete and inefficient by comparison. Cultivation knowledge that had been passed down through generations of Montclair ancestors was suddenly inferior to freely available manuals written by a 14-year-old. And the most terrible thing, Ren had told him years ago that his cultivation method was wrong. How dare he? The memory still burned. Leopold could recall every detail of that conversation. Ren's casual tone, the way he had dismissed centuries of noble breeding knowledge as if it were amateur fumbling. The audacity of a boy with the weakest possible beast lecturing someone from one of the kingdom's distinguished bloodlines. In his desperation to maintain his advantage, Leopold had committed the mistake that had ruined everything. He had attempted to improve one of the public methods from the academy library. It wasn't an uncommon practice. For generations, advances in cultivation had come from ambitious tamers who took known techniques and modified them slightly, hoping to discover more effective cultivation routes. Selphora and Dragarian were legendary examples of experimenters who had been lucky and achieved spectacular success with their wild modifications. The stories of their breakthroughs were academy legend. Selphora's development of intricate advanced water mana crystallization techniques had made her one of the kingdom's most formidable tamers. Dragarian's innovations in amounts of pure vein energy channeling had elevated him to near mythical status. But for every success story like theirs, there were thousands of cases where modifications led to disaster. Leopold had added what he thought was a minor improvement to the cultivation method for surpassing its Gold 1 cap, but instead had gotten stuck at Silver 3, a small alteration in the crystal absorption sequence that, according to him, should theoretically have accelerated the process. Instead, it had permanently ruined his cockatrice's development. The irony was that Ren hadn't warned him about the school method needing changes, but about his own tendency to not follow even that mediocre method, at least correctly. Leopold vividly remembered being annoyed by that ridiculous warning at the time, considering it excessively rude and having been about to hit the foolish boy if not for Lin's intervention. Now he remembered it with biting bitterness and regretted not having hit the boy quickly to extract information from him. Little did he know that it wouldn't have gone as he thought, even at that point in Ren's development. But there was something more consuming him, the conviction that Ren knew more than he was sharing publicly. The numbers simply didn't add up. According to public information, the spore developed with Ren's new method provided modest but growing increases to more and more characteristics, 10%, 20%, and 30% up to Bronze 2, then 50%, 65%, and 80% at Silver 3. Ren had indicated he expected to achieve a 100% Omni boost when he reached Gold 1. Compared to what his cockatrice would have provided at the same rank, 350% in its main attribute and 210% Omni boost, Ren's spore seemed decidedly inferior. But the math became a bit complex when Leopold tried to account for all of Ren's beasts working together. Ren's Wolverine should give him approximately 120% strength increase, 30% base Omni boost multiplied by 4 for Silver 1, and his Hydra should provide around 200%, 40% base multiplied by 5 for Silver 2. Combined with his spore's 80%, Ren should have approximately 400% total strength increase. It was a respectable amount for someone with beasts none of which specialized exclusively in strength, roughly equivalent to a Gold 2 cultivator. The problem was that nobody could believe 400% was Ren's real limit. The reports of his battles were simply too extraordinary. He had defeated opponents with specialized strength increases that should have been superior to his own. His speed surpassed Tamer's whose beasts specialized specifically in that attribute. His endurance rivaled those who wore complete armor manifested by defensive beasts. Most puzzling of all was his elemental control. Ren demonstrated mastery in all 7 different elements at the level of any high silver with specialization in each one. This was theoretically impossible unless he had 7 beasts specialized in each element, which clearly wasn't the case. The math enthusiasts at the Academy had begun speculating that Ren's fungus, which glowed with a unique golden color different from all other spores studied since then, had special properties. Some theorized that his Omni boost wasn't really 80% or 100% like others following his new public technique would have, but something closer to 400%, which would explain the discrepancies. Even more extravagant theories circulated in private circles about him wanting to have the strongest spore while lying to other people with spores, but all reached the same conclusion: Ren was hiding critical information about his true capabilities. Leopold had spent months studying all available reports about Ren, analyzing every documented battle, every public demonstration. He had learned that Ren possessed special techniques for improving beasts even after cultivation errors, methods that could potentially save Leopold's ruined career. But obtaining that information would require extreme measures, since those techniques remained unpublished for some reason that surely had to do with the boy's disgusting accumulation of wealth. Previous attempts by other nobles to pressure Ren had been amateur efforts, 1 or 2 gold cultivators sent to the mines to intimidate him. These had failed spectacularly due to Ren's power and his gold rank hidden guards, resulting in public humiliations for the nobles involved. Leopold had learned from those failures. But his operation was, according to him, much more sophisticated. He had formed an alliance with a substantial faction of opportunist nobles, those who had lost the most power and influence after the post-war political changes. These nobles had considerable resources and shared motivation to obtain advantages that could help restore their positions. The consortium represented nearly a quarter of the kingdom's remaining noble houses, united by desperation and wounded pride. They had pooled resources that would have been impossible for any individual family to provide, creating a war chest specifically dedicated to neutralizing the patenter problem. Together they had assembled a team of 5 gold 1 and 2 cultivators, each a combat veteran with experience in covert operations. These weren't academy-trained nobles playing at warfare, they were professionals who had served in border conflicts, suppressed rebellions, and handled delicate situations for their employers. Leopold had additionally organized multiple simultaneous distractions. Dozens of students from allied noble families were creating various incidents at the academy and mines, dispersing security attention. Reports were already coming in through his communication network. Several training accidents in the practice yards required medical attention and investigation. Even a few beast escapes from the menagerie were keeping security forces occupied. The plan was elegantly simple to reduce execution errors. When Ren entered the narrowest section of the path, a stretch where dense trees provided complete overhead cover, he would be ambushed and captured. Speed was the key. From there, he would be taken to a secure location where he could be persuaded to share his secret methods. Leopold had spent considerable time planning the interrogation phase. He checked his timer crystal. Reports from his allies' scouting birds confirmed that Ren had left his dormitory 3 minutes ago, following his usual route to the mines. The distractions were underway, keeping professors and security occupied and distant. Everything was proceeding according to plan. He activated his discreet communicator, sending the final signal to his team. In the trees around the path, 5 figures adjusted into position. The combined might would be overwhelming for even someone of Ren's rumored capabilities. Leopold felt anticipation and nervousness as he watched the empty path. After months of planning, he would finally obtain the answers he needed. The secret techniques Ren had been hoarding would be his, and with them, perhaps he could repair the damage he had done to his own cultivation. In the distance, he could see a solitary figure approaching along the path. Ren sensed the mana signatures long before reaching the ambush zone. 5 gold 1 and 2 signatures, each trying to hide with expensive artifacts. For Ren, who had been using 1-2, and one of the best at that, artifacts from the newly discovered chamber, it was no longer difficult for him to detect them. They were using good ones, but to the senses of his superior world mushroom's root network and his jade seed, they were radiating power like bonfires in the night. And his enhanced perception wasn't just about raw detection. Each signature carried information about the wielder's specific types of beasts they had bonded with. Leopold's team might as well have been announcing their presence with trumpets. Subtle vibrations in the ground confirmed the presence of his 2 gold 1 rank guards that Julius had assigned for his protection. A firm tap of his foot against the ground sent response vibrations. Stay quiet. Hold position. He had made a decision that even he didn't fully understand. He could have called for his guards' help, could have changed routes, could have avoided this confrontation entirely. But a part of him that had been growing for months, fed by accumulated frustrations, wanted this. Finally, he thought with satisfaction that slightly disturbed him, something that might require a little effort. The emotional honesty of that admission was worrying. When had he become someone who looked forward to violence? The attackers moved with professionality. All had darkness, wind, or neutral beasts suited for silent attacks. A darkness spirit materialized directly in front of him, an undulating mass of shadows that pulsed with malevolence, shifting between solid and ethereal states. Simultaneously, a darkness serpent slithered from his shadow while seeking an optimal attack position. A minor royal wind eagle dove from the heights, its talons wrapped in air currents that could cut like blades. The raptor's approach was nearly silent, enhanced by wind magic that eliminated air resistance and sound. A royal wind hawk attacked from a different angle, creating an aerial pincer that left no space for vertical escape. And a royal elephant bull charged from behind, each step making the ground tremble with force that could have cracked stone. Everything happened in the space of less than a second. For normal observers, it would have been an impossible to follow coordinated attack. For Ren, time slowed until it became individual frames of movement, each attacker moving with the sluggishness of a swimmer in a honey pool. His mind instantly processed trajectories, elemental weaknesses, counterattack opportunities. He pivoted on his left foot, dodging the eagle's talons by millimeters while his left hand created an ice wall to stop the hawk and his right hand extended toward the darkness serpent attempting to bite his right side. His fingers found the creature's semi-solid form just as it solidified to attack, and he used it as a projectile, hurling it directly toward the darkness spirit. The collision between the two creatures of the same element prevented them from avoiding impact by becoming shadows. Darkness beasts could phase through most attacks, but they couldn't phase through each other, a vulnerability that few combatants could exploit. Ren used the confusion as cover, jumping high just as the elephant bull's massive horns crushed the spot where he had been standing. Now it was his turn. While airborne, Ren extended both hands toward the aerial attackers. Pure mineral shots erupted from his palms, finding the giant winged eagle with precision. Rock as an elemental advantage cut through the hawk's wind defenses like paper, the elemental weakness turning what should have been a minor attack for a gold-rank creature into something devastating. The interaction was beautiful in its simplicity. Wind creatures, for all their speed and agility, were fundamentally vulnerable to earth-based attacks. Their lightweight nature became a liability when faced with solid, grounded force. The hawk tried to change direction, but Ren had anticipated the movement through his knowledge of their flight patterns. His left hand launched another projectile that cut through the air to where he knew it would be. Predicting beast behavior was one of his earliest abilities, refined over years of practice with his fungus's analytical capabilities. Every species had instinctive response patterns that became predictable once you understood their underlying logic. His shots found flesh and feathers, and the hawk fell in a dive with a cry that resonated throughout the forest. Ren landed in a position that would have made Lin smile proudly: perfect balance, weight distributed for immediate mobility, arms positioned for defense or attack as needed. The training sessions with Lin had become muscle memory. The darkness creatures had recovered from their collision, but both showed considerable confusion. The spirit pulsed erratically, its form less defined than before. The serpent had become clumsier, clearly struggling to navigate the complex shadows of the forest. This is still too easy, Ren thought, and the naturalness with which that thought came troubled his fungus. He raised his right hand toward where he knew the serpent was trying to reposition. Light shots erupted from his fingers like bullets, each designed to explode on impact. The serpent tried to become ethereal to avoid damage, but the light fragments harmed it in both forms, physical and spiritual. His next movement flowed naturally from the previous one. A series of shots aimed at the darkness spirit, but it escaped by being called back by its tamer. Everything had happened in mere seconds, but the neutral tamer took advantage of Ren's distraction while attacking the others. The elephant bull launched itself, charging with force that sank the ground under its feet. This time, Ren didn't dodge. He planted himself firmly, extended both hands, and decided to receive the impact head-on. The collision resonated through the ground with waves that were felt quite far away. For a moment, both struggled in perfect stasis. The elephant bull, all its mass and power concentrated at one point, against Ren, who was dragged backward while absorbing every joule of kinetic energy with supernatural strength. It was then that Ren decided to end the farce. His fusion with the Hydra was partial but spectacular. Crystal scale patterns spread across his arms, legs, and torso, each line glowing with power. His muscles expanded, not with mass but with power density, and his strength multiplied exponentially. The elephant bull, which had been pushing with all its strength, suddenly found itself stopped without being able to move its feet even one more centimeter. But Ren hadn't finished. With elemental control that bordered on artistic, he transformed the terrain under his feet. The earth sank, creating a perfect angle of support that channeled all his strength and the bull's force to propel it upward and spin it. The massive animal suddenly found itself flying through the air, its own strength used against it. The technique was pure leverage and timing. The impact when the bull hit the ground resonated with a brutal crack of its back. Ren turned to clap his hands and crush the eagle that was trying to regain flight between two enormous stone blocks. But its tamer managed to recover it on time. The larger flying beast was the attacker's exit ticket. The spirit tamer took advantage again and attempted to teleport. When the spirit tamer materialized directly behind him, Ren had already read the mana and turned around, his long light claws extended in a perfect arc that cut through the shadow armor provided by the spirit as if it were mist. The spirit tamer's scream before barely escaping a deeper cut into the shadows was so satisfying that Ren allowed himself a small, cold smile. The expression felt foreign on his face, but undeniably genuine. When had he started taking pleasure in others' pain? Ren straightened, assessing the damage. All attackers were wounded but not completely knocked out, exactly as he had planned. I'm good at this, he thought, and the satisfaction he felt was more intense than expected. But the tamers had learned from Ren's demonstration of power over their beasts. The boy was undoubtedly a monster and would be difficult to defeat, but they had been assigned this extremely important mission and couldn't return empty-handed. Now it was their turn to merge with their wounded beasts to ignore most of the damage and attack the boys simultaneously with their bodies directly. The figures leaped from hidden positions, each fused with the remnants of their damaged beast's power. They moved with the desperate coordination of professionals who knew they were outmatched but had to try something. Yet the desperation made them more dangerous, not less. Cornered opponents took risks that could sometimes overcome superior power through sheer unpredictability. But Ren saw them coming again as if they moved through gelatin. And he was already bored with this. It was time to use a bit of his real power. Only his right hand completely transformed into translucent jade crystal, the partial fusion between his Wolverine and Hydra creating something that transcended either individual beast. The 3 rings he now possessed allowed him supremely controlled partial fusion that wasn't too taxing. The hand pulsed with concentrated multi-elemental power, capable of, certainly, manipulating multiple elements simultaneously. With a single gesture, he trapped all the attackers in their elemental weaknesses. Even the tree where Leopold, who hadn't dared to attack was hidden, responded to his command. The branches moved like living tentacles, wrapping around the noble and bringing him to the ground. Ren walked slowly toward where Leopold struggled against the roots holding him immobilized. "Weren't you going to come down?" he asked with a voice that was perfectly calm but carried an undertone that made Leopold stop struggling. Crack. The darkness serpent Tamer's arm bent at an unnatural angle. His scream echoed through the forest. Ren felt pity for a moment but forced himself to pretend it didn't bother him. Just feedback, confirmation that his technique had been executed correctly. "This is nothing," he told himself while moving toward the next attacker. "I've killed people who deserve to die almost as much as these ones. These will barely have some broken bones, and they surely would have treated me worse if they caught me." The justification felt hollow even as he thought it. Enjoyment was. The spirit tamer tried to escape using his shadow jumps, but Ren simply grabbed him with his jade crystal hand, cancelled the shadow control, and pulled. The sound of the shoulder dislocating was satisfyingly definitive. "I must be strong to prevent more tragedies, stronger," he reflected, ignoring a desperate, weak cry from the first wind tamer. "But I'm no longer the weak boy from before, right? I'm stronger than the vast majority. And the idiots who keep attacking me need to understand that." He continued. His punishment was brutal. A combination of strikes that Lin had taught him, but executed with force that turned submission techniques into something much more damaging. Ribs cracked under his fists. The tamers kept trying to flee, but the Woodren controlled trapped them, holding them in place while Ren increasingly enjoyed the punishment. The feeling of being so strong is something great, he thought, and the smile that crossed his face would have alarmed anyone who knew him well. "I should believe it more. I should accept that this power is mine now." Leopold tried to free himself, but the roots were too resistant. "Please," Leopold managed to say through the pain, "we can negotiate." "Negotiate?" Ren stood in front of him, a finger from his jade crystal hand positioning itself dangerously close to Leopold's throat. "You brought 5 golds to attack me, surely to kidnap and torture me. What exactly do you think you have to negotiate?" His fungus pulsed in his head, sending signals that felt like warnings, like concern. "Why should we feel alarm?" he wondered, dismissing the sensation. He charged energy into his jade crystal finger, preparing to deliver another lesson in why attacking him had been a mistake. "That's enough." The voice came from behind, sharp and authoritative in a way that made Ren freeze mid-motion. He turned, irritation flashing across his face before he could control it. Leora stood at the edge of the clearing, Luna beside her. Both had their beasts partially manifested in their bodies, ready for action. But they had arrived too late. "It's better to send them with our guards," Leora continued, her voice steady despite the tension radiating from Ren. "So Julius can judge them." You don't need to dirty your hands. For a moment that felt like an eternity, Ren considered ignoring her. Part of him wanted to continue, to finish what he had started. The power flowing through him made everything seem possible, including dismissing the concern in Leora's voice as irrelevant. His jade crystal hand pulsed with barely contained energy, and Leopold whimpered beneath him. The sensation was intoxicating. Complete control over life and death, the ability to end threats with casual gestures. It would be so easy to simply squeeze, to eliminate this problem permanently. Ren saw Leora directly in her eyes with an expression she had never seen before. His own green eyes blazed with an intensity that wasn't completely human, and his jade crystal hand continued pulsing with barely contained energy. Dirty my hands. His voice carried an edge that made both Leora and Luna instinctively step back. I'm not an innocent child. And who the hell do you think you are to tell me what to do? For the first time in years, he was seeing these girls, those pampered princesses, for what they really were in terms of power, inferior. Significantly inferior. What right did they have to interrupt him when he was dispensing well-deserved justice? The hierarchy was suddenly clear to him. He was stronger, more capable, more important. These girls had benefited from his generosity. They should be grateful, not presumptuous. His jade crystal hand moved toward Leopold's throat, who whimpered pathetically before him. A simple squeeze or a simple light shot and this entire problem would disappear. Leopold had planned to kidnap him, torture him for information. Why should he show mercy to someone who wouldn't have shown it to him? But at that critical moment, something impacted against his forehead from within. His small fungus finally manifested by force, pushing through his skin to appear directly on his head. The light veins running through his body dimmed instantly, and the partial fusion in his hand disintegrated, leaving him with a normal human hand. The intervention was jarring, like being suddenly awakened from a dream. The rage and satisfaction that had felt so natural moments before now seemed foreign, imposed from outside rather than generated within. Mushito! Luna screamed, and for the first time since he had known her, her usually controlled voice was full of panic. Help us get Ren to see reason. That's not him. The small fungus pulsed once and with a strange conflicted expression looked down. But Ren didn't calm down. Instead, annoyed by the interruption, he focused on something completely different. That name is ridiculous, he yelled at Luna, his irritation finding an easier target than confronting what his fungus was doing without his consent, evidencing his still obvious lack of control over his main beast. I don't like you using it. Besides, it's my beast, not yours to name as you want. Luna froze as if he had slapped her. During these years, she had been using that nickname for Ren's fungus during their occasional conversations. It was, according to her, something sweet and innocent. For her, that he let her call it that without saying anything was a small intimacy that had developed because they were genuinely friends of both Ren and his unusual beast. She had never thought it would bother him. The nickname had been one of the few purely innocent connections she maintained. In her world where every interaction carried political implications and social calculations, her relationship with Ren and Mushito had been refreshingly simple. Her eyes filled with tears, she tried to blink away, but the hurt was too visible to hide. Leora, she whispered, call the guards. Leora had been observing everything with growing concern. This wasn't the Ren she knew, the boy who had always been gentle with them, who had taught them techniques and shared knowledge without asking for anything in return. This was someone different. Umi, Hana, Hikari, Kira, she called out in a voice that carried perfectly through the forest. The responses were immediate. Mako and Shizu also emerged from the earth as if they had been part of it, their earth-specialized beasts allowing them perfect concealment underground. Their movements were fluid and professional, the result of years of training specifically to protect Ren. Umi, Hana, Hikari, and Kira appeared from the trees behind the girls, dropping silently from concealed positions they had maintained during the entire confrontation. Almost all 6 guards were now Gold 1, their advancement, which had already been accelerated, sped up dramatically by the cultivation methods Ren had developed and shared. In the absence of Larissa, who had once been part of the inner circle of protection, the two of the guards with the Wolverine and the Night Ambusher had been assigned specifically for Ren's safety. Selphira and Julius had more adult Gold 1 guards positioned throughout the academy, but they left these girls as the first shield of defense. Given the level of power both Ren and the girls had achieved, it was difficult to get protection of higher quality. When Ren's fungus had emerged from his head, something had shifted in his mental state. The emotions that had been simmering just below the surface didn't disappear instantly, but there was a clarity that hadn't been there moments before. His thinking felt less clouded, less driven by impulses that weren't entirely his own. But even with that clarity, the irritation and frustration were still real. The stress hadn't magically disappeared. Of the 6 attackers, only 2 remained conscious, Leopold and the elephant bull Tamer. Both began struggling with their restraints, probably realizing their only window for escape was closing rapidly. The guards moved quickly, taking advantage of Ren's attention being focused on Leora and Luna. Mako and Shizu used earth techniques to create extra restraints, while Omi dispatched a small messenger bird toward the castle with a brief report of the incident. Ren, Leora said carefully, watching his face for signs of the darkness she had seen moments before, "You don't have to act like this. You don't seem like yourself." Her words were gentle but direct, the tone of someone who genuinely cared but also wouldn't hesitate to call him out when his behavior warranted it. Ren grumbled, reaching out to grab his fungus from the top of his head. His fingers closed around the small creature, squeezing just hard enough to make it clear he wasn't appreciating the intervention. "It's my beast," he muttered under his breath, pressing the fungus against his chest and forcing it back into his body through sheer will. "And I decide when I need its intervention." The fusion happened roughly, without the smooth integration that normally characterized his bond with the fungus. It was more like forcing a square peg into a round hole, and both Ren and his beast felt the discomfort. Without waiting for more conversation or questions, Ren activated his elemental control of Earth. The ground beneath his feet became liquid, accepting him as if he were made of the same substance. Within seconds, he had melted into the earth, using underground movement to head toward the mining tunnels in a way Leora and Luna could not follow him easily. The message was clear: "Leave me alone." After he disappeared, the clearing fell into uncomfortable silence. Leora turned toward Luna, whose face still showed traces of the tears she had been trying to hide. A small tear finally escaped, trailing down her cheek before she could wipe it away. "It's not worth crying over this," Leora said softly, wrapping her arms around Luna in a protective embrace. "I'm sure it's just the situation with Larissa and the stress. All the time we've known him, he's always been a kind and sweet boy with us. He's given us so much." It was true. Ren had been consistently kind toward both of them, sharing techniques and knowledge that had accelerated their advancement dramatically. He had answered their questions with patience, helped them understand complex cultivation principles, and never asked for anything in return. He had been, in many ways, the perfect educated gentleman despite his relatively humble background. Luna nodded, but her voice was small when she spoke. "That's why it hurts to see him like this." Ren remained agitated as he merged with the earth, moving through the soil as if it were water. But instead of heading toward the established routes that led to the safe tunnels, he decided to go directly downward, entering unregulated zones where the risks were greater. It made sense if he didn't want to be followed. While his 2 guards could track him, at least they never got too close unless he called them. He didn't want to be near people right now. So he wasn't going to follow the safe routes he himself had helped establish. The tunnels covered by living minerals that most students and miners now used were an innovation that had emerged after several Tamers developed living tunnels using Ren's published methods. The material covering the walls of these tunnels was mobile and resistant and formed effective barriers against deep assassins, the most dangerous creatures that inhabited the bronze-ranked mana density zones underground. These creatures had always been the problem for mass crystal prospecting. Before, it was specialized work only for people with a specific profile. It was considered difficult gathering work and wasn't well paid enough for most who could do it to practice it regularly. The work had been dangerous, requiring teams of experienced tamers who could coordinate complex strategies while extracting the not-so-valuable resources. Accident rates were high since the assassins are stealthy, and the specialized knowledge needed to survive in the depths was closely guarded by mining guilds. But with this security improvement, crystal acquisition had been revolutionized. There was already slight deflation in crystal values due to the enormous increase in quantity, but the consumable nature of crystals and the castle releasing the new ones gradually prevented purchasing power from falling too much. The new wealth was allowing more people to become higher-level tamers, democratizing power in ways that would have been unthinkable a decade ago. Villages that had never produced a silver-rank tamer were now graduating multiple candidates each year. The rigid class structure that had defined their society for centuries was beginning to crack under the pressure of accessible advancement. But everything Ren had helped create, today seemed like just another annoyance to him. Digging alone away from those new yellowish tunnels made more sense. Besides, he planned to go much deeper than where the safe tunnels reached. At 200 meters depth, he began to sense the presence of larger worms. Their close presence indicated that the artifact he was using made them believe Ren was easy prey, so he decided to deactivate it to drive them away. The creature's behavior was predictable, they were drawn to weakness like cat moths to the moon's shine. The artifact had been designed to mask his presence, making it easy to hide. But today, he had no patience for such games. Killing worms now would be boring. He had eliminated enough weaklings for today. Finally, he reached the small vein he had discovered years ago. Today there were no visitors, so he sat in silence and calmly began analyzing the naturally crystallized mana formations growing on the walls and in the mana geyser. Platinum rank. The structures were complex, beautiful in their geometry, but frustrating in their density. He could see the patterns up to this quality although he couldn't break them, and he also couldn't completely understand how they related to the diamond rank crystallization he had seen in the king. The relationships should be there, tantalizingly close to comprehension. He could sense the underlying principles that governed how mana condensed into stable crystal forms, but the leap from platinum to diamond remained beyond his current understanding. It was then that his fungus finally spoke. The crack in the jade seed seems to be more problematic than I thought, it told him directly in his mind. It's not closing on its own as I expected. It keeps opening, and the residual energy it absorbed from that day's pulse might be affecting you. Leave me alone, Ren muttered aloud, not bothering to respond mentally. It's not that. I simply opened my eyes to the nonsense I no longer want to be tolerating. The admission felt liberating and terrifying in equal measure. For years, he had accepted criticism, guidance, and interference from others as the price of belonging to a community. Now he was questioning whether that community was worth the cost. I insist, the fungus continued with that irritating patience it always had. I really don't care about your hormonal changes or emotional development. I just want you to become stronger. But getting along badly with those who can help you obtain materials could be counterproductive. There was something more in the fungus's tone, something it wasn't saying directly. As if its own motivations weren't as simple as it claimed. The fungus had always presented itself as purely focused on advancement and power. But increasingly, Ren sensed deeper complexities in his oldest companion's personality. You know, it added after a pause, perhaps, the people I've met through you, aren't completely irrelevant to our development objectives. It was a strange admission coming from the fungus. It was showing unusual consideration for the welfare of other humans. It was as if, after some years of experiencing the world through Ren, it had developed something like affection for the people in their circle. The observation was a bit unsettling. If even his most analytical, emotionally detached companion was developing sentimental attachments, what did that say about the nature of the relationships he was now rejecting? But Ren still interrupted those thoughts with irritation. I can get everything alone anyway. I don't need their help, or their advice, or their fake concerns. His voice was harsher than he intended. Now shut up and let me concentrate. The fungus fell silent, but Ren could feel its presence as a constant unease in the back of his mind. He looked back at the crystallized formations, trying to decipher their secrets. They were platinum rank, but he couldn't discover much about diamond rank from them. The structures in which mana settled didn't have linear increments or logical forms of progression in each rank. At least it was not discernible for his current mind. Each crystal formation seemed to follow its own internal logic, defying the systematic patterns he had learned to expect from lower-rank mana logic. The new complexity was beautiful but impenetrable. Frustration accumulated until he couldn't bear it anymore. "Damn it," he muttered, hitting the wall with his fist. The crystals suffered no damage but resonated with a musical sound, as if mocking his incomprehension. He stood abruptly and began walking deeper, exiting the vein cave, seeking access to the silver rank levels. Maybe there he could better understand the basic patterns or at least check the mana increments again. After 300 meters, he knew that deep killers and living tunnels maintained constant survival battles. The greater killers could already destroy tunnel walls with more sophisticated techniques, while the tunnels had to constantly strengthen their structures and repair damage caused by those stronger predators. The ecosystem was always brutal. Predator and prey locked in an endless dance of adaptation and counter-adaptation, each side evolving new strategies to overcome the other's defenses. It was exactly the kind of dangerous zone where none of the weak new tunnel builders would dare to venture. "Are you going to see how deep you can go again?" the fungus asked with a tone suggesting it already knew the answer. "It's perilous to go so deep again without support." Ren ignored it, but formulated an excuse anyway. "I'm going to look at the differences in mana accumulation. At higher levels, you can better see how crystallized structures form and the increase toward the surface." The explanation was technically true but incomplete. He was interested in the mana patterns, but that wasn't his primary motivation for venturing into dangerous depths. The fungus sighed mentally. It was a fake and strange sound coming from a creature that technically didn't breathe. "You can't fool me when we share the same body," it told him gently. "I can feel your real emotions. This isn't about research. It's about escape." The observation cut deeper than Ren wanted to admit. His fungus knew him better than anyone, better than he knew himself sometimes. "It's not about escape," Ren replied, but his voice sounded less convincing even to himself. "It's about doing things my way, without constantly being told what I should do or how I should act. And if we find something dangerous down there and you end up exhausted without being able to climb up, then we face it," Ren responded with more confidence than he felt. "There's nothing more dangerous than me where I'm going. Do you think Julius will know what to do?" Luna asked, glancing toward where the guards were securing the attackers. "Julius has been dealing with a lot of stress as well," Leora replied thoughtfully. "With everything that happened with his father the king, running the kingdom, trying to manage all the political factions. Perhaps he understands better than anyone what Ren is going through." One of the female guards approached them carefully. "Are you all right, ladies?" Umi asked, her professional demeanor not quite hiding her concern. "Did young Sir Ren hurt you?" "Physically, everything is fine," Leora answered. "But..." She didn't need to finish. The guards had seen enough of the confrontation to understand what had occurred. "We will report everything to His Highness Julius," Mako said from where she was binding Leopold more securely. "He will know how to handle this." This wasn't the first time Ren had descended to depths greater than silver rank. During the past 2 years, he had made regular expeditions to the denser mana layers, but always with limitations. His roommates, classmates, and the girls frequently accompanied him, and although he could have protected them, he had never wanted to risk them too much. Now, as he descended through natural tunnels that became progressively more dangerous, he wondered why he had limited himself for them. They shouldn't be his responsibility. He hadn't asked to be their protector. The thought felt liberating in a way that disturbed him. "Because you care about them," the fungus whispered in his mind. When had concern for others become a burden rather than a motivation? When had he started seeing their limitations as chains holding him back rather than challenges to help them overcome? But Ren ignored the comment. He was still in high silver ranks, he had to advance further to reach where he wanted to go. The creatures that inhabited these depths could sense his approach long before seeing him. Most instinctively moved away, recognizing a superior threat. The ecosystem dynamics were fascinating to observe. Each creature had evolved precise survival instincts that let them gauge threat levels through mana signatures alone. The fact that so many were actively avoiding him spoke to how dramatically his power had grown. But those beasts that weren't intelligent enough to flee met quick and efficient death. A greater deep killer tried to ambush him from a lateral crevice. Ren didn't even bother summoning a beast. A simple pulse of light energy reduced the creature's torso to ash that dispersed in the mana-charged air. He was looking for some proboscis, so he stored it, though one of this level wouldn't serve him personally. The extraction was casual, almost reflexive. Where once he would have studied the creature's anatomy with scientific curiosity, now he saw only resources to be harvested. Some other common beasts got in his way and ended up the same. Each death filled him with cold satisfaction that he found increasingly natural. Finally, he reached the Gold 1 rank zone, where mana density was high enough that the air itself glowed with faint golden luminescence. Here he had several specific objectives. First, analyze naturally crystallized formations to better understand high-density patterns. Second, hunt a deep terror to extract its characteristic proboscis, which would be perfect for improving the spear he had been developing as a hobby. Third, eliminate a royal deep worm to obtain its specialized teeth, necessary for improvements he planned to make to his bow's arrows. Both weapons were personal projects that entertained him and that he had been refining with Isaac for years. His current spear, forged with silver 3 rank materials, was effective but already limited for his level. A deep terror spike would allow him to create something that could penetrate platinum rank defenses. The crafting projects represented one of his few remaining sources of pure enjoyment. Working with Isaac to design and create weapons combined technical challenge with artistic expression in ways that pure boring cultivation could never match. Fourth, prospect crystals and rare materials for sale. Prices in upper rank layers were exorbitant for materials from these depths, mainly because very few tamers had the power necessary to hunt them safely. The economics were simple and profitable for someone like him. Risk created scarcity, scarcity drove prices, and he was one of the few people capable of operating in these zones without significant danger. And finally, if he felt confident enough, he wanted to explore whether he could reach the abyssal layer that Julius had told him about alone. After a while, the heat had become intense, he had finally reached gold depth. His first serious encounter was against the most common and abundant creature in the depths, a royal deep worm. The entity emerged from the side wall like a living torpedo, its segmented body the size of a train tunnel. Its skin was a mass of overlapping plates that glowed with concentrated earth energy, and its mouth was a circular abyss filled with concentric rows of teeth designed to grind stone and metal. The approach was terrifyingly swift. Where most creatures in these depths relied on stealth or ambush tactics, the royal deep worm strategy was pure overwhelming force. Its size alone was enough to devour in one bite or crush most opponents before they could mount an effective defense. Ren summoned his Hydra completely. The beast that materialized was about 4 meters tall, impressive but very small compared to the enemy. Against a gold 1, it seemed at a disadvantage since it was only silver 2, but being dramatically affected by the boosts from Ren's rings and synergy with his other beasts. Normally, a silver 2 rank beast would have no chance whatsoever against a gold 1. The power difference was about 5 times greater, too significant to overcome through technique alone. But Ren's Hydra operated under completely different parameters. It had that boost of almost 700%. The mathematics of beast combat were predictable. A silver 1 Hydra was approximately 10 times more powerful than a bronze 1. A silver 2 was twice as powerful as a silver 1, while a silver 3 was 3 times more powerful than a silver 1. A gold 1 rank Hydra would normally be 10 times more powerful than a silver 1. But Ren's silver 2 Hydra, amplified by his rings and synergistic beasts 7 times over, was effectively 14 times more powerful than that standard silver 1. This made it 1.4 times more powerful than the rank of the deep worm he was facing. It wasn't an overwhelming advantage, but it was more than sufficient for a Hydra, the rarest but most dominant creature of the depths. Ren's beast wasn't as massive as the worm, but it compensated with superior strength, endurance, speed, agility, and elemental control that the worm couldn't match. The Hydra's advantages also went beyond raw statistics. Its combat intelligence was orders of magnitude higher than the worm's instinctive aggression. Where the worm relied on brute force and overwhelming size, the Hydra could adapt tactics mid-battle. It should be good entertainment. The worm attacked with the desperate ferocity of a respected giant that suddenly found itself being hunted. Its mouth opened, revealing a tunnel of rotating teeth that could have pulverized a tank. The sight was genuinely intimidating. The worm's maw was large enough to swallow his Hydra whole, and the grinding sound of its teeth created a weird mechanical roar that resonated through the stone around them. The Hydra responded with speed, dodging the danger zone and staying to the sides of the creature. Its jaws, with enormous teeth, wrapped around the worm's segmented body from multiple positions, using pure strength to tear away large sections. But Ren wasn't satisfied with a straightforward battle between beasts swimming through earth that he couldn't watch completely with his eyes. With a broad gesture of his arms, he expanded and hardened a large spherical chamber around the three-dimensional fight. The walls, ceiling, and floor solidified with mana until they became harder than bedrock, forming a perfect arena where the worm could no longer swim through the earth or escape. The terrain transformation completely changed the combat dynamics. The worm, accustomed to using its underground movement ability as its primary advantage, suddenly found itself limited to a two-dimensional space where all advantages were on the Hydra's side. By reshaping the battlefield to eliminate his opponent's strengths while emphasizing his own beast's advantages, Ren had turned what might have been a longer interesting fight into an inevitable victory. The battle became a demonstration of sad and impossible-to-counter superiority. The Hydra's crystal head began to glow to invoke light blades over its already enormous teeth to more easily destroy the worm's defensive plates. The Hydra's teeth, though smaller than the worm's initially, were now larger and specialized for the work. Also, instead of trying to destroy the defensive plates through pure brute force, they cut the exact separation lines and applied pressure until the plates separated like puzzle pieces. The worm fought valiantly, or at least struggled hard, but it was still being dismantled piece by piece. Ren watched from an elevated position he had created for himself, his eyes glowing with cold satisfaction as his beast executed the hunt. This is what power feels like, he thought. This is what I'm really capable of with just one of my beasts when I don't have to worry about protecting others. The observation felt like a revelation. For so long, he had been constrained by the needs and limitations of those around him. Here, alone with his true capabilities unleashed, he could appreciate the full extent of his strength. The fungus in his mind remained silent. The battle ended when the Hydra finally gained access to the worm's vital organs. The crystal head penetrated through a particularly weakened joint that instantly paralyzed the creature's systems. The deep worm became motionless, its vital systems shutting down one by one until only a massive carcass remained. Ren descended from his perch, genuinely pleased with the energy efficiency of the hunt. He drew his improved dagger, now with gold density thanks to improvements from Isaac, now a double Tamer. First, he extracted the core, a sphere the size of his fist that pulsed with concentrated earth energy. It wouldn't be valuable by itself, but it would be useful for egg crafting projects. The core support tissue extraction required careful precision. Damage to the mana system structure would reduce its effectiveness for future applications, so he took his time to remove it cleanly. Zhao's treatment had given him some insight on how to use it for some new projects. Then he began the meticulous process of extracting the teeth. Each one was the size of a dagger, curved and serrated in ways that made them perfect for penetrating. Carefully, he removed the best specimens, those without cracks or imperfections that could weaken the weapons he planned to create. The selection process was both art and science. Each tooth had to be evaluated for structural integrity, optimal curvature, and material density. Only the finest would be worth incorporating into his weapon designs. Finally, he began the process of converting the rest of the worm into useful resources. Before completely incinerating the carcass, he removed the best defensive plates. They were naturally enchanted with resistance properties and would have decent value in the specialized materials market. With controlled fire and wind, plus moisture absorption with water control, he dried the flesh until it was reduced to powder, highly concentrated vitality powder. It was a process he had perfected over years. The technique was different from using a mana and vitality sucker beast to do the job. This required precise elemental control to maintain optimal temperatures and moisture levels throughout the dehydration process. Too much heat would destroy the beneficial compounds, too little would leave the meat vulnerable to decay. Everything was carefully stored in his Wolverine's dimensional stomach. His beast's storage capacity was impressive, the best compared to some alternatives. And although Julius's Gold 1 Wolverine had 10 times more space than a Silver 1 Wolverine, Shadow Wolverines naturally had double the capacity of Earth Wolverines. Ren's wasn't a shadow type, it was even better, with double the capacity of a standard Shadow Wolverine. But due to its relatively low rank, Julius's still had 2.5 times more available space. However, when Ren's Wolverine reached the same rank as Julius's, it would have 4 times more capacity. It was a significant advantage that would be worth it in the long run. For now, the available space was more than sufficient for his needs. He continued filling the storage with the best crystals he found while descending deeper, each specimen carefully evaluated and mentally catalogued. Ren allowed himself a smile while contemplating his growing collection. This expedition alone would provide him with enough resources to fund several weeks of advanced cultivation, and he had barely begun. There were more things to hunt in these depths, more treasures to claim. And for the first time in months, he felt completely in control of his own time. The fungus remained concerningly quiet, but Ren decided he could live with its silence or disapproval. He stored the last crystal and continued his descent toward greater depths, where he hoped to find the greater deep terrors he needed to complete his weapon upgrades. The hunt was just beginning. The ecology of the depths changed dramatically once creatures reached gold rank. It was like crossing an invisible line where all previous rules of the underground ecosystem were completely rewritten. The lesser deep terrors that Ren had been seeking still behaved in some ways like the deep killers they evolved from, aggressive, territorial, dependent on quick ambushes and paralyzing surprise attacks. But when they reached gold, their strategy evolved towards something much more sophisticated and passive. They no longer had the natural evolutionary advantage of being fast predators with superior abilities. Deep worms had become much faster and more resistant with thicker layers, and their enormous vitality thanks to their massive size didn't allow them to be easily paralyzed. Living tunnels had developed a completely opposite, more passive strategy. Instead of constantly working with worms, they now lived alone, encysting themselves in enormous crystal chambers to passively absorb mana from the environment in their huge spheres that terrors could very rarely find and penetrate. The addition of other monsters that controlled broader deep zones like shadow mimics and two-headed hydras that could compete with them head-on made active hunting even riskier. This ecosystem evolution had forced deep terrors to also remain still and become highly specialized opportunistic hunters. Ren knew, thanks to his knowledge, about their new strategy, but seeing it in person was something completely different. The cores they collected on their backs from previous prey combined with a long sticky organic network, extensions of their own bodies, to form a temporary reinforced mana web, similar to a weighted net but much more sinister. It wasn't a traditional spider's web, but rather depended on the terror's long, adapted legs, each acting as a sensor, appendage, and weapon simultaneously. Once a beast was trapped in this web, the terror embraced it forcefully, buried its long and powerful proboscis, paralyzed and slowly absorbed, no matter how much the victim writhed. The process could take some minutes, keeping the prey conscious while being drained of all its mana and vital energy. The technique was horrifically efficient. Unlike the quick kills favored by lower-rank predators, gold-rank terrors had learned that slow extraction maximized resource acquisition while minimizing energy expenditure. The enormous size of gold terrors, their extreme territoriality over their core collections, and their new less aggressive but more efficient strategy had ultimately resulted in a much smaller population of the species in this more competitive layer. From being abundant hunters, they had become solitary creatures that claimed vast territories and core collections, defending them to the death. Ren advanced through the Gold 1 layers, finding abundant evidence of this new predatory hierarchy. He eliminated some deep worms, each falling to his Hydra's superior combination of power, speed, and technique. The crystals accumulated in his Wolverine's dimensional storage, along with teeth, defensive plates, cores and other valuable materials. Each victory reinforced his growing confidence. The creatures that had once seemed powerful now felt manageable, even routine. The systematic nature of resource extraction was also becoming almost meditative. He discovered a giant royal living tunnel cyst, a crystalline structure the size of a 3-story building that pulsed with life. Breaking the outer shell required concentration, but the creature and its home represented expensive cultivation materials. Self-repairing gold-rank living crystals, and materials similar to those from worms but a bit more resistant. His most impressive encounter in Gold 1 was with a wild 2-headed hydra he had found sleeping in a natural crystal chamber. The creature trusted its natural diamond defenses so much that it had completely lowered its guard, allowing Ren to get close enough for a surprise attack. The partial fusion he used on himself to eliminate it was so brief that it barely cost him energy. His jade crystal hand became a long sword of mineral that pierced through the defensive scales as if they were paper, finding the neural connection point between the two heads. A clean cut, and the hydra collapsed without even fully awakening. The diamond plates were an acquisition that brought him nostalgia, though their high value no longer seemed as impressive to him. The casual nature of the kill was almost disturbing. The hydra's reputation as a fearsome predator meant nothing to him now. But after 2 hours of successful hunting in Gold 1, Ren realized he hadn't encountered a single deep terror. I suppose I can find one further down, Ren thought, beginning his descent toward the deeper layers. The transition to Gold 2 wasn't very dramatic, but differences in the environment could be noticed. The crystals in the walls had grown somewhat larger, and Ren felt higher mana pressure and heat, but all was still manageable for his 3 beasts. His adaptation to extreme environments was progressing faster than he had anticipated. And finally, Ren sensed what he had been looking for. A deep terror's web. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but his enhanced perception could detect the mana patterns extending through a sizable area. The web's nodes were cores from previously hunted beasts, each pulsing with residual energy that created a hypnotic sound for creatures highly sensitive to vibrations. Ren smiled with cold anticipation. Finally. He positioned himself carefully, using his earth control to move through the walls and appear directly behind the creature. Position was critical. Deep terrors were vulnerable from behind, where their web and powerful proboscis couldn't reach. The terror he found was approximately the size of a small house, but its form was utterly disturbing. Dozens of long, hairy, articulated legs extended from a compact central body. Its proboscis extended from the front of its body like a living spear, capable of piercing 2-meter-thick armor and draining a victim's vital energy in a matter of minutes. The creature's appearance defied easy description. It was as if someone had taken the worst aspects of multiple creepy species and combined them into a single nightmare entity. This time, Ren knew his Hydra alone wouldn't be sufficient. The terror's mana density was approximately twice as strong as the deep worm he had eliminated earlier, and its superior intelligence made it a much more dangerous opponent. He summoned both his Hydra and Wolverine simultaneously. The 2 beasts materialized on either side of him. Together, they should be comparable in power to the terror, but the battle would depend on strategy as much as brute force. Ren began by expanding a spherical chamber around the entire battle area again, completely sealing the combat space. The walls solidified until they became harder than normal at this depth, eliminating any possibility of the terror escaping or using its web arrangement to gain advantage. But the terror's reaction was immediate and intelligent. Its legs moved with fast lethality, each attacking from a different angle while the cores at their extremities generated mana pulses on impact that functioned like energetic morning stars. The Hydra responded by moving independently, intercepting and biting different legs, while the Wolverine used superior agility to avoid the mana pulses and attack from a distance with elemental attacks to seek openings in the Terror's defenses. But the Terror had been hunting in these depths for decades. Its individual resistance and intelligence proved to be quite more sophisticated than Ren had expected. The legs weren't just for attacking but also moving along curved walls in what was virtually still three-dimensional combat for the creature. They also functioned as distraction weapons, creating a forest of threats that made locating and attacking the real body a logistical nightmare. Each time the Hydra or Wolverine approached the central body, a leg appeared to block the attack while other legs attacked from blind spots. The mana pulses from the cores created disruption zones that interfered with the coordination of Ren's beasts. The combat was becoming a complex dance of positioning and timing. Every attack had to be calculated not just for its immediate effect, but for how it would affect the overall situation. Frustration began to grow in Ren as the battle extended. Every attack seemed to be perfectly countered, every strategy neutralized by the Terror's superior intelligence. This is taking too long, he thought, feeling his energy drain from maintaining two beasts simultaneously in intense combat. He made a decision that would have been impossible without his three rings. He fused his Jade Wolverine with his Diamond Hydra. The two beasts combined into a creature that transcended the power of either individual form. A reptilian quadruped emerged, its body covered in jade crystal scales. It was approximately 1.5 times more powerful than the two individual beasts combined. Normally, this fusion would have created two copies of the fused creature, and Ren would have been able to manifest one within his own body for a total power boost of 300%. But having the three rings allowed him to use this fusion partially, applying it only to his external beasts and conserving enormous amounts of energy. The 50% power increase for his beasts proved to be exactly what was needed to break the stalemate. The new fused creature had the combined durability and elemental control, especially in earth and light, of both creatures. It began systematically destroying the Terror's legs, using superior speed and power to overwhelm the creature's defenses. The cores that had functioned as morning stars were crushed or separated from their host limbs, eliminating both weapons and sensors. The Terror fought valiantly, but like the worm earlier, its anatomy worked against it in close combat. Its powerful proboscis could only attack from the front, which was why it had developed the web strategy and specialized legs. Without those advantages, it was exposed on its flanks and back. Ren's fused beast exploited this weakness ruthlessly. With most legs destroyed and its mobility severely compromised, the Terror made a desperate final attack. Its proboscis extended toward Ren himself, trying to bypass the beasts and attack the Tamer directly. Ren caught the proboscis with his bare hand, having manifested a bit more of the partial fusion in time. The contact sent shockwaves of raw energy through both combatants, but Ren had been annoyed by the surprise. His three rings flared with power, and his system overcharged, then the boy responded by channeling and redirecting the energy back into the Terror. The feedback loop destroyed the Terror's system in seconds. The massive creature collapsed, its vital systems shutting down one by one until only a valuable carcass remained. Ren deactivated the fusion, feeling both satisfaction and slight exhaustion as the individual beasts separated and returned to their normal forms. The Terror's proboscis was exactly what he had been looking for. Gold too, perfectly preserved in his hand, and with enchantments that would make the spear he planned to create significantly more effective than anything available commercially. Though maybe a gold 3 wouldn't be impossible, he thought while examining his prize. I'm already here, and if I can handle a gold 2 this well. After contemplating for several minutes, Ren made a decision that his fungus clearly disapproved of. He would carefully store the proboscis, collect any other valuable materials from the Terror's carcass, and continue descending. Gold 3 awaited. The fungus remained silent, but Ren could feel its growing concern as a constant pressure in the back of his consciousness. The Gold 3 layer was different from anything Ren had experienced before. It wasn't just that the creatures were stronger, it was that their strength varied in unpredictable and dangerous ways. Gold 3 represented the transition toward platinum, and many of the beasts that inhabited these depths were in different stages of mana accumulation. Big accumulation. A Gold 3 creature needed to store just over triple its common mana to ascend to the next level, which meant encountering one of those creatures almost ready to evolve was usually very dangerous. Most tamers who needed to traverse this layer did so with extreme stealth, hiding and passing unnoticed to avoid unnecessary confrontations. It wasn't a matter of weakness, it was simple survival common sense. But Ren wasn't interested in stealth. His confidence, inflated by easy victories in the upper layers, had convinced him that he could face anything these depths had to offer. That arrogance was brought to light by his fungus, but Ren ended up ignoring it again. The subconscious desire to release stress had pushed him to prioritize his superficial desires over everything else. Each time his fungus offered counsel or caution, Ren found it easier to rationalize, ignoring the advice. His first serious battle was against a massive crystal cocoon that had been accumulating energy for decades. The body composed entirely of living crystals reflected and amplified every attack it received. Each blow an attacker launched became 3 counterattacks coming from different angles. But Ren's knowledge provided him with the solution, and his wood element, with great advantage, opened a path for his attacks. The fight was elegant in its simplicity once he understood the creature's mechanics. Where others would have been overwhelmed by taking the reflected damage, Ren could manipulate the crystal formations directly, turning the creature's greatest strength into its weakness. The second confrontation was against a duo of nightmare shadow mimics that moved as one. Ren had to use his partial fusion just to keep them at bay, creating light fields that forced them to maintain solid forms to approach and attack. Even so, eliminating both creatures together required elevated energy expenditure. The mimics' coordination was unnaturally precise, as if they shared a single consciousness distributed across 2 bodies. But it was his encounter with the Leviathan worm that really worsened his situation considerably. The creature emerged from the depths like a tsunami of flesh and magical mineral. Its body extended for more than 20 meters. But what made it truly terrifying was that it was halfway through ascension to platinum. Some parts of its body had crystallized spontaneously, creating natural armor that was practically indestructible to other creatures of this level. Its attacks cracked even the reinforced chambers that Ren created to contain the battles. The fight was brutally one-sided during the first few minutes. His beasts, even fused, could barely make a dent in the creature's dense mana defenses. It was only when Ren realized that the ascension and crystallization process, which he had been studying so closely lately, had made certain segments of the Leviathan's body unstable that he could find a winning strategy. By attacking with a rhythm that initiated a dangerous feedback, specifically targeting zones where mana was in transition. The technique required perfect timing and understanding of how mana behaved during the transitions. And it was dangerous not just for the target, but for anyone in the vicinity when the feedback reached critical levels. The result that reminded him of the explosion of his first minor worm was spectacular and in a certain way also horrible. Entire sections of the Leviathan exploded from within as its own accumulated mana turned against it. The creature died with a roar of agony, its cry resonating through the underground tunnels. Ren had won, but the cost had been high. His energy reserves were quite low, and both his Hydra and Wolverine showed signs of exhaustion. "We should return," his fungus warned him. "We've pushed too far. You can try to obtain another proboscis and reach the corruption level on another occasion." "One more battle," Ren murmured, observing the depths that extended further below. "I just want to get a Gold 3 proboscis since we're already here." His desires continued to be the top priority. And there it was, a greater deep terror that had been hunting in these depths for years, maybe decades. It was twice as large compared to the Gold 2 terror he had eliminated earlier. But Ren was determined. This would be his ultimate test, the demonstration that he had truly surpassed the limitations of common tamers. The battle began badly and worsened rapidly. The greater terror wasn't just stronger than the previous one Ren had faced, it was more intelligent. It had survived in the most dangerous depths of the underground world by developing strategies that bordered on tactical genius. Its web wasn't simply for detecting prey, it was a complete control system. It could manipulate illusions with its spheres through mana impulses that made attacks miss by critical centimeters. The Terror's legs moved so fast in an attack cadence that required Ren to use all his perception capacity and process 30 simultaneous threats, each with unique timing and trajectory. The complexity was overwhelming. Each leg movement created ripple effects that changed the positioning of other limbs. After a few minutes of intense combat, Ren realized he was losing and exhausting the last of what he had. His Hydra and Wolverine had deep wounds. "We need maximum fusion," he told himself. All or nothing. Maximum fusion was something that tripled his power. It combined not only his beast's boosts at 150%, but also himself, synergizing a total of 300%, creating a form that completely transcended individual capabilities. But the cost was immediate and severe. Ren felt large chunks of his remaining energy drained to fuel the transformation. Every cell in his body contributed energy to the transformation, leaving him feeling hollow even as his capabilities soared. The battle changed instantly. Now Ren's team and his fused beast dodged the Terror's counteroffensives with movements that seemed to violate the laws of physics. The Terror's legs, which had seemed impossible to follow moments before, began to look slow under tripled perception. The cores and legs were ripped away, eliminating both weapons and sensors from the Terror's possibilities. But energy would run out soon. Even at this rate, he needed a precise attack. Ren feared damaging the proboscis with a powerful light ray, but time was pressing. He only had a fraction of a second to prepare his final shot. He concentrated most of the fusion's remaining energy. The resulting attack was like a laser of pure destruction that cut through the air toward the Terror's core system. His aim was perfect. The Terror's proboscis received no damage. The beam continued, piercing through the main body and eliminating vital systems without damaging most of the parts Ren wanted to harvest. The greater Terror collapsed, its massive limbs twitching once before becoming still. Ren deactivated the fusion and immediately fell to his knees, gasping. The world around him spun as his energy levels plummeted toward dangerous territory. "That was too much," the fungus murmured. "We barely have enough energy to hide and crawl back in the return trip." But Ren was smiling as he looked at the carcass. The Gold 3 proboscis he had wanted was intact, along with other materials that would make this expedition worthwhile. The satisfaction was intoxicating. He had achieved exactly what he set out to do, proven his capabilities beyond any reasonable doubt. It was then, while he was concentrating, that his energy-depleted senses failed him completely. The shadow mimic had been stalking him since his battle started. The creatures were pure opportunism in physical form, scavengers that survived by waiting for other predators to weaken themselves in combat, then striking when defense was lowest. This one had been patient, waiting for exactly this moment when Ren's energy reserves were at their most vulnerable. The attack came from directly behind him. His depleted mana network couldn't detect the approach. Ren barely managed to throw himself sideways, but one claw raked across his shoulder, tearing through flesh and drawing blood that steamed in the high mana and heat environment. His defensive reaction was purely instinctive, which absorbed most of the impact but left him sprawled on the ground with his energy reserves almost exhausted. The shadow mimic loomed over him, its form shifting and changing as it prepared for a killing blow. The creature's appearance was fluid nightmare, always maintaining just enough coherence to be recognizable as a mimic. "This is how it ends," he thought with surprising calm. "Not in greatness, but because I got greedy." The mimic's claws descended toward his throat. And suddenly stopped, held by hands that glowed with golden energy. "Do you always have to do things the most dramatic way possible?" Julius asked, his voice carrying both relief and exasperation as his fused Qilin and Earth Wolverine helped him overwhelm the mimic. The rescue had arrived just in time. Julius was an expert at last-second saves. And perhaps the lessons Ren had learned here would stay with him for much longer. But even through his exhaustion and relief, Ren couldn't help feeling a stab of irritation at needing rescue at all. Julius observed the shadow mimic exhaling its last breath of life, pierced through by stakes made of his overwhelming earth elemental control. With 750% base control, a level Ren could reach with his maximum fusion tripling his base 250%. Julius had a strong specialized element. But it wasn't his base control that Julius had used. When he fused completely, his numbers tripled to 2250%, a power that turned the earth itself into an extension of his will. The creature hadn't had any chance whatsoever. The minerals had violently separated its body. He turned toward Ren, who remained on the ground, breathing heavily, his energy reserves almost completely exhausted. The expression on Julius's face was complex, relief, annoyance, and something that could have been understanding. But Ren's expression. "Did I do something wrong by saving you?" Julius asked, though his tone wasn't completely critical. Ren looked at him with an expression he himself wouldn't understand, his features still showing some of the annoyance that someone as entitled as Jean would show to his rescuer, mixed with the confusion of someone who had expected to die moments before. For a moment, Julius wondered if the boy would have preferred to face the consequences alone, if being rescued was somehow something terrible he couldn't tolerate. The reaction was telling. Most would have been purely grateful for rescue from certain death. The fact that Ren's face was showing irritation rather than relief spoke to how his priorities had shifted over recently. But losing Ren wasn't something the kingdom could afford. And beyond his real value, Julius had come to see the boy as something more. It was complicated, but after everything they had been through together, after seeing how Ren had helped save not only the kingdom but also, the loss would have been personal. "Thank you," Ren finally murmured after shaking his head, accepting the hand Julius extended to help him stand. Julius knew he needed to handle this carefully. Ren was clearly in a fragile mental state, having acted so differently from his normal behavior, and confronting him directly by scolding him for taking foolish risks would probably only result in more resistance. Instead, he decided to ask with as much delicacy as possible. He had received the message, spoken with the girls, and while descending quickly had also heard the Leviathan worms roar and followed the path of battles that Ren had left, so he knew more or less what the situation was. "Can I ask why you decided to push yourself so far? Alone, bringing down everything you found in this territory that would even give me problems." Julius knew that in his specific element he had more power than Ren, but he wasn't even close to having the same level of flexibility when taking into account the 7 different elements, or the general increases as high as the boy possessed. Julius's physical strength reached 1,350% in his complete fusion, Ren's reached 2,100%. And although Ren's body, still too young, would put them in a similar range of physical capability, beasts weren't affected by their tamer's age. That's why Julius didn't speak to him like a child, but as an equal. It was a conscious decision, also designed to soften Ren's reluctance to dialogue. The diplomatic approach was calculated. Julius had learned through years of political negotiation that people always responded better when they felt respected rather than patronized, especially people with significant power of their own. Ren considered the question for several moments, his gaze lost in the depths that extended beyond. "I wanted to reach the abyssal layer," he said finally. "To analyze the corruption crystals. But I accept that I fought too much on the way." It was a more honest admission than Julius had expected. He decided to feed Ren's ego a little to keep him talking. "It makes sense," Julius nodded thoughtfully. "Even I passed through this layer hidden, avoiding unnecessary confrontations. Eliminating everything you see left and right is, well, exactly the kind of thing I see you just experienced." Ren seemed to relax slightly at the validation. "Though," Julius continued, "if your goal is to analyze abyssal crystallization, I can accompany you since we're so close already. I have almost all my energy because I followed your now deserted of life path, so it should be safe, and frankly, after what just happened, I prefer not to leave you to come back alone down here later." The offer surprised Ren. Julius rarely had time to personally involve himself in expeditions or stuff that wasn't strictly necessary for kingdom affairs. "Why?" Ren asked suspiciously. "Because," Julius sighed, "I can see you're still very focused on what happened with my father. And honestly, I think understanding crystallization better could help you, help us, and other people." The weight of those words wasn't lost on Ren. Julius was also talking about Larissa too, though he didn't say it explicitly. As they began to descend toward even deeper layers, Julius couldn't help thinking about the conversation he had had with Leora before coming to find Ren. The girl had been worried, describing a change in Ren that went beyond simple stress. She had mentioned the new way he had treated his attackers, the way he treated Luna and the coldness he had shown. And then there was the letter he had received, more detailed reports from the girl guards about the incident with Leopold and the other nobles. Ren had handled the situation without killing anyone, yes, but in a way that suggested levels of violence that were concerning. Julius thought about his sister, about the conversations they had had about Ren during the years after their father's death. Larissa had built walls of feigned maturity around herself that seemed impenetrable, but Julius knew that inside, she was struggling as much as anyone. Dragarian had wanted Ren and Larissa to be allies. Ren had been explicit about his final instructions when Julius had asked about the last mental communications. Perhaps their father had seen something in the relationship between them that Julius was only beginning to understand. The dying wish of a king carried weight beyond normal requests. Maybe it was time to cross some lines he had drawn, to bridge gaps that had grown wider in the 2 years since his father's death. Just as his father had done, though perhaps unintentionally, building a larger and stronger bridge between Yaino and Yano. When they finally reached the heart of the abyssal zone, both stopped. Ren was almost in shock. They were surrounded by thousands of crystallized monsters. It was like walking into a gallery of overlapping sculptures, except that each sculpture had once been a living creature. Beasts that had roamed these depths, all frozen at the exact moment when the crystallization wave had swept through the underground network. Weird creatures that didn't have names, all preserved in perfect detail, their final moments captured for eternity. Too many, Ren murmured. Julius had seen this before, but he couldn't help feeling the same way. He never got used to the scope of what had happened here. The scale of transformation was humbling in ways that were difficult to articulate. Thousands upon thousands of creatures, all ended in a single moment. It was a reminder of how quickly everything could change with magic on a world scale. As they advanced through the forest of crystallized monsters, Julius decided it was time for a conversation he had been avoiding for perhaps too long. Ren, he said, his voice carrying more weight than usual, there's something I think you should know about Larissa. The words hung in the air between them, carrying the weight of 2 years of silence. Julius could see Ren getting tense at his sister's name. Ren looked up from where he had been examining the crystalline structures, his attention now completely focused on Julius. She hasn't gone once to see the statue in the 2 years. The statement confused Ren. His eyes widened, and Julius could see the reaction playing across his features. What do you mean? Ren asked quietly. Exactly what I said. I go regularly to keep the place monitored, to look at the rings on the door, the rings on our king's hand, make sure no one can remove them. Julius gestured vaguely toward where he knew his father's crystallized form waited. Though my concern has proven unnecessary. My old man and the corruption made sure to leave ridiculously hard crystals. Removing the relics from there is impossible for anyone right now. The casual reference to his father carried layers of emotion. Julius had learned to speak of Dragarian with matter-of-fact acceptance, but the slight tension in his voice suggested the wound was still fresh beneath the exterior. Julius stopped, realizing he was rambling to avoid the real point of the conversation. But getting back to the point, he continued, meeting Ren's eyes directly, I understand her. I myself feel great sadness every time I see the statue. And surely she would feel something similar seeing you too. Ren's face was unreadable, but Julius could sense the internal struggle happening behind his eyes. Because of Larissa's way of being, Julius continued carefully, many might think she's very mature, brilliant, always in control. But in reality, she's also just a child. Most of that is an act, a character like the ones we all create to survive in the world around us. Julius paused, choosing his words even more carefully. Underneath all that, she's just a dedicated girl with too many responsibilities who pretends to be tough to defend herself in the unpleasant world of us nobles. But in reality, she's just afraid of being seen crying, of having the facade of power fall and our world devouring her." The observation carried the weight of personal experience. Ren's breathing had become slightly irregular, his hands clenching and unclenching as he processed this information. "Maybe that's why she's a bit afraid of you," Julia said gently. "Though, if I tell you the truth, her private tutor says she knows you too well, even though she's never seen you." "How could that be?" The answer lay in the obsessive attention to second-hand information that characterized someone trying to stay connected while maintaining distance. Julius took a deep breath before continuing with the most important part. "Even though she's afraid, even though she won't accept it openly, I think she misses you. Leora and Luna visit her often, and according to what they've told me, she always ends up discreetly and roundabout asking what they do on expeditions with you just to know more about you. How you are, what you've been doing, if you've mentioned her at all." Julius met Ren's eyes directly. "Just, don't tell her I told you this, okay? She'd surely kill me if she knew I was gossiping about her insecurities." The admission was both revelation and plea. Julius was crossing boundaries he had maintained for 2 years, risking his sister's trust to bridge a gap that was hurting everyone involved. Throughout this information dump, Ren had strangely relaxed while also examining the crystallized statues of monsters surrounding them, maybe as a soft form of escapism. It was a ridiculous quantity, thousands upon thousands of creatures, all frozen at the same moment. All were exactly like those in the chamber where the final battle had occurred, and despite being frozen, all had identical mana signatures to the other monsters in that chamber. Even the king had a mana mark, though different. But while Julius spoke, and now that he was less worried, Ren realized something crucial. The changes in mana he had been sensing, the fluctuations that had been concerning him for months, weren't coming from here. The crystallized creatures were stable, their mana signatures consistent and unchanged. Whatever was causing the disruptions he had been detecting, it wasn't related to these frozen monsters. If the mana disturbances weren't coming from the known source of corruption, then something else. And then he began to sense a strange signal. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but definitely different. Something that pulsed with a rhythm that didn't match anything here. Ren's face changed as the realization hit him. His expression had shifted from confusion and pain about the situation with Larissa, then to recognition, understanding, and something that might have been hope. But now, "Julius," he said quietly, his voice carrying an intensity that made the prince immediately alert, "I think there's something else here. Something that reminds me of corruption but isn't crystallized." Julius looked around at the thousands of frozen creatures surrounding them, then back at Ren. "What do you mean?" Julius initially interpreted the statement as a tactic to avoid the conversation about Larissa. The timing was too convenient, right after revealing such personal information. "Ren," Julius sighed, "I understand that your situation with Larissa is a lot to process, but you don't need to change the subject. We can talk about this and—" "I already knew that," Ren replied with a slightly pedantic tone that made Julius raise an eyebrow. "Well, I didn't know the specific details, but I had my suspicions. But what I'm telling you now is completely different. There's something alive here, something that's moving." Julius rolled his eyes, but as he observed Ren's expression more carefully, he realized the boy wasn't lying. There was tension in his shoulders, a way his eyes moved systematically across the area, that suggested he was genuinely detecting something. The atmosphere around them changed subtly. What had been a simple exploration of crystallized ruins began to feel different. More silent. More watchful. The thousands of creature statues surrounding them, which moments before had seemed simply tragic trophies of corruption, now seemed like silent observers. It was then that a hunter bug emerged from the earth. It was small, no larger than a 5-year-old child, with a dark shell that had kept it perfectly camouflaged against the rocky ground. It moved with the rapid erratic movements typical of a creature being hunted, zigzagging between crystallized statues as if trying to find refuge. Julius remained motionless, but not because of the beetle. His mind was processing broader implications. Ren, he said slowly, in your research during recent months, have you perceived an increase in low-level creatures in the upper layers? Ren frowned, considering the question. No, he admitted after a moment. Actually, now that you mention it. His expression changed. I understand what you're asking. I had thought they had simply gone from being preyed upon by abyssal creatures to being hunted by those in gold and silver layers after crystallization. But on my journey here, I didn't sense the increase I expected in their numbers. Ren began walking slowly among the statues, his mind clearly working through the problem. Too few are passing from this abyssal layer. There should be many more now that they have free passage upward, without the main number of predators here to keep them contained. The logic was sound. The crystallization event should have created a power vacuum, allowing smaller creatures to flourish and migrate upward. The fact that this wasn't happening suggested something else was maintaining the population control that the crystallized predators could no longer provide. The hunter beetle disappeared behind a statue, but the sound of its movement continued, suggesting it had found some type of tunnel or crack upward. Julius, Ren stopped abruptly, I need you to hide your presence. Completely. There was something in Ren's tone that didn't admit arguments. Julius immediately activated his concealment artifact, feeling his mana presence suppressed to barely detectable levels. Ren did the same, and suddenly both became practically invisible to most forms of magical detection. The effect was rapid. Within minutes, more small beasts began passing near them, no longer avoiding their enormous power signature. Hunter beetles, lesser worms and small mimic insects moving through the ground. All low-level creatures. But they weren't alone. Something was following them. It was subtle at first, barely perceptible even with both their enhanced senses. A disturbance in mana patterns, a pressure moving through the area like an invisible underwater current. Could there be beasts capable of hiding their mana presence? The small creatures moved in patterns that weren't entirely random. There was direction in their movement, a purpose suggesting they were being directed or influenced by something larger. Do you feel it? Ren whispered, his voice barely audible. Julius nodded tensely. What he was sensing wasn't exactly hostile toward them, but it didn't feel benevolent either. Another hunter bug emerged directly a few meters from their feet, so close that Julius had to make a conscious effort not to react. The creature moved with clear panic, its movements becoming more erratic as something invisible approached. They waited. The predator emerged from behind one of the largest statues, and Julius felt his blood turn cold. It was a creature Ren had described before, but seeing it in person was completely different. Approximately the size of any silver rank beast, but with anatomy that defied easy categorization. Long with parts from various types of beasts, all amalgamated into a combination that should have been impossible but somehow worked. A chimera. The creature was a living violation of natural law. Multiple heads that shouldn't function together, limbs that belonged to different species, organs visible through translucent skin that pulsed with fast rhythms. Julius reacted instinctively, using his earth control to create a cage of dense minerals around the creature before it could escape. The chimera writhed and struggled against its confines, but the prison walls seemed too dense for the abomination's power level to escape. It's almost the same form, Ren murmured, approaching cautiously toward the trapped creature. The same species I faced that day when I fell into the hole with Han. The chimera looked at him with eyes that showed an intelligence that was unsettling. It wasn't the blank stare of an animal driven by instinct, there was recognition there. But then it began doing something with its long antennae that made both of them tense. A sound that wasn't exactly vocalization, not exactly telepathy, but something between both. It was as if it were sending a signal, a call that resonated not through the air but through the underground mana network. It's calling others, Julius realized with growing alarm. Ren nodded grimly. And from the way the energies are changing. I think many are responding to it. The mana signatures they had been detecting, subtle and dispersed, suddenly became more focused. More numerous. As if hundreds, perhaps thousands of creatures were converging on their location. "Julius," Ren said quietly, "I think we've found why low-level beasts aren't migrating upward." Julius looked at the trapped chimera, then at the growing mana signatures approaching from all directions. "They're not migrating," he realized, "because something else is already claiming territory down here." The chimera's call intensified, and in response, the world around them began to change. In the darkness between them, shapes began to move. Julius wasted no time. With a gesture, he crushed the trapped chimera using earth pressure. The sound of the exoskeleton breaking resonated among the crystallized statues. "Destroy the cores," Ren warned urgently. "The separated segments can come to life autonomously." The creature's construction was more horrifying up close. Each segment maintained its own nervous system, allowing independent function even when severed from the main body. Julius nodded and unleashed a wave of rock and mineral that pulverized every fragment of the creature that was already moving separately, turning them into pulp. But the mana signals didn't stop. If anything, they intensified. As if the death of one of their own had enraged the entire colony. Despite deactivating their artifacts. "Seems like they want revenge," Julius murmured, feeling the mana signatures still approaching from all directions, now without fear of his mana signature. The first chimeras began emerging from among the crystallized statues. Julius kept them at bay with earth barriers and rock projectiles, but he could sense dozens more awaiting their turn. "From the quantity I can sense," Ren said after expanding his perception to maximum, "your reserves won't be enough. You should surrender and retreat without overestimating your limits." Julius sighed and rolled his eyes. "Do you seriously feel you have the moral high ground to say that?" The question struck directly at the point. Ren blushed slightly. "Yes, I already accepted my mistake. But that doesn't mean you have to make it too." Julius laughed, a genuinely amused sound that contrasted strangely with the danger surrounding them. "I'm glad you've relaxed. I don't see you as stressed and annoyed anymore, so it seems what I told you about Larissa helped you at least a little." It was true. Although the situation was objectively still dangerous, he felt less tense, less like he carried the world's weight on his shoulders. The relief was profound. Learning that Larissa's silence wasn't rejection but self-protection had shifted something fundamental in how he processed their relationship. "Though there's a problem," Julius added, creating another wave to crush 3 chimeras trying to flank them. "Which one?" "The creatures could follow us to the surface. It might be a bad idea to lead them up there without fighting here." Ren swallowed, feeling the weight of realization. Leading a horde of vengeful chimeras toward the city would be a disaster. Thousands of civilians could die. Julius sent a bird flying, dispatching an emergency message toward the surface. But both knew the chances of a flying beast reaching the surface from these depths were low. "Let's stay," Ren decided after considering the options. "I'll think of something." The declaration carried more confidence than he felt, especially when he had no mana to help. Around them, the chimeras continued emerging, their calls creating a symphony of unnatural sounds that echoed through the crystallized graveyard. Ren's mind began working through possibilities, analyzing the creature's construction and behavior patterns. They might have exploitable weaknesses built into their design. The question was whether he could identify those weaknesses before they were overwhelmed. For a while, Julius expended considerable amounts of energy keeping the tide of monsters at bay. But the chimeras were no longer simply throwing themselves at the attack, they showed concerning intelligence, stalking and gradually approaching, slowly closing the circle while trying to reduce casualties and wear down the defenders. Ren had tried to analyze the creatures to find weaknesses or patterns, but the data wasn't accessible like with any normal beast. It was as if they operated under principles completely different from anything that could be called natural in this world. The analytical framework that had served him so well with traditional creatures simply didn't apply. These things violated the fundamental rules he had always used his fungus network to exploit. Julius was about to suggest sending Ren to the surface with his Wolverine to seek help while he stayed fighting alone with his Qilin, when something changed dramatically. A chimera much larger than the others emerged from the depths. This wasn't like the silver-sized creatures they had been facing. It was massive, easily the size of a leviathan worm. Its energy footprint is high gold, Julius murmured, feeling the mana density radiating from the creature. I need to use more power. He fused completely with his two beasts, his body transforming into an enhanced version of himself covered in hard hair, golden scales, with claws and horns that gleamed with fused power. He launched an enormous wave of rock and mineral against the new beast. The giant chimera defended itself immediately, but not with direct actions. Instead, it used a surge of lesser chimeras as living shields, positioning them strategically to absorb Julius's attacks. Then it opened all its mouths simultaneously and generated a sound that wasn't exactly a roar, not exactly a scream, but something that resonated at frequencies that couldn't be perceived by normal humans. The shockwave hit the area like an invisible explosion. Julius, protected by his fusion and elemental control, managed to resist the impact. No, it didn't even hurt a little. But Ren doubled over as if he had received a physical blow to the stomach. Intense pain exploded in his chest, radiating toward all extremities. But worse than the physical pain was what was happening in his mind. His anger returned with renewed force, more intense than ever. Frustration, rage, the desire to destroy everything in front of him. The emotions he had been beginning to control spilled out like a broken dam. But there was something more. A sensation of cracking, as if something fundamental in his core was fracturing. Run! The small fungus screamed with desperate urgency. Don't lose control. The seed is cracking more. Through the pain and confusion, Ren understood the implication. The jade seed was being damaged by whatever the creature had done. He struggled to maintain control, but the chimera's shockwave had activated something primordial in his system. It was as if the creature had found exactly the frequency that resonated with his deepest insecurities and fears. The attack was much more than physical, it was like spiritual warfare. Julius transformed completely, his fused form reaching the peak of power he could maintain. Golden scales covered his body like living armor, and his eyes blazed with golden light that made the lesser chimeras instinctively retreat. Seeing Ren suffering, "Run, resist," he shouted while launching devastating attacks toward the giant chimera. "Don't let whatever that was defeat you." But the massive monster kept controlling hundreds of the smaller ones to shield itself. Ren was fighting an internal battle that was as intense as the external one. Each breath was a struggle, each thought a fight against his impulses. Green scales began forming and his body changed in a transformation that threatened to consume him completely. The seed cracking in his core sent pulses of pain that mixed with his emotional turmoil, creating a feedback loop that was becoming increasingly dangerous. And the giant chimera, sensing his distress, focused more of its attention on him, pushing the scream harder as if it had found the prey it was seeking. Julius had no idea what was happening. From his perspective, Ren had simply collapsed under the chimera's sonic attack, but the specific nature of the damage was incomprehensible to him. Yet he couldn't kill it even with his maximum output. All he could do was keep the pressure and with that, the creatures at bay. Inside Ren's mind, his fungus was struggling to understand a crisis that challenged everything it thought it knew. It rapidly analyzed Ren's internal connections. The energy from its own roots was intimately connected to the seed's roots, which meant anything that could destroy the seed should also affect it. However, although it could feel the damage resonance, it wasn't experiencing any negative effects in its golden body. The energy that had cracked the seed the day everyone became statues wasn't just corruption, it had also brought extreme purification intensity, which ruled out this being a pure reaction to crystal energy. Besides, that shouldn't be possible, the fungus thought desperately. All corruption should be frozen because it was connected to the same crystal network. There had to be something that explained this strange effect somewhere in its information. Its memories turned to the investigations Ren had conducted during past years' vacations. They had gone to review the chamber where Bloodwind had destroyed the corrupt heart, but had found nothing there, not a trace of residual energy. But perhaps these creatures had obtained something from that place before they arrived. The energy must have some type of connection to mine. If it were completely alien, I would feel the damage too. So this energy must be the same as mine. Observing the chimeras through Ren's and its senses, the fungus began to notice crucial characteristics. These creatures all seemed identical to themselves, different from the corrupted ones that had a seemingly random variability. They had the capacity to absorb characteristics from other creatures, and could clone themselves in ways the original corruption had never demonstrated. Moreover, they were no longer connected to the corruption network. Maybe they stole some energy from the cradle and acquired its essence. If so, we're facing a third force, it realized with growing horror. One that separated from the corrupt, like a mutation that gradually originates something different, like new adaptations, to get a completely new species in the end. The fungus had been carefully tending the golden spores that remained from the final battle. Although they hadn't yet found them a new core, it kept them alive with its own energy. Desperately, it connected with them and tried to inject what little power Ren had left to form protection against the creature's attack. It made sense as they were the pure form of that mutated energy. But it wasn't enough. There were still some strange energies it didn't understand, energies that had contaminated the seed's crack with something that resisted all its isolation attempts. The waves that increased damage to Ren's seed kept passing through the blockade as if it were a leaky roof. The seed was fragmenting more rapidly, and Ren couldn't endure much more pain. The fungus considered its options during milliseconds that felt like eternity. Finally, it made a decision it would have preferred never to need to make. Ren, it told him mentally, its voice loaded with concern it had never shown before, I trust you'll manage to obtain the power necessary to unfreeze time for everyone. What? Ren could barely form thoughts through the pain. What are you talking about? The fungus smiled in his mind, a strange sensation Ren had never experienced from his beast. When you have time, think of a name for me that you do like. You'll have time because I have to prevent you from accumulating that toxic energy, it makes you toxic too. I hope you understand I can't allow the seed to break, or we'll never complete the final development. Final development? Why do you sound like you're saying goodbye? But before the fungus could respond, it did what it had seen its corrupt enemy do years ago. It insisted itself. Its form separated into long fibers very similar to those its network extended in the world and expanded, wrapping completely around the cracked seed like a protective cocoon. The process required all its energy, transforming its conscious essence into a crystal shell that could resist the strange energies that had been attacking the seed. The transformation was both beautiful and terrible. The fungus that had been his constant companion, his source of knowledge and wisdom, dissolved its individual consciousness to become a living shield around a crucial part of Ren's power system. Ren's pain stopped instantly. The sudden absence of agony was so dramatic it almost caused him a different kind of shock. For the first time in what felt like hours, he could think clearly. But the silence in his mind, where the fungus's voice had always been a constant presence, was deafening. For the first time in years, he was truly alone in his own consciousness. Julius immediately noticed the change. Are you okay? He shouted while launching another devastating attack toward the giant chimera. Yes, Ren replied, though his voice sounded hollow. The giant creature became enraged when it realized its sonic pulse no longer had effect. Its multiple heads roared with frustration, and it began preparing for a more direct attack. But just as it launched toward them, reinforcements arrived. The bird had managed to reach the surface through the tunnel Julius had left without being eliminated by any beast. Ren's guard girls emerged from the upper tunnels, bringing with them Selphora and a dozen soldiers specialized in underground combat. Selphora assessed the situation in seconds and helped Julius keep the beasts at bay. Retreat. Selphora ordered when they realized after a while that they were in a very similar situation to what they had experienced in Yino's chamber that day. As long as small chimeras kept arriving, reaching the large one would be impossible, and from the numbers they could sense in the vicinity, these monsters hadn't wasted time during the past few years. Selphora led the retreat, beginning to create massive ice structures that blocked the chimera's advance. We can't keep fighting on their terrain. The escape was slow but coordinated. Earth soldiers also worked to seal tunnels behind them and around the ice-reinforcing structures to make them difficult to navigate. But the monsters followed them, a tide of changing forms that constantly adapted to overcome every obstacle they put in their path. Finally, at 300 meters depth, dozens more soldiers joined, and they managed to create a combined barrier of reinforced rock, living mineral, and ice strong enough to temporarily stop the advance. They used tunnels from new excavations to move and reinforce the structure over a considerable area, creating a defensive line that could last long enough to organize a more comprehensive response. The following days were chaos of citywide military coordination. A joint effort was organized involving thousands of guards, soldiers specialized in earth manipulation, and even civilian volunteers with silver rank or higher beasts. The underground barrier was reinforced until it became a true fortress, with multiple defensive layers and early warning systems, like a wall but plate-shaped and beneath the city. The common wall between the two cities ended up providing 2/3 of its military population for the effort, but the tens of thousands of mutant beasts were successfully contained. During all this time, Ren moved as if in a dream. The absence of his fungus left him feeling as if he had lost a crucial sense. The voices and sensations that had accompanied him for just over 3 years had disappeared, replaced by a silence that was almost physically painful. He didn't know if the ensisment was permanent or temporary. He didn't know if he would ever again hear the voice that had been his most constant companion during the most formative years of his life. All he knew was that the sacrifice had been necessary only because of his faults. The loss wasn't just devastating for Ren's depression. It was also devastating for his power. He could no longer sense mana flow with the same intensity as before. Patterns that had once been as clear as written words were now barely whispers in the distance. All the knowledge that had been at the reach of his thoughts, the instant comprehensions about beasts and cultivation techniques, the perceptions that had made him a prodigy, everything had disappeared. He only had what he had consciously learned, what he had memorized and practiced until it became a personal knowledge. The ring's power had been completely blocked as well. Without his fungus to facilitate connections, the relics were simply ornamental objects that no one could see in their depths. The bonuses from his main beast along with the rings, which had provided 380% increases in almost all his characteristics and the additional 50% in elemental control from the seed, had evaporated. He also couldn't fuse with the ease he had developed during recent years. Now he was limited to the basic techniques he had taught others, methods that required conscious concentration and much more significant energy expenditure. Partial fusion, which had allowed him to manifest specific powers without the cost of complete transformation, was now completely impossible. In theory, he was at half his previous power. In reality, he was even weaker, because he had also lost the synergy between his abilities, the subtle connections that had made his techniques more effective than the simple sum of their parts. He could only depend on his Hydra and Wolverine. Nothing more. Paradoxically to his new emotional state, the emotional intensity he had been experiencing for months had also disappeared. The negative emotions that had been consuming him, the anger that had emerged during the confrontation with Leopold, or the arrogance that had led him to take unnecessary risks, everything had faded along with the power. Now he had less clarity in his senses but more in his internal thoughts. His feelings and sensations were less intense and tangled, as if a filter that had been distorting his emotional perception had been removed. Despite this new mental clarity, Ren felt a constant knot in his throat and an overwhelming urge to scream, to cry, to do anything that could alleviate the emptiness he felt in his mind. He felt completely alone. It wasn't because he didn't have friends or because they didn't support him. In fact, he found himself in his room surrounded by people who cared about him: Min, Taro, Lu, Lin, Zhao, Yang, Wei, classmates, the girls, and even some of the guards had come to check on his condition. But the lack of the small friend who had whispered constant companionship was too abrupt and cruel. It was like having lost a limb he had never fully valued until it disappeared. The realization hit him with force that was almost physical: he didn't know what he had until he lost it. His relationship with his beast had been less warm than it should have been. He owed too much to the small fungus and had always treated it with some apathy. He realized too late how much that constant presence had really meant. He hated himself for it too. Hey, Min tried to break the heavy silence that had fallen over the room. The little centimeter is probably just sleeping. You know, like when frogs hibernate in winter. The effect was the opposite of intended. Ren visibly tensed, remembering how his fungus had always complained when they called it that. The creature had had a terrible complex about its size, and each rank only made it grow 1 centimeter, 7 centimeters at Silver 1, 8 centimeters at Silver 2. The measurements it had achieved were a constant source of anger when they mocked it and found it funny. Don't call it that, Ren murmured, his voice loaded with sadness that made everyone in the room feel uncomfortable. Min scratched his head, clearly regretful. Sorry, I didn't think. Min is an idiot, Lu declared dryly, earning a nod from Taro. Lu addressed Ren more carefully. Surely finishing cultivation will help you understand what happened. You already know the requirements to reach gold, don't you? Ren sighed deeply, considering the words. You might be right, he murmured, though his voice suggested he didn't want to inject much hope into it. Taro, noticing that Ren seemed less angry than moments before, decided to carefully change the subject to something that worried them all. What's going to happen with the chimeras you talked about? He asked with visible fear. Do you think the barrier will be sufficient to contain them? Ren considered the question for several moments, forcing himself to think analytically despite the emotional turmoil and no longer having the vast information he had previously at his disposal for comparison. The creatures don't seem to have much need to level up because they hadn't done so before. They don't seem to need to be in that high mana zone to live either, but they do need it to reproduce by consuming low-level monsters, he explained slowly. There are too many and they seem vengeful. Although the fact that they're mostly silver ranks will surely help prevent things from getting completely out of control. As long as they don't have too many of the large ones or level up en masse. He rubbed his temples, trying to organize thoughts that felt much less clear than they used to. The problem might not be their individual power for now. Silver 1 creatures can be handled by trained guards, even in small groups. The problem is they seem to operate like a hive, with collective intelligence. If they manage to cross the breach en masse, could they stop scratching the wall and surround the city instead? Min asked, his usual lightness replaced by genuine concern. Eventually, I think so. But not soon, from what Julius told me, they still insist on breaking through one specific point of the barrier. Ren shook his head. The soldiers there are high level, and there are thousands of guards maintaining the structure. Julius's estimate is that it would take years for them to find a way through since they move too little from the spot. And after that? Lu pressed. Ren was quiet for a long moment, considering implications that were deeply disturbing. After that, we'll have to find a way to eliminate them effectively en masse. Or. He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood the implication. If the chimeras eventually broke through containment, the surface world would have to face a threat like none before. The room fell into contemplative silence. Min fidgeted with his amphibian's crest, which seemed to sense the tension in the air. You know what? He said finally, trying to inject some optimism into the conversation. Maybe this is temporary. Maybe your little guy just needed to cocoon himself for a bit. And when he comes back, he'll be stronger than ever and tell us in a clever way what to do. Ren looked at Min, appreciating the attempt at comfort even though he wasn't sure he believed it. Maybe, he murmured. Hopefully. Lu cleared his throat. Meanwhile, we have to focus on what we can control. Classes continue, cultivation continues. Julius put you on light duty, but that doesn't mean you will stop growing. That's right, Taro agreed. And you still have your Hydra and Wolverine. They're still incredibly powerful and rare, even without those extra bonuses you told us to keep secret. Ren nodded slowly, appreciating his friend's attempts to bolster his spirits. Then he sighed and cleared his throat, interrupting the conversation about the chimeras. His companions looked at him with curiosity when he stood up, clearly preparing to say something important. Before anything else, he began, his voice softer than it had been in recent years, "It's not fair that only Min apologizes today. I want to apologize to you too. For everything." Min, Taro, and Lu exchanged glances. It was the first time they had seen Ren so vulnerable since he had returned from the war's end. "I've been acting like a complete idiot," Ren continued, nervously rubbing the back of his neck. "With you guys, with the girls, with everyone. Stress isn't an excuse for treating the people who care about me badly." The admission was difficult but necessary. Without the seed's influence clouding his judgment, he could see clearly how his behavior had affected those around him. "Ren." Taro began. "No, let me finish." Ren raised a hand. "Min, when we fought with elemental control, I was being completely arrogant. I wasn't trying to help you improve, I was just showing off. And that was wrong." Min shrugged with a smile. "I already knew you were a show-off since you destroyed us in the first-year tournament. It's nothing new." Taro lightly hit Min in the back of his head. "Lu," Ren turned toward his most observant companion, "I know you noticed something was wrong much earlier than the others. I should have listened when you tried to talk to me." Lu simply nodded, his expression suggesting he had been waiting for this acknowledgement. "And Taro, when I was being aggressive during training, I shouldn't have used so much force with you even though you had better defense than the others. It's just. I don't know, I felt like I had to prove something all the time. I'm sorry." His three companions remained silent for a moment, processing the apology. Ren's ears were completely red, so much that they were lost in his hair, but he breathed deeply, emboldening himself to maintain respect in the apology despite how awkward he felt. Finally, Min stood up and gave him a pat on the shoulder. "It's okay, brother. We've all had difficult times. Besides," he smiled with mischief, "now that you've lost most of your power, maybe I can finally beat you in a fair fight." "Not even in your dreams," Ren laughed, and although it was a small and uncomfortable laugh, it was genuine amusement for the first time in a long while. Lu cleared his throat. "Maybe Min should go with you to learn a similar lesson about humility. It would do him good to lose all his power for a while." "Hey!" Min protested with fake indignation, dramatically puffing out his chest. "I'm perfectly humble." "Yes, as humble as a gold crest," Taro mocked. Everyone laughed, even Ren feeling a small part of the weight in his chest lift. It was comforting to know his friends could forgive him so easily. Although in reality it hadn't been easy, it was everything Ren had demonstrated first, and it became a sealed deal when he returned from his latest experience and apologized, especially when they could see he had learned something from the experience. "Thank you," Ren murmured, feeling genuine relief. "Seriously, thank you for not hating me despite everything." "Well," Lu smiled smugly, "now that you've finished apologizing to us, you have to go see your girlfriend so they can punish you appropriately." Ren immediately blushed. "They're not my girlfriends." "Oh, of course not," Min joined in the fun. "Just two pretty girls from famous families who care enough about you to visit when you're suffering. And whom you clearly couldn't push away even with your enhanced Goldcrest attitude from recent months," Taro added with a smile. "You guys are insufferable," Ren protested, but he was smiling too. "Go," Lu gestured toward the door. "And this time, remember not to be an idiot." After leaving the dormitory, Ren headed toward where he knew he could find some extra advice. He wasn't ready to directly face Luna and Leora yet, especially after how he had acted during the incident with Leopold. He found Jessie at her exchange post, as always. She was one of the few ladies at the academy with whom Ren had a genuinely uncomplicated friendship. There was no tension, no complex expectations, just a direct and honest relationship. "Jessie," he approached her desk, "I need your help." She looked up from her record book, studying his expression carefully. "You look better than when I saw you last week," she observed. "Less intense." Ren sighed deeply. "Oh right. I'm sorry. How are you? I heard terrible things happened and... I'm fine, Ren couldn't help but smile at her familiar scattered attitude. Well, more or less but mostly fine. Oh, what a relief. Jessie tried to fix her completely disheveled hair but ended up crumpling some papers with her elbows. Because I had heard rumors about underground monsters and large-scale mobilizations, and Musi. She pointed toward her cat, was very worried about you. Isn't that right, Musi? The cat, which was rarely manifested, looked at her with the typical expression of, "Don't involve me in your weird human conversations," and curled up for a nap. As I was saying, Ren continued, I need your help with something. Jessie's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, of course, of course. Do you need material prices? Evaluations? Maybe something related to. She leaned conspiratorially, dangerous materials? Not exactly, Ren scratched his head nervously. It's more, personal. Personal? Jessie blinked confused, then her eyes opened enormously and she stood up from her chair. Oh. It's about a girl. It's not. Well, yes, too, but not in the way that you seem to. Ren sighed. Can you sit down? This is going to take a moment. But Jessie practically jumped over the counter in her enthusiasm, almost tripping in the process. Of course. Musi, this is going to be interesting. The cat opened one eye with disdain before ignoring her completely. Ren explained, in an edited way, the recent events. Particularly how he had treated Luna and Leora badly during the confrontation with Leopold, and how terrible he felt about it. So, Jessie summarized with unusual seriousness, you were cruel and then acted all prideful with someone who genuinely cares about you, at a moment when she was trying to protect you from yourself or make you see reason. When you put it like that it sounds worse. Because it is very sad for them. Jessie exclaimed, then immediately softened. But, it's the kind of horrible that can be fixed because they care about you. Like when Musi broke a jar of expensive materials and I had to pay for it for 12 monthly installments, I thought I'd never forgive him, but then he brought me a small dead bird beast as an apology and... I don't think a dead beast would work in this situation, Ren interrupted dryly. Of course not. Humans are much more complicated than cats. Jessie laughed enthusiastically. You need something that shows you understand what you did wrong and that you care about their happiness. Like what? The dead bird was the clue. A gift. Jessie stopped abruptly, looking at him as if it were obvious. But we are not cats, so get something thoughtful. Something that shows you pay attention to who they really are. Ren frowned. Isn't that a bit superficial? Buying someone's forgiveness. No. Jessie waved her hands frantically. It's not buying forgiveness. It's showing effort. It's like when my grandmother makes her special cake when she wants to apologize for something. It's not the cake itself, it's the time and care she puts into making it perfect. She paused, nervously biting her lip. Besides, she added more softly, your friends from good families seem to be the type of person who appreciates thoughtful gestures. Not ostentatious, since they surely have everything, but rather, considerate. Ren considered this. The logic was sound, even if the execution would be challenging. But what type of gift would be appropriate then? Jessie's eyes began to shine with the fervor of someone who had found a fascinating project. Tell me everything you know about them. Their interests. Hobbies. Things they've mentioned. Don't leave anything out. Ren thought carefully. Luna was observant, quiet, but when she spoke she always had something intelligent to say. She liked to read to learn. Her light and wind tiger and her shadow wolf were incredibly important to her. She had a subtle but refined taste in food. Leora was more playful, she liked playing spy games and practicing with her beast skills. Exploring and learning through experience was her preferred way, she was more like Ren in that aspect. Her beasts allowed her to disappear, so she liked hiding and suddenly appearing to startle others lately. Ren added a ton of details for both, some more useful than others. Perfect. Jessie clapped, making Musi open both eyes with irritation. But she stopped abruptly, her expression becoming slightly worried. Wait. This is just about fixing a friendship, right? Because if there are more complicated feelings involved, that's a completely different conversation. Ren blushed. I just want to fix things. They're important to me. As friends. Jessie studied him for a moment with a perception she rarely showed. All right, she said finally. Just remember that gestures have meanings, even when we don't intend them to. But yes, you should definitely do something nice for both of them. Will you tell me what could be something good for girls then? Oh, that's easy. Jessie smiled brightly. The enthusiasm was infectious, and for the first time since losing his fungus, Ren felt a spark of his old confidence returning. Ren nodded slowly, forming ideas in his mind. I think I know where to start. Excellent. Jessie clapped again. Just remember, it's the thought that counts. Well, the thought and the quality. And that it's appropriate for your relationship. And that it's not too expensive because then it seems like you're trying too hard, but also not too cheap because then it seems like you don't care enough. Jessie, Ren interrupted gently, I think I understand. Oh. Good. She blushed slightly. Sometimes I get carried away. Musi always tells me I talk too much when I'm happy. Isn't that right, Musi? The cat looked at her with the expression of, I told you not to involve me, and deliberately turned around. Ren smiled. Even in his diminished state, Jessie's genuine care and scattered wisdom were exactly what he had needed. Well, remember, a genuine apology. Not just, I'm sorry, but explaining exactly what you did wrong and why you won't do it again. I'll do that. Perfect. Now go and get those gifts. And run. Yes. This time, try not to ruin it with pride. The words carried more weight than she probably intended. Ren headed toward the offices where he knew he could find Finch, the administrator of his student finances. If he was going to do this right, he would need access to his savings. Ren arrived at the hallway leading to Finch's open office, mentally preparing for the banker's dramatic comments and Theodore's antics. But when he approached the window, he stopped upon realizing someone was already being attended. Rather, 3 people. Roran, Trent, and June were standing in front of the counter, their voices carrying that particular secretive tone that boys in their puberty had when they believed they were talking about mature topics. Ren obviously recognized them immediately. They were classmates from his same year and attended in several of the same classes, all beneficiaries of the cultivation methods he had developed. Roran now had a silver 2 giant troll dog, an impressive beast that would have cost him double the years of careful cultivation to achieve. Trent had managed to get his Fire Queen ant to the same rank, and June had successfully cultivated his silver monkey to silver 2 as well. Without Ren's methods, they would probably still be stuck in bronze or would have obtained different species without much evolutionary potential. The 3 were now roommates, a situation that had resulted from some changes in student residences. June had previously shared a room with Han and another boy from Group A, but after the crystallization, he had been transferred to Roran and Trent's room. He had replaced Vern, who had previously been roommates with Roran and Trent, since Vern had transferred schools along with Hector and many other students from Goldcrest territory families when that family had the first altercations in the academy grounds, and practically all of them finished leaving when they had been declared fully treasonous. Another group that had changed residences was Mira and Sora, who now shared a room with Mayo in Rosalind's absence, but Mayo was one of Luna and Leora's maids. Although Mayo in paper lived in her assigned room, she spent most of her time in Luna and Leora's larger room, which could easily accommodate 4 people, similar to the 4 people who remained in Ren's room instead of the usual 3 in rooms that didn't belong to the Grey Wing. From his position in line, Ren could hear fragments of the boys' conversation. I'm telling you there are other fish in the sea, Trent was saying, clearly trying to console someone. "It's easy to say when you're not the one drowning in the ocean," Roran responded with the voice of a defeated romantic. Ren frowned. What were they talking about? "Look," June continued, "Sora is pretty and all, but there are many other girls who are more." He made gestures with his hands that suggested curves in places that were beginning to develop in their female classmates, more developed. Ah. Ren felt his cheeks warm slightly. Apparently Roran had confessed something to Sora and had been rejected, and his friends were trying to cheer him up with the classic, "there are more options available," speech. Ren could understand it to a certain extent. He was also 13 now and was beginning to notice things that hadn't caught his attention before. His interests were changing in ways that sometimes confused and made him uncomfortable. But his classmate-specific conversation was causing him particular discomfort, especially because he feared they might involve him in it. Discreetly, he tried to back away with what would have been a moonwalk if he had known what that was. "Run." Roran's voice stopped him dead. "Perfect timing, brother. Too late to escape." The three boys approached and practically dragged him toward the counter. "Look, we need your expert opinion," Trent said with a smile that made Ren immediately suspicious. "Expert on what?" he asked cautiously. "Well," June cleared his throat dramatically, "Roran here just discovered that unrequited love is painful, and we were explaining to him that there are many other available options." "And you," Roran added, pointing at him accusingly, "definitely know more about that than we do because you're always surrounded by the prettiest girls in school." Ren's eyes widened enormously. "It's not. I don't." "Come on," Trent laughed, "Luna, Leora, even older ones like Master Lin or that girl from the warehouse, Jessie. They all clearly have special affection for you. They're just friends." Ren protested, feeling his face turn red. "Of course they're just friends," June made air quotes. "But surely you've noticed, changes in how they see you lately. So tell us your secrets." The three boys looked at him expectantly, as if he were about to reveal some deep secret about female relationships. Ren was completely paralyzed, having no idea how to respond to that question. He had to admit that, indeed, he had begun to notice things he hadn't noticed before. But he had no idea why. Thankfully he was saved by Finch's dramatic arrival. "My dear students," the banker exclaimed, emerging from the back office with Theodore dramatically positioned on his shoulder. "Your loans have been approved." Ren immediately noticed that both Finch and Theodore had small bioluminescent mushrooms growing from their heads, exactly like his used to do. It was an almost surreal sight. "Finch!" Ren practically shouted with relief, taking advantage of the distraction to change the subject. "How have you been? And Theodore?" "Ah, my greatest personal benefactor." Finch practically jumped over the counter in his enthusiasm. "Both Theodore and I have been thriving thanks to the new employment and cultivation techniques you provided us. Look at these magnificent mushrooms." The small mushrooms on their heads pulsed with synchronized light, as if they were part of a rehearsed performance too. Ren sighed with a smile, wondering if it had really been convenient to take Finch as his accountant. "I'm glad to know you're advancing well." "Yes, these are things to celebrate without doubt, not like." Finch continued while handing money bags to Roran, Trent, and June, "These young gentlemen. I hope they're not planning to use their withdrawals for activities inappropriate for their age. I already suggested that their tiny accounts weren't sufficient for such endeavors." The three boys made grimaces of silence, clearly feeling they had been betrayed by the banker. Finch chuckled while Theodore nodded solemnly. Ren looked at his classmates with an expression that clearly said, "I'm disappointed in you," which made all three immediately lower their heads in genuine shame. "It's just natural and healthy curiosity from boys our age," Roran murmured defensively, but his voice sounded like that of a small child who had been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. "Exactly," June added. "Perfectly normal biological interest. Completely innocent scientific inquiry," Trent finished. Ren sighed deeply. "Finch," he said, deliberately ignoring his embarrassed classmates, I need to make a withdrawal too. Some tens of thousands for some gifts. Oh. Finch's eyes lit up. Gifts? For special occasions? The question hung in the air, loaded with the banker's characteristic curiosity. Ren could feel the three boys' attention refocus on him too, probably hoping this would lead to more ammunition for their theories about his supposed expertise with girls. The irony wasn't lost on him that he was seeking advice about apologizing to the very girls his classmates assumed he had some special understanding of. If they only knew how badly he had mishandled those relationships recently. Something like that, Ren murmured to not give any more information and changed the subject. And I also need to tell you something about the golden spores for your cultivation, they're going to be impossible to obtain for a while. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Both Finch and Theodore clutched their chests and staggered backward as if they had received devastating hits. It can't be. Finch exclaimed. Tragedy. Theodore squeaked in the new, ventriloquist voice from Finch's nearly closed mouth, a voice which was surprisingly deep for a mouse. Even the small mushrooms on their heads went completely dark, as if they were expressing death. Ren observed this performance with amusement. How the hell do you have such ridiculous reactions, he muttered. Lots of practice. Finch responded proudly, recovering instantaneously from his dramatic swoon. Theodore and I have been perfecting our repertoire. It's important to keep our clients entertained, added Theodore, straightening his tiny whiskers with its tiny paw. But then Finch noticed something in Ren's expression that made his demeanor change. Wait a moment, he said more quietly, studying Ren's face with genuine concern. You're sad. Really sad. Ren felt surprised by the banker's sudden perceptiveness. Maybe am, it will be a difficult period, he admitted. Ah. Finch nodded understandingly. Related to the loss of those important golden spores, I suppose. Among other things. The admission carried more weight than Finch could know. The loss of his fungus, the reduction in his abilities, the damaged relationships, all of it combined into a burden that felt almost overwhelming some days. Finch exchanged a significant look with Theodore, and both seemed to reach a silent agreement. Young Ren, Finch said, his voice unusually serious, I want you to know that Theodore and I will be perfectly fine with what we've achieved with our second beast up to silver. Even if we don't manage to make it a wild card for a third one like you said would happen, we like being part of the Mushroom Club. And we've already progressed more than we ever dreamed possible. Exactly, squeaked Theodore, bowing at an angle too straight for a mouse. And only thanks to you. When you selected us as doubles, Finch continued, when we had no particular usefulness, no special talent, no important connections, it was the first time someone saw potential in us. Ren felt unexpectedly moved by the sincerity in the banker's voice. You do have usefulness, he said firmly. You were brave when no one else dared to defend someone innocent. That took courage. And you gave us the opportunity to be rewarded far above our payroll. Finch smiled warmly. I'm sure you'll find the solution to whatever current problem you're facing. You've always been special and surprising, so I expect another surprise when this problem is resolved. Theodore nodded vigorously in agreement when Finch handed the crystals to Ren. Although, Finch added, returning to his more typical dramatic demeanor, before you leave, could you please take these three troublemakers and give them some appropriate advice about social behavior? He gestured toward Roran, Trent, and June, who had been standing awkwardly during the entire conversation, clearly hoping to be forgotten. Ren sighed again. Fine. Come on, you three. The boys followed him in single file, but with their heads and arms hanging down like defeated zombies. Excellent. Finch called from behind them. And remember, Ren, whatever gift you're planning, it's the thought that truly counts. As they walked away, Ren couldn't help but feel slightly better. Finch and Theodore, despite their ridiculous theatrics, had managed again to remind him that he had people who genuinely cared about him and they believed in his ability to overcome any challenges. Now he just had to figure out what exactly to tell these three hormone-addled friends of his about appropriate behavior toward their female classmates. Ren began walking back to where he had been before with a more specific plan in mind. He had decided to create some special clothing accessories for Luna and Leora, using high-quality furs and injecting runes and dissolution liquids with crystals to give them slightly useful properties in addition to their aesthetic value. During the rest days between intermediate semesters, he had noticed how both girls always liked to look at certain shiny clothing in the city shops for a while. Luna seemed to prefer deep blue and silver tones, while Leora leaned toward elegant purples and blacks. Fortunately, he had theorized how to create them before losing the connection with his companion. It wasn't information he had consciously sought, but after spending so much time near them, he had begun to notice they liked those things, that and other small details. And the observation process had been almost unconscious, the way Luna's eyes lingered on certain fabric patterns, how Leora would touch displays with careful appreciation. Without his fungus's analytical enhancement now, he was surprised to realize how much he had actually noticed then. Was it all thanks to his beast? However, his three advisees hadn't disappeared or escaped as he had hoped. Roran, Trent, and June followed him at a respectful distance, clearly waiting for the promised lecture about appropriate behavior. The problem was that, instead of being quiet and repentant, they had begun whispering among themselves in a way that was making Ren feel uncomfortable again. Until... "Hey, Ren," Roran called with apparent innocence, "what's the gift going to be in the end?" Ren, distracted by his thoughts about runes and injection techniques, responded without thinking much. "Clothing." The three boys stopped immediately, exchanging significant looks. "Complete dresses?" Trent asked with growing interest. "Because technically those aren't allowed at school and—" "No, I already know that, it's not that kind of clothing," Ren hurried to correct. "They're smaller things that don't affect the dress code much and aren't too visible." The effect of his words was completely opposite to what he expected. The three boys looked at each other, processed the information for exactly 3 seconds, and then simultaneously knelt before him in genuine reverence. "You're a god!" June exclaimed. "The Supreme Master!" Roran added. "Teach us your ways!" Trent pleaded. Ren looked at them with growing confusion. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Underwear." Roran whispered as if he were sharing state secrets. "You're going to give underwear to the prettiest girls, and from the best families, in school." The realization of what they had understood hit Ren like a hammer. His face turned red instantly, but not just from embarrassment. His adolescent mind, despite his attempts to keep it focused on appropriate topics, immediately conjured images, ultra vanilla, that, according to him, he definitely shouldn't be thinking about. "No," he shouted, more to silence his own thoughts than to correct his classmates. "It's not. You have sick minds. But you said small clothing that's hard to see and—" June began. "Accessories. Things you wear besides your clothes, not. He couldn't even finish the sentence without his face burning brighter. Ren rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Like scarves, bands, or bracelets, or," he gestured frantically, trying to explain while simultaneously trying not to think about the images his brain had decided to helpfully supply. The three boys looked visibly disappointed. "That's much less exciting." The disappointment in their voices only made Ren feel more embarrassed about his own involuntary thoughts. "You guys are perverts," he exclaimed, but his voice cracked slightly, suggesting that perhaps he wasn't completely immune to the same thoughts. "We're normal teenagers." Trent protested. "Surely you've thought about that sometime too." "I'm not thinking about anything," Ren practically shouted. Which was, of course, a complete lie, and from the misuse of verb tenses, now everyone knew it. The three boys looked at each other and began smiling knowingly. "His face says otherwise," Roran observed. "He's definitely thinking about something," June added. "Something that has him very flustered," Trent finished. Ren, completely overwhelmed by embarrassment and frustration, decided that violence was the only solution. Shut up. He proceeded to hit all three with enough force to send them sprawling, though not enough to cause real damage. It was more therapeutic than punitive. Well, maybe more therapeutic for Ren than them. The physical outlet felt surprisingly satisfying. Even without the seed or his fungus's influence, he was discovering that sometimes the direct approach to problem-solving had its merits, even if it wasn't particularly mature. Go back to your room right now, he continued, pointing dramatically toward their quarters in the academy. And if I hear even one more word about this topic, I won't give you the next steps for your gold cultivation. The effect was immediate and total. The three boys, who had been sprawled on the ground rubbing their heads, immediately scrambled to their feet and began bowing apologetically. We're sorry. Forgive us, forgive us. We're idiots. And with that, they ran toward their room as if their lives depended on it, leaving Ren alone with his thoughts. Ren stood in the hallway, still feeling flushed and trying desperately to get his mind back on appropriate tracks. The problem was that now, thanks to his helpful friends, his brain kept drifting toward topics he definitely shouldn't be considering when he was about to go shopping for gifts for Luna and Leora. Focus, he told himself firmly. They're accessories. Simple, appropriate, thoughtful accessories. Nothing more. But despite his best efforts, part of his mind kept wandering toward territories that made him feel simultaneously guilty and curious. The voices of his idiot companions were starting to seem reasonable. This is completely normal, he assured himself. Every guy my age thinks about these things sometimes. Doesn't mean anything. Right? The internal debate was exhausting. Before losing his fungus, he'd had a constant analytical voice helping him process any complex emotions and situations. Now he was left to navigate the treacherous waters of adolescence entirely on his own, with only his increasingly unreliable hormones as guidance. Still feeling uncomfortably warm, he decided he needed to distract himself completely. Shopping. Focus on the task at hand. He began walking toward where Jesse worked, hoping that the familiar routine of browsing materials would help clear his head. He arrived at the exchange warehouse without fully realizing how long he had been walking, still lost in his conflicted thoughts about growing up and changing interests and whether it was normal to feel so confused about everything. Jessie was, as usual, organizing inventory behind the counter. Her cat, Musie, was sprawled across a pile of soft furs, looking perfectly content to be a living decoration. Run. Jessie looked up brightly when he entered. Back so soon. Did you decide what type of gifts you want? Yes, he murmured, hoping his voice sounded normal. I need some high-quality skins, the usual equipment for writing with rune liquid, and some bright solutions from light beasts. And maybe some small enhancement runes. Oh, exciting. Jessie immediately became animated. What kind of creations are you planning? Ren began explaining his ideas for accessories, but apparently his face was still showing traces of his earlier embarrassment, because Jessie kept giving him curious looks. Are you okay? She asked eventually. You look. I don't know, uncomfortable about something. I'm fine, Ren lied quickly. Just, thinking about design details. Musie, who had been ignoring them completely, suddenly raised its head and fixed Ren with an unblinking stare that somehow made him feel like it knew exactly what he had been thinking about. The cat's judgmental expression was remarkably similar to what his fungus might have conveyed in similar circumstances. Even without telepathic communication, some disapproval transcended species barriers. Design details. Jessie tilted her head. Like what? Ren's brain, apparently deciding to be helpful again, immediately conjured images that definitely weren't related to scarf and bracelet design. Just give me these colors, he managed to say. And, these sizes. Sizes? Jessie's expression became more curious. Oh, are you making something small with fabric? Think straight, Ren panicked internally. Accessories to to activate small runes close to the body, he managed to explain. Oh, of course. Jessie brightened immediately. That makes perfect sense. Smaller runes would be more subtle but also less powerful. Exactly, Ren said, relieved to have found a legitimate topic. I want them to be a bit useful but not obvious or too expensive. As they began examining different furs and discussing rune options, Ren gradually felt his mind settling back into more appropriate channels. Talking about crafting techniques and practical applications helped distract him from other considerations. The technical aspects of rune inscription were genuinely complex enough to require his full attention. Without his fungus's enhanced analytical abilities, he had to work much harder to calculate optimal placement patterns and energy flow distributions. Musi eventually went back to ignoring them, apparently deciding that Ren wasn't about to do anything interesting enough to warrant continued surveillance. By the time Ren left the warehouse with his materials, he had managed to completely focus on his gift-making plans and push all other thoughts to the background of his mind for good. At least, that was what he told himself. Ren arrived back at his dormitory carrying several packages of materials, feeling reasonably pleased with his purchases and his ability to overcome adolescent awkwardness through sheer determination. This feeling lasted exactly until he opened the door and found Min, Taro, and Lu all waiting for him, clearly having noticed his packages. What's all that? Min asked immediately, gesturing toward the bags. Materials, Ren said cautiously. For what? Taro pressed. Projects. What type of projects? Lu joined in, his eyes narrowing suspiciously at Ren getting a bit reddish. Ren looked at his three roommates, all watching him with obvious curiosity, and felt his heart sinking. After his experience with Roran, Trent, and June, he really didn't want to go through another round of awkward questioning about his gift plans. The familiar gleam in their eyes was unmistakable. It was the same expression his earlier tormentors had worn before launching into their embarrassing assumptions about his intentions. Slowly, deliberately, he looked toward the ceiling and let out a deep, long-suffering sigh. Not again, he thought desperately. Please, not again. Ren worked meticulously on his gifts during the following hours, carefully engraving runes on the high-quality skins he had purchased. It was a process that required absolute concentration, but his mind kept wandering toward territories that made him uncomfortable. He hadn't been able to work on the gold 3-level proboscis he had obtained in the depths, nor process any of the other valuable materials he had acquired during his nearly fatal expedition. His analysis of crystallization had also stalled, without his fungus friend to provide the subtle perceptions he had taken for granted for years. The stress of all this still crushed him. The loss of his fungus wasn't just less power, it was also more worries, more responsibilities he had to handle without help, more decisions he had to make without constant advice. The simple act of rune inscription, which had once been almost meditative, now felt laborious without his enhanced perception. Each stroke had to be calculated manually, each energy flow pattern worked out through conscious effort rather than intuitive understanding. But puberty seemed to have strange powers. It was able to overcome everything else and make him think about things that had never caught his attention that way before. While engraving a particularly complex rune, he found himself wondering how he would manage to give the gifts to the girls without making a complete fool of himself in front of them. Apologizing was going to be difficult, especially when his mind kept conjuring images he definitely shouldn't be considering right now. He was worried about finishing writing a durability rune when Lin appeared at the door, accompanied by Yang. Lin announced with her typical directness, Zhao and Wei weren't available this time, but it seems they'll be able to rotate with Yang later to give you more intense battles. Ren looked up from his work, immediately feeling a knot in his stomach. It's not necessary, he said quickly. Although I haven't told almost anyone, my power is at half now and... Lin looked at him with an expression that clearly declared that excuse wasn't going to work. It doesn't matter, she declared. If that's true, it's even better that way. You must remember much of what you could achieve with double the power anyway, and this way you can give it your all, without depending on additional advantages. Ren swallowed nervously and desperately searched for more excuses. But, I really think I should focus on. Yang discreetly made a negative signal with his head, accompanied by a grimace of relative pity that clearly said, "Come on boy, there's no escape." Before he could protest more, Lin literally dragged him toward the training arena. The reality of his situation became evident immediately. Now he only had the boosts from his beasts, his Silver 2 Hydra and his Silver 1 Wolverine. They were still powerful, but compared to what he had had before, he felt significantly limited. Yang and Lin were both dual Tamers, at a similar level of overall power. Only Lin's crane was slightly lower in potential than the other 5 beasts in use, but her advancement in the 1000-day cultivation method had helped her compensate a bit for that difference. As they prepared for combat, Ren couldn't help but notice things he had never paid conscious attention to before. Lin's muscular legs, her body toned by years of intensive training, the way she moved with feline grace even outside of combat. The thoughts immediately reminded him of the conversation with the 3 idiots, and he blushed involuntarily. "Concentrate," he ordered himself firmly. "This is going to hurt enough without distractions." His 13-year-old brain seemed determined to sabotage him at the worst possible moments, fixating on details that had never registered before his recent hormonal awakening. He knew that getting distracted would cause him pain. But he had no idea how much. The battle began with Yang immediately creating a controlled combat field using the roots of his new giant tree ant, while his behemoth modified the terrain to eliminate any positional advantage Ren might try to create with his own control. Lin, partially fused with her panther, moved in such an unconventional way that Ren immediately realized how much he had depended on his enhanced perception. Everything he had taken for granted about combat felt clumsy and uncoordinated. The mana network his fungus had always kept active provided him not only power bonuses, but also perceptual aspects on many levels he had never consciously considered. Lin wasn't just fast, she was deceptive. Integrated with her panther, she moved in ways that defied expectations. Her footwork was so good and agile that she literally seemed to disappear at moments, only to reappear at angles that should have been impossible. The integration was seamless in ways that made Ren painfully aware of how crude his own techniques had become. Ren tried to use his multi-elemental control, launching combinations of earth and light that had been effective in the past. But without the precision that everything connected to his fungus had provided, his attacks felt crude and predictable. Lin dodged them as if it were a rehearsed dance. "You're depending too much on brute force," she shouted while sliding around a stone barrier he had created. "Think of a more subtle technique." Easy to say when she moved as if she weighed less than a feather and hit like an elephant bull charge. Yang didn't give him any respite either. The earth and root control from his combination of behemoth and giant tree ant didn't allow him to stay still for even a second. Every time he tried to establish a defensive position, roots sprouted from the ground to disrupt his stance, while earth waves forced him to move constantly. The coordination between the 2 teachers was perfect. A desperate defense was all Ren managed even while trying to abuse his multi-elemental control and tricks that already felt old and predictable to Lin, though Yang seemed less familiar with some of his techniques. But it wasn't enough. In the end, Yang enclosed him in a sphere of compacted earth and roots, eliminating his mobility and forcing him into close combat against Lin. What followed was less a battle than a lesson in humility. Lin showed him how, with just her legs, she could dominate him completely. She struck dozens of points in a matter of seconds, each strike perfectly placed to cause maximum discomfort without permanent damage. She dodged any attempt at counterattack with movements that seemed to anticipate his actions before he had fully decided on them himself. His perceptions, now reduced to normal levels, simply couldn't follow the pace she established. Every weakness in his stance, every gap in his defense, every predictable pattern in his movements was exploited. It was like being dissected by someone who understood combat at a fundamental level he had never truly bothered to learn to call himself better. When he finally ended up on the ground, breathing heavily and feeling as if a leviathan worm had run him over, Ren realized how much work he was going to need if he wanted to feel competent again, much less superior, in combat against his teacher. Lin approached and extended a hand to help him up. Now you understand, she said, but her voice wasn't cruel. You've been depending on advantages that made you lazy. Without them, you have to relearn fundamentals you never properly mastered. Ren accepted her help to stand, feeling every muscle in his body protesting. At least, he realized, the exhausting exercise had helped completely clear his mind of any impure thoughts. Large thighs, he had discovered, were significantly less attractive when they were causing him extreme pain. Silver lining, he thought wryly. Though honestly, given how badly he had performed, he was probably going to need all the mental distractions he could get to motivate himself to continue with this level of training. The reality of being a normal teenager, he was discovering, was significantly more complicated than being a prodigy had ever been. And that was saying something. Or perhaps there was something to be said for being beaten into submission as a form of mental clarity for current or ex-bullies. Ren had been gathering willpower for hours to deliver the gifts. Initially he had considered the cowardly option of simply sending them with a note, but he had realized in time that this wouldn't fulfill the real purpose. As Jesse had explained, it was about the personal gesture as much as the gift itself. An apology had to be face-to-face, or it wasn't really an apology. The problem was that when he finally worked up the courage to look for Luna and Leora, they weren't in their room. This forced him to do something he had hoped to avoid, wandering all over the school uncomfortably asking about their whereabouts. Each conversation was a small torture. "Excuse me, have you seen Luna or Leora? Are you looking for them for any special matter?" "I can tell them if I see them," invariably asked whoever responded, with that smile that now seemed more obvious than ever, suggesting that everyone had decided there were obvious romantic interests between him and the girls. "Thanks, but I just need to talk directly to them," he would mutter, feeling his cheeks warming each time. The assumptions were everywhere, embedded in every knowing look and helpful suggestion. Fellow students would offer to deliver messages with expressions that clearly indicated they believed they were facilitating some grand romantic gesture. After an hour of fruitless searching, he finally received useful information. They were in the academy's back gardens, apparently receiving a visit. When he arrived at the indicated area, he immediately understood why it had been so difficult to find them. Selphira Ashenway was sitting elegantly on one of the garden benches, drinking tea as if her presence were the most natural thing in the world. It seemed the girls had been there since their cups were still on the table. Under normal circumstances, Ren would have tried to avoid the perceptive elder. Selphira had an uncomfortable ability to read people, and had almost always been capable of seeing through any pretense he tried to maintain. But since the crystallization incident, he had noticed changes in her. She stayed closer to Leora, visited more frequently, and generally seemed a bit less intimidating in matters related to her granddaughter. Since Ren was technically part of Leora's affairs, normally, she had always treated him with a warmth he considered somewhat exaggerated for his taste. He thought maybe that wouldn't be bad now. So he approached. But he was completely wrong this time. "Ren Patender," Selphira's voice cut through the air like a sharp blade the moment he got close enough to be noticed. It wasn't the warm tone he had expected. Curse my luck, he thought. Seems she already found out about something. Selphira rose from the bench with movements that were too fluid for someone her age, but which reminded him of her true nature as one of the most dangerous people in the kingdom. She gestured with her hand and the two guards following her stayed to collect the table. "Walk with me." It wasn't a request. Ren followed obediently. Selphira guided him toward a more private section of the garden, where they were out of reach of the curious. "So," Selphira began, her voice maintaining that dangerous edge, "are you going to explain to me why my granddaughter is clearly upset by something you did to her and won't tell me about it?" Ren felt as if ice water had been poured over him. Of course she had found out. The girls probably hadn't mentioned specific details, but Selphira had over 400 years of experience reading people. She didn't need details to know when someone had hurt her family. He began, but Selphira's gaze silenced him immediately. "I've watched them grow for years," the elder continued, her voice dropping to a tone that somehow managed to be more threatening than if she had been shouting. "I know every expression on their faces. I know when they're sad, when they're worried, and I definitely know when someone has hurt them. Ren swallowed, suddenly feeling as if he were 10 years younger and had been caught stealing candy. Luna was especially quiet, Selphira observed, taking a step closer. Which is saying something, considering how reserved she normally is. And Leora, well, Leora was trying so desperately to act like everything was normal that it was obvious it wasn't. Think fast, Ren ordered himself. Explain the situation before she decides you're a bigger disappointment. In a way, Ren appreciated the elder and didn't want to look bad in her eyes. You're right, he said finally, forcing himself to maintain eye contact despite every instinct telling him to hide. I hurt them. Not physically, but thoughtlessly, emotionally. Selphira raised an eyebrow, apparently surprised by his direct honesty. Continue. I was not in a good place mentally. A lot of stress, many things changing, and although it hasn't completely gone away, I was handling it very badly. Ren paused, searching for the right words. They tried to talk to me when I was acting like an idiot, and I was cruel to them. The admission felt like pulling thorns from a wound. Each word forced him to confront not just what he had done, but the person he had temporarily become under pressure. Selphira's expression didn't change, but Ren could see something shifting in her eyes. And what do you plan to do about it? Ren lifted the small bags he had been carrying, feeling ridiculously uncomfortable and inadequate. I'm looking for them to give them gifts and apologize. Properly. In person. The change in Selphira was instantaneous and dramatic. The powerful and slightly threatening elder disappeared completely, replaced by what appeared to be a genuinely pleased grandmother. Her expression softened, her posture relaxed, and she even smiled. Oh, my dear child, she exclaimed, her voice transforming completely. Why didn't you say that from the beginning? Ren blinked, completely bewildered by the transformation. I didn't have a chance. How considerate. How thoughtful. Selphira was practically radiating approval now. May I see what you brought? Ren, still processing the emotional whiplash, cautiously opened the bags to show the accessories he had created. For Luna he had made a delicate bracelet with navy blue skins and silver runes that would provide subtle protection against cold. For Leora he had created an elegant necklace with golden tones and runes that would slightly improve heat resistance. The craftsmanship was meticulous despite his now reduced abilities. But with what he had learned till now, each rune had been individually calibrated for maximum efficiency within the limited space, and the aesthetic integration was seamless enough that they looked like purely decorative pieces rather than functional magical items. Exquisite work. Selphira examined the gifts. The runes are perfectly integrated with a technique I've never seen, the colors are appropriate for each girl, and they're practically useful besides being beautiful. Do you think they'll like them? Ren asked, feeling some relief yet also a persistent nervousness. Of course they will. But more important than the gifts themselves. Selphira looked at him seriously for a moment, is that you recognized your error and are making the effort to correct it. That speaks well of your character. Ren felt unexpectedly moved by the approval. And tell me, what is it that has you so stressed? Ren explained his new situation in broad strokes. I see, so that is what happened the day we had to rescue you and Julius from those new mutants, but you don't have to worry. Selphira continued, if you tell me that your fungus's cultivation worked today despite everything and the processed crystal entered the mana flow system, it means you can still take it to Gold 1. Something might change in your understanding when you achieve it at the end of your 4th year. It will be the perfect moment since your noble titles will also obtain true value after your 4th year is over. Selphira brought her hand to her chin for a moment. If you still haven't recovered by then and don't remember more advanced cultivation methods to obtain the 40-something million necessary, I'll support you with materials and crystals to reach platinum if necessary, so stop worrying about that. Selphira touched his shoulder and smiled. The offer was staggering in its generosity. For Selphira to offer such support so casually demonstrated not just her resources, but her genuine interest in his future. Now, she continued, switching into what was obviously full grandmother advice mode, let me give you some advice about how to deliver these gifts appropriately. More advice? Of course. There are right and wrong ways to apologize to young girls, especially when you've hurt their feelings. During the following 20 minutes, Selfer proceeded to give Ren a crash course in appropriate apologies. First, you have to be specific about what you did wrong. Not, I'm sorry if I had hurt you, but I'm sorry for yelling at you when you were trying to help me. Second, you have to explain why it happened without using excuses. I was stressed and handling it badly, is an explanation. I couldn't help it because I was stressed, would be an excuse. Third, you have to promise specific behavior change. Not, it won't happen again, but I'm going to work on handling my stress better so I don't take it out on you ever again. And finally, Selfer smiled warmly, you have to ask for their forgiveness, not assume they have to give it. Ren nodded, trying to absorb all the information. And the gifts, he asked. Good gifts are the ones to show you care about them, not just to buy forgiveness. Give them after the apology, and explain why you chose each specific thing. Should I explain the runes too? Definitely. It shows you put real thought into making something useful for them with your abilities specifically, not just pretty things. Selfer paused, studying his face carefully. Also, she added more gently, you might want to acknowledge that growing up is complicated and that you're still learning how to handle big emotions appropriately. They're also early teenagers, they'll somewhat understand. Ren felt some of the tension he had been carrying in his shoulders finally begin to relax. Do you think they'll forgive me? Oh, my dear boy, Selfer reached out to pat his shoulder maternally, those girls care about you quite a lot more than you think. If your apology is sincere and thoughtful, of course they'll forgive you. She paused, then added with slight mischief in her voice, though Leora might make you squirm a bit first. She's quite good at making people work for her forgiveness. Ren couldn't help but laugh slightly at that. Now, Selfer said briskly, let's go back so you can practice your apology. And remember, honesty, specificity, and genuine remorse. Those are the keys. As they walked back toward where Luna and Leora were waiting, Ren felt significantly more prepared for what needed to happen next. Sometimes, he reflected, having scary adults around could actually be helpful. Selfer indicated the direction of the private training area where the girls were practicing, and Ren headed there with some determination and a lot of nerves that turned his stomach. When he arrived at the designated area, he stopped for a moment to observe before announcing himself. Luna and Leora were immersed in an intense battle, moving with jumps and quick techniques that demonstrated how much they had progressed. Their beasts worked in perfect coordination. Luna's wolf, now a greater elemental devourer, was combined with her and helped her slide between shadows while her light and wind tiger attacked Leora from above. Leora kept dodging the tiger while coordinating perfectly with her demonic bash and while jumping thanks to being merged with the power of her will-o-wisp greater spirit. Quickly calculating their power levels, Ren realized something that hit him like an uncomfortable revelation. Right now, they were slightly above him in total beast boosts. They had obtained their second beasts before he got his third, and without his additional bonuses, the difference was notable since they also had the highest tier beasts. Their combat was impressive. Every movement flowed seamlessly from defense to attack, every beast ability was integrated naturally into their fighting style. He realized again that he had been a complete fool to feel on top of the world when he had quite unfair advantages. The girls had never really been weak, he had simply had aids that made them seem less capable in comparison. This realization gave him renewed energy to make proper apologies. He had been arrogant and unfair, and they deserved to know he now fully recognized they weren't weak or less than him at all. When he finally entered the training area, the girls noticed him immediately. And they launched at him, attacking with everything they had. We will show you we are not dead weight for your expeditions, Ren. Leora shouted, apparently deciding that combat training could include a new target. Ren, still quite tired and sore from his previous battle with Lin and Yang, barely had time to react. His reflexes, trained by combat with the ridiculously agile Lin, activated automatically to defend against the coordinated storm of attacks coming toward him. His multi-elemental control and the knowledge he had repeated so many times about the girl's specific beasts, theory of combinations he himself had developed, barely served to avoid losing in a completely lame way against two opponents with more power, and stamina at the moment, than him. He managed to deflect some attacks and block others, but it was clearly desperate defense rather than a display of superior skill. When he finally ended up knocked down on the ground, breathing heavily, the girls stopped and looked at him with evident confusion. "What the hell was that?" Luna asked, frowning. "Since when are you so slow?" Leora finished, looking at him suspiciously. Luna became visibly angry, completely misinterpreting the situation. "Pretending to be weak isn't going to make us feel better," she reproached him, and stomped on his chest hard. Ren managed to activate his diamond armor in time to avoid real damage to his ribs, but the position he had ended up in, on the ground with both girls standing over him, gave him a perspective that his new mind full of adolescent thoughts found quite difficult to ignore. He turned completely red. His 13-year-old brain immediately focused on the wrong aspects of the situation, his memory of the idiot trio and the supposed underwear creating a feedback loop of embarrassment that made coherent thought nearly impossible. Luna was about to misinterpret his blush as evidence that he didn't want to tell the truth about pretending to be weak, but Ren managed to close his eyes firmly and force himself to finally concentrate. "Wait," he said quickly. "I'm not pretending. I lost most of my power when Mushido sacrificed himself to protect me when I went underground to be an idiot. But that's not the point right now." Ren took a deep breath and followed Selphra's advice exactly. "Luna, I'm sorry for yelling at you and saying those things when you were trying to help me during the confrontation with Leopold. I was handling stress and my frustration very badly, and I took it out on you unfairly when all you were doing was worrying about me." The girls remained still, clearly not expecting such a specific and direct apology. "Leora, I also shouldn't have ignored your advice. I was being arrogant and cruel," Ren continued, "and that's not right no matter what's happening in my life. I'm going to work on handling my emotions better so I don't treat you like that again, because you don't deserve it. Will you forgive me?" he asked, finally opening his eyes but keeping his gaze on their faces instead of other areas. He activated his Wolverine enough to access its dimensional space and took out the bags with the gifts. Both girls blushed when they saw the gifts, especially when Ren honestly explained why he had chosen each specific color and rune. "They're beautiful," Luna murmured, examining her gift with genuine admiration. "And useful," Leora added, clearly appreciating the practicality. The craftsmanship was evident in every detail. The runes were so seamlessly integrated that they appeared to be decorative elements rather than functional magic, and the color choices showed careful attention to each girl's personal preferences. "It's because I cherish our friendship, and don't want to lose you, as friends," Ren said without thinking, the words coming out with more clarity and good feelings than he had intended. "And I like you a lot, as friends." The silence that followed was charged and uncomfortable. Leora, being the more adventurous and brave of the two, was the one who broke the tension. "Which of the two, or three, do you sherry? Like more?" she asked directly, obviously referring to Luna, herself, and probably Larissa too. "All of you equally," Ren responded honestly, without fully realizing the implications of what Leora was asking. Leora narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Do you think you're as big as a king to be able to justify embracing so much?" she asked, her voice carrying an edge that Ren didn't completely understand. "A king? Maybe she asks if I'd sacrifice as much as him for them. A true friend who is a gentleman like Dad would." Ren didn't grasp the true meaning of the question, but he didn't want to sound evasive. He remembered Selphra's advice about being honest and clear in his words, so he tried to double down in his resolve of keeping the friendship. "I'm being honest and I won't back down from what I said," he declared firmly. "That's how I feel." Leora studied him for a long moment, then seemed to reach some kind of decision. "Then I want to verify something," she said finally. I want you to accompany me to do something in a few days. Do you accept? What kind of something? Ren asked cautiously. You'll see, Leora smiled in a way that made him feel slightly nervous. Yes or no? Yes, he responded, because he thought he really didn't have another option if he wanted to repair his relationship with her. But asking sincerely for more apologies as he believed wasn't what this was about. Leora turned toward Luna, who had been observing this entire exchange in silence. Sorry, Luna, but I'm going to get ahead if you're going to stay quiet. Luna blushed intensely and hugged her gift against her chest. She opened her mouth as if she were going to say something, but in the end no sound came out. She simply turned around, clearly flustered. Ren realized that Luna had wanted to say something but hadn't been able to. Remembering Selfra's advice about being considerate with how he treated both girls, not with the meaning he thought, he decided to offer her the same opportunity. Luna, he said gently, if you want, we could do something together another day too. Whatever you want. The effect was dramatic. Luna turned even redder, and it practically looked like steam was coming from her head. But, with her back turned, she nodded almost imperceptibly. Leora sighed, clearly realizing that Ren didn't completely understand the implications of what he had just proposed, but she seemed determined to move forward with her plan. Well, she murmured, if I'm going to be first anyway, then I have time to clarify some things that day. Ren stood there, feeling as if he had participated in a conversation where everyone else understood rules he was completely unaware of. But the girls had accepted his apologies and gifts, and that was what mattered, right? So. We will, he began, trying to understand what exactly he had agreed to. I'll tell you when and where later, Leora interrupted. And Ren. Yes. Next time you have problems, talk to me before they become problems for everyone else. I promise to do that, he said, scratching his head. As he walked back toward the dormitories, Ren felt relieved that the apologies had gone well, but also vaguely nervous about what he had agreed to without fully understanding. Ren had spent the last few days training intensively with his Wolverine, trying to integrate elemental control into his close combat. Lin's Panther Lizard had begun developing elevated fire element control, and the master used it to propel herself with short explosions, combined with wind from her crane to create movements that seemed to defy the laws of physics even more. Ren was developing an approach to that short-distance physical style that Lin had begun to develop, but he had created instead a sort of anti-magic combat that required extreme concentration and speed of thought. He wanted not only to counter Lin's technique with opposing elements, but to develop something similar to increase his speed but which was much more complex, taking advantage of his access to multiple elements. He could already jump between shadows and move with light thanks to his experience jumping with Larissa years ago. He could also use the same wind and fire mobility that Lin employed, and he could control Earth to create instant support points. All of this helped his mobility enormously. The more ambitious ideas included using ice to create temporary sliding surfaces and flexible wood forms that could act as natural spring floors, but he still didn't master those techniques enough to integrate them into real combat. The problem was that trying to use multiple elements simultaneously while moving around the battlefield was incredibly complex. For now, he was practicing something more fundamental, moving quickly while maintaining an elevated mana accumulation in his chest, ready to be fired instantly when needed. His exercise consisted of maintaining that state for increasingly longer periods. It was exhausting, required constant concentration, and often ended with headaches, but he was determined to improve it. What pushed him to keep trying to perfect that aspect of control was that maintaining mana flowing so actively was similar to the network his frozen friend had maintained. Maybe it was still a very small similarity, but he hoped that by improving over time he could eventually better understand how to help his encysted fungus. The new technique Ren was developing required him to maintain multiple streams of mana flowing simultaneously through different pathways in his body. It was exhausting to maintain. Each practice session brought incremental improvements, but also reminded him how effortless such complex mana manipulation had been when his fungus handled the underlying coordination. Now every adjustment required conscious decision-making, every element switch demanded deliberate effort. Still, the hope that this training might eventually help him understand his fungus's condition gave him motivation to push through the discomfort and frustration of learning to do manually what had once been automatic. Obviously Ren not only practiced alone. The battles with Lin continued to be brutally educational. Zhao and Wei had also participated, and Ren felt it was overkill now. Lin was more than enough, he thought. Even Wei, who was objectively the worst fighter among his 4 teacher-pairing opponents, proved too much when supporting Lin. Wei had chosen, like Finch, to have a spore as his second beast, for science, so he basically wasn't a real double in boosts yet, but he was still too effective supporting Lin with his wind control and ranged wind attacks. Ren had tried once to focus his attacks on taking down Wei first, thinking Lin would give him some leeway to face the less skilled professor. Ren knew that Wei wasn't Lin's favorite person, so he thought she might give him perhaps a slight opening. He had been completely wrong. Lin didn't give him even a centimeter of leeway in battles, regardless of circumstances. That harsh training was part of Ren's routine now. His cool, bad guy shenanigans had won that for him. Guess I deserve it, huh? After controlling energy in his personal training for several hours, he decided to take a break and bathe to be ready for his meeting with Leora. She had set today as the date for her mysterious extra apologies plan. Ren still had no clear idea what to expect. The communal baths were mostly empty at that hour of the day, which Ren now preferred since being there at normal hours resulted in the other guys always crowding him to ask a lot about cultivation and exercise. He could take advantage thanks to his classes now being more flexible than most people's. He liked having space sometimes to process his thoughts without the distraction of casual conversations. During the bath he couldn't help thinking long and hard about his fungus and Larissa, the 2 friends that his different decisions had taken from him and whom he couldn't help missing. The solitude gave him space to confront emotions he usually pushed aside during training or social interactions. Tears weren't visible when water was running through all his body anyway. The loss of his fungus felt like losing an important, main limb he'd never appreciated until it was gone, while thoughts of Larissa still carried the weight of unresolved guilt and longing. But time for sorrow was over, he had to keep pushing forward. As he was leaving the shower refreshed, he found Klein leaving an adjacent one. Ren was still a bit soppy, sentimental/emotional, and couldn't help feeling a bit bad for him. Klein always seemed to be alone now. Aster, Fong, and any of those who commonly surrounded him had been transferred to other schools by their parents years ago, and he was always training alone, striving to the maximum to try to keep up with his peers' progress. But without being a dual tamer and with a beast still stuck at Silver 1, Klein had little chance of competing effectively against someone at as high a level as Ren's. In fact, everyone around seemed to be progressively leaving him behind. The isolation was visible in Klein's posture, the way he carried himself with the defeated air of someone who had stopped expecting social interaction to go well. Ren thought about his own recent performances and the apologies he had had to make to keep his friends. He felt empathetic toward Klein's situation. "Klein," he finally called. Klein turned, and Ren immediately noticed how his eyes moved, involuntarily comparing their physiques. Ren had developed very marked musculature thanks to these years of intensive training, perhaps too dense for his age, the result of his beast's boosts and constant exercise. Klein looked at himself in the slightly fogged crystal's mirror. Although he was slightly taller than Ren, his body couldn't compare in terms of muscular development. With a visible tick in his eye, Klein asked him reluctantly. "What do you want? I haven't bothered you lately, so I hope you don't plan to start bothering me now. I can give you the Golden Lion's line cultivation method up to Gold 1, Ren said directly. Your current cultivation has several errors, and soon you could be close to permanently ruining your development. Klein became visibly angry, but then stopped, clearly remembering the time Ren had saved him during the incident with Cashin's potion years ago. He sighed heavily. I don't want your pity, he said with a tense voice. Don't feel superior just because you have better cultivation, more defined abs, and bigger arms. That doesn't mean anything. Ren frowned, genuinely confused by the reaction. It's not about bodies or who's better, he approached, insisting. I just want to help you a bit. I can see the problems in your technique, and... Klein instinctively backed away, feeling uncomfortable. Both were wearing only small towels around their hips, but Ren seemed completely oblivious to any awkwardness of the situation. Feeling intimidated by the direct approach of Ren's muscles, Klein kept backing away until he bumped his back against the bathroom door and accidentally opened it. Several students in the hallway saw them, especially Ren with his developed physique, and several girls let out sharp screams in different tones, some of surprise, others of embarrassment, and some that sounded more like appreciation. Klein quickly closed the door and came back inside, putting his hands to his head. For all the dragons, he muttered. He stood there for a moment, processing the humiliation of the situation. Fine, he said finally, his voice resigned. I accept your help. But leave me alone after that, okay? And please, send me the cultivation method to my room when you're fully dressed. Ren scratched his head, still not completely understanding why Klein had reacted so defensively. Of course, he agreed. But, is there any specific reason you don't want to talk about it here? Klein looked at him as if he had asked why water was wet. Seriously, haven't you grown in your head? We already have hair there. Grown where? Hair. Klein sighed deeply, clearly realizing that Ren was genuinely oblivious to the social dynamics that had made the situation uncomfortable for him. In reality, Ren had always bathed with his friends in a large tub on the outskirts, and the boys in his room had adapted without judgment when they were 10 with little modesty for various reasons, so it didn't bother them even now. But it wasn't a common practice in noble circles, hence the divisions in individual showers with doors and towels always available. Nothing, he said finally. Just, send the method later and don't ever approach me from behind in the changing room, okay? Sure, Ren nodded, still not fully understanding what the fuss was about. And Klein. What? I don't pity you. I really think you have potential if you correct some technical errors. You've worked hard. Klein blushed and studied his expression for a moment, looking for signs of condescension or sarcasm. Apparently he found none. Thanks, he murmured, and headed quickly toward the more distant changing rooms. As Ren finished changing, he wondered why people always seemed to make social interactions more complicated than necessary. Boys from the outskirts used to say what they thought without beating around the bush. He had only wanted to help a classmate who was clearly struggling to improve. But at least Klein had accepted the help, and that was what mattered. Now he had to prepare for his meeting with Leora, which also remained a complete mystery to him. The encounter left him reflecting on how different his upbringing had been from his noble classmates. What seemed natural and straightforward to him often created complications he couldn't predict, while dynamics that felt obvious to others remained completely opaque to his understanding. Ren finally met Leora in the academy gardens after classes, where she waited for him with an expression mixing determination and nervousness. She wore a simple but elegant dress that highlighted her eyes, and had her hair arranged in a way that suggested she had put extra effort into her appearance. Undoubtedly against school regulations. Come with me, she told him, taking his arm without waiting for an answer. Yet not even the director would say anything to her as long as she didn't go overboard anyway. As expected from Selfra's favorite mischievous granddaughter. She led him farther from the common areas, away from the main paths toward a more solitary section of the academy grounds. I asked my grandmother to have any guards from Julius or ours keep a good distance so you wouldn't feel too watched, she explained as they moved. Ren didn't completely understand the reasons, but followed anyway. He would do whatever she questioned as long as his earlier mistake was forgotten, truly forgiven. They arrived at an elevated area with many trees. At the foothills of this elevation, not far away, one of the less traveled mine entrances was located some tens of meters below them. The small hill offered an elevated view of the entire school and part of the city. From that position, Ren could see the sky-tasty towers in the distance and the large bridge that Dragarian had created, now with an open gate that allowed passage for Yano civilians who hadn't been crystallized. It was a view that brought with it complex memories. The Yano people now depended completely on Victor, Julius, and Arturo's management, and had basically been reduced to second-class citizens. Fortunately, they weren't generating significant problems, at least nothing big compared to the opportunist nobles who remained a constant source of political tension. Ren and Leora had climbed to the crown of a large tree to better enjoy the view, but Ren was surprised when Leora moved closer and sat very close to him on the same branch. The proximity immediately reminded him of that time, years ago, when he had had to chase her to give her the fusion ability. Back then, she had fled from any physical contact. "Do you remember that time when I had to catch up to you to give you the fusion power?" he asked, as if trying to remind her of the situation to see her reaction, but... "Yes," she responded. "Back then I wasn't ready," she said softly. "Now I am." Ren didn't completely understand the insinuations, but he did understand that now she had no problems with physical contact. In fact, she seemed to be actively seeking it again. Ren took this as a positive sign for preserving their friendship. So he thought about putting his arm around her shoulders as a gesture of warmth between friends, but when imagining the situation and smelling her so close, his new and powerful hormones made him consider other implications that filled him with doubts. His arm, which was moving toward her, stopped halfway, quickly retracting while he blushed a bit. The internal war between his conscious intentions and his body's reactions was becoming a constant source of confusion. Every interaction now carried layers of meaning he hadn't previously considered. But Leora immediately noticed the aborted movement. "Why don't you do it?" she asked directly. "It wouldn't bother me." Although she was also blushing when asking the question. Ren desperately tried to change the subject. "What was it you wanted to clarify?" he asked hurriedly. "I'm going to apologize for anything else that bothers you that I haven't clearly apologized for." "You don't need to give me any other apology," Leora said, her voice becoming softer. "What you demonstrated as a person, the importance you gave me, and realizing that you've been watching me closely. I loved it." She became redder as she spoke, but maintained eye contact. "Do you really like me as a lover?" she asked directly, confronting him with an intensity that made Ren feel as if he were under a spotlight. Ren frowned, genuinely confused. He didn't remember saying anything like that, at least not out loud, right brain. He didn't realize he had used different words that Leora had interpreted more romantically than he had intended. But despite the confusion about the specific words used from his mouth in the past, he at least understood perfectly the look in Leora's eyes here and now. It was an expression he had never seen directed toward him before so closely, loaded with hope and vulnerability. He swallowed hard. Leora insisted, her voice trembling slightly, "Or do you like Larissa or maybe Luna more?" Ren thought about the other two girls. They were undoubtedly very pretty, but he had never thought about something like dating them in the way Leora obviously meant. The idea made him incredibly nervous. Leora kept her gaze fixed on him, but her eyes began to fill very subtly with tears. So Ren realized the enormous effort she was making and remembered she was the same age as him. Did she feel the same as he did? So Ren told her gently. "You don't have to force yourself to act like this. It feels a bit unnatural." With a lump in his throat, he admitted, "But yes. I like you, a lot." Both turned completely red. "But," Ren continued carefully, "I'm not sure you're ready for all that." Leora didn't understand at first, thinking maybe Ren was belittling her as a child. But she realized from his honest expression and next sentence that it wasn't that at all. "Were you pushed to do this today?" Ren asked softly. Leora sighed deeply. "Yes," she admitted. "Maybe my grandmother pushed me too soon, and I took things a bit faster than what would make me feel comfortable." Ren smiled, feeling relieved that they had reached the truth. "But I'm not going to take back my words," he said firmly. "I do like you a lot. But we're very young, so we can take all the time needed until you feel more comfortable." Leora sighed and smiled. Ren relaxed seeing that. but didn't completely understand the storm of emotions developing within her. For Leora there was relief and happiness, yes, but also perhaps some disappointment and a bit of sadness for not having managed to push herself further or feel as prepared as she thought she was. Ren looked into the distance, observing the city that stretched before them. "You actually are a better explorer than me," he told her reflectively. "Braver in more aspects than I expected. And maybe that will help you be the best spy when you grow up, because I've heard from Wei that to infiltrate you have to be bold and make believe or feel comfortable in unknown territory." He paused, considering his words. "I admire you because I also want to see the world someday, being that cool and bold." Suddenly, Leora moved close to his ear. "After all, I do want things to be clear," she whispered. And she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Ren was completely surprised, turning toward her, but when he did, she had already disappeared with a spatial jump. Her mana trail was moving away faster and faster. So he remained there sitting alone on the branch, touching his cheek where he had felt the soft pressure of her lips. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment, except for the wind moving the leaves around him and the distant sounds of daily life at the academy. For the first time in his life, Ren completely understood why adults always talked about his age as a complicated period. His feelings were a whirlwind of confusion, excitement, nervousness, and something that might have been happiness, all mixed in a way he had never experienced before. But for now, he remained sitting in the tree, processing what had just happened and wondering how exactly he had reached a point in his life where battles against hordes of underground monsters seemed simple compared to navigating the complexities of his own feelings. After what had happened with Leora, Ren finally realized what he had asked Luna and began to panic. Would Luna now do the same thing as Leora? The idea filled him with terror. Another confession? Another intimate situation he wouldn't know how to handle? He went into complete panic for several minutes before managing to calm down enough to think rationally. Luna was very different from Leora. Much more shy, less adventurous. Surely there wasn't much to fear. On the other hand, he would have to guide the conversation, and that realization filled him with new anxiety. Because if he thought about it, he didn't know what to say. The next few days. His situation with Leora had become tremendously complicated. He was even afraid of how things would be between them now, and that their friendship would be impossible to maintain with what he now knew and had happened. Every time he saw her in classes or hallways, both avoided eye contact and acted strangely. So, what should he do with Luna? His mind was in agony. He thought of 1,000 different scenarios until he finally tried to convince himself that he could avoid the tension with Luna on the day they had agreed upon. Then, one day it came to him. With a calmer and more logical analysis, he decided it was impossible for the same thing to happen. But he didn't imagine that the Luna of that day would be in a completely different mental state than normal. The days before the date with Luna, and after the date with Leora, had been a test of social endurance for Ren. He had barely avoided his roommates and classmates finding out about things, although Leora and he kept their distance and avoided crossing glances all the time. Thankfully, Leora wasn't the only one acting strange around Ren. Being now a popular boy in his circle, winner of 6 consecutive tournaments, and with rumors circulating about his physique after the bathroom incident, plus another ridiculous rumor about him and Klein, several girls had begun acting exaggerated and strange around him. Fortunately, Leora's attitude passed relatively unnoticed among all these events. Only Min had been about to find out, which Ren avoided by very realistically asking him to help in duo with him against Lin and Zhao. Min became invisible and jumped out the window faster than Ren could blink, clearly preferring to face hordes of underground monsters than a training session with that insane duo of fast-hitting teachers. Today, while bathing and thinking about what he would say, Ren had mentally rehearsed his speech. "I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I just wanted to make sure my apologies had been sufficient and I don't want you to feel pressured into anything strange. I hope our friendship lasts a long time, as I'm happy to spend time with you and I'm grateful for our time together. The support you've always given me and the things we've experienced are invaluable to me so." In his imagination, Ren sounded like a mature man, with a deep voice who followed the guidelines of the gentleman his father described with pride. When he was ready, he headed to the meeting place in an area covered by tall bushes in the garden, but realized Luna hadn't arrived. He waited a while, nervously checking the area. After some time he thought that, of course, surely Luna hadn't dared because she was really shy as always. And with all this, he didn't blame her. But when Ren stood to leave, Luna emerged from a shadow behind him and hugged him tightly, with an intensity that took him completely by surprise. Ren swallowed. Luna buried her face in his back, and he felt chills. Could it be? But he soon realized she was crying. When he listened more carefully, he noticed she was very sad. Without thinking, he broke free by melting into the shadows. Luna was surprised for a moment, but then Ren appeared behind her and carried her, jumping with her between shadows. "I'll take you to a place where no one will hear you vent," he whispered to her. He didn't take her to the place where he had been with Leora. Instead, he took her to a small area near a lake. The lake was frequently visited by water tamers, but the small surrounding pools generated by some rare plants that attracted large amounts of water to keep their roots submerged weren't visited. These plants formed foam between their tall stems that concealed sound well, and from their crowns they kept constantly moist, seeming like natural fountains that rained in the area all the time. Ren had fine enough water elemental control to prevent them from getting wet, and the muted sound was perfect for privacy. Luna vented there for a long while. Ren didn't know what to do other than look up and concentrate on keeping his elemental control active, providing silent support while she released whatever pain was consuming her. The technique required constant focus, but it felt like the least he could do. Creating a protective bubble of controlled water around them while maintaining the sound dampening effect was complex, but it gave him something concrete to focus on while Luna dealt with her emotional turmoil. Finally, Luna loosened her grip on a crumpled letter she had been clutching in her hands, which she abruptly put away. Ren offered her a handkerchief he carried as a good gentleman, and kept his gaze directed elsewhere so as not to look at her swollen face and make her uncomfortable. Although thinking about discomfort, having been hugging Luna during the crying hadn't felt strange as emotional support, but now it was beginning to feel different. He decided maybe he could try to break the ice to avoid that and see if he could do something to help her. "Why are you like this?" he asked gently. He received no response. After thinking for a moment about the day he had spoken badly to her, he asked, "Is some idiot to blame? Because if you want, I..." He stopped when Luna nodded. Ren became immediately angry. "Who?" But he didn't expect Luna to answer with, "My father." Luna, still hiding her face between her hands and the handkerchief, murmured that he had broken his promise. That she had endured so much and that in the end, what was the point if he had failed her? She murmured that then the words, inside, lost their meaning, and she clutched the letter again. Ren remembered that Mayo had said something about cursed words in the letter, but also that his mana had told him Mayo wasn't telling the truth behind the meaning of most of her words that day. With all this happening, he began to feel curious about the letter's content, but remained respectful. Luna was recovering from crying, but instead began to get angry, clearly displeased with whatever her father hadn't fulfilled. Her attitude took a complete turn from her usual shyness. "I'm sorry," she apologized first to Ren. "You probably expected something very different from my pathetic situation." Ren sighed, used water magic to gently heal and clean her face, and told her, "It doesn't matter what I expected." But Luna, now with a healed and angry face, interrupted him, "My father always insists that I don't get close to you." Ren was surprised. "I don't like the reason in the first place," Luna continued, "and if that's what my father wants, I'm going to be closer than ever to you to oppose him." Suddenly, Luna knocked him down and looked intensely into his eyes. Ren let himself fall because he didn't sense danger, but he didn't expect Luna, in her anger, to ravish his lips. The kiss was sudden and intense, carrying all the frustration and rebellion she felt toward her father. Ren's mind went completely blank, overwhelmed by the unexpected intimacy and the intensity of the moment. When she finally pulled back, both were breathing heavily, staring at each other with wide eyes as the reality of what had just happened began to sink in. Ren's eyes widened. After the awkward and somewhat rough kiss, Luna sat on top of him. "You always caught my attention," she told him, "although we're really not compatible." Her voice had changed completely, becoming more direct and aggressive than he had ever heard it. "I'm the opposite of you. Ambitious, you've shown me several times that you're not. Introverted, when you're not afraid to express what you feel. Elitist, toxically competitive, ignorant, vengeful, and privileged in a bad way. I never would have achieved anything with a weak beast like yours, rising from your total lack of privilege, much less with a spore, even though it became such a cute little creature." Her words poured out like a torrent, as if she had been keeping them for years. "Based on our opposite foundations, we should be enemies like Klein or Jean were to you. I shouldn't be your friend or close in any way. But after so many things and thinking about it." She paused. "No one has interested me more." Ren was completely overwhelmed by this avalanche of confessions and self-recriminations. "Although today I wanted to beat Leora, see if you wanted to conquer me too," Luna continued, "see if I'd like that, but I realized that a relationship with someone like me only someone like me could accept or enjoy, since it's based on all superficial interest, appearances, and tastes." Ren forced himself to ignore the hormones that had awakened with the kiss and the position they found themselves in. He breathed deeply and looked at her directly. "You're lying," he told her softly. "What?" "My mana eyes don't work very well at the moment, but at least I can tell you still have that strange habit of saying things backwards." "We're not opposites," he told her firmly. "And especially, I'm also very privileged. I wouldn't change what I had at the beginning, my loving family, for any other privilege in the world." Luna looked at him with a face full of surprise and something more. "It's okay to be whatever you are. You always interested me too, and you failed to mention, very pessimistic, because I've observed you and you're not even a tenth as bad as you think." Luna blushed intensely, but seemed to remember something and got angry again. "I just wanted to test you to see if I would regret it," she told him brusquely, "but in the end it wasn't like that. I'm sorry, but now we're enemies and I'll take the first place seat from you now that your power is reduced." Ren was confused, sensing through his mana that this statement was completely true. "Enemies." Completely blushed, Luna reiterated, "Forget the kiss. It's not a big deal for me, so it shouldn't be for you either. And I didn't like it either." Then she melted into the shadows, disappearing completely. Ren remained there, completely confused, touching his lips. He reproached himself because he had liked it so much when she pushed him and kissed him. His heart had accelerated just thinking about it again. That he could only enjoy it if he was someone superficial. Maybe then he was much more superficial than he believed. And worse still, his self-proclaimed enemy had lied 2 more times at the end. So, the kiss was actually a big deal for her. And she liked it too. He sighed deeply, realizing his situation was now infinitely more complicated than before. Even giving himself a long time to think. Everything was completely tangled. The situation had somehow ended up worse than before. The first apology had led him to recover his friendships, but now he had lost them again just like that. Not exactly lost, but interacting with the girls like always after all this? Impossible. All because of Selphora and Sirius. Somehow they had turned what should have been simple extra apologies into a complex web of feelings he didn't know how to handle. But now, beyond his own confusion, he began to feel genuine curiosity about the situation. He had to do something. He had to find a way to help Lou. The memory of the kiss still fresh made him blush just thinking of Luna's name, help her solve her problems. First he could try to understand them better. She had looked really upset by whatever her father had done. There was a desperation in her crying that went beyond normal family problems. To understand them. Ren concentrated on sensing mana signatures as best as possible. His perception abilities were significantly reduced, but not completely lost. He didn't manage to find them immediately, so he forced himself to cycle mana in his system as he had been practicing to improve perception with his fungus-emulating mana technique. After a moment and a small headache that reminded him of his current limitations, he managed to detect her trail. Sirius was, fortunately, at the academy. But he wasn't alone. He quickly headed toward the area where he had sensed the combined mana signatures, Sirius, Selphora and Zhao. It was somewhat far, but Ren used all his movement abilities to get there as quickly as possible. When he was close, he could sense the mana without forcing himself too much and realized they hadn't moved. They must be in a room, probably having a private conversation. He activated his artifact to hide his mana and employed a new trick he had also developed trying to emulate his fungus's abilities. He cycled his mana from outside toward his center, making his mana signature become even smaller, almost imperceptible. He approached the door cautiously and listened, amplifying vibrations with his affinity for earth and air elements. "Are you sure it was there?" he heard Sirius ask, apparently addressing Zhao. And it was a tree that looked like a claw of this specific black color. He seemed to be showing him something, perhaps an object or image. The conversation carried an urgency that made Ren's instincts sharpen. Whatever they were discussing involved something significant enough to require Zhao's knowledge and Selphora's presence, and Luna's emotional state seemed connected to it in ways he couldn't yet understand. "Yes, also exactly that color," Zhao answered with a tense voice. "I saw it clearly during that expedition." Sirius made a sound of frustration before addressing Selphora. "I have to go," he told her urgently. "Those creatures are already deviating down there, and the projections are useless. When they begin to search more broadly and erratically, they'll soon be invading the surface. And not just Yaino's civilians are going to pay the consequences of a passive approach on our part." "You made a promise," Selphora responded with a firm but tired voice. "If you do this, you're going to lose the opportunity to reclaim the clan you've waited so long to rebuild." Sirius shouted at her, his voice charged with accumulated frustration. "What opportunity?" The chamber opened, and although Luna was there, the situation didn't change as we expected. "Being so young, she can't claim her part yet because we didn't end up acting according to protocol. And with things as they are, taking any crystals out would be an invitation to attack from a complete united front of those idiots. One that, without Dragarian, we could only repel by betting tens of thousands of innocent casualties." His voice became more bitter. "The clan's recovery, the supreme leader's seat. Luna must take it anyway. Half the promise doesn't make sense now with the door open so soon. So I could go and do something of real benefit." "Things shouldn't stay like this," Selphora insisted. "Wait for counsel from Julius and Arturo too. If you leave the seal's range, they're going to open it and use it against you when you return. The Gold 3 ring is too far to come back in time." "Selphora, you're not going to do it," Sirius finally complained. "The 3 princes won't either. Nobody has the necessary requirements, and if I don't do it, we don't know if we'll be able to survive an assault." "We can withstand a few years without problem," Selphora argued. "Not if there's internal fighting," Sirius replied. "There's no point waiting, defending passively, if there's no longer new hope. The boy lost our best powers and is no longer the light of hope you believed. I told you from the beginning. All that's left is for me to go while the idiots take over my star but help you contain the beasts. And when I return, hopefully with another part of the family treasure, then I can tear it from their dirty hands." "It will already be profaned even if you manage to recover it," Selphora murmured with pain. "And I know you'll never get over that." "We'll both live with it," Sirius responded with a broken voice, "here and in heaven, as long as Luna can reach the final goal." Ren felt as if he had been struck. The implications of what he was hearing were enormous. There were references to a clan, to a family treasure, to requirements and protocols he didn't completely understand. But what he did understand better now was the pain in Sirius's voice and a bit of the situation that had been hidden behind Luna's tears. Her family was at the center of some complex political situation, something that involved not only Luna's clan but now also the kingdom's defenses against the underground creatures that had been discovered. And apparently, he had been considered part of some solution until he lost that part of his power. The weight of this realization also hit him. It wasn't just that his loss of abilities affected him personally, there were political and military consequences he hadn't considered. Had Luna lost some kind of hope with him too? She was trapped in the middle of all this, probably feeling responsible for situations that were even more beyond her control. Suddenly, her strange behavior, her anger toward her father, and even her declaration of enmity toward him took on a completely different meaning. It was about the impossible pressure her family was facing and the way his loss of power had changed political equations he didn't even know existed. While continuing to listen to the conversation, Ren caught a specific location that made everything begin to make sense. In the gold 3 ring. Ren started thinking as he silently moved away from the place. With the information he had from before losing his fungus, combined with what Zhao had told him after his biggest expedition, he began to piece together the puzzle. The tree that looked like a claw, that Zhao had mentioned in his reports, similar to the one that had marked the tunnel toward his fungus's improvement years ago. Maybe what Sirius was looking for was some artifact or medicine that could help improve the general situation. Something that could give them an advantage against the mutant creatures that were becoming an increasingly greater threat. Ren wanted to think that all the knowledge he had shared had left the city better prepared, but when imagining a relentless assault from mutant beasts, he realized the limitations. Having many more silver tamers was definitely a good thing, but it didn't feel sufficient for a proactive attack. Only for defending. And silver tamers who were still in formation, if they were sent underground in combat expeditions, many would die in battle. But there was an even bigger problem. If the mutants were absorbing all the small beasts to create their clones, the quantity would be ridiculous. And they would never stop increasing their numbers even when attacked relentlessly if the capture range of new small beasts was very wide. It was like facing an infinite enemy that dawned equal or stronger after each defeat inflicted on them, growing more with each battle. Traditional warfare assumed finite resources and attrition working both ways. But an enemy that grew stronger violated those fundamental assumptions, making conventional military strategy obsolete. He analyzed his current capabilities while walking back toward the dormitories. His Silver 2 Hydra and Silver 1 Wolverine were still powerful, but without his fungus's bonuses and the rings, he was operating at approximately half his previous capacity. In his previous expedition to the depths, he had fought against Gold 3 creatures and won with considerable difficulty. Gold 3 with half his power would represent a significant jump in danger. Additionally, there was the question of the journey itself. The distance to the Gold 3 ring represented weeks of travel through increasingly dangerous territory. Without his enhanced perception and analytical abilities, navigation alone would be challenging, let alone the combat encounters he would inevitably face. So the question that tormented him was simple but crucial: could he reach the Gold 3 ring and get them what they wanted in his present situation? Ren returned to his room completely crushed, but not physically, psychologically. No matter how many times he thought about it, the situation seemed impossible to solve. His clumsy emotional outbursts' punishment wasn't over. It hadn't generated enough suffering for him. He didn't cause as many faults as he had thought. It wasn't just triggering the mutant attack or losing his most intimate friend and reducing his own strength. It was much more. Everything went much deeper than he had thought at first. One simple decision, a single moment of arrogance, and bam. The consequences extended into political crises, threats to the kingdom, and the suffering of people who mattered to him. It wasn't enough punishment. What he had suffered so far wasn't nearly enough punishment. He entered the room and threw himself on the bed, ignoring his roommate's greetings. He covered his face with both hands, trying to block out the outside world. Min, Taro, and Lu were worried by his unusual behavior. Min, in an attempt to lighten the mood, couldn't help but speak. Come on, he joked, why so much drama? Mayo told me about your date with Luna that supposedly would happen today. You're coming from that, right? She also leaked that Leora had one date with you secretly first, that day you disappeared. Ren didn't react. Did it go badly today? Or maybe very well? Ha ha ha, relax. It's not like you have to marry them yet, Min continued, clearly not realizing he was making things worse. It's not like you rolled around in the ground in a passionate kiss with the always ultra-shy around you Luna, right? There's nothing to fear from sweaty hand romance. I haven't shared my new knowledge with you, but that's not how you get a girl pregnant. Or wait, do you already know? Is what you told us about that time we found you with Luna 3 years ago a lie, and are you really a prodigy and intimate? Min smiled maliciously. Is this the comeback of player Patender? Bam! Stop making up your stupid fantasies. Taro immediately hit Min's head to shut him up when he saw that Ren wasn't reacting at all. Something bad had really happened. Can we help you? Lu asked with genuine concern. Ren finally answered, his voice muffled by his hands, no. After a small uncomfortable silence, in which Ren seemed to rethink his previous attitudes, he decided to elaborate. But thank you for worrying. The boys looked at each other and left him alone while they continued with their own things in silence. Ren spent a long while lying down, supposedly thinking, but actually mentally attacking himself for every decision he had made in recent weeks. Instead of waiting until the usual time for training with Lin, he got up abruptly with a frown but perhaps with a bit of resolve. His roommates just looked at each other again while he left without explanation. Ren went directly to look for Isaac. The dagger, arrows, and gold 3 spear should be ready by now. Isaac had improved Ren's weapon several times before, but now that he was a dual tamer thanks to the techniques Ren had shared, and with a silver rank fire and wind spirit, he could mold materials far above his previous limit. The only reason he hadn't left to form a shop outside the academy to become richer was his gratitude toward Ren. Besides, the boy gave him enough work so that he never lacked crystals. The weapons have been ready for days, Isaac announced when Ren arrived at his workshop. Why hadn't you come? I even thought about going to look for you. Thank you. Ren stored them meticulously in his Wolverine's dimensional space. Isaac noticed he didn't look as happy as other times. Wasn't my work sufficient? He asked with concern. No, Ren hurried to thank him again and apologized. It's not you who isn't sufficient. It's me. I'm not sufficient. Isaac studied him for a moment. That's completely false, he said firmly. But if it helps you any, when material doesn't have the hardness I want, I fold and hammer it as many times as necessary until reaching the quality I desire. Ren nodded, his eyes regaining a bit of brightness, seeming to find some meaning in the blacksmith's words. Thank you again, he murmured, and headed toward the training areas. But he didn't go to the usual arenas. Instead, he partially transformed with his Jade Wolverine and used wind to run at full speed toward the most remote areas of the mines. If only I were stronger, he thought while running. Truly, enough to solve all the problems. He arrived at an area where there were enough hills and rocky formations to shout and train without bothering anyone. He began to discharge his stress in ways that would have alarmed anyone who had seen him. First, he hit a rocky formation until his knuckles bled, using fist techniques that Lin had taught him but with a ferocity that went beyond normal training. The rock cracked under repeated impacts. Then he moved on to martial arts exercises, executing forms that required extreme flexibility and perfect control, but pushing himself until his muscles screamed in protest. High kicks that created wind currents, punch sequences that generated pressure waves. He continued with brutal resistance exercises, high-intensity sprints using his wind control to increase air resistance, impossible jumps between rocky formations that required perfect timing, and rock lifting using only augmented physical strength. After 2 hours of this self-imposed punishment, he was so soaked in sweat that he decided to take off his shirt and shove it into his Wolverine. There was nobody nearby anyway, and wet clothes only interfered with his movement. He fused more strongly with the Jade Wolverine and used regeneration and water elemental control to heal himself. He wasn't finished. Isaac was right, he had to fold and hammer again. He had to be ready. He decided to focus on the new technique adapted from Lin. It was difficult to use with all elements simultaneously, but maybe if he started with one instead of being ambitious again. His elemental power began to respond better now that he was furious. The intense emotion seemed to amplify his control in ways he hadn't experienced since losing his fungus. He climbed a rocky formation and jumped high into the air, imbuing his body with wind power to increase the force of his descending strike. The technique began to feel more natural with each repetition. Ren leaped into the air and struck the side of the mountain with a powerful kick that generated more force than any of the strikes he had used before. The mana flowed better now in his body. Releasing his emotions this way seemed to help significantly. The seed? Could the encysted seed be releasing some power when he became more emotionally intense? The possibility intrigued him. He cancelled the partial fusion with the Wolverine and concentrated completely on increasing the mana flow in his body. He closed his eyes and focused on internal sensations. He could feel something different, a subtle resonance that hadn't been there during his previous training. It was as if emotional intensity was creating a stronger connection with whatever power remained available to him. He began to experiment, alternating with his memories of Leora, Luna, and his fungus, then his feelings of guilt and anger. Torturing himself, switching between calm and intense emotional states, monitoring how his mana control responded. The results were inconsistent but promising. During peaks of emotional intensity, he could clearly feel an increase in his capacity to feel and manipulate mana and the elements. But he also noticed something concerning: the intensity required to maintain this augmented state was mentally exhausting, and it uncomfortably reminded him of the behavior patterns that had caused problems with his friends. He wondered if he was discovering a legitimate new technique or simply finding ways to rationalize destructive impulses. The line between productive intensity and self-destructive behavior could be very thin, especially when dealing with frustrations that went beyond normal for him. But Ren couldn't doubt anymore. No more questioning whether it was right or not, only action remained. Why? Because he was leaving. He would go get that thing, whatever it was, that Sirius needed to solve the crisis. His Wolverine was full of resources, enough to last the necessary time. Quantities his old large backpack could never dream of carrying. 10 backpacks wouldn't be enough to transport everything he now had stored in his beast's dimensional space: weapons forged by Isaac, high-quality mana potions, emergency materials and food that could last weeks, specialized tools for excavation and survival even underground. Everything he had been accumulating, subconsciously preparing for something exactly like this. An expedition like this one. He began mentally reviewing his inventory while preparing his departure. The new weapons created with the Gold 3 materials he had obtained in his last nearly fatal expedition: a spear that could pierce the most resistant defenses, arrows designed specifically to penetrate high-rank creature armor, and a dagger that could cut through materials that without his fungus would have been indestructible to him. Isaac had exceeded expectations when working with those materials. He would have to thank him again, this time more seriously. He even had enough stimulating potions that could keep him alert and functional for days without sleep if necessary. He had spent a considerable amount obtaining it all, but now he was glad he had been so meticulous in his preparation. The tools included ropes made from monster materials that were resistant and reinforced with mana that could support enormous rocks or creatures, maps now that he didn't have his fungus to navigate, and soft things for more comfortable camping with materials his elemental control couldn't easily create. But, would he really do this when his descent had taught him not to overestimate himself? The memory of Luna shook him abruptly. The image of her crying, the desperation hidden in her voice, the way she had transformed her pain into a declaration of enmity she clearly didn't really feel. He breathed deeply, feeling determination solidify in his chest like forged steel. There was no point losing more time questioning himself. He had already found a small part of the path toward the solution. The beginning. The rest he could learn on the way. He had survived worse odds before with less preparation. Now he had it in abundance. His boosts had dropped to half, but his combat skills had improved during months of brutal training with Lin, Yang, Zhao, and Wei. And more importantly, he had a personal motivation that went beyond simple gain or glory. He began advancing toward the school's limits, prepared to extract and activate his concealment artifacts to avoid detection by security guards. But when he had barely turned in the direction of his journey, someone called him. "Run!" Lin's voice cut through the air like a sharp blade. He turned to see his teacher standing with a hood and at a relatively short distance that suggested she had been hiding her mana signature. "Zhao told me some things recently," Lin said, her voice carrying that particular tone she used when genuinely worried. "And when I didn't find you in your room, I imagined something like this." Ren tensed, but didn't respond. "According to the direction Zhao mentioned, I knew you had to come through this area," Lin continued, slowly approaching. "Why?" "I didn't know for certain. According to Zhao, you shouldn't be aware of Sirius's situation. But knowing my mischievous little favorite student and his propensity for getting into trouble, you had to be around here." Lin paused, studying his expression. "When Selphra told me that Luna had gotten away from Sirius for a while, I suspected even more. And look. I hit the seed nail on the head." Ren got into defensive position, feeling energy begin to accumulate in his body. "Give up. I won't let you go," Lin declared firmly. "You barely went to the same depth level and they had to pull you out at your last. Haven't you learned anything now that you're much weaker?" "I have to do it," Ren responded, his voice loaded with a resolve that surprised even Lin. "It's my fault and no one else's, so I must do something to solve it." He thought of Luna again. The way she had tried to hide her pain behind an act completely out of character. The intensity of her crying again. "Luna isn't like that," he murmured, more to himself than to Lin. "What's pushing her so hard must hurt so much more than my mistakes are hurting me." He began to feel energy escape a bit more from the seed. The encysted layer was no longer enough to contain it all. The emotional pain, desperation, determination to help someone who cared about him, everything combined to create a resonance that amplified his access to some of his true power. He carried the energy flow throughout his body, partially transforming with his Wolverine and Hydra fused. The energy gave him more refined control than normal, allowing him to access part of those techniques that had been out of his reach since he lost his fungus. He got into guard position against Lin, his beasts partially materializing in his body as few small jade scales. Lin sighed deeply, recognizing the futility of trying to reason with him in this state. "I thought you couldn't fuse like that anymore. But seems weak, and I can fuse completely," she reminded him aloud. "You're the one who intends to travel far and needs to conserve energy. I don't. I just have to defeat you once here, even if I have to spend my full 15 minutes of maximum transformation." Lin activated her complete fusion. The transformation was spectacular and terrifying. Her body hardened and covered with black feathers hard like scales that shone with red patterns of fire and wind. Her limbs became longer and more powerful, with claws that seemed capable of cutting diamond. Her panther lizard with crane feathers also appeared at her side, separate like a clone created through fusion, obtaining triple the power that, ironically, Ren himself had given her. The mana pressure emanating from her transformed form was enough to make Ren understand she was in a new league. But Ren didn't retreat or surrender. Lin launched toward him with combined explosions of wind and fire that propelled her at an insane speed, extremely difficult to follow with the eyes. Her objective was clear: deliver a devastating kick that would knock him out in one blow, ending the confrontation before it could even start. The combination of momentum and concentrated elemental power converted to speed made her practically an impossible attack to avoid even for high gold ranks. But Ren achieved the impossible. He avoided it completely. Just in time, he used simultaneous wind and earth control in a way he had never attempted before. The wind helped position his body faster, redirected him, while the earth sank into formations specifically designed to alter his trajectory. Lin landed as always with feline grace, but her eyes were never as wide with genuine shock. Ren had achieved the impossible. He had dodged her completely. How? Lin murmured, her voice carrying huge disbelief. I didn't have a choice, Ren replied, his voice firmer than before. The emotional intensity had unlocked something in his connection to the encysted seed. It wasn't his full power, but it was more than he'd had access to in months. More than he'd dared hope for. The wind had helped position his body faster, redirected him at crucial moments, while the earth sank into simple formations he could generate quickly to alter his trajectory. Basic techniques, but executed with a precision born of desperation. Lin didn't have boosts that were too high, they were actually slightly lower than Ren's even at his now half power. But that was in her base form. Now that she was fused and tripling her statistics, she was operating at more than double Ren's base capabilities. Not only that, but Lin had always been much stronger than her statistics suggested in one-on-one fights against humans. It was her specialization, what could be called her genius aspect. Even with a bronze beast, she had been recognized for her skill in personal combat. Now that her statistics surpassed gold-rank Tamers, she was a true calamity. Ren, on the other hand, had much less experience. Although he was managing a partial fusion right now, it didn't even double his base statistics. He had been facing Lin for more than 3 years, learning with careful attention to every detail. But he was still far from reaching her level, not even when he had his fungus had he truly defeated her in fair combat. Seeing her in slow motion when he'd had more than double his current base perception, using intense elemental control to exploit her range disadvantages back when he was surpassing her and becoming more arrogant, that hadn't been a true victory of learning at all. Rather, it had been a shortcut that was now collecting its true detrimental cost. Lin walked around him in a slow circle, studying Ren with an intensity she hadn't shown in their years of training. Not even when he'd had access to his full power. Each step was a potential promise of violence. It doesn't seem to be the case. She murmured, her voice now altered by the transformation, deeper and more resonant. For a moment I thought you had recovered your full power. But your mana signature is still pathetic compared to your old maximum fusion. She continued moving in a slow circle around him, each step still threatening to launch her toward him. Her claws left small holes in the rocky ground, gouging stone as easily as paper. The scraping sound set Ren's nerves on edge. Those weren't just reflexes. Lin paused mid-step, her transformed eyes never leaving his face. You know me too well, don't you? 3 years observing every one of my movements. She stopped completely, tilting her head like a bird of prey evaluating its victim. What a dedicated student. Although dedicated doesn't always mean competent. Ren didn't respond. He concentrated on keeping his breathing stable while summoning his dagger from his Wolverine's dimensional space. The weapon settled in his left hand with practiced naturalness, the golden crystal gleaming with an internal light that pulsed in rhythm with his accelerated heartbeat. The weight felt perfect in his grip. Balanced. Deadly. Lin's eyes immediately fixed on the weapon, and she showed genuine surprise for the second time in their encounter. That crystal density. She stopped after half a step, examining the dagger without lowering her guard. Did you pay Isaac several million for a new upgrade again? You had said it was too expensive before, but I see now. When you decide to stop being stingy to become stronger, you really let everything go. The dagger had cost an amount that the Ren before losing his power wouldn't have spent on, something like that. Of his 3 weapons, it was an investment that had cost a good part of his non-cultivation savings. But Isaac had worked with rank gold 3 crystals and materials that had exorbitant costs on the market. Yet it hadn't been too much since Ren could obtain most of the materials himself. The result was a weapon that could cut through practically anything, including the insanely hardened enhanced legs of his master. Lin had never taught him weapon techniques since she herself didn't use one nor knew how to do so more effectively than her own body. Ren had learned and developed alone this style that would normally be considered inferior by most tamers, since the vast majority saw weapons as inferior to their natural claws or fangs. Anything else was a pathetic attempt to match the real bestial power. Lin stopped in front of him, her eyes shining with maternal approval that seemed at odds with her predatory stance. You feel like an underdog, you've developed your own style, for the weak, don't you? Her voice carried a note of genuine interest. You adapted my technique so that holding that thing would feel natural. Little by little, with small variations in the techniques. Very intelligent. Very different. Very, you. Ren got into guard position, the dagger extended in a stance he had perfected during years of practice. The weapon didn't limit his mobility and significantly extended the reach of his left arm, converting each jab into a mortal threat. Now he could say he was good with it. Using it left him better positioned than not using it. The familiar weight brought some confidence he desperately needed. That artificial fang you created. Lin smiled, showing teeth that were now genuinely sharp. It's truly strong and dangerous. Could cut my legs if I'm careless. But it seems amusing to me that it can level the playing field, even if just a little. It was undoubtedly a small advantage, but having a counteroffensive against Lin's otherwise immune legs was undoubtedly significant. Ren maintained his focus on the simple, and concentrated his elemental control specifically on wind and very little on earth. Wind to maintain the mobility he would desperately need, earth only to create strategic support points and counter the explosions of wind and fire that Lin used to propel herself. It was a minimalist approach compared to the multi-elemental control he could use, but his reduced processing capacity didn't allow for luxuries. Each element had to fulfill a completely necessary purpose, simple and inevitable. No wasted effort. No fancy combinations. Just survival. Lin attacked without warning. This time it wasn't a single devastating kick, but a fluid combination that utilized the full length of her transformed extremities. Her legs extended like whips, each strike designed to test different angles of attack. The speed was fully inhuman. Ren dodged the first by centimeters, rotating his body to one side. Wind helped guide his movement, making the impossible margin possible. He used his dagger to scare away the second strike. The third forced him to jump, letting himself fall backward and using his control to adjust the angle of the earth while a column of wind served as a trampoline. His heart hammered against his ribs. You've gotten much better. Lin exclaimed with genuine pleasure while advancing to give Ren no respite. Her movements flowing like liquid violence. But you're still too defensive. In a real fight, passivity will kill you at some point. I just have to hold out for 15 minutes. Ren called back, already breathing harder than he'd like. Lin's laugh was predatory and knowing. Yeah. Let's see if just the first 3 minutes seem short to you. Lin launched a barrage of kicks that forced Ren to use the dagger as a shield. The teacher was so fast she could avoid the blade at the last moment of impact by moving her foot and claws around it. Each strike tested the limits of physics and his reflexes. The golden crystal blazed intensely with each impact, dispersing the kinetic energy that would have knocked Ren out with the first successful hit. The weapon hummed each time with the cancelled force. Isaac really outdid himself with that thing, Lin murmured appreciatively while pulling back to recover momentum. But like your body, a weapon is only as good as whoever uses it. And you're still acting like prey instead of predator. She paused mid-circle, her eyes narrowing. Accept that you're not ready to help with this. Let someone else solve it. It's not your responsibility. Ren felt a spark of genuine anger, an emotion similar to the day Leopold had dared to place his problems above Ren's. An emotion he had been trying to control since losing his fungus. The feeling burned in his chest like molten metal. I'm not prey, he finally responded, his voice filled with determination that surprised even him. I won't step aside, and I decide what's my responsibility. Not. Lin smiled, beginning another circle. Her claws clicked against stone with each step. Good. I don't dislike stubbornness in my student, but then prove it. Stop reacting to my attacks and create space for your own. Stop depending on that shiny toy and use your body as the extension of your will it should be. The criticism was fair but painful. And ultimately, although Lin accepted that he could play and develop however he wanted, she also didn't love the idea of learning to use weapons. Still, she was right. Throughout the entire fight, Ren had been in defensive mode, using the dagger to compensate for his disadvantages instead of creating offensive opportunities. Lin concentrated, and Ren could feel her mana pressure intensify. The air itself seemed to thicken around her transformed form. When she attacked this time, it was with the clear intention of ending the combat. Her legs moved with the same techniques that Ren recognized from years of observation, but executed at a speed and with a force that surpassed everything he had faced until now. She was no longer trying to softly knock him out. She was trying to finish this now. Ren found himself constantly losing ground. His dodges became more desperate, his counterattacks still failing to begin. The large difference in basic statistics was starting to show its inevitable weight. The dagger increased Ren's arm reach, yes. But Lin's reach was still greater. Her transformed extremities gave her advantages that no amount of basic elemental tricks could completely compensate for. One strike passed so close to his head that he felt the air displacement cut strands of his hair. Another blow resonated against the side of the dagger on his left arm with enough force to temporarily numb it. The impact traveled up his bones. His grip faltered for a heartbeat. Very good, Lin stopped abruptly, her eyes shining with something that could have been genuine pride. You're still standing. You've improved incredibly in technique since you lost half your power. She relaxed slightly, though she maintained her guard. A week ago, this fight would have ended in our first exchange. But her expression hardened again, focus returning. But I'm not going to let you go anyway. So now comes the hard part. I'm going to come with every intention of hurting you again. Are you ready? It was a genuine question, not mockery. Lin really wanted to see if Ren had developed a solution for the apparently unsolvable problem she represented. A teacher's challenge wrapped in a threat. Ren felt emotions intensifying in his chest, combining in a resonance that made the energy insisted in his core respond with greater force. He concentrated on them, released air slowly. The mana flowed more freely through his body from his chest, and his elemental control sharpened. Wind responded with greater precision, earth obeyed with more fluidity. The world seemed to slow by fractions. Lin noticed the change immediately. If you still want this, she murmured, studying the way Ren's mana had begun to flow more naturally. She attacked again, but this time Ren was prepared in a different way. Instead of simply reacting, he began to anticipate. His intimate knowledge of Lin's movement patterns, combined with his perception enhanced by the intense emotional state, allowed him to see the tiny openings he had been missing. 3 years of observation crystallized into true understanding. The dagger moved with real offensive purpose for the first time in the fight. Not just blocking or deflecting, but actively seeking opportunities to counterattack. Lin had to retreat half a step when the golden blade passed dangerously close to her left thigh. You did it, she exclaimed with genuine delight. Finally you're fighting instead of just defending. The exchange that followed was different from everything they had done during years of training. Ren wasn't simply trying to react, he was trying to hit. Each movement had offensive intention. His earth control now created advantages for him and disadvantages for Lin, forcing her to adjust her positioning. His wind control didn't just help him dodge, it subtly interfered with her movements. And the dagger had become an extension of his will, exactly as Lin had said his body should be. The weapon sang through the air with deadly precision. But even with all these improvements in the situation, Lin was still vastly superior in speed. She was also adapting to the new tricks. Gradually, she began to regain control of the combat. Experience versus inspiration. Age versus youth. A series of particularly vicious kicks forced Ren back into a desperate defensive position. He could feel his intensified emotional energy beginning to fade under the constant pressure. His breathing grew ragged. His movements slowed. You impressed me, Lin admitted while pressing him backward. You really impressed me. But new tricks are tricks, and accumulated experience is experience. You've done everything you could do. Her next attacks came with the clear intention of ending the combat definitively. Ren knew he had maybe one more opportunity before his new ways of using elemental control were completely exhausted. This was it. Last chance. So he concentrated all into one moment of perfect coordination between elements. Lin launched a spinning kick that Ren managed to dodge to get inside Lin's close range. Wind for speed, earth for positioning, and in the last second, he added light. The teacher released a jab, but Ren used all his resources to avoid it, at the last moment. Spatial jumps were too slow in their aftermath, when appearing still and blind for an instant against fast tamers like Lin. But if you could time it perfectly in a very short range of movement, you can make yourself intangible for an instant in a flash. And that wasn't all. The golden dagger blazed like a miniature sun when Ren channeled luminous energy through the crystal. The flash was instantaneous and blinding, designed specifically to exploit the golden weapon's crystal body. The burst of radiance turned the rocky clearing into a miniature dawn. Lin, with her senses enhanced by transformation, received the full impact of the flash directly in her enhanced eyes. For the first time in the entire fight, she faltered. Her eyes closed instinctively, tears beginning to form from the sudden intensity of light. Her perfect posture wavered for one crucial moment. And in that moment, Ren finally saw his opportunity. The dagger poised directly before his teacher's chest. Anger still flowed through his veins. The golden dagger was perfectly aligned with Lin's chest, barely centimeters away. One simple, direct thrust, and his teacher would be incapacitated. But as energy coursed through his muscles, preparing them for the decisive blow, the image of Lin collapsing with a serious wound materialized in his mind. The woman who had trained him for 3 years. Who had molded him from a child into someone who could face this level of technical battle. Who had believed in him at the beginning when no one else would. The power that had been flowing so naturally began to falter. Frustration, determination, love and respect for his master, everything mixed together. Guilt blended with anger, creating a dissonance that weakened his control when he needed it most. The internal war raged in milliseconds that felt like hours. I can't. The thought paralyzed him for a crucial fraction of a second. I can't risk her life like this. The hesitation cost him his victory. Lin, still with her eyes closed and tears forming at their corners, felt his mana signature shift. Her combat instincts, honed by decades of experience, reacted automatically. Her right leg bent like a compressed spring, using her hip as a pivot in a contortion that defied normal anatomy. The kick came from an impossible angle, seeking Ren's face. Ren managed to interpose his right shoulder, absorbing part of the kick's impact. But the power behind the blow was monstrous. His shoulder got crushed and gave way instantly, and the enormous force, still far from being countered, made Lin's leg slide upward. The secondary strike connected directly with his left temple. The world exploded in white lights and distorted sounds. Ren was launched sideways, his body spinning like a broken doll before crashing with a violent impact against the ground. His partial fusion deactivated immediately. The small jade scales that had covered his skin vanished like smoke, leaving him completely human and vulnerable. Lin blinked several times, her accelerated regeneration already working to repair the damage to her eyes. The tears dried and her vision began to clear. When she could finally focus, she saw Ren motionless. A deep sigh escaped her transformed lips. "Why be rash then, stop you reckless pupil," she murmured, but there was genuine affection in her voice. "He had the perfect opportunity but stopped because he didn't want to hurt me." The satisfaction of knowing herself loved and important mixed with a profound sadness. Part of her felt proud that Ren had chosen not to hurt her, to protect her even in such a critical moment of their confrontation. But another part felt shattered at having to stop him in this forced way when he clearly felt the need to pay for the enormous guilt that hurt him so much. Guilt that, as a child, he shouldn't have to carry. It's better this way, she told herself while approaching the motionless body. He's not ready for an expedition of that magnitude. Zhao can fly and still considers the gold 3 ring a potential death sentence. Ren on foot, with half his power, it would be almost suicide without knowing what's under that thing. But when she was halfway there, Ren raised his head. Blood dripped from a wound on his scalp. His right shoulder was crushed, clearly dislocated or worse. But his eyes burned with a determination that made Lin stop cold. The accelerated regeneration of his Wolverine was already working. The superficial wounds began to close visibly. Ren tensed his right arm muscles more and more despite the pain until it snapped back into place with a snap. The healing wasn't perfect yet, but it was already functional. Lin spoke with a softness that contrasted dramatically with her powerful merged form. Please. You're no longer fused. You can't fight like this. And the truth is. Her voice broke slightly, it hurts me to have to truly harm you to stop you. I only do it because this is better than losing you forever. Ren managed to get back into guard position. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse but firm. I know, teacher. He spat blood from his mouth. But I need to correct my mistakes. The memories lashed him like an avalanche. Larissa crying while he tore the last crystal fragment from her. Luna sobbing in his arms over broken promises and sacrifices she didn't understand. His fungus encasing itself to protect him from his own arrogance. Each memory was a blade prodding deeper. Everything is my fault, he whispered, and then couldn't help but scream the words. Everything is my fault. The mana in his chest responded to the raw, unfiltered guilt. The energy insisted in the seat of his core pulsed stronger than ever, sending waves of power through his mana channels like electricity through overloaded cables. The sensation was like being struck by lightning from within. He got into guard position, but something had changed. Instead of wind and earth, now he channeled wind and fire. The same elements that Lin used. Lin felt her heart split in two. Curses, she murmured, biting her lower lip until it bled. Her transformed fangs pierced her own flesh. You really aren't going to give me any choice but to drag you by force like always. She prepared to launch a final attack that would knock him out definitively. She couldn't allow him to continue hurting himself through his obstinacy. But when she launched forward, Ren did something completely unexpected. Instead of trying to dodge or block, he extended his elemental control toward Lin herself. Wind and fire, not just around his own body, but also manipulating the elements she used to propel herself. The perfect moment came as Lin was already completely committed to her attack. Ren twisted his elemental control like a screw, using Lin's own speed and momentum to spin her violently to one side. Lin landed in a completely different position than she had planned, her perfect balance broken for the first time in the fight. She turned immediately, preparing for the next exchange, but froze at what she saw. The mana in Ren's core had become visible. Currents of pure energy spiraled around his chest like a miniature galaxy, pulsing with a light that made the stars seem dim. The roots of the encysted seed began to emerge through microscopic cracks in its protective shielding. Filaments that seemed corrupted, black as ink, extended beneath his skin creating intricate patterns that branched from his heart. Where the marks appeared, mana concentrated and stabilized, creating nodes of power that transformed his entire energy system into something completely new. The transformation was beautiful and terrifying. I don't want to hurt you, Ren said. So I'll only use my body as you wish. With precise elemental control, he fixed his golden dagger to his left thigh with a small pocket of shadows, securing it in place as part of his equipment rather than his primary weapon. He got into guard with his bare hands, but the fire and wind around him began to behave in ways different from basic elemental laws. The two elements didn't simply coexist, they fused. Fire became hotter fed by the wind, while the wind became electrically charged by intense friction. The final result was a theoretical elemental fusion similar to Selphra's ice, pure elemental lightning. Sparks danced between his fingers. The air itself seemed to vibrate with their power. And for the first time in the entire fight, Ren didn't wait for Lin to attack first. He launched forward without any bestial transformation, propelled solely by elemental control and pure will. But his speed was impossible. Lightning propelled him in ways that defied by far the cost of energy used, creating afterimages that glowed in the air like brief ghosts. Lin reacted by instinct, launching a kick that should have connected easily. But when her leg entered contact with the elemental storm surrounding Ren, she felt her own elements be torn from her control. Her wind and fire became part of Ren's electrical charge. Instead of propelling her toward him, the combined energy turned against her like a treacherous serpent. The electrical shock that followed wasn't just Ren's power. It was the power of both, multiplied and refocused into a single point of impact. Lin felt her muscles convulse involuntarily. Her transformation flickered like a wavering flame. Every nerve in her body screamed in unison as thousands of volts ran through her system. She tried to resist, to maintain her fusion active, to counterattack through the pain. But Ren hadn't finished. The mana vortex in his chest contracted like a collapsing star. All the energy that had been circulating freely concentrated into a single impulse. Power beyond his normal limits flowed through new pathways. "I'm sorry," Ren whispered, placing his palm against Lin's chest. And he released everything. The explosion of pure energy wasn't violent in the traditional sense. There were no flames or flying fragments. Instead, it was as if someone had reset Lin's nervous system. Her fusion deactivated instantly. Her eyes rolled back. Her body, which had been a perfectly coordinated war machine, collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Lin fell unconscious before touching the ground. Ren caught her before she crashed, holding her with his trembling arms while the last sparks of electricity faded from his skin. The silence that followed was absolute. Only the sound of his labored breathing and the wind moving distant leaves. He had won. Against all odds, against an opponent superior in every aspect, he had found a way to triumph. But as he looked at Lin's peaceful face unconscious in his arms, victory felt more like punishment than anything else. Ren carefully laid Lin on the ground, ensuring her head was supported by a small elevation of soft earth he created with his elemental control. Her breathing was stable and deep, the kind of rest that came after complete exhaustion. He collapsed heavily beside her, and it was then that he began to notice something alarming. The black marks on his chest hadn't disappeared with the end of the battle. If anything, they seemed to be slowly expanding, like ink spilling on wet paper. The filaments branched beneath his skin, creating intricate patterns that radiated from his heart toward his arms and neck. With each beat of his heart, he felt the power increase. It wasn't really unpleasant, not exactly. It was as if every cell in his body was being overcharged with pure energy. But along with the power came something more concerning, guilt intensified proportionally. It was no longer just remorse for the recent situations that had kept him awake, now even having hurt Lin. It was everything. Every wrong decision, every person he had disappointed, every unforeseen consequence of his actions. Guilt accumulated like an emotional avalanche that threatened to crush him. The weight was suffocating. He gritted his teeth and tried to breathe deeply, seeking the calm he used to find with the usual common solutions. But this time it was useless. His emotions had become uncontrollable, as if someone had broken the emotional regulator in his brain. Like when someone tells you an incredibly funny joke and you can't stop laughing even though your situation isn't the appropriate moment. Or like when a loss saddens you so much that you cry without being able to help it. Sensations that seemed almost impossible to control or suppress by force of will. Puberty on steroids. Why do I have to feel like this? He cursed internally. I completely underestimated my parents' warnings about adolescence. Although, of course, neither of them had referred to something so extreme when they had warned him about emotional and hormonal changes. He was clearly a special case, with mystical powers amplifying what was already a naturally turbulent period. The biological and magical were intertwining in ways no textbook had prepared him for. The black marks continued expanding, and with them, his power kept growing. He could feel his elemental capacity multiplying, his perception sharpening, his physical strength increasing. But he could also feel his mental stability crumbling. That's when he remembered his little friend. His fungus had spent years being his voice of reason, his emotional anchor, his constant companion who helped him process complex situations. And at the most critical moment, it had sacrificed itself to protect him from exactly this. The memory hit him like a physical blow. I can't let him down, he forced himself to think, concentrating on the image of the small 9-centimeter creature that had been his first companion. I can't let his sacrifice be in vain. With an effort of will that felt like lifting a mountain, Ren compelled himself to calm down. He thought about his fungus complaining about its size, its sardonic comments about Ren's questionable decisions, the way it always guided him even when he was too proud to listen. It protected me, he reminded himself firmly. I can't fall back now. Not like this. Slowly, the black lines began to recede. They didn't disappear completely, but they stabilized in a very small pattern around his heart. The power and sensation diminished to much more manageable levels. But with the emotional improvement came a different problem. Now that the battle's adrenaline was fading, all his wounds began to hurt him with vengeance. His right shoulder throbbed with a dull pain that radiated toward his arm and neck. The wound on his head had stopped bleeding thanks to his huge natural regeneration, but the resulting headache was brutal. He had bruises all over his torso where he had absorbed impacts from being thrown around, and his left leg protested every time he tried to move it. Yet pain was the body's way of reminding him he was still human. I should have fused immediately after getting up from the kick, he mentally scolded himself. The blow to his head had knocked him out of partial fusion, and he had been too distracted by the sensation and power of the black marks to think about summoning again. Although maybe I was lucky not to do it. Lin attacked me with much less force at the end. Ren supposed his teacher hadn't wanted to hurt him too much when he was in his normal mode, and underestimating him had given Ren the perfect way to get in range to touch her. An oversight born of caring too much. Now that he was more emotionally recovered, re-establishing the connection with his Wolverine was fast and easy. The regeneration thanks to the transformation was instant relief. Pain began to fade at a perceptible rate. Carefully, he stored his golden dagger in his Wolverine's dimensional space. Normally he preferred to summon his beast and give it to it directly, because the sensation of eating objects while fused was strange and a little nauseating. But circumstances required efficiency to recover in time and flee. He observed Lin once more. Her breathing remained stable and deep. Even so, Ren knew he couldn't underestimate her tenacity. He didn't want to be around when she finally came to. Exaggerated concern perhaps. His teacher was incredibly resilient, but she had also used her complete fusion for a somewhat prolonged period. She wouldn't wake easily. Ren rose silently and began advancing toward his objective. For a moment he considered the possibility of traveling underground to exit the school grounds and the city. It would make him harder to track by someone like Zhao. But it would also be enormously costly in terms of energy, and the underground vibrations would be more detectable by Mako and Shizu if they decided to search for him. Not to mention the hundreds of guards containing the mutants and rotating underground. His mana signature would still be trackable even underground too. So the mana signature was undoubtedly the first problem to solve. He put on his concealment artifacts and dressed completely. The cloak made from Shadow Stalker skin was the last piece, designed specifically to hide small mana signatures. It wasn't perfect, but it would help the artifacts and significantly reduce his detectability while also hiding his red hair. The familiar weight of proper equipment brought comfort. He had walked barely a few minutes when a familiar voice called him from behind. Run! Ren immediately got into guard position, sighing deeply. He recognized that voice. Seriously, he shouted toward the nearby shadows. You guys also want me to kick your asses? Because in case you didn't know, I just defeated Lin. That Lin. Do you understand what that means? Min, Taro, and Lu emerged from the invisibility provided by Min's amphibian, all laughing as if they had heard the best joke in the world. How the hell did you find me? Ren looked at them incredulously. My mana is hidden pretty well. We arrived since you were lying on the ground with Lin, Lu explained with a smile that Ren hadn't seen from him in months. We followed you stealthily to see what you would do. His friends had felt his mana during the fight. The realization was both embarrassing and oddly comforting. Go away. Ren gestured rudely toward the campus direction. I have something important to do, and I'm not going to involve you in this. The three boys looked at each other for what was clearly the third time, obviously having had this mental conversation before. It was Min who spoke for the group. We already decided. We're going to accompany you. No. Ren protested vehemently. I already told you that you can't do anything about my problem. You're not to blame for anything. You don't need to. Lu stepped forward, his expression becoming unusually serious. Look, brother. We already tried twice to give you space to resolve your problems alone. And both times it ended badly for you. This time we're not going to leave you alone. Didn't you hear? Lin is lying back there because I defeated her. Ren pointed vaguely toward where he had left his master unconscious. Lin. The same Lin who's going to kick all three of your asses together when she wakes up if you don't leave right now. Min stepped forward with a malicious smile that Ren knew very well. It was the same expression he wore before saying something that would annoy him for being obvious but true. I'm willing to bet you barely beat her, he declared with absolute confidence. And that now you're half dead. Surely the three of us can easily beat you. Taro and Lu smiled, clearly sharing Min's sentiment. The logic was infuriatingly sound. Seriously? Ren looked at them as if they had lost their minds. That's your logic? If you're wrong, you're going to risk an extra beating from me? Exactly. Min clapped as if Ren had understood a particularly complex concept. See? I knew you were smart. Idiots. Why take the risk? Taro wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. Because we're your friends. And the truth is Min has a certain logic. If you defeated Lin fair and square, you must have used everything you had. If you didn't cheat, right now you probably can barely stay standing. And we're fresh, Taro added with an even bigger smile. Not to mention that it's 3 against 1. Ren looked at them for a long moment, feeling a mixture of exasperation, affection, and genuine concern for their well-being. They weren't wrong about his condition. Every muscle in his body ached, and his mana veins were dangerously tired. You're completely crazy, he finally murmured. Do you realize we're going toward extremely dangerous territory? That we probably won't come back. That's exactly why we're not going to let you go alone, Lu responded simply. If you're going to do something stupid and potentially suicidal, at least you'll have company. Besides, Min added with enthusiasm, it sounds like an incredible adventure. When else are we going to have the opportunity to do something really epic if the school doesn't even let us go to the Silver Ring? When you've grown enough to not die in the first encounter with a gold-rank beast, Ren replied dryly. But he could see in their eyes that he wasn't going to dissuade them. The determination was genuine, and he knew his friends well enough to know that if he didn't take them, they would probably find a way to follow him anyway. The thought of them tracking him alone through dangerous territory was somehow worse than having them with him. Fine, he sighed dramatically. You can come if you want. But I'm not going to wait for you, because I don't know when someone will realize we're gone. The most we'll have is until early tomorrow morning, when they don't see us in class. So we have to advance all night without rest. The three nodded solemnly, although Min couldn't help but make a small jump of excitement. Yes. Nighttime adventure. This is going to be. Shut up. Taro hit him on the back of the head. You better not fall asleep at 10 like always or we'll leave you behind. And stop shouting. Do you want the entire campus to know what we're doing? Ouch. You're right, you're right. Min rubbed his head but his smile didn't diminish. Total silence. Ninja mode activated. Min's invisibility activated around all of them. Lu rolled his eyes. Does your ninja mode include increasing your mana signature when you're excited like a child? Hey. That's only when I invoke it. After that it's much harder to find me, well, never easier. Well, that one time with Ren's eyes. Okay, those 2 times. Fine, maybe 3, but... Min. Ren and Taro silenced him in unison. The normalcy of the interaction, the familiar dynamic of jokes and protests, made something in Ren's chest relax for the first time in days. Maybe having company wouldn't be so bad after all. Although, considering the destination they were heading toward, he should probably be more worried about keeping them alive than enjoying their company. All right, he murmured, adjusting his cloak and checking that his artifacts were functioning correctly. But when you start complaining about being tired, hungry, or scared, remember that you were the ones who insisted on coming. Understood, the 3 responded in unison, and although they tried to sound serious, Ren could see the barely contained excitement in their eyes. This is going to be a disaster, he thought as he began walking toward the edge of campus. Getting off campus turned out to be surprisingly easy once Ren distributed additional mana concealment hoods among his companions. Min's invisibility worked perfectly for all 4 when they jumped the enormous wall surrounding the academy, and although the boy's amphibian complained audibly about the extra effort, it managed to maintain the field until they were far enough away to run without being detected. The escape felt almost anticlimactic after all the build-up. About 4 hours later, when the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, they finally crossed the plains at maximum speed and entered the forest that marked Yano's central territory. The route Zhao had taken wasn't at the range of the zone where Ren lived in Goldcrest territory, nor at the range of the territory now divided in 2 by the Dravenholms and the Starweavers. Instead, it cut through the central territory of the Ashenwavs. Due to its latitude, this forest, unlike the Shadow Stalker's domain or the one full of invisible frog traps from Ren's area, was one that had much more human activity since it was the natural niche of elemental wind boars. This place is completely different from Master Zhao's favorite zone, Min murmured, observing with fascination the circular trees that rose like natural towers around them. The wood glowed with an internal heat that made the air shimmer slightly, creating visual effects that distorted the evening light. The phenomenon was as beautiful as disorienting. Of course it's different, Lu adjusted his position to avoid getting too close to one of the trunks. We're in Ashenwave fire territory. This ecosystem is adapted around the fire element of those trunks. Ren stopped next to one of the smaller circular trees, observing the characteristic marks on the bark that indicated active habitation. Lu learned well. Also these are host trees for the commonly used elemental wind boars, he explained, pointing toward the perfectly round cavities that perforated the trunk. They live in a mutualistic relationship. The boars get the heat they need to evolve in their natural line by adding fire to their wind element, and the trees get protection against their natural predators. As if summoned by his words, a guttural sound resonated from inside the tree. A pink, wet snout poked out from one of the upper openings, followed by small curious eyes that watched them cautiously. The creature's intelligence was clearly visible in its gaze. Are they different from the ones we eat? Taro asked, maintaining a respectful distance. Yes, in elemental specialization. But also not really, Ren shook his head. The ones in the city are pure wind element and, fattened, to bronze rank, this one is iron rank. Their main defense mechanism is inflating to generate explosions of hot wind, but they're easy beasts to capture. They don't attack in groups like shadow stalkers or moon toads. Min approached too close to another tree, and immediately a sharp shriek came from its interior. The boar inhabiting that cavity visibly swelled, preparing to expel superheated air. Min, stop being an idiot. Lu dragged him backward just as a gust of burning wind shot out of the hole with a strong sound. Nothing would happen to me against an iron rank. I was just looking, Min defended himself, although his hair now had slightly curled tips from the heat. You have to save energy to use invisibility when it's important, and even though the trees are big, if you generate so much noise disturbing the creatures, you're going to make them find us fast if they're looking for us. Ren continued his explanation as they resumed their march, staying on paths that would avoid bothering the local inhabitants too much. The trees are definitely the foundation of this system and will help us hide. Here the soil is perfect for these plants that are actually also beasts from an evolutionary branch close to dwarf tree ants. Their only problem in the zone are the fat water birds. They live in the central lake of the territory and have elemental advantage over the trees. When they find one that doesn't have a boar protecting it, they can cancel its fire defenses and absorb all its mana accumulation. Taro frowned, processing the information. So beasts wherever they live are always in constant war. More like dynamic equilibrium, Ren jumped over a root protruding from the path. Almost all iron rank species are displaced from deeper rings by stronger beasts. They arrive here and establish their niches, but there's always pressure from predators with advantageous elements. All creatures seek to obtain more mana in any possible way to evolve. Ren was somehow accustomed to being explanatory when there was something new. He found himself explaining everything he remembered from his fungus's knowledge, information he no longer had access to but had managed to learn and didn't want to forget. The act of teaching helped him hold on to memories that sadly felt increasingly distant as time passed. As they advanced, they began to notice signs of human activity. Bronze rank mana marks were common, which was expected. But they also detected several silver signatures, which was unusual for this low mana zone. It must be thanks to you making silver rank more accessible, Lu observed when Ren murmured about the strangeness, pointing toward a temporary camp they could see in the distance. More people can afford to hunt here now. Must be good business for bronze tamers, Ren nodded. Not too lucrative for silvers, but really safe. The beasts are predictable and not especially strong or with abilities difficult to counter. The economic implications of his cultivation method spreading were something he'd never fully considered. How many lives had changed because his techniques were now accessible instead of exclusive? When they finally crossed into the bronze ring, the ecosystem changed notably. The boars now had rudimentary flight capabilities, launching themselves from treetops like living projectiles when the trees felt threatened. The fat birds had grown twice their size, and their territorial battles created spectacles of steam and wind. Look at that. Min pointed upward, where one of the flying boars had just shot out of a tree, chasing two birds that were spitting pressurized water jets. The boar inflated in the air like a balloon, then expelled all the air at once, creating a wind explosion that dispersed the hungry attackers. It landed heavily in another nearby tree and disappeared into a cavity, apparently satisfied with its defense. It's like watching mince against mayos, Taro laughed. Are all beast zones in the world like this? Each ecosystem adapts to its own dynamics, Ren explained as they navigated around a tree that was now larger. This one is relatively simple. Wait until we get to the silver rings. The transition to the silver ring was gradual but notable. The terrain expanded significantly, and new elements began appearing in the ecosystem. Stone lurkers, or more precisely, their evolutions that had been displaced from the depths, added the earth element to the ecological mix. These creatures had developed a symbiotic relationship with the boars too in competition with the host trees, creating tunnel systems that provided additional refuges for the boars while draining excess heat from the trees in an environment that was already becoming saturated. It's fascinating, Lu murmured, watching how one of the stone lurkers partially emerged from the earth near a tree. The creature was somewhat different from the one he had seen eliminated by Zhou Liwei that day. This one also looked like a living mound of rock, but its bright veins were arranged differently and pulsed with more intensity. Being able to see evolutionary lines advance in such a visible demonstration was more interesting than expected. They could almost forget they might already be being pursued. The natural world continued its ancient dance of survival and adaptation, indifferent to human politics and teenage adventures. In the Silver II ring, specialization became even more pronounced. The circular trees had divided into two distinct species through competition. One was more oriented toward pure fire, which had developed almost metallic bark that reflected heat from the fire spirits now also living within them, and another that had specialized in purer wood element, growing considerably taller and developing more complex root systems and canopies to defend against the water from the round birds alone. The boars had also evolved correspondingly. Those living in symbiosis with the fire trees had developed extreme thermal resistances and the ability to generate flames directly, while those inhabiting the tunnels had developed better camouflage and excavation abilities. The earth ones have established a completely different niche, Ren pointed toward where they could see steam rising from the ground. The boars have formed alliances with the walking mountains. They left the huge trees for those small mountains. Min blinked confused. Evolved stone lurkers. They've basically become small ambulatory volcanoes. They provide greater and more constant heat. Indeed, they could see the distinctive forms moving slowly around. They looked like small hills that moved with slow, measured movements, leaving trails of steam in their wake. In Silver 3, the ecosystem had reached a level of complexity that no longer allowed fast evolution, so two systems divided. The bifurcation between the two main niches had created clearly defined territories in what seemed like it would be a progression of linear space increase, but ended with each having its own species and internal dynamics. In the niche that stuck closer to the lake advancing to the right, the ambulatory volcanic mountains had grown to the size of buildings, and giant moths had appeared as a third species in the chain. These creatures, displaced from their original underground territories, had found in the fire trees the perfect environment to complete their larval stages. The wood element specialized trees on the side advancing to the left, on the other hand, had grown to impressive heights, their canopies beginning to show the first signs of the transformation that would eventually convert them into golden noses. And here we already have the giant cats, Lu pointed toward the shadows between the taller trees, where enormous feline forms moved with grace, dodging horns and eating the thick leaves of the canopies. Ren nodded, remembering fragments of information he had learned during his years with his fungus. They were displaced from their original niches further to the left by the evolution of night ambushers. These tall trees provide them with better feeding and hunting options away from the ground. They would follow the left route, the same one Zhao had followed from this depth. They had been advancing all night and had taken turns to cultivate with their already processed crystals when day changed. Now it was well into the morning. The sun approached its zenith, and despite his superhuman resistance and his Wolverine's improvements, Ren could feel that the battle with Lin was finally taking its toll on his stamina. Ren kept his Hydra summoned at the front. Taro's Greater Living Tunnel and Lu's Blood Bat formed an intimidating group that creatures of similar ranks let pass unbothered, since these were affected by the double Tamer's boosts and were 2 to 4 times stronger than a common beast here. But Ren's pace had become slightly irregular, and though he tried to hide it, his friends had begun to notice. Ren, Taro approached with a concerned expression, you should rest. You've been pushing yourself non-stop since last night. I'm fine, Ren insisted, though his voice sounded more tense than he intended. We can rest when we reach the Gold One Ring. There our beasts won't give us free passage anymore, but we'll be able to find a cluster of golden noses where we can hide properly. Lu positioned himself on his other side, studying his posture with a critical eye. You're not fine. Your regeneration may be incredible, but you're not immune to exhaustion. And defeating Lin like you told us you did wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Especially considering you used that strange new technique with the black marks, added Min, who had been unusually quiet during the last hour. I don't know what that is, but your neck seems to have a few again. Ren stopped to analyze his emotions and after calming down a bit, returned them to normal, but this made him worry a little considering their words. The truth was he felt more tired than he should, even taking into account the intensity of the combat. The black marks had receded, but he could feel that the power they had given him had left some kind of residue in his system. I just need to get to a place where we can rest without worrying about being found, he murmured, rubbing his temples where a persistent headache had been growing. In gold territory, with the golden noses as cover, our mana signature won't. Ren looked ahead, where he could see the first signs of the Gold One Ring, trees beginning to show the characteristic golden veins that would eventually convert them into fully developed golden noses. The air itself seemed denser, charged with higher quality mana. They had almost arrived. Just a little more. Finally, before them, the gold one ring marked the end of the forest. But when he took the next step, his left leg wavered slightly, and for the first time he had to consciously use his mana control to stay stable. His friends exchanged worried glances, but Ren used the situation to refocus their minds. Look, Ren stopped completely, breathing deeply to catch his breath. Before we can rest we have one last task. We need to find a giant cat bear. The three boys looked at him as if he had suggested they search for a dragon to befriend. A what? Min blinked several times. Are you sure you don't have a fever? Because that sounds like something we should definitely avoid. It's not to fight it, Ren rubbed his temples, feeling the headache worsen. We need to cover ourselves with its scent. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the forest sound seemed to stop. Lu was the first to speak, his voice carefully controlled. Are you telling me we have to roll around in that giant beast's s? Or you could say, bathe ourselves, whichever option you prefer, Ren decided to clarify, though he knew the other option wouldn't sound much better. Just apply it generously to our clothes. Taro made a grimace of disgust that seemed physically painful. Please tell me there's an alternative. There isn't, Ren shook his head. Golden noses can detect smells from kilometers away because they smell for their only prey underground, which are root sprouts and larvae. If we enter a cluster without the protection of the scent, they'll attack us en masse. And believe me, we don't want to face hundreds of furious golden noses when we're trying to rest. Min raised a trembling hand. Exactly how aromatic is the smell of a giant cat bear? Imagine the strongest smell you've ever smelled in your lives, Ren responded honestly. Multiply it by 2. That's approximately half as intense as the smell of a giant cat bear. The three boys looked at each other, clearly searching for some way to escape this responsibility. Couldn't we just camp outside the clusters? Taro asked with desperate hope. In gold territory? Ren looked at him incredulously. Taro, here the other diurnal and nocturnal gold-rank beasts could attack us outside the clusters while we sleep. The clusters are literally the only perfect protection available. Lu sighed deeply, resigning himself to the inevitable. Fine. But after this, you're going to owe huge favors to each of us. Enormous favors, Min added with a worried face. The kind that involves expensive food and costly gifts. And we're never, ever going to mention this, Taro concluded firmly. To anyone. Ever. When they finally entered the gold one ring completely, the landscape changed dramatically. The dense, continuous fire forest gave way to a flat, open zone, dotted with clusters of what Ren had described as small forests scattered here and there. The golden noses rose like natural cathedrals, their multiple slender, golden trunks shining with an internal light that made the air itself seem precious. Each cluster created small sanctuaries for those who knew the secret. It's beautiful, Lu murmured, momentarily forgetting his anticipated misery. And deadly, Ren added pragmatically. Those trees can coordinate attacks that. His words were interrupted when he felt a small mana print. A bit later 2 figures emerged literally from the earth in front of them. Mako and Shizu materialized from the ground as if they had been waiting for them, their forms appearing so suddenly that Min stepped back several paces with a choked cry. A small bird with ethereal blue plumage immediately flew from Mako's shoulder, heading toward the sky with an evident purpose. What the hell? Ren immediately got into guard position, feeling betrayed and furious. This isn't what we had agreed on. The 2 guards exchanged uncomfortable glances. Mako was the first to speak, her voice loaded with genuine apology. We're sorry, Ren. We really are. But we have direct orders from above. Shizu nodded, clearly feeling as uncomfortable as her companion. Zhao is going to come down soon. The bird we sent is to confirm your location. Ren felt his anger increase. They had come so far, had been so close, and now they would have to fight against. Very well, he murmured, turning toward his friends with a grim expression. Guys, prepare to face Zhao and these two with everything you have. Min, Taro, and Lu immediately adopted defensive positions, though it was obvious they were terrified. Zhao was legendary even among students, and Ren's personal guards had formidable reputations as gold-ranked tamers. But Mako and Shizu sighed in unison, exchanging another meaningful look. Ren, Shizu spoke softly, but there was something in her tone that made Ren's stomach sink even further. Zhao and we aren't the only ones coming to make you return. Zhao materialized near the ground, emerging from his silent flight and landing with grace, his wings folding as he touched the earth without making the slightest sound. His expression was convoluted, frustration, concern, and some reluctant understanding. Immediately, Min, Taro, and Lu fused with their beasts, their bodies transforming as they prepared to invoke their double fusions if necessary. Min's amphibian created camouflage patterns on his skin, Taro's beetle generated protective plates, and Lu's bat sharpened his hearing to supernatural levels. Please, Zhao raised a hand in a pacifying gesture, don't force yourselves to use the double fusion. Carrying you back is going to be much more complicated if you're unconscious from exhaustion. His tone was tired but not hostile. Like an adult who had dealt with obstinate children many times before. We're not going back, Ren declared firmly, though he could feel the difficulty of his situation being so exhausted. Please, Professor Zhao. Let us go. I have to do something important. Zhao sighed deeply, completely terrifying Min with the sound. I found Lin. Selphra deduced most of the situation thanks to some things Leora and Mayo told her. His gaze softened slightly. Those monsters did not wake up because of you, Ren. And it's not your fault that things ended up this way. We already know those beasts were already preparing from much earlier. No. Ren shouted, feeling frustration accumulate in his chest like pressurized steam. You don't know the full story. But surely something happened near my old house that made these creatures become different and evade Dragarian's crystallization punishment. So yes, it is my fault. The words poured out of him like a confession he'd been holding back too long. You don't know that for certain, Zhao responded with the patience of someone who had had this kind of conversation before. Besides, you don't have to worry about something like that because you're still very young. You need to grow more. That's the most important thing and the best you can do now. The condescension in his voice, however well-intentioned, hit Ren like a slap. I don't want to grow up in a cage, he exploded, gesticulating toward the city. That way I'll only fatten up like the trapped pigs. Without doing anything real, without helping those who matter to me. Zhao saw the black lines on Ren's skin growing. He was about to mention them, but shook his head, maintaining his patient expression. They seemed to grow more because he was getting agitated. Calm down a little, this is not like you, you're exaggerating. I promise I'd love to make this trip with you, though I'm not thrilled about the idea of covering myself with that horrible smell again. A small smile appeared on his lips. But it's not your time yet. You need more development, more preparation. I really want what's best for you. The lines began to recede a little. But then they stopped. Then who's going to defend what's best for her? What matters to Luna? Ren asked, feeling like he was drowning without hope but searching for a small light in what could be Zhao's response. Who can take Sirius's place? Zhao's expression became genuinely sad. There will always be sacrifices, Ren. There's no one else in the Star Weaver line who can carry the artifact they're looking for. Still, that's part of an adult's decision. I don't know how you managed to find out but it's up to Sirius to decide whether to leave the Seal's territory or not. The word sacrifices resonated in Ren's mind like a funeral bell. Larissa. His fungus. And now Luna. If you don't care what she wants, Ren replied, his voice becoming dangerously low, I do care. The black tattoos began growing on his skin again, radiating from his chest like ink spilling in water. Energy accumulated around him, visible like heat waves distorting the air. The transformation was both cool and terrifying to witness to his friends. Min, Taro, and Lu sighed almost in unison. They all got into fighting positions to face Zhao. Control it, Ren, Zhao murmured, observing the black marks with genuine concern. Please. That doesn't look healthy. What happened to your mana system? But Ren was no longer listening to advice or questions. Energy flowed through him like an overflowing river, amplifying not only his power but also his emotions. Every injustice in life, every moment of powerlessness, every time he had had to accept that he was too young to really help his parents. If you want to take us back, he declared, his voice resonating with harmonics that shouldn't exist in his throat, you're going to have to defeat us first. The black marks extended down his arms, and the mana around him began to condense in quantities that made even Zhao step back half a pace. The air itself seemed to thicken with power. Ren no longer wanted to feel like a child playing at being an adult. He would be free to make adult decisions, and if necessary, he would take in his arms what didn't correspond to him. He had found something worth fighting for, regardless of the consequences. The boy who had once hesitated to hurt his teacher was gone, replaced by someone willing to fight the world itself for what he cared about. Zhao observed the black marks expanding across Ren's skin faster with resignation. Something told him there was no longer a way to resolve this peacefully. I'll have to save him from himself, he thought with regret. By force. The difference in power between him and Lin was considerable. During these years he had brought his Silver 2 Raptor very close to the level of his Silver 3 Owl, creating a synergy that transcended Lin's typical fusion of a silver beast with a bronze one. Additionally, his owl had been accumulating the 1,000 days of Ren's method as well, bringing it dangerously close to the gold threshold. The fusion of his two beasts was also devastatingly synergistic. The raptor provided more speed and agility, while the owl granted supernatural perception and wind and feather attacks that could cut through gold-rank defenses. And unlike Lin, whose most combats were primarily friendly training, Zhao had faced real life-or-death situations for decades. Yet when he evaluated his opponents, he had to admit the situation was more interesting than he had anticipated. If someone had told me 5 years ago that I'd be facing 4 dual silver tamers of this age. He allowed himself a moment of genuine admiration. The progress of today's children is simply unnatural. Lu had developed sonic attack control that rivaled specialized masters. His blood absorption and the new intimidation and terror abilities from his banshee hyena's screams were techniques that had appeared recently, and Zhao knew the effects would be unpredictable. Min had become impossible to follow without specialized mana eyes. His elemental control over water and healing techniques had reached levels that previously would have belonged exclusively to famous tamers with decades of experience. Taro possessed a defense that could resist high gold rank attacks, and his versatility in transforming that defense into devastating counterattacks was impressive. His earth control and the new spear shield technique he had developed were genuinely dangerous. And Ren, even exhausted, with those black marks amplifying his power in ways Zhao didn't completely understand, represented a threat he couldn't underestimate. The transformation from academy students to legitimate combatants was jarring to witness. The first thing Min did was extend his hands toward Ren, channeling pure healing energy. Water in the air condensed into luminous currents that directed toward his friend, beginning to heal accumulated exhaustion and stabilize his overcharged system. Zhao immediately realized the threat the healer represented to this group. Min must be the first target. If he allows Ren to constantly recover. He launched into silent flight, disappearing just like Min, his wings creating air currents that nullified any sound from his movement. It was a perfect technique for eliminating targets before they knew they were being attacked. He knew perfectly the techniques of all these students. He had helped Lin train them occasionally, observing their strengths and weaknesses. Min had always been slightly slow and clumsy, vulnerable to fast, direct surprise attacks. But when he approached the defensive formation they had instinctively created, electrical currents began forming arcs around Ren, who was at the front. The boy's eyes, which had lost most of their supernatural perception after losing his fungus, now glowed with an intensity Zhao hadn't seen in recent training sessions. Despite the enormous speed of his silent flight, despite the technique that had fooled enemies with decades of experience, Ren's eyes followed him as if he could see every movement in slow motion. Did he recover his mana perception? To what level had his power returned? Those black lines. Perhaps that was the reason Lin had lost. But Zhao was about to experience something worse. The Ren who had brought down Lin hadn't been fused. Ren had already partially fused with both beasts simultaneously. Small jade scales appeared on his skin while powerful electrical energy began crackling around him. His body catapulted forward with an explosion of combined elemental power, moving at a speed that should have been impossible. Zhao barely managed to interpose his wings to defend himself, but the impact was devastating. The electrical discharge pierced through his defenses like paper. The shock didn't just affect his muscles, it interfered with his bestial coordination, momentarily breaking the synergy with his abilities. He was launched backward, completely losing control of his silent flight and crashing into the ground with enough force to create a small crater. Meanwhile, Mako and Shizu had attempted to capitalize on Zhao's attack to capture Min and Lu. Rock pillars surged from the ground, forming a cylindrical prison that closed rapidly around the two students. But Taro extended his hands, and his earth control immediately competed with the guards. The pillars wavered, their formation becoming irregular as three different wills fought to dominate the same element. You can't work fast enough if you have to fight for control. Taro shouted, concentrating intensely while his beetle plates glowed. Lu seized the opportunity. His throat transformed, adapting for the most devastating technique in his arsenal. When he opened his mouth, the ominous scream that emerged wasn't a normal sound. It was pure concentrated sonic force. The shockwave hit Mako and Shizu like an invisible hammer. Despite both having their ears protected due to their prior knowledge of Lu's abilities, the attack penetrated their defenses. The sound traveled through their bodies, creating vibrations that damaged internal organs and disoriented their balance systems. Both guards were launched backward, spitting blood while struggling to maintain consciousness. Their half-created rock prisons crumbled when they lost the concentration necessary for precise elemental control. Zhao rose from the crater, quickly evaluating the situation. His clothes were torn, he had electrical burns on his arms where he had blocked Ren's attack, and he could feel some of his muscles still contracting involuntarily from the discharge residue. Actually, he realized with a weird feeling of respect and concern, I'll have to get serious if I don't want to lose to some children. Round 2, Ren murmured, electricity crackling between his fingers while his companions dealt with the gold guards. But Zhao immediately rose into the air, his wings carrying him to a height that removed him from the immediate reach of ground attacks. From that elevated position, he activated his fusion to the maximum. Like Lin, he had no qualms about using all his energy the full 15 minutes of transformation. Ren and the others were the ones who needed to conserve stamina, not him. His body was completely covered with feathers from his owl fused with the raptor's scales that gleamed with an intensity close to Ren's dagger, threatening enormous hardness. The beast's abilities manifested, helping them in becoming practically invisible and completely silent, throwing weapons. His eyes gained telescopic perception that allowed him to track targets at several hundred meters distance. Now it's my turn at the offensive, he murmured, extending his wings completely. With Zhao using his maximum fusion, there were now two reptile owl beasts in his body, but instead of manifesting one to be helped, he kept both of them to generate double the feathers. He began shooting with extreme precision and insane speed. And they weren't simple projectiles, each one was guided by his enhanced perception, also capable of maintaining the camouflage and silence abilities when thrown, resulting in attacks practically impossible to detect until the moment of impact. Ren couldn't reach Zhao in time for a second attack before he went up high, and worse, barely managed to dodge the first salvo with small wounds, the invisible feathers passing so close they cut his skin and some strands of his hair. His recovered perception thanks to the seed's black root gave him back his mana eyes temporarily and allowed him to track the otherwise invisible trajectories, but the speed and number of shots were still overwhelming. "Taro, cover them," he shouted while rolling to avoid another burst, realizing that Zhao had decided not to attack only him. His friend responded immediately, creating earth shields, but the feather impacts were tremendous. The now multiple barriers of earth and mineral that Taro desperately created fell and renewed constantly as the feathers pierced through them like paper. But maintaining that speed of defense regeneration was exhausting, and Taro could feel his control beginning to fluctuate. Meanwhile, Mako and Shizu had taken advantage of the distraction to partially recover and then submerged completely into the earth. Their beasts with good regeneration boosts had healed them enough to continue fighting, and now they attacked from below, creating seismic waves and rock formations that emerged without warning, overcharging poor Taro's earth control and increasing its complexity. The girls were wounded but far from being out of combat. However, Lu kept them at bay with sonic roars that traveled directly through the earth, creating devastating vibrations that forced them to maintain distance and constant movement to avoid internal damage. "I can't keep this up forever," Taro shouted while creating another shield that was immediately perforated by 3 simultaneous feathers. Ren found himself forced to concentrate more on evasion than attack too. Every time he tried to launch fireballs, light rays, or rock projectiles, any element, Zhao dodged them easily in his aerial dance and responded with even more intense salvos. Ren's air maneuverability using wind elemental control was possible, but consumed too much energy, and without real wings, his maneuvering capacity would be pathetic compared to Zhao's. It was much better to stay on the ground if he wanted to move fast and have sources to generate more barriers. "I need something different," he thought desperately while sliding under a rock wall to avoid another burst of feathers that embedded in the ground where he had been standing and then more in the temporary rock defense generated. He summoned his bow from his Wolverine's dimensional space. The arrowheads were made of materials almost as strong as his dagger, and if he covered them with some minerals, he now knew they would be capable of containing and channeling his electrifying power without dissipating too fast. He fired the first arrow when his barrier collapsed, and as he jumped out of it with a somersault, he ended up not only firing it but also helping by pushing it with air control to increase its speed. He almost hit with the surprise factor. A trick Zhao hadn't seen him use. But Zhao forced silent flight, becoming faster for an instant, and used his own feathers to intercept the projectile in flight at the last moment. Damn! Ren hit again and loaded another arrow, this time concentrating more electrical power on the tip. The second shot was more precise, faster. Zhao had to execute another quick evasive maneuver, but still managed to deflect the even faster arrow since the surprise factor was no longer at its maximum. Still, with each shot, Ren improved not only his technique but also his understanding of Zhao's flight patterns, the limitations of his silent flight technique, the moments of vulnerability between maneuvers. For the 5th shot, he had charged the arrow dangerously, electrical energy crackling visibly around the tip. He prepared to launch it with all the thrust force he could generate with an explosion of wind and fire. But just as he was about to fire, Zhao executed his most devastating technique. He expelled all his feathers, and when they reached the ground where Ren barely managed to dodge by a hair's breadth from taking incapacitating damage, all the feathers Zhao had launched during the last moments, scattered throughout the battlefield, were called back simultaneously. The amplified boomerang effect created a storm of converging projectiles from too many directions. Ren was forced to drop his bow and with it his attack, charging his electrical energy into a defensive pulse and rolling desperately to avoid being pierced by dozens of returning feathers. His shot was lost, the overcharged arrow firing toward the empty sky without being even close to hitting anyone. "No!" Ren roared, frustration exploding in his chest. The black mark spread even further across his body, now covering his arms completely and beginning to climb up his neck into his face. The energy he emanated became visible, distorting the air around him like heat waves. Zhao had recovered all his feathers, now having access to his complete arsenal once more. From his elevated position, he observed with growing concern how the black marks consumed more of Ren's body. That's definitely bad, he thought, preparing for the next salvo. I need to bring him down now. If he loses control completely, who knows? The air itself began to crackle with Ren's unleashed energy, while his friends fought to heal from the cuts of the feather storm thanks to Min's healing and barely kept the girls and their hit-and-run attacks at bay. The stalemate was far from breaking with things like this. Use full fusion. Ren roared. The next phase of the battle would determine not only who would win this confrontation, but whether Ren would maintain enough control over the black marks to remain himself. And by asking his friends to use fusion, he already showed that the future of the journey was beginning to matter less than the need to win for him. This could be interpreted as an increase in his loss of emotional control as well. So the implication was clear and terrible. After using their maximum transformation, they would be completely exhausted, vulnerable, and defenseless. But not everything would be lost if they managed to finish the battle quickly. It could be their only opportunity to escape before more reinforcements arrived. In the end, they wouldn't have to fight the giant cat bear either if they didn't have bad luck. Min, Taro, and Lu exchanged glances for a fraction of a second. There was no time for debate or doubts. They had come too far to give up now. Understood, they shouted in unison. Taro was the first to complete his transformation. His beetle armor expanded dramatically, becoming thicker and more articulated. A twisted horn like a drill, long and sharp, emerged from his forehead, not from his mouth as Min would have wished with all his heart, like a powerful weapon, gleaming with the hardness of a high-level assassin's proboscis. On his back, multiple articulated spears deployed like the legs of a mechanical spider, each capable of moving independently under his conscious control. His beast, duplicated by fusion, materialized beside him, a monstrous beetle, thinner and with more legs than its original form, and a drill on its snout that spun with enough force to perforate gold-rank minerals in seconds. Let's finish this. Taro roared, his voice now distorted by the transformation. We don't need to hold back anymore. Min completed his fusion almost simultaneously. His body acquired transparent armor that seemed made of crystallized water, providing him active camouflage that made him practically invisible without need for conscious control. His control over water also multiplied exponentially. His duplicated beast emerged as a serpentine amphibian 15 meters long, capable of becoming completely transparent and with dozens of sensor whiskers that undulated constantly, detecting pressure and movement changes in an enormous radius. This always feels incredible, Min murmured, his form now barely visible while water began responding to his most subtle thoughts. Lu completed his transformation with a laugh that sounded more bestial than human. His body was covered with armor made of fused bones and blood that pulsed with its own life. In the air above him, his duplicated beast materialized as an enormous hyena, completely covered with bones that protruded like natural armor, with membranous wings made of coagulated blood that seemed to constantly drip but never ran out. Showtime, Lu roared, his voice now multiplied by supernatural echoes. The change in battle dynamics was immediate. Taro's beast immediately launched toward where Mako and Shizu were trying to maintain their sporadic underground shenanigans. Its drill pierced the earth like butter, creating tunnels that collapsed the guards' defensive movements. Min's transparent beast followed behind, using its whiskers to track mana signatures and exactly where the girls were hiding before launching pressurized water jets that forced them to emerge. The two guards, already wounded by Lu's previous sonic attacks, couldn't resist the coordinated assault. Taro's beast's earth attacks kept them unbalanced, while Min's water jet struck them every time they tried to recover their defensive positions. In less than a minute, both guards lay unconscious on the ground, defeated by the overwhelming combination of underground and aquatic attacks. But slightly before, during the resolution of this secondary combat. In the air, the situation was equally intense. Lu's winged beast had launched directly against Zhao, completely ignoring the feathers that pierced through it. Each wound bled profusely, but the blood immediately solidified into new armor plates, allowing constant regeneration. That annoying beast! Zhao murmured while dodging the flying hyena's claws. The blood-based regeneration that Ren discovered for Lu is too bizarre and fast. His feathers found their target repeatedly, perforating the membranous wings and creating deep wounds in the beast's body. But for every wound inflicted, the creature barely lost speed and altitude. All the synergies that Ren suggested were already beginning to show abilities never before seen in any conventional beast. Meanwhile, not only the beasts but also the three boys intensified their support for Ren from the ground. Except for Taro, who continued being the shield. But he extended his earth control to protect not only Min and Lu, but also Ren, creating mobile shields that rose to intercept Zhao's feathers, freeing Ren from having to do it himself and with more resistant walls due to much higher quality earth control. Min, now practically invisible, launched pressurized water jets that finally reached Zhao's flight height. The professor was forced to execute more complex evasive maneuvers, limiting his capacity to maintain constant feather attacks against Ren. And Lu not only coordinated his aerial beast but also began launching ominous sonic attacks that traveled through the air in concentrated rays. The distorted sounds affected Zhao's balance even when he managed to avoid direct impact. For the first time since the beginning of combat, Zhao found himself genuinely overwhelmed by the now so many variables. Despite his legendary firing speed and being fused, his movements became more defensive, more pressured. The offensive coordination between the four students had reached a level that transcended what should be possible for their age. Ren seized this opportunity to charge another arrow, this time with more power than he had used before. The black marks on his body pulsed to the rhythm of his concentration, channeling energy that made the air itself crackle with visible electricity. Zhao quickly evaluated his options. He could dodge again if he ignored or took a weaker hit like Min's, he had the agility for it, but perhaps it would be better to explode all his feathers simultaneously in a total coverage pattern to break the impasse. It would be very costly in energy for a complete attack again, but perhaps necessary. But I must concentrate to the maximum because I can't hurt these children more than necessary, he calculated while preparing the maneuver. Especially Ren. I owe him too much, and precisely because of that I can't let him continue this path. These sacrifices for power, these risks he's taking don't. Zhao executed the most intense feather explosion he had used in the entire battle. Every feather he had available launched simultaneously, creating a storm of projectiles that literally covered all possible escape angles. On the ground, Taro had barely maintained his shields protecting his companions throughout the feather explosion. Lu's beast also barely stayed airborne despite the massive damage it had received, its wings torn but functional thanks to constant regeneration. But Ren had been waiting for exactly this moment. With perfect timing, he disappeared in a shadow jump, the same teleportation technique he had used to blind Lin but with another element. For a fraction of a second, he became intangible, passing through the rain of feathers as if he were a ghost. He reappeared next to a tree branch at an angle that would be difficult for Zhao to counter even with mana perception. It was perfect timing, taking advantage of the moment of vulnerability when all feathers were in outbound flight and unavailable for defense. He needed to do it now, before the feathers could come back. The overcharged arrow fired from relatively close distance, at a speed that leveraged Ren's new elemental control to maximize its chance to impact. Zhao attempted a desperate evasive maneuver. It seemed Ren had fired just an instant late. But at the crucial moment, when Ren's arrow approached its target, Lu's winged hyena released its most powerful paralyzing roar. The sound wasn't just audible, it was physical, a wave of force that traveled directly to Zhao's nervous system. For a critical fraction of a second, his muscles convulsed involuntarily, interrupting his evasive maneuver. The arrow connected with his shoulder. The electrical shock that followed wasn't just the power contained in the projectile. It was all the energy Ren had been accumulating since the beginning of battle, amplified by the black marks and concentrated into a single point of impact. Zhao was struck as if he had been hit by lightning. His fusion flickered, his wings lost synchronization, and he completely lost control of his flight. He fell from the sky like a stone, crashing into the ground. The impact raised a dust cloud that obscured the battlefield for a few seconds. When the dust settled, Zhao lay motionless in the center of the crater, his transformation completely deactivated, breathing laboriously and clearly defeated. The 4 students remained on guard for a moment, barely able to believe what they had achieved. They had defeated one of the kingdom's most respected tamers. But victory had a cost. Min, Taro, and Lu began staggering almost immediately, exhaustion from complete fusion taking its toll. Ren jumped from the tree, the black marks still pulsing on his skin, but now with a control he hadn't had before. This battle had taught him something important about his new power. He still hadn't extracted its maximum potential. "Cover them with a cone of earth so the beasts won't find them and let's go," Ren murmured, walking toward his friends. "We have to move fast before more arrive." "Where exactly are you supposed to be going in such a hurry?" Sirius asked from behind him. The voice emerged from the shadows themselves, cold and tranquil, laden with an authority that made the air feel heavier. Each word seemed to carry physical weight, pressing down on the exhausted students like an invisible blanket of dread. Sirius materialized from the darkness as if he had been waiting for exactly this moment, his form coalescing from shadow like smoke-given substance. His eyes gleamed with an intensity that contrasted dramatically with his serene expression. The temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. Even the golden-nosed trees in the distance appeared to lean away from his presence, their branches rustling despite the absence of wind. Ren spun around and immediately got into guard position, his heart hammering against his ribs. His friends, despite their bone-deep exhaustion, forced themselves to do the same. The black marks on Ren's body pulsed with greater intensity upon sensing the new threat, responding to his fear and rage like living tattoos that fed on emotion. "Your shadow jump is very clumsy," Sirius observed with an almost academic tone, studying Ren as if he were an interesting experiment laid out for dissection. "Slow and forced. You're imitating a technique you don't really understand yet." The criticism hit Ren harder than any physical attack could have. His hands trembled as he loaded an arrow with electrical energy, the black marks on his arms crackling while he channeled power through the projectile. The arrowhead blazed with lightning, illuminating his face with harsh light that cast deep shadows under his eyes. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool air, and his breathing came in short, sharp bursts. Sirius simply smiled and waited, his arms crossed in a posture that radiated absolute confidence. He stood as still as a statue, utterly relaxed, as if watching a child throw a tantrum rather than facing a potentially lethal attack. Ren fired the overcharged arrow with all the force he could muster, his entire body straining with the effort. The projectile screamed through the air, trailing electrical discharge like a comet. For a heartbeat, it seemed the arrow would find its target. Sirius hadn't moved, hadn't even flinched. But he simply disappeared. It wasn't like Ren's clumsy shadow jump. There was no build-up, no gathering of power, no telltale distortion of mana. One moment he was there, solid and real, and the next he was gone, as if the darkness itself had devoured him whole and regurgitated him somewhere else entirely. The arrow passed harmlessly through empty air. Sirius reappeared directly behind Min, who was still struggling to maintain his complete fusion. Before Min could even register the presence behind him, before his enhanced senses could process the threat, Sirius struck with precision at the base of his neck. The blow was controlled, measured, exactly enough force as needed. Min's eyes rolled back, his mouth opening in a silent gasp as his body went limp. His fusion deactivated like a switch being flipped, the transparent armor dissolving into ordinary water that splashed uselessly to the ground. He collapsed like a marionette with cut strings, hitting the earth with a soft thud that seemed impossibly loud in the tense silence. Sirius vanished again before Taro or Lu could even attack. He reappeared in exactly the same position where he had begun, as if he had never moved at all. His clothes weren't even wrinkled, his breathing hadn't changed, he might as well have been standing there the entire time. "Leave!" Ren roared, his voice distorted by rage and the black marks that now covered more than half his body. The markings writhed across his skin like living serpents, pulsing with each heartbeat, each pulse of fury that coursed through his veins. "You shouldn't be this far from your territory. Go back. You're hurting Luna." The words tore from his throat raw and desperate, carrying all the pain and frustration he'd been holding back. His hands clenched into fists so tight his knuckles went white, and electrical energy arced between his fingers in chaotic patterns. Sirius's serene expression hardened visibly, the mask of calm cracking to reveal something far more dangerous underneath. His eyes narrowed to predatory slits. "What do you think you know?" he asked, his voice now loaded with menace. He made a casual gesture to cover his pocket, and Ren caught a glimpse of the edge of a new letter he hadn't seen before. A letter that would probably put Luna in that same strange, heartbroken mood she always fell into whenever she received one of those from her father. The sight of that letter, the casual way Sirius treated what was obviously another source of pain for his daughter, snapped something inside Ren's chest. "You're a horrible father." Ren screamed without thinking, the words erupting from him like poison that had been festering too long. They carried all his rage, all his frustration at being powerless to protect those who mattered most to him. Sirius went completely still for a moment that stretched like eternity. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath. Even the distant sounds of creatures in the golden nose clusters fell silent. Then, without changing his expression, without even a flicker of emotion crossing his face, Sirius raised one hand and launched a simple light ray directly toward Ren. The attack was casual, almost lazy, the kind of strike one might use to swat an annoying insect. But Ren could see the deadly precision in it, the way it cut through the air with lethal intent. Ren managed to dodge it, throwing himself sideways with desperate agility, but the ray traveled directly toward where Taro was trying to protect Min's unconscious body and Lu. "Taro!" Ren's scream echoed through the clearing, raw with worry for his friend. Taro managed to cover himself with his armor plates, the beetle shell protection flaring to life just in time. But the sound of impact, a resonant crack like breaking stone, was immediately followed by Lu's choked cry of pain. Sirius had used the distraction to teleport again, appearing behind Lu like death itself. His strike was clinical, efficient, targeting the same nerve cluster he'd used on Min Lu's bone and blood armor dissolved as he crumpled. Taro, now the only friend Ren had left standing, sealed himself completely behind his armor. But Sirius didn't strike him directly. Instead of a direct attack, Sirius gestured toward Taro's feet with the same casual indifference one might show when pointing out a spill. Dense shadow spread from the ground like living tar, wrapping around Taro's legs like invisible shackles. Immediately, Taro began feeling exponentially heavier, as if gravity itself had been weaponized against him. What is this?" Taro gasped, his voice strained as he fought to remain standing. The weight pressed down on him, making each breath a monumental effort. His armor, which had seemed so protective moments before, now felt like a tomb slowly crushing him. Ren launched himself at Sirius with lightning crackling around him like a storm made flesh. His rage gave him speed, desperation gave him strength, but it wasn't enough. Sirius disappeared again, leaving Ren to stumble through empty air. "Children shouldn't play at being adults so far from home." Sirius's voice resonated from all directions at once, as if the shadows themselves were speaking. "And you, Ren." The tone became personal, cutting. Each word was chosen to inflict maximum psychological damage. "You're believing too much in that rhetoric about being some kind of savior. Stay away from Luna. She's better off without ridiculous hopes that will only hurt her more when you inevitably fall short before the harsh reality of nobility. Then let nobility rot." The fury that exploded in Ren's chest was like an emotional supernova, burning away everything else, fear, exhaustion, even rational thought. The black marks spread violently, covering his entire body now like a second skin. With them came an intuitive understanding of shadow control he hadn't possessed before. He could feel Sirius's location now, jumping through darkness in a circle with a range of about 20 meters. The sensation was like having a sixth sense, feeling the disturbances in shadow as clearly as if he could see them. He leaped toward that position, but arrived too late. Sirius was much faster, his decades of experience making Ren's newfound abilities seem still clumsy and amateurish by comparison. Sirius reappeared directly behind Taro, who was fighting desperately against the supernatural weight crushing him down. The boy's breathing had become labored, each gasp a struggle against the impossible pressure. "Impressive resistance," Sirius commented casually. "Most would have collapsed long ago. Your beast must be providing excellent structural reinforcement." He intensified the weight dramatically. Taro's scream tore through the air as his armor began cracking under the impossible pressure. The beetle plates, which had withstood gold rank attacks, began fragmenting like glass under a sledgehammer. "Taro!" Ren roared, throwing himself forward with everything he had, but it was like moving through thick syrup. The distance that should have taken a second stretched into eternity. It was too late. Taro's armor disintegrated completely, the pieces falling away like shattered pottery. The boy collapsed under the weight, his body hitting the ground with a thud as consciousness and transformation fled simultaneously. Sirius straightened beside Taro's motionless body, looking directly at Ren in front of him with an expression that was both disappointment and resolve. His face showed no satisfaction, no cruelty, just the cold determination of someone doing what they believed was necessary. "Julius and Selphir's people won't be long in coming for you," he informed in a conversational tone, as if they'd been discussing the weather rather than the systematic incapacitation of Ren's friends. "They're going to carry you back to where you belong. So you should stay here and wait like the obedient children you're supposed to be. You're responsible for this and you'll watch over them from the wild beasts around here." But Ren was no longer listening to rational words. The black marks had covered his entire body completely, thickening like armor made of crystallized rage. The power flowing through him was different from anything he had experienced before, wilder, more uncontrollable, threatening to consume everything that made him human. He had lost almost all control. His friends lay around him. The adults who claimed to care about him had once again proven they saw him as nothing more than a wayward child to be corrected. And somewhere back there, Luna was suffering because no one else would act. "No," he roared, his voice so distorted it barely sounded human anymore. "I won't let you humiliate us, not any noble." The words came out as much a snarl as speech, and the power radiating from him made the very air shimmer with heat. The energy emanating from Ren began affecting the environment physically, transforming the battlefield into something that defied natural law. The grass at his feet didn't just grow, it erupted in spirals. Nearby rocks didn't simply develop cracks, they split along perfectly symmetrical lines. The air became a visible maelstrom, currents of different temperatures creating heat mirages that made reality shimmer and bend. Dust devils formed spontaneously, carrying with them the scent of ozone and something that reminded observers of the moment before lightning strikes. Sirius took half a step back, and for the first time since his arrival, his expression showed something that could have been concern. "Boy," he said carefully, "that's not normal power. You need to calm yourself before you get hurt. Or turn into a monster like those idiots from Yino." Ren launched forward, but this time it wasn't a calculated attack. It was pure unleashed fury given form, power without control or direction. His movements had lost all semblance of technique, replaced by something primal. The shadows around him responded chaotically, creating whirlpools of darkness that moved erratically. His elemental control had become unstable, generating electrical sparks that jumped between his fingers. Lightning arced from point to point across his body, creating a network of energy that pulsed with each heartbeat. The smell of burnt air filled the clearing. Sirius dodged the first assault, his decades of experience allowing him to read the attack despite its chaotic nature. But he could see that something had changed fundamentally in the boy before him. This wasn't the same calculating child who had been fighting strategically moments before. This creature had no rational restrictions. The last vestiges of conscious control threatened to disappear completely. The earth beneath Ren's feet began moving in perfect geometric patterns. Circles within squares within triangles formed and reformed, each shape glowing with energy before dissolving into the next configuration. Columns of fire emerged spontaneously from the ground. The flames burned in impossible colors, deep purple, electric blue, silver white that hurt to observe directly. Water in the air crystallized into fragments of ice that orbited around him like satellites, each shard catching and reflecting the firelight in prismatic displays. The ice formations were perfectly geometrical, defying the natural chaos of frozen water. Currents of wind created vortices that mixed with the flames in spirals of living fire. Sirius barely had time to teleport before a spear of living wood emerged from the exact spot where he had been standing, the tree growing to full size in seconds. The wooden attack was immediately followed by a lightning bolt that converted the tree into smoking charcoal, filling the air with the scent of burning forest. A failed but dangerous combo. Impossible, Sirius murmured while reappearing 20 meters away. A child of that age and with that rank shouldn't be able to control so many elements simultaneously. The mana strain alone should kill him. But Ren was no longer where Sirius expected to find him. The black marks had changed Ren's perception in fundamental ways that went beyond simple enhancement. He could feel Sirius's exact location as if connected directly to his mana signature through invisible threads. It didn't matter how perfect his shadow control was anymore, to this transformed Ren, he was like a torch blazing in absolute darkness. The sensation was overwhelming, too much information flooding his consciousness at once but without the help from the huge network from his mushroom. Ren appeared directly beside Sirius, moving not only through teleportation but also through pure physical speed that left afterimages in the air. His fists, now covered in mineral so hard it could cut through steel, crashed against the tree where Sirius had been a fraction of a second before. The impact created an explosion of steam, but Luna's father had already moved again. The tree split completely in half, the two sections falling in opposite directions with groaning creaks that echoed across the clearing. "Your speed has improved," Sirius admitted, reappearing behind Ren. His breathing was slightly faster now, the constant fast teleportation started to take its toll even on his huge reserves. "But you're still predictable." He launched daggers of pure light, each one blazing like a miniature star. But Ren intercepted them without even turning by creating a shield of earth that immediately transmuted into magical metals. The light daggers shattered on contact, their energy absorbed and redirected. The molten metals shot like projectiles, each droplet seeking Sirius with guided rage. Sirius dodged them with an aerial pirouette that would have been beautiful in other circumstances, but when he landed, the ground beneath his feet had become quicksand. He had to teleport again to avoid sinking, his boots leaving impressions in what had been solid stone moments before. "Fire and earth to create metal," he observed while dodging another attack, his voice carrying grudging admiration and a bit of a growing concern. "Water and wind to create ice. Fire and wind to create lightning. What else can you do?" As if giving an answer, Ren combined light and darkness. The result was something that shouldn't exist in nature, a ray of chaotic energy that was simultaneously brilliant and black, absorbing light while emitting a black energy that seemed to be emulating it. The contradiction created a visual paradox that hurt to perceive directly, a beam that seemed to exist in negative space while blazing with the intensity of a welding torch. When it passed near Sirius, the effect was disorienting at a perceptual level, as if reality itself was being distorted. Colors inverted, shadows fell upward, and for a moment the world seemed to turn inside out. Sirius avoided the attack, but for the first time since the beginning of the confrontation he suffered a negative effect. He had to truly concentrate to maintain his balance after the evasion. The chaotic energy had affected even his spatial awareness, making up and down momentarily meaningless concepts. Ren pressed his advantage, fusing more completely with his two beasts. Jade scales with black lines covered most of his body now, creating patterns that seemed to shift and writhe. His eyes blazed with green inner fire, no longer entirely human. His next shadow jump was perfect. It wasn't the clumsy, imprecise movement that Sirius had criticized before. It was fluid, instantaneous, executed with a mastery that rivaled decades of practice by the most experienced shadow warrior in front of him. Ren materialized directly behind Sirius and, before the older man could react, his scale-covered hand slipped toward Sirius's pocket and tore away the letter. The movement was so fast, so precisely executed, that for a moment it seemed like Ren had been in two places at once. Sirius remained completely astounded for a moment, genuinely surprised for the third time in the battle. His eyes widened fractionally, the first crack in his composure that suggested he might not have complete control of this situation. How? He began to ask, his voice carrying disbelief that went beyond mere surprise. You won't hurt her anymore, Ren mumbled, his voice distorted by the transformation but carrying an emotional weight that cut through the internal chaos. With reluctant respect, Sirius took advantage of Ren's moment of lucidity and his micropause to take the letter to execute what might be his best strategy given this situation. He fused too. The celestial night tiger multiplied his powers to insane levels. Even now, he murmured, his hands beginning to glow with light that was different from anything Ren had used, deeper, more fundamental, shining in the night with a distinguishable light like the one from a binary star. After all, you still believe you can fix things by reading some words you don't understand. The light wasn't just bright, it felt warm in a way that went beyond temperature. It carried the weight of purification, of things being returned to their proper state. This power you're using seems dangerous, Sirius continued while the light intensified, growing from a gentle glow to something approaching the brilliance of the sun. Doesn't seem like it's really yours. The light reached blinding intensity, forcing even Ren to squint against its radiance. The attack that followed wasn't violent in the traditional sense. It was like the sun itself had descended to strike Ren directly, but instead of burning, it cleansed. The celestial tiger had learned something very specific from Ren's small companion before it had insisted itself. The power of purification, not just healing, but the ability to return corrupted energy to its original, neutral state. The pure light struck the black marks like acid on metal, but the effect was more profound than simple destruction. The corrupt roots that had spread throughout his body turned green and began retreating at high speed, and in most parts the black parts disintegrated, not destroyed but purified, returned to a state of neutral energy. Ren screamed, not from physical pain but from the sensation that something was being torn away, or perhaps cleaned from his system. The power that had been flowing so naturally evaporated like water spilling from a broken container. The jade scales then vanished like morning mist. His multiple elemental control reduced to nothing, leaving him feeling hollow and strangely light. The supernatural perception that had allowed him to track Sirius disappeared completely, leaving him blind and deaf to the mana currents he had been so easily seeing. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious before touching the earth. His body hit with a soft thud that seemed impossibly loud in the sudden silence. Sirius approached slowly to Ren's motionless body, the expression on his face a complex mixture of relief, guilt, and something that could have been regret. He took the letter from Ren's slack hand, studied it for a moment, then carefully placed it back in the boy's palm. His movements were gentle, almost reverent, as if handling something fragile and precious. You wanted so badly to read it, he murmured, his voice loaded with a sadness he hadn't shown during the entire battle. The words carried the weight of years of difficult decisions, of choices made for reasons a child couldn't understand. Despite no longer being conscious. Despite the fact that all the letters say the same thing and you'll never truly understand the words. He straightened, observing the unconscious bodies of the students scattered across the battlefield like fallen leaves. The clearing looked like a war zone, scorched earth, broken trees, stones split along impossible lines, and the lingering scent of ozone and burnt metal. Children playing at being heroes, Sirius sighed, the sound carrying exhaustion that went beyond physical fatigue. And adults who don't even know how to protect them from themselves. The letter in Ren's hand fluttered slightly in the breeze, its contents holding secrets that the adult world kept from those too young to understand the true complexities of responsibility and power. In the distance, the sound of approaching footsteps announced the arrival of Julius and the others, coming to collect what remained of a dream that had died in the space between childhood's end and adulthood's cruel compromises. Sirius sat heavily on a nearby rock, his eyes scanning the sky while mentally calculating how many seconds remained before Julius and the others would arrive. The battle had ended, yes, but he could feel that something had changed fundamentally in Ren during their exchange. The boy's mana signature had taken on qualities that felt alien, wrong in ways that set his nerves on edge. As if answering his concern, an energy began growing again from the unconscious form in the ground. What? Impossible, mana can't. A soft sound interrupted his thoughts, the unmistakable crackle of paper being crumpled. The black marks had disappeared after his purification, yes, but there was a strange resonance emanating from the boy's core that hadn't been there moments before. It felt deeper somehow, more fundamental than the surface corruption he had cleansed away. Moments before. Julius advanced rapidly with both urgency and anxiety that had been growing since they had left the city. At his side, Selphra's trusted guards maintained perfect formation, their beasts synchronized in formations that maximized both speed and reaction capacity against threats. Each tamer moved with the precision of veterans who had served together for years. The memories of the nighttime meeting were still fresh in his mind. The concern had been sizable when they had realized that Ren and his friends weren't on campus. The discovery had sent ripples of alarm through the academy's leadership, forcing emergency protocols into action. City leaders were instantly called. Selphra had deduced the situation with her characteristic sharpness. He went toward where Zhao mentioned in his reports, she had said with absolute certainty. The boy is predictable when it comes to feeling responsible for problems that shouldn't concern him. The assessment had been delivered without malice, but Julius had heard the undertone of frustration. Ren's tendency to shoulder burdens beyond his years was both one of his strengths and one of his weaknesses. Zhao had left immediately when the meeting ended, his eyes blazing with that respect and exasperation he lately showed when talking about Ren. Julius had been able to see that the flying soldier and professor wasn't completely sure whether his loyalty lay in bringing back the student or protecting him from the consequences of his own decisions. Selphra had begun preparing to follow them too after consulting more details from Leora's report about Ren's prior emotional state, but Sirius had intervened with the quiet influence that he possessed. "Let me go," he had said, his voice loaded with a decidedness that Julius recognized as dangerous. The tone carried undertones of finality, as if this decision had been building for longer than just this crisis. "People need you here more than ever. I was already decided that I would go to the ruins anyway. I can catch up to Zhao on the way and help him." Selphra had considered it for a moment. "All right, I'll stay to maintain order," she had decided finally. "But Sirius." Her voice had acquired a tone that Julius had heard only when the Ashenway matriarch was genuinely worried, a quality that transcended her usual calculating composure and revealed the grandmother beneath the warrior and the politician. "Don't be too hard on the boy. Remember that, despite everything, he's still a child who has contributed plenty and is under my protection." Sirius had maintained his poker face before withdrawing without further comment, but Julius had caught the flicker of something in his eyes, pain, perhaps, or regret. Julius had stepped forward then, feeling that the situation required his participation. His diplomatic instincts screamed that leaving Sirius alone with an emotionally compromised Ren could lead to exactly the kind of confrontation they were all trying to avoid. "I think I want to go after Sirius," he had requested, his voice carefully neutral despite the urgency he felt. "To carry all the kids back safely and make sure things don't get out of control." Selphra had nodded despite knowing that without the kingdom's best noble diplomat present, her workload would double. Political tensions were already complex, and removing Julius from the equation would make every negotiation more difficult. But she had added a small condition. "Since we're at it and I'm going to have a mountain of work anyway. Take some of my trusted guards. And Julius." Her expression had become intensely serious, the mask of the politician falling away to reveal the steel beneath. "If things look difficult for Sirius, support him. But you must ensure the boy returns safe and sound. Despite everything, he remains a treasure to this city." Julius had nodded, understanding the unspoken implications. Ren had generated problems lately and lost what they calculated to be half his power for unknown reasons, yes, but his potential value still far exceeded his adolescent outbursts. They just had to ensure they guided him down the right path. Now, as he approached what had been the battlefield, Julius could immediately see that he had arrived too late to influence the outcome. The landscape showed signs of intense combat that went beyond normal. Craters marked where Zhao and some attacks had impacted the earth, each one deep enough to hide a grown man. Areas of scorched earth showed where Ren had used his elemental attacks, the ground glass smooth where sand had been superheated. Strange patterns in the soil suggested complex manipulation that defied easy explanation. Sirius had been too fast while traveling, even for someone with Julius's considerable abilities. The Shadow Walker had gotten ahead by more than expected, his mastery of spatial techniques allowing him to cover distances that should take hours in mere minutes. But as he and the Selphra guards behind him caught up, they all realized there was something strange about the scene before them. As he approached, Sirius made a gesture for silence and pointed with his eyes toward Ren, who lay apparently unconscious but with clenched fists. The tension in the boy's body was subtle but unmistakable to trained observers. He was fighting his way back to consciousness. Now he realized, that strangeness he felt was a small but growing mana signature emanating from the young man. Something in his posture suggested he was struggling to awaken. "I was sure I had knocked him out," Sirius whispered when Julius stopped nearby, his voice carrying a note of uncertainty that was deeply unsettling coming from someone usually so confident. His mana signature had entered complete rest after the purification attack, so there was no doubt. Mana doesn't lie. Sirius's statement hung in the air like an accusation against reality itself. In their world, mana signatures were as reliable as heartbeats. When someone was unconscious, their energy patterns became dormant and predictable. For Ren to be showing activity so soon after a direct strike suggested what was waking him up was something far beyond normal recovery. Julius studied the unconscious boy, immediately noticing that the strange resonance emanating from his core was growing stronger. It was subtle but constant. But now, Sirius continued, his voice betraying doubt that Julius rarely heard from the Shadow Warrior. "It seems something is awakening in him. Julius, this has gone too far. The boy is too anomalous, too risky." The words carried the weight of the evidence before him. Julius felt a knot form in his stomach, a cold certainty that they were approaching a point of no return. He didn't want to think badly of Ren, the boy who had always helped readily, who had mostly listened to advice, who had never shown signs of malice or corruption. "I don't want to believe anything bad about the boy," Julius responded carefully, each word chosen with apparent diplomatic neutrality. "Everything we've seen suggests he's fundamentally good. He's helped many people, taken risks to protect others." "Julius," Sirius interrupted him, his attention divided between the prince and the body that was beginning to move imperceptibly. "You just saw the remains of a battle where he defeated Zhao and then transformed into something that required my fusion and a direct light of purification strike to stop. Are you sure we can trust him? Isn't all this looking too much like what Yaino did with the crystal?" The comparison sent ice through Julius's veins. Julius could feel how the boy's energy gradually increased, an accumulation that presaged an awakening very soon. The mana patterns were becoming more complex, more active. "I sense something bad," Sirius admitted, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "He gave us the power of fusion, the same power I used to stop him indeed, but in the end it's still a power we don't understand, that's why. The boy could end up being a bigger problem than any supposed solution he represents." Julius observed Ren more carefully, noting how his muscles gradually tensed, how his breathing became deeper and more controlled. The other students remained unconscious, but Ren was clearly fighting his way back to awareness with a determination that spoke to either admirable resilience or deeply concerning obsession. The atmosphere had become strange, but Julius remembered all their previous battles where he had been able to see Ren's true heart, the core of what drove the boy's every action. "Innocence until proven guilty," Julius declared firmly, his voice carrying the authority of a prince. "It's a principle I've maintained for decades, and I'm not going to abandon it out of fear of the unknown." Sirius considered Julius's words for a long moment, his eyes never leaving Ren's slowly stirring form. "I'll have to get better proof then," Sirius finally murmured, his voice carrying the weight of reluctant acceptance. The admission hung in the air like an unspoken threat, proof surely meant testing Ren more later. "But if he awakens like he did a moment ago, it's up to you and the others to transform. I've already lost too much energy that I might need for the real journey." Julius was genuinely surprised to hear such an admission from Sirius. Few people of his caliber ever admitted limitations in their power. Ren's core began pulsing with greater intensity, the energy radiating outward in waves that made the air feel thick and charged. The boy clenched his fists with growing strength as he began to rise, his movements trembling but determined, as if some internal force was pushing him to stand against his physical exhaustion. When he finally managed to kneel, gasping but stubborn in his resolution, Julius could see that something had changed in his eyes. There wasn't the loss of control that Sirius had described, the wild, bestial fury that had required purification to stop was gone, but there was an intensity that Julius hadn't expected. A focus that spoke of purpose rather than mere rage. A powerful pulse was born from his mana center and provided him extra energy again, the burst of power so strong that Julius felt it resonate in his own chest like a second heartbeat. Then the energy traveled into the distance, expanding outward like ripples in the air. Ren looked at Julius and the guards, then managed to stand completely upright. His legs trembled for a moment under the weight of exhaustion from the transformation he had undergone, but he found his balance and raised his arms in a combat pose. The stance was imperfect, he was still recovering, but his intent was crystal clear. He was prepared to continue fighting against impossible odds. But before anyone could react to his silent challenge, they all felt something that made their combat instincts activate immediately. An avalanche of mana signatures in the distance, hundreds, maybe thousands of energy signatures moving in formation, directly toward them. Every trained warrior present recognized the feeling immediately, they were about to be overwhelmed by numbers. On the horizon, the nearest small forest of golden noses began altering violently. The golden trees, which normally remained motionless except to feed opportunistically, swayed and creaked as if something massive was pushing them from within. The sound of battle between beasts carried across the distance, punctuated by sharp cracks as trunks began to snap. Ren felt momentarily ignored in his battle stance, his attention divided between the approaching threat and something in his hand. He lowered his gaze and saw the letter that Sirius had left there, its surface wrinkled by his unconscious grip during his brief unconsciousness. He didn't fully understand why he had it or what it meant that they hadn't taken it from him, but what happened next left no time for detailed interrogation. The small golden nose forest literally split in two. The massive beasts that had grown to respectable power over many years were torn from their places and hurled aside like twigs in a hurricane. A path opened through the cluster, and through it emerged a wave of familiar beasts that made everyone present feel a sense of déjà vu. Hundreds of mutant creatures were heading directly toward them. When they looked through the newly opened path in the separated cluster, they could see a line that extended to the horizon. It wasn't just a temporal horde, it was a complete army of corrupt beasts. "By all the dragons," murmured one of Selphra's guards, his voice filled with horror. The creatures were coming exactly from the direction of the Gold 3 ring, from the place where Sirius was supposed to find the solution to their problems. Things had just become a lot more complicated. Ren looked at the letter in his hand once more, its surface crumpled from his unconscious grip. Whatever its contents were, whatever secrets it held about Luna's pain and his father's decisions, would have to wait. He crushed it in his fist with deliberate force, feeling the paper compress, before storing it in his pocket where it rested like a weight against his chest. Survival had become the immediate priority. "Sirius," Julius addressed the Star Weaver leader while rapidly assessing their options, "we should return. We can organize a coordinated defense from the city and—" "No." Sirius's response was immediate and final, he had made peace with a difficult decision. His eyes had taken on the distant look of someone who had already committed to a path regardless of cost. "I've already left the seal's range. I'm not going to turn back and let the sacrifice I made be in vain." He turned toward Julius, and for a moment the Shadow Warrior's mask slipped, revealing the desperation beneath. "I'm going to go around the beast line and eliminate some from the flank. You return with the children." Selphra's guards exchanged meaningful glances, their years of service together allowing for wordless communication. The group leader addressed Julius with the crisp efficiency of someone accustomed to making life-and-death decisions under pressure. "Sir, return with the downed. We're going to stop the beast's advance. They seem to be heading directly toward the city. Julius nodded, understanding the logic even as he felt the weight of abandoning his allies to be meat shields. He immediately summoned his Wolverine, the massive creature emerging with its jaws already open, prepared to serve as both transport and protection. "Protect them inside you," he ordered, gesturing toward the unconscious bodies of Min, Taro, Lu, Zhao, Mako, and Shizu scattered across the battlefield like fallen leaves. The Wolverine obeyed without hesitation, its massive jaws carefully engulfing each unconscious person. The process would have looked terrifying to outside observers, but Julius knew his beast would keep them safe in its dimensional storage. Although keeping his mouth open to let air enter would limit the creature's combat effectiveness, it was safer than any alternative available. But when Julius turned to collect Ren, the boy still remained in guard position, his eyes fixed on the approaching horde with an intensity that spoke of recognition rather than simple fear. "Ren," Julius kept his voice firm but fraternal, the tone he had perfected during years of dealing with stubborn nobles and difficult negotiations, "this isn't the time for heroics. We need to reach the city before the beasts do." "Maybe it's my fault," Ren murmured, his voice loaded with guilt that Julius recognized as both familiar and dangerous. The self-recrimination was intense again, weighing down his shoulders like a burden he couldn't set aside. "Why do you say that?" Julius moved closer, genuinely surprised by the declaration. Ren remained motionless for a moment, as if listening to something nobody else could perceive. His eyes took on a distant quality, focused on stimuli beyond normal human senses. "I can feel the beasts a little. More precisely, I can hear them." The confession sent ice through Julius's veins. If Ren had some kind of connection to these creatures, it could explain many things about the current situation, and it could make him either their greatest asset or their most dangerous liability. Julius frowned, processing the implications. A connection to the mutant horde could be evidence of being part of the corruption, as Sirius feared, or it could be different, like the mutants that didn't get crystallized and the key to understanding and stopping them. "It doesn't matter," Julius declared finally, making the decision with the firmness that had served him through decades of political crisis. "Whether or not you attracted them, we must return anyway. The city needs to be warned and defended." "No," Ren turned toward Julius with an urgency he hadn't shown before, his voice carrying a conviction that cut through even the common politeness to the royal. "If we go to the city, it would be worse. First I need to see if they're really following me." Julius considered the request during several crucial seconds. If Ren really had some kind of connection to these creatures, the information could be invaluable. "All right," he agreed reluctantly. "But we don't separate, and if this doesn't work, we return immediately." He summoned his Qilin, the mythical being appearing in an explosion of golden light. The creature's presence brought a sense of hope that felt almost foreign in the current crisis. The light his own shroom had transformed no longer affected Ren for now. He lifted Ren onto the beast and they headed toward the mutant line, maintaining distance to the left. The plan was simple: observe, gather intelligence, and if they indeed changed the course and attacked, escape before the horde could reach them. Ren watched the tip of the beast formation intently, waiting for some kind of reaction to his presence. His entire theory hinged on the idea that he was somehow connected to these creatures, that his actions or his nature had called them forth. But he ended up being completely wrong. The mutant line continued directly forward, ignoring him completely. They showed no recognition, no deviation from their path, no indication that his presence meant anything to them at all. They only reacted when Selphra's guards interposed themselves in their way, attacking anyone who obstructed their route toward the city. Whatever connection he thought he had to these creatures, it was either non-existent or far more complex than he had imagined. The guilt that had been driving him, the sense of responsibility that made him want to face this threat alone, was based on a false assumption. They weren't following him. They were simply following their own inexorable purpose, and that purpose led directly toward the heart of human civilization. The guards, being dual tamers with a gold-rank beast, easily eliminated the first dozens of creatures. Their powerful attacks tore through the silver-rank beasts like target practice. But Julius could see that, just as had happened with the Golden Noses when they were overwhelmed by numbers and displaced despite their superior power, even the most powerful guards would eventually be pushed back by the insane quantity of enemies. Their techniques were flawless, their teamwork perfect, but flesh and mana reserves had limits that numbers could exploit. Despite Sirius launching attacks from the flanks, eliminating and dispersing many of the creatures as he advanced toward the Gold 3 ring, he couldn't spend too much energy on the task. The mutants had reached this point from Gold 3 after all. The quantity of creatures lost in the two forests populated by stronger beasts must have been enormous, yet despite those losses, the flow remained overwhelming. It spoke to their true numbers, an endless tide that could afford massive casualties and continue advancing. Julius quickly returned his attention to Ren, who was watching the battle with a perplexed expression that mixed confusion with growing understanding. "Now we really must go to the city," Julius declared firmly. "There's nothing you can do if they're not following you, is there?" The initial motive for the operation with his friends had already failed. Sirius seemed to have left the range of the supposed seal that Ren had heard mentioned in that secret meeting. So perhaps it would be better to surrender what couldn't be changed and return now to protect the city that housed his parents. Although it pained him not to have been able to prevent the situation that saddened Luna, maybe protecting her in the city was already a better use of his time and energy. The letter in his pocket pressed against his chest like a huge weight. Ren seemed about to accept, though he was still clearly confused by his apparent ability to hear the beasts but unable to use it for anything practical. The connection he felt was real, but it offered no control, no influence. And they weren't seeking him specifically, that much was evident. Maybe if I found the big one from that day. He thought, remembering the one that had seemed to have higher hierarchy, that had attacked and controlled the smaller ones during their previous encounter. Julius saw it too so. But when he stopped wandering mentally and was about to ask Julius about his deduction of where the larger creature might be, a strange sensation swept through him. The feeling was like tuning into a distant radio frequency, suddenly clear signals emerged from the background static of his consciousness. "Julius," he shouted suddenly, his voice cutting through the sound of distant battle. "We have to go back, but not to the city." "What do you mean?" "We have to go to the area between the bronze and iron rings of Goldcrest territory, near where I used to live." Ren pointed back but angled to the right, his hand trembling slightly with the urgency of what he was sensing. "I'm feeling the same signals, the same voices that I sense here." Julius immediately understood the implications. If Ren was correct, it meant there were also mutants coming from that direction, probably heading toward defenseless civilian populations from a much closer ring. The area Ren mentioned was quite far away. Even at his Chelan's maximum speed, they would take time to arrive. They might reach there too late to make any difference, arriving only to witness the aftermath of a massacre. "All right," Julius decided, directing the Chelan toward the new direction. The choice felt like stepping off a cliff, but sometimes leadership meant acting on incomplete information and hoping for the best. "I'll also send a warning message while we advance." He summoned one of his fastest messenger beasts, a small falcon specialized in long-distance flight. Julius quickly wrote several messages about the emergency, his handwriting cramped but legible despite the urgency. "Go to the main city," he ordered the falcon while tying the messages to its legs. "Hopefully they can evacuate any settlements in the path in time. Warn about the mutant invasion from 2 different directions." The falcon disappeared immediately into the distance, becoming a speck against the sky in seconds. Julius watched it go, knowing that those small scrolls might be the only warning that stood between thousands of civilians and annihilation. While they raced toward Goldcrest territory, Ren touched the letter in his pocket again. The energy of his core had stabilized noticeably since Sirius's purification. For the first time in what felt like a long time, he felt truly in control, but this new stability came accompanied by disturbing doubts about his apparent connection with the mutants. "Julius," he spoke over the wind that whipped past them as the Chelan reached incredible speeds, "do you think it's possible that I caused this somehow?" Julius considered the question carefully while maintaining both the Chelan and the Wolverine at maximum speed. The diplomatic part of his mind wanted to offer reassurance, but his commitment to honesty with Ren wouldn't allow comfortable lies. "I don't have enough information to answer that," he admitted with frankness. "But what I do know is that, whatever the connection, you're now the only person who can detect their movements. That makes you our best hope for saving civilian lives." Ren nodded, though guilt continued gnawing at his stomach like a living thing. And the letter in his pocket seemed to weigh more than it should. Should he read it because Sirius had left it with him? Or should he ask Luna first? Time was their enemy now, and every minute that passed could mean more lives lost. After nearly an hour of rapid travel, they were finally close. Julius had pushed the celestial beast to speeds he reserved for true emergencies, the creature's hooves barely touching the ground as it flew across the landscape in bounds that covered miles with each leap. A messenger falcon intercepted them as they crossed into what had been Goldcrest territory. Julius extended his arm to allow the bird to land, immediately noticing that it carried multiple responses to his earlier messages. "What do they say?" Ren asked while Julius rapidly read through the reports, his eyes scanning the cramped handwriting. "They received the information," Julius summarized, though his expression remained tense as he continued reading. "Selphra and Victor worked together to block the inner entrance to the city with a massive combined wall of ice and reinforced minerals in time." Ren felt a moment of relief wash over him. His parents were safe behind those defenses, along with thousands of other civilians. But Julius continued reading with a furrowed brow that suggested the news wasn't entirely positive. But to defend the entire city properly, they couldn't cover the area inhabited by all the outskirt dwellers. They evacuated them deeper into the city in a massive aid effort. How did the people react? Ren asked, remembering the social tensions between his former social stratum and the city dwellers. The integration had always been uneasy, marked by prejudice and economic disparity that could explode back under stress. Surprisingly well, Julius seemed genuinely relieved by this point. "The changes that your information has brought about apparently reduced resistance to helping refugees from the outskirts. There weren't as many discrimination problems as we would have expected a few years ago." The Chelan finally landed when they reached the zone Ren had identified as the source of the strange signals. The landscape had changed considerably since the last time he had been here, but something immediately familiar caught his attention. "Julius," Ren murmured, studying the surroundings with growing certainty as memories flooded back, "this is the zone where the cave that helped me cultivate differently was located, a ruin. It's a cave where I already came 3 times with my fungus." Julius followed Ren's gaze, noting the altered tree formations and movement patterns in the ground that suggested massive underground activity. "The surroundings have changed a lot," Ren continued, feeling a pang of loss as he realized how much his relationship with this place had depended on the intrinsic vision and perception his fungus had provided during those previous expeditions. "Many of the landmarks I remembered have been lost, but..." He stopped, orienting himself using some of the left reference points that were still engraved deeply in his memory, the angle of certain hills, the way some far tree formations caught the light and the clearing with almost the same size and form. "This place is too important to me. I would recognize it even without the help of mana patterns and energy lines." But that didn't solve the problem. Despite having arrived at the source, the mutant creatures seemed to be emerging from very deep below, exactly as Julius and Ren had feared. The flow appeared constant and organized, suggesting a massive underground source that extended far beyond what they could perceive. The ground trembled periodically with their passage, and the air carried a strange acrid scent that spoke of corruption and unnatural transformation. "It doesn't look like we can do anything to stop them here that couldn't be done anywhere else along their route," Julius observed pragmatically, recognizing the futility of trying to stop a river by standing alone in its path. Ren nodded, but instead of suggesting they return to the city, he remained motionless, listening to something that made his blood run cold. Julius tensed, recognizing the same energy signature that Ren had perceived first. "There's a different energy signature. Very similar to that of the largest abomination from that day." Julius immediately understood what Ren was referring to. The day they had faced the corrupted creature, when Ren had been affected in a disturbing way by its proximity. The day they hadn't truly won but had barely managed to survive and escape, leaving behind more questions than answers. He looked at Ren with concern. The boy had changed considerably since the traumatic experience, since the loss of his fungus in the emotional upheaval. But facing something similar again, especially in his current state. However, when Ren met his gaze, Julius saw a resoluteness that hadn't been there during their previous encounter with such a threat. This wasn't the desperate bravado of someone trying to prove themselves, nor the reckless abandon of someone with nothing to lose. This was the focused resolve of someone who had found their purpose. Julius recognized the look from his own mirror during his darkest political crises, the moment when uncertainty transforms into commitment, regardless of personal cost. "What's your plan?" Julius asked, making the conscious decision to trust the boy's judgment despite every instinct screaming caution. Why would it be different this time? The question hung between them, weighted with the memory of their previous failure and the lives that depended on their success. "Did you bring any of the diamond potions?" Ren asked directly, cutting straight to the chase. Julius coughed uncomfortably, a reaction that immediately confirmed Ren's suspicion. The diplomatic training that usually made him unreadable in negotiations proved useless against someone who knew him well enough to read the subtle tells. "That means you did bring them," Ren smiled slightly, the expression carrying both relief and the kind of confidence that came from having contingency plans. "We need to use it." Straight to solution with that efficiency that reminded Julius why he had come to respect the boy's mind. "Still." "No," Julius shook his head immediately, his voice carrying the weight of someone who understood the true scarcity of what they were discussing. "There are too few of them and they're incredibly important. I brought it just in case of an emergency where I found you gravely injured, not for. If we don't use it now, then when?" Ren interrupted him. "Isn't this a big enough emergency?" Julius sighed deeply, remembering that Ren had a certain level of authorization over the use of those potions, granted by his own father. "All right," he conceded reluctantly, pulling out a small bottle that glowed with internal light. The liquid within seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, radiating warmth that could be felt even through the container. "But tell me, who are you going to heal to help us?" "Zhao." "No," Ren responded immediately. "Everyone." Julius frowned, processing the implications of the declaration. His mind automatically began calculating dosages, distribution methods, and the limitations they faced. "Sulfura isn't here to amplify the potion's effect." "My friend Min isn't Sulfura," Ren interrupted him, his plan clearly already formed in his mind, but his level of water control thanks to the synergies he's developed isn't too far off. "We just have to give it to him and make him fuse completely." He paused, considering the risks. "He's going to exceed his control capacity a little, but I can heal his small overload and any system crystals afterward with what I remember from the treatment." Julius studied Ren's expression for a long moment, noting how confidence had replaced the impulsivity the boy had shown earlier. A small but genuine smile appeared on his face, the kind reserved for moments when potential lived up to expectation. "I like you better when you're like this," Julius admitted, his diplomatic reserve dropping enough to allow genuine warmth into his voice. "When you trust your allies and act with intelligence instead of your emotional impulses." Ren immediately blushed, his momentary maturity being replaced by typical adolescent discomfort when receiving direct praise. "Yeah, well," Ren mumbled, gesturing toward the area where creatures continued emerging to change the subject, "there are things to do. We don't have time for." Of course, Julius laughed softly, enjoying the moment of human normalcy in the middle of crisis. These glimpses of ordinary teenage behavior somehow made Ren's extraordinary capabilities more remarkable rather than less. "Let's proceed with your plan." Julius extracted Min from his Wolverine first. Then began the methodical work of liberating Ren's other unconscious friends from the dimensional space while Ren prepared to heal their elemental water expert. One by one, the other bodies emerged from the Wolverine's internal storage, Taro, Lu, followed by Zhao, Mako, and Shizu. Ren observed his friends with resolution and also deep affection. Each face carried the memory of shared struggles, of trust given and received. Ren knelt beside Min's unconscious body, carefully holding the potion Julius had entrusted to him. The liquid glowed with internal light, radiating a sensation of pure vitality. "This should work," he murmured while opening Min's mouth and pouring the contents with the care of someone who understood that wasting even a drop could mean the difference between the plan working or failing. Immediately, a brilliant and pure energy enveloped Min's body, making him glow as if he had been touched by divine light. The small wounds from battle closed with visible speed, bruises faded like time-lapse photography in reverse, and his breathing became deep and stable with the rhythm of perfect health. But he remained unconscious. Julius approached with a concerned expression. Wasn't the potion enough to heal the battle damage? Did he really use the fusion too much and the damage is deeper than the potion can heal? Well, Min did try hard, but I think it's more about. A deep, resonant snore broke the tension in a completely anticlimactic way. Julius blinked in disbelief while Ren sighed deeply with a familiar exasperation that spoke to the years of friendship and countless similar situations. "Min," Ren gave him a gentle slap on the cheek. Min opened his eyes for barely a moment, mumbled the classic, 5 more minutes, and immediately went back to sleep with the efficiency of someone who had perfected the art of avoiding inconvenient consciousness. "He's always been like this," Ren complained, gesturing toward his friend with frustration that was slightly comedic for Julius to witness. "Like a sleepy baby. I mean, not sleeping during most of the night journey had already been a miracle, though his serpent dragged him a good part of the way." Julius scratched his head, smiling despite the situation. Sometimes it was hard to remember Ren's real age when he behaved with such maturity, but through his friends, the common things among young people became evident. Ren moved closer to Min and gently pinched his nose to block it. Min seemed to react with annoyance, tightening his eyes, but Ren finished by dramatically whispering in his ear, "Min, we're sinking, everyone's drowning. There are girls in the water who need help from the world's coolest water expert." The effect was instantaneous and spectacular. Min literally jumped to the rescue, incorporating himself with a leap and eyes completely open and alert, his entire body language transforming from sleepy teenager to heroic rescuer in the span of a heartbeat. "Where? How many? Do they need me to pull them out and give them the kiss of life?" he shouted while frantically swimming through the air searching for victims, his movements so earnest that Julius had to cover his mouth to avoid laughing. "Right here," Ren pointed toward the unconscious bodies of his other friends, his voice taking on the patient tone of someone who had learned to manage his friends' enthusiasm. "I need you to heal them and give them energy, but not in a normal way." Min saw the girl guards first, but recognized them as the boring ones, so he blinked several times, gradually processing that there wasn't a real drowning emergency, or even water nearby. The realization dawned slowly across his features, followed by the sheepish expression of someone who had been caught in an embarrassing moment of gullibility. "I need you to cycle the healing power that you now have in your system thanks to the potion I gave you," Ren continued, his tone becoming more serious and technical as he shifted into instruction mode. "It's a specific process of mana distribution." Ren began teaching him the process, but immediately realized that his directions were less complete than they used to be when he had his fungus providing detailed information. The absence of his companion's vast knowledge base created gaps that he hadn't anticipated, like trying to recite a complex recipe from memory only to discover that crucial steps had been forgotten. Much was still in his memory, preserved through repetition, but there were small holes in his knowledge that made the instructions somewhat confusing in certain steps. The frustration of incomplete understanding was again a reminder of what he had lost. Min frowned, trying to follow the partial explanations with the concentration of someone who understood that lives depended on his comprehension. "Yet, I don't completely understand the flow pattern you're describing. There are assumptions and jumps in your explanation. It seems like the absence of your little senti. I mean, the absence of your main beast does affect you. I had assumed you were some kind of library with a human body, but now I feel more empathetic." The comment carried genuine concern beneath Min's characteristic irreverence, showing how even his jokes came from a place of caring. Julius approached to offer encouragement. "Try it slowly. Your instinct as a tamer can fill the gaps missing in Ren's information." Yes, actually use the complete fusion already. I know you used it a lot today, but I'll take care of helping you with the side effects, Ren added. I don't love how that sounds and your current self doesn't give me as much confidence, but I suppose it's necessary, Min replied with characteristic honesty as he completely fused with his bearded serpent. Immediately his expression changed, taking on the focused intensity that came with full bestial integration. The instincts of the beast began indeed filling the knowledge spaces missing in Ren's instructions, providing an intuitive understanding of using the element to amplify the potion's residual effect. Ah! Now I understand what's missing, Min exclaimed, extending his hands toward Taro first with movements that flowed like water itself. During the following minutes, Min worked methodically on each of his companions. His mana carried the flowing grace of his serpent. Lu woke with a start, his eyes immediately alert and scanning for threats. Taro sat up slowly but with his movements showing none of the exhaustion that had plagued him before unconsciousness. Gradually, Zhao, Meiko, and Shizu also returned to consciousness, each awakening carrying the disorientation of those who had been pulled back from the edge of exhaustion into sudden vitality. Damn, death battle instead of expedition. Lu complained while stretching, his joints popping audibly as he worked out the stiffness from unconsciousness and battle fatigue. And we couldn't even enjoy the journey. I was looking forward to bragging about having seen way farther than any of my classmates before. At least you didn't have to cover yourself in giant cat-bear waste, Taro laughed, remembering the task Ren had mentioned as necessary for hiding among the golden noses. Lu visibly shuddered, his entire body recoiling from the mental image. You're right. I think I prefer combat to that particular humiliation. At least battle wounds heal fast with Min near, that kind of stench would probably follow us for months. Zhao approached with measured steps. Certainly nothing is lost by avoiding that aromatic experience, he observed with dry humor, his voice carrying the warmth of someone genuinely relieved to see his student safe and joking again. But I'm sure a journey with Ren will always be fun and revealing. We just have to be patient to have it when the situation is favorable. I'd like to be part of it too. He looked at Ren directly, his expression shifting weirdly to both respect and apology thanks to their recent confrontation. His tone became more serious. I'm sorry for trying to stop you by force, that energy you were emanating felt genuinely dangerous. Even so, he smiled with genuine pride that transformed his entire demeanor. I congratulate you for beating me and showing your point. And I'm glad to see you, better. More like yourself. The admission carried weight beyond simple power level assessment. For Zhao to acknowledge defeat to a student represented recognition of growth that traditional training couldn't measure. Ren considered Zhao's words for a moment before responding. I don't regret confronting you because I had an objective, and although I didn't achieve it, I think it was worth fighting for. At least trying so I wouldn't regret doing nothing afterward. His voice carried a calm that hadn't been there hours before, the tone of someone who had found peace with difficult choices. But I understand why you tried to stop me. Now that I have a cooler head, I can see that I wasn't ready. Serious is far above my current level. He shrugged with resigned acceptance. In the end, I still lack more power, as always, to have any real hope of fixing my problems so. Julius placed a hand on Ren's shoulder. Your connections, friends, and allies are also a type of strength. Power isn't always about individual capabilities. Everyone turned their attention to the present situation when Shizu and Meiko, who had listened to the entire conversation in silence with the observant habit typical of professional guards, prepared themselves for action. Their posture shifted from the relaxed stance of people recovering from unconsciousness to the alert readiness of veterans preparing for combat. Explain the current situation to us, Meiko requested directly. Ren pointed toward an area near where the mutant beasts continued emerging. The stream of creatures seemed endless, each one adding to the complexity of their situation. Below there's a crystal chamber that was important to me. The last time I came to see it, somehow the crystals looked cracked but the chamber was empty. Maybe this time it's occupied by the abomination that some of you might be sensing. He studied the terrain, calculating angles and depths based on his fragmentary memories of the place. Without his fungus's enhanced perception, he had to rely on purely human senses and recollection, but the emotional significance of the location made certain details impossible to forget. I need Mako, Shizu, Julius, and Taro to help me with your earth control. The 5 of us can position ourselves above the chamber and bring it to the surface by rearranging the entire subsoil. The plan was ambitious but practical, leveraging their combined earth manipulation abilities to literally reshape the battlefield to their advantage. Once the chamber emerges, he continued, addressing Zhao and Lu, you two join in to attack whatever comes out. The presence I'm sensing is more or less in what should be the small chamber. Zhao partially extended his wings, the feathered appendages catching the light as he tested his readiness for combat. How big do you estimate this abomination is? If it's the same as the one Julius and I faced, quite large, like the mobile average of a high gold rank, Ren admitted. The energy feels familiar. It should be very similar. Lu prepared to invoke his fusion, blood patterns appearing on his skin while his hyena materialized at his side. And if it's too powerful for us, even together? Ren unconsciously touched the letter in his pocket, feeling the stabilized energy of his core responding to his emotional state. Then we retreat. The acceptance of that possibility relaxed most of the group, and for some it felt like an improvement in Ren's mentality. He no longer felt like a stubborn and explosive teenager who wouldn't accept defeat or take no for an answer. Mako and Shizu exchanged a meaningful glance. We're ready, Shizu declared. What's the specific formation you need for Earth control? It was time to act. In Yano's castle, outside Larissa's room, things were quite noisy. Distant shouts from those in charge of making the city function as they organized the city's defense, hurried footsteps through the hallways, and the occasional sound of flying beasts with their strident screeches as they were summoned to carry urgent reports created a symphony of hurried chaos. The sounds of crisis management filtered through stone walls and wooden doors, a constant reminder that the entire kingdom was mobilizing for threats that seemed to multiply by the hour. But unlike Larissa's curious nature, all of that didn't seem to be affecting her. Her private tutor was writing a diagram for her while turning her back, drawing perfect lines that explained the postures every adult noble should understand to avoid making a fool of herself at social events. It was boring knowledge, of course. Knowledge that Larissa would only have to apply until she was adult, by law and society in a few years. The intricacies of courtly etiquette felt particularly meaningless, even more when the sounds of genuine crisis echoed through the halls, and those seemed distant too. Larissa's mind couldn't help wandering, as always. The interaction with her friends, the other maids and her cousins, was something she missed quite a bit. Not that Maria wasn't a good maid and companion, but the difference in their positions and her perpetually passive attitude left her thirsting for something more authentic. She missed Leora's mischief, who always found ways to make boring lessons become fun. Mayo's sharp comments mocking Luna, who couldn't help always pretending the opposite of what she really felt. The way they could all talk without filters, without constant worry about protocol and social positions at school. And not just them. She also missed. A tear ran down her right cheek before she realized she was crying. The emotion came without warning, as it often did these days, grief ambushing her in moments when her defenses were lowered, when the carefully maintained composure of nobility cracked to reveal the heartbroken teenager beneath. Larissa. 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 A distant voice called her name, several times, each time louder. Larissa. Her tutor had stopped writing and was looking at her with a concerned expression, her face showing the tired patience of someone who had witnessed this pattern too many times recently. Again, she asked with a soft voice, her eyes showing the weary compassion of someone who understood grief but felt helpless to ease it. Larissa quickly wiped away the tear, trying to recompose her expression into the serene mask expected of her. I'm sorry, tutor. I was concentrated on the diagram. It was a lie and both knew it. Lately it was worse, much worse. Before, she could immerse herself in studies and help with the practice administrative work Arturo assigned her, finding distraction in routine and purpose. But as what Julius and Arturo did increasingly intersected with matters related to Ren, or had effects that derived from the actions of, well, Ren, the memories hit with a force that left her breathless. It was as if her pain had decided to pursue her through even official reports and political decisions. Every document that mentioned economic reforms he had influenced, every strategic decision that took his capabilities into account, every casual reference to the boy's methods, became a reminder of what she had lost. Her tutor approached and sat in the chair next to her, temporarily abandoning the formal lesson with the grace of someone who understood when human needs superseded curriculum. "Larissa, dear," she began with the tone she used when going to talk about serious things, "I know you've been struggling with this since what happened. But this is affecting your ability to concentrate on important things too much." Larissa nodded, keeping her eyes fixed on her intertwined hands on her lap. What could she say? That every time she thought of Ren, it felt like someone was tearing something from her chest. What could she do? She didn't like either of the two possibilities even a little. Blame him, she couldn't. Hate him, she didn't want to. But nothing scared her more than seeing him, having him in front of her. And all those assumptions being wrong. Because she knew perfectly well within herself, that he suffered that decision with the same or greater intensity. The tears, uninvited, returned. "Have you considered talking to someone about this?" "No," Larissa responded, perhaps too quickly, the word escaping before she could moderate her tone or consider the suggestion. "There's nothing to talk about. I just get distracted sometimes." Her tutor sighed softly, the sound carrying years of experience with young nobles who carried burdens too heavy for their small shoulders. "Do you want us to suspend the lesson for today?" her tutor offered gently, setting aside the etiquette diagrams. Larissa opened her eyes wide and shook her head with an urgency that spoke to deeper fears than simple academic responsibility. "No. I need to stay busy. When I have nothing to do, it gets worse." Luna sat in silence in the center of the room, surrounded by Leora, Mayo, and Matilda, but feeling completely alone. Her friends tried to offer comfort, but their words seemed to bounce off an invisible barrier she had built around herself. The isolation was self-imposed but no less real for being chosen. Each attempt at consolation felt like it came from across a vast distance, filtered through layers of grief and anger. Leora felt so bad she had even lost her natural curiosity. Normally she would have bombarded Luna with questions about her outing with Ren, dissecting every detail. But how could she do that now when Luna remained dim and depressed, as if she regretted even being alive? The questions died in her throat every time she considered asking them, replaced by a careful silence that felt almost as painful as the original grief. Luna's family situation was devastating. She had naively thought her uncles would take time to find out about her father's temporary absence, that things could be resolved discreetly before anyone else noticed his departure. But those bastards had seized the first moment the seal went off to put their dirty hands on the star, which Leora knew seemed to be some kind of important family treasure, as soon as Sirius found himself outside the seal's protective range. Even Mayo, usually armed with sharp comments and sardonic humor, remained unusually quiet. The heavy atmosphere had stripped even her of her usual attitude, leaving her without the verbal weapons she typically used to cut through tension. Matilda tried to fill the silence with comforting words, but even her efforts sounded hollow in the dense atmosphere of desperation that had settled over them like a suffocating blanket. In the chaos now, with the city being attacked, Mayo whispered bitterly to inform Leora, her voice loaded with impotent rage that made her hands tremble, "It seems they're going to make bold moves to help the city and gain better political standing." Her hands closed into fists on her lap, knuckles white with the force of suppressed fury. "It's unfair. They're going to try to use that star key to achieve accomplishments in the defense that will give them power they don't deserve, using troops that shouldn't correspond to them by right in the first place." Luna suddenly raised her head, her eyes focusing on Leora's words with an intensity she hadn't shown in days. The change was so abrupt it was almost physical, like watching someone emerge from deep water gasping for air. Leora immediately realized her mistake and extended a hand toward Luna, trying to stop the thought she could see forming in her friend's eyes like a storm gathering on the horizon. Luna, no. Only adults can gain achievements and make real contributions in situations like this. We don't have permits. We are. But Luna was no longer listening. Something had changed in her posture, in the way she held her head. The passive desperation that had characterized her behavior during the last few days had transformed into something more dangerous, determination fueled by righteous anger. Luna, Mayo intervened, recognizing the expression she knew all too well, the look that preceded Luna's most spectacular acts of defiance. Whatever you're thinking, stop right now. Matilda moved closer, extending a comforting hand. Your father will return soon, he said it would only take a few days. Things will resolve without you having to. No. Luna's voice cut through the air, carrying an authority that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than teenage rebellion. Things won't resolve on their own. And I can't keep sitting here while they dirty her. She stood with fast and angry movements, her shadow wolf materializing at her side. The beast's eyes reflected her own determination, creating an intimidating presence that filled the room. Luna, please. Leora also stood, reaching for her friend's arm with desperate urgency. Think about it carefully. Anything you do now. What? Luna turned toward her, her eyes blazing with intensity, will make things worse. What could be worse than this? The question hung in the air with the weight of genuine inquiry rather than rhetorical flourish. She seemed genuinely unable to conceive of a situation more unbearable than passive helplessness. Mayo positioned herself between Luna and the door, crossing her arms. Yes, definitely there's a lot that could get worse. And you know it. Then let it get worse, Luna responded with a calm that was more terrifying than any emotional explosion could have been. At least it will be because I did something instead of because I did nothing. The other three girls exchanged worried glances, all recognizing the expression that meant Luna had moved beyond reason into the realm of action driven by principle rather than prudence. Luna, Matilda tried one last time, her voice soft but urgent, your father doesn't want you to expose yourself to. My father, Luna interrupted, isn't here. And when he returns, if he returns, he's going to listen to me. Fine, I'll go with you. Leora shouted, standing up with the resignation of someone who realized she couldn't change her cousin's mind. But if we're going to do this, it has to be useful. Let's go to the castle, we need a legit permit. Leora cited in her mind, sometimes the only way to protect someone you love is to stand beside them in their foolishness rather than abandon them to face it alone. Back at the site where the mutant beasts were emerging, everyone was positioned and ready. Ren had carefully marked the approximate location of the chamber based on his fragmentary memories, while Julius, the two guards, and Taro formed a perfect pentagon around the designated area. The formation was precise, each person positioned to maximize their earth manipulation effectiveness while maintaining the necessary geometric harmony. Does everyone feel the crystal chamber's resonance? Julius asked, extending his perception downward through layers of earth and stone. Yes, Mako responded, her hands already glowing with energy that made the ground beneath her feet respond with subtle tremors. It's approximately 30 meters deep. Although the signature seems weak, Shizu added with concern that creased her professional composure. It should be stronger for a crystal construction in a vein, even a small one, shouldn't it? Taro partially fused with his beetle, the transformation allowing him enhanced sensitivity to underground structures and density variations that human senses couldn't detect. I can feel the spherical shape of the chamber, he confirmed, his voice taking on the slightly distorted quality that came with partial fusion. But there's something strange about the material density. It doesn't feel like the solid crystal vein under the school. Ren positioned himself at his own side of the pentagon, touching the ground with both hands and feeling the familiar tingle of earth responding to his will. Julius, give the signal when you're ready. Julius evaluated the positions one last time, ensuring that Zhao and Lu were prepared to attack anything that emerged from their excavation. Now, the 5 Earth controllers activated their abilities simultaneously. The synchronization was crucial. Too much force from one side would only make the chamber spin instead of pushing it upward. Ren could feel how his control intertwined with the others, creating a network of elemental manipulation that would have required exponentially greater effort for any of them individually. The sensation was like conducting an orchestra where each instrument was a fundamental force of nature. Maintain constant pressure. Julius shouted as a fissure appeared in the ground, the earth responding to their combined will with groaning protests that spoke to the massive forces they were channeling. Tense moments passed while they worked to carefully extract the structure without damaging it. Sweat began accumulating on most of their foreheads as they maintained the concentration necessary for such delicate work at such massive scale. And then, something unexpected happened. A sphere that none of them was controlling emerged from the ground, rising from a slightly displaced area like a small mound pushed up by unseen forces. The movement was too smooth, too purposeful to be accidental. "Look out!" Zhao shouted, preparing to attack whatever had emerged from their blind spot. But when the sphere shed all its earth covering and rolled until it stopped, they immediately realized it was completely empty. It was simply a hollow crystal shell, transparent and fragile-looking despite its substantial size. "What the hell?" Lu muttered, relaxing his combat posture as the anticlimactic nature of the threat became apparent. The real surprise came when they finally managed to extract the main chamber. The structure was the size of a small house, exactly as Ren remembered, but something was terribly wrong. The crystals that formed the walls, which had once been thick and brilliant, were now thin as paper, almost transparent. "Something has been absorbing them," Ren whispered. Luna and Leora arrived at the castle followed by the 2 maids and the 4 remaining guards, Umi, Hikari, Hana, and Kira, all looking somewhat disheveled after the discussion they had had in the dormitories. The evidence of their confrontation was written across their bodies in bruises and torn clothing. Luna and Leora being dual tamers made them a major problem for their caretakers now. Umi was still rubbing her shoulder, the joint clearly tender from whatever technique had been used against her. Hikari wore an expression caught between worry and genuine surprise. She had never seen Lady Luna angry enough to use so much power against her own guards. "Lady Luna," Hannah murmured as they approached one of the castle walls, her voice carrying the careful tone of someone who had already lost one argument and feared losing another, "we still believe this is a mistake. Escaping from the academy, using so much force against poor us. "I did it because you had no choice," Luna responded without turning around, her voice carrying the matter-of-fact tone of someone who had thought through the consequences. "You had orders to keep me there. If you're not somewhat beaten up, they're going to punish you for not fulfilling your role. Although I told you to stay there and say that we had escaped later. It was too strange." Ren and Julius had felt the same energy signature from that day, without doubt, here, below during the entire excavation. In their concentration on coordinating Earth control, had the abomination escaped? Had it hidden in deeper tunnels while they worked? No. Suddenly they felt the signature again, stronger than before. There was something directly beneath them. A black claw emerged suddenly from the earth, moving with a fluidity that defied its woody appearance. Its fingers, long and curved like ancient tree branches, closed around the empty crystal sphere. Ren recognized it immediately, though something had changed. "The tree-shaped claw," he murmured, instinctively backing away as recognition sent ice through his veins. But this time it was completely different from the 3 previous occasions when he had come here. It wasn't opaque like the first time, when it had simply been a useful object to mark the path. It also wasn't covered with golden fungi like the second time. And it definitely wasn't absent like the third time, when the entire area had been empty. Had it moved by itself? While Ren watched with fascinated horror, he could distinguish small lines of violet light flowing through the claw's internal structure. They weren't as dark as corruption marks, but they had a disturbing similarity to it and part of his own energy that made his stomach contract with revulsion. The claw closed with devastating force and crushed the crystal sphere as if it were a clay bowl. The fragments fell between its fingers while it turned and pressed itself against the earth, using the leverage to push its body upward. Zhao launched one of his feathers with great force, but it bounced off without effect, leaving barely a scratch on the surface that should have been vulnerable to his stronger-than-gold rank attacks. The enormous entity kept pushing itself upward. "Everyone back!" Julius shouted, but his voice sounded more fascinated than alarmed. Like everyone present, he was witnessing something that defied his understanding of the world, something that challenged the very categories they used to make sense of reality. A complete arm slowly emerged from the ground. It wasn't simply the claw Ren remembered, but a complete extremity that extended several meters in length. The surface was marked by intricate patterns that seemed to combine artificial design with organic growth, as if it had been sculpted and then grown by itself. The enormous artifact that supposedly had been deactivated by corruption. Ren had no way of knowing that Bloodwind and Hagen's group had already seen the complete form of this arm months ago, when they had been destroying the cradle in this same region. He didn't know that since that moment, the enormous artifact had moved locations, ending up underground when the tide of corrupt beasts that deactivated it returned to their place. What he could feel was that this ancient artifact had been activated again, but no longer belonged to the original energy it had been designed to serve. Now it served something else, something that had corrupted its fundamental purpose. When the entirety of the arm finally emerged, Ren could see that its base didn't end in anything recognizable. Instead, it was connected to a sphere similar to the one it had just destroyed, but this sphere was horribly integrated. The sphere wasn't the end of the object this time. Now it was fused, connected with horrendous pulsating organic systems that extended like grotesque veins along what gradually revealed itself as the back of an enormous abomination. "By all the dragons," Zhao whispered, his wings extending automatically in preparation for combat. Maybe the organic part could be damaged. The creature emerging was now different from anything they had faced before. It wasn't simply a corrupt or mutated beast. It was an impossible fusion of ancient technology, organic growth, and a corruption that defied categorization. Its main body was the size of a 4-story building, covered with plates that seemed to be both armor and skin. Sections pulsed with their own rhythm, as if powered by multiple hearts or cores beating in disturbing syncopation. "What the hell is that?" Lu asked, his voice broken by terror. Ren studied the creature, trying to connect what he was seeing with fragments of knowledge he had obtained during his years with his fungus and the battle with the abomination alongside Han. There was something familiar in the energy patterns of these creatures and their connections to things that weren't part of their natural system. "I think it's a hybrid," he finally murmured, the words carrying the weight of terrible understanding. "Something that was one thing, that was converted into another thing, and that has now become a completely different third thing." The abomination raised what could have been eyes, though they were disordered and scattered across what might have been a face. When its attention focused on the group of humans, most forgot it was time to attack. Min instinctively backed away, his usual confidence evaporating. "Can we run?" Julius quickly evaluated their options, noting that the creature could be the reason for the advance of the smaller ones. If this thing was coordinating the horde, then stopping it here might save thousands of lives in the city. They had to try. "Attack together," he responded, softlier than expected. But before they could react, the abomination emitted a sound that wasn't exactly a roar, but rather a deep resonance that was felt as much in the ears as in the bones. Julius quickly looked at Ren, expecting to see him affected on the ground again as he had been during their previous encounter. But Ren was standing with gritted teeth, unconsciously touching the letter in his pocket while feeling the new stability of his energy core. The corruption that had once made him vulnerable to such influences had been mostly purified, leaving him with defenses he hadn't possessed before. Jade scales began covering his body as he prepared for the fight that could help the city filled with the people he had sworn to protect. The encysted seed inside Ren seemed to vibrate in response to the creature's shriek, but not with the uncontrolled intensity of the first time. The black roots began growing again, but remained small for the moment, thin filaments extending barely a few centimeters under his skin like delicate veins of corruption held in check. The sensation was uncomfortable but manageable. Unlike before, when the marks had threatened to consume him entirely, now they felt more like extra power, a tool he could potentially control rather than a force that would inevitably engulf him. The group finally began the fight when Ren endured the intense sensation pulsing from his core and launched into attack. He channeled his most powerful yet still controllable amount of elemental energy into a powerful light ray directed straight at the abomination's torso. The black arm intercepted part of the attack without receiving visible damage, but the main impact connected with the creature's body with violence. One of the protective plates disintegrated under the assault, revealing beneath it semi-transparent violet flesh that pulsed with that unnatural irregular life. And within that flesh, glowing like a corrupted gem, there was a core. Like the other mutant beasts. Ren shouted while jumping backward and dodging a counterattack from the armclaw. It must have several cores too. We need to find them all. Zhao immediately seized the opening Ren had created, his experience allowing him to read the battlefield in an instant. He launched a succession of feathers that pierced the exposed flesh like guided projectiles. Each feather found its mark, drilling deep until they impacted the brilliant core at the center. When the core was destroyed, a powerful and unnatural shriek resonated from what might have been the abomination's throat, confirming that the attack had worked. A small part of the organic systems connecting the sphere to its back visibly withered. Julius seized the creature's moment of disorientation to attack another section. Giant mineral claws, empowered by his qilin, tore through another protective plate, exposing a second core that pulsed with the same light. Lu coordinated perfectly as well, his concentrated sonic roar destroying armor in a third location. The sound was focused like a laser, creating destructive resonance frequencies that made the creature's protective plating crack and crumble. Zhao launched more feathers that destroyed both exposed cores almost simultaneously. The creature's organic systems began cascading failure, but it still wasn't enough to bring down something of this magnitude. Taro, Mako, and Shizu worked in coordination to keep the beast's legs almost immobile. Earth pillars emerged from the ground, gripping the abomination's extremities and holding it in position so attacks could continue with precision rather than desperation. But after this first partial victory, when 3 cores had been destroyed, the monster finally revealed its secret weapon. The same defense that had prevented Julius from doing anything effective during his first encounter with similar creatures activated now. A massive wave of lesser mutant beasts emerged from tunnels that opened spontaneously around the combat area. Dozens, then hundreds of creatures headed directly toward the group, threatening to overwhelm them through pure quantity rather than individual strength. Use the full fusions. Julius shouted above the roar of the approaching horde. Things are going to get much worse. The air immediately filled with transformative energy as each group member except Ren and the guards activated their maximum fusions. They knew they had minutes, maybe less, before exhaustion left them vulnerable to counterattack. But they also had only this opportunity to destroy enough cores before being completely overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of secondary enemies. Luna crouched low, observing the patrol patterns she had memorized during years of formal visits to the castle. At her side, Leora trembled slightly, not from fear, but from amusement at playing spy again, the thrill of forbidden adventure making her eyes bright with excitement. All of them wore artifacts and hoods to conceal their mana signatures. "This is madness," Matilda murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she pressed against the stone wall. "If they discover us, they're going to." "They won't discover us if you shut up," Luna responded with the confidence of someone who had spent years learning the castle's hidden spaces. "I know the service routes better than the guards themselves thanks to our old adventures with Larissa." Lady Luna, escaping from the academy was already serious enough. Now infiltrating the castle during a crisis. Kira began. "I don't want to hear it," Luna interrupted, her tone carrying the finality of someone who had moved beyond argument. "You lost and agreed to be obedient so we would let you follow us, remember?" Kira, who still had a red nose from their earlier confrontation, sighed and pointed toward a section of the wall where shadows created natural concealment. "Ah! The blind spot between the guard towers that we used 4 years ago. We can climb through that space if we still fit," Leora analyzed with the fast assessment of someone who had spent years learning mischief. "Are you sure Larissa will help us?" Mayo asked while they prepared to move, her voice carrying some concern beneath her usual sharp demeanor. "After what happened with Ren." Luna stopped, unconsciously touching her lips with one finger, a gesture so brief she might not have been aware of it. She pulled her hand away quickly to speak. "Larissa has ways to access official seals and knows almost all the procedures. Although you're right that we haven't been able to mention anything about Ren when visiting her for a long time." Her voice became softer, carrying understanding. "Even so, I think she'll help me. If anyone understands what it's like to live with guilt over decisions that affected others, it's her." They waited until the patrol passed, then moved like shadows toward the wall. The timing had to be perfect, too early and they would be spotted in the open, too late and the next patrol would catch them climbing. Luna was the first to scale, if you could call it scaling when she simply jumped between shadows created by the proximity of the two structures. One by one, the others followed her path. Once on the desired floor, Luna guided them through service passages she had explored during visits from her earliest childhood. Corridors that connected the kitchens to the main quarters, routes designed for servants to move invisibly through the castle's daily operations. "Larissa's quarters are close," she whispered while they moved through a barely illuminated corridor that smelled of old stone and recent cleaning. The sound of footsteps made them freeze. Luna gestured for them to hide in a niche while a servant passed carrying urgent documents related to the crisis. When the hallway was empty again, they resumed their advance with even greater caution. "We're almost there," Luna murmured when she recognized the characteristic decorations of the wing where Larissa's quarters were located. But before reaching the door, the sound of familiar footsteps made them hide again. Larissa's strict tutor was walking in their direction, carrying some books and scrolls with the measured pace of someone who took her educational responsibilities seriously. Luna urgently gestured for everyone to hide in the nearest niche again, pressing harder against the cold stone wall. The footsteps approached, paused and deliberate. The tutor stopped just before passing where they were hidden, as if some instinct had warned her of something amiss. Luna tensed her muscles, mentally preparing to have to knock out another person if necessary. A moment of tension stretched, seconds feeling like hours. Then, the tutor whispered, without turning toward the niche where they were hiding. "Larissa needs her friends now. Enough of suffering alone." The girls exchanged looks of silent shock. The tutor knew they were there. Had their infiltration been compromised or was this something else entirely? The answer. "Perhaps going out to get some sun and see the world she's missing would help her," the woman continued in the same low tone, her voice seeming worried for that someone who had withdrawn too far into herself. Though not too far, because of the crisis and all that. She made a significant pause. Then again. "The tower roof is always free at these hours. The views of the city and its academies are educational." The footsteps resumed, moving away down the hallway. The tutor never turned toward where they were hidden, maintaining the fiction that she hadn't felt anything. Her discretion was a gift wrapped in plausible deniability. Luna waited until the footsteps faded completely before emerging from the niche, her muscles cramped from the tension of forced stillness and worry. "Do you think it's a trap?" Leora whispered, her voice barely audible as she scanned the empty corridor for signs of approaching guards. Omi shook her head slowly. Her voice, it sounded genuinely worried about Larissa. Luna approached Larissa's chamber door, processing what had just happened. The tutor had had the perfect opportunity to maybe scream and alert the guards, to end their infiltration before it could accomplish anything. Instead, she had offered useful information and a way to approach their friend without any confrontation. "At least now we know we're not the only ones who need help," Leora murmured while stepping forward before Luna and placing her hand on the door handle. Julius's energy exploded like an Earth supernova. Enormous walls grew instantaneously around the combat area, their surfaces covered with spikes that moved like they were living entities. Tons of earth and stone reshaping themselves, but not according to his will. He wasn't controlling the individual movement of the spikes, his control was enormous but not to that point. However, he wasn't alone. His duplicated beast was the one who manipulated these formations with great power and speed, making them grow and shrink in rhythmic waves that punctured any mutant creature attempting to cross the impromptu barrier. The coordination between Tamer and Beast created a defensive system that was both beautiful and terrifying to witness. "My fusion won't last much longer," Julius shouted while maintaining his massive earth control, sweat streaming down his face as the strain of channeling such enormous power took its toll. "Let's finish the fight now and prepare to flee from the wave." His control was enormous, but he could also feel energy draining at an alarming rate. Each meter of wall expansion outward and each wave of spikes required more concentration, each adjustment in the walls demanded more power. It was like conducting a symphony while lifting mountains. Lu immediately coordinated with his duplicated beast too. Devastating sound waves emerged from 2 points simultaneously, creating a destructive interference that amplified the damage exponentially. The waves found resonances in the abomination's structure, causing multiple sections to crack and fragment at the same time. Taro and his duplicated beast suppressed the leg movements alone as they surpassed the previous control that the two guards had helped maintain. With Mako switching to using her evolved ambusher to harden the earth, Taro controlled even further, the stability of his formations multiplied exponentially. Shizu took advantage of being freed from suppressive responsibilities to go completely on the attack, her enormous Earth Wolverine now the same size and rank as Julius's, destroying already damaged plates with brutal assaults. Zhao maintained his assault of feathers with incredible power, speed, and precision at each core that was exposed by Shizu's attacks, taking advantage of the cracks from Lu's sonic blows and the holes created by Ren's attacks. His marksmanship was legendary for good reason, every projectile found its mark without fail, threading even through the defensive gaps that existed for mere fractions of a second. And while he concentrated on the main mutation, his duplicated beast, the owl raptor with hardened feathers sharp as blades, flew high to circle Julius's wall and systematically eliminate the few mutations that managed to overcome the waves of spikes. The owl raptor spun in the air at enormous speeds, its wings cutting through the wind while keeping at bay what looked like a growing tide of horrible beasts constantly emerging from more and more underground tunnels. Min maintained a defensive position, conserving what little energy he had left for medical emergencies. Ren maintained constant offense, but still avoided using his complete fusion since at Julius and Zhao's request he would be part of the evacuation effort at the end. However, his attacks still gradually gained power as the corrupt roots in his system tried to grow, but this time he had much more control, channeling that energy into his elemental techniques instead of allowing it to spread uncontrollably. The sensation was like what riding a lightning bolt would figuratively be, dangerous but exhilarating when properly directed. The enormous beast tried to cover itself, repositioning its protective plates and using the arm claw to block attacks directed at its cores. But faced with the joint and coordinated assault, it couldn't completely hide its vulnerable points from so many angles. Core after core disintegrated under Zhao's precision and the exposure created by the group effort. The organic systems connecting the sphere on its back began failing completely, creating additional weak points that the team exploited immediately. Each destroyed core sent ripples of system failure through the creature's hybrid body, like watching a complex machine shut down piece by piece. But a cornered beast is still dangerous. Desperate in the face of a battle it was clearly losing, the abomination decided to use its last card. It coiled in on itself, even breaking its legs against Taro's and Mako's control, and began directing what remained of its light to the sphere it was connected with. The claw on its back began overcharging with energy, absorbing power not only from the remaining cores but also from the organic systems that kept the creature functional. Its light veins tone changed from corrupt violet to a brilliant pink that hurt to look at directly. The huge arm rose as its wrinkled and dry, wooden form transformed into something smoother and newer, as if recovering a long-lost original appearance. The change was like watching time reverse, revealing what the ancient artifact had been before time weakened it. The attack came fast and unexpected. From the palm of the new claw tree emerged a pulse of pure energy that threatened to strike the entire team simultaneously. Mako's evolved golden ambusher, which was closest hitting and breaking the enemy's plates with its claws, was the first to be reached. The creature simply disappeared, vaporized instantly by the wave of force. There was no dramatic death scene. One moment it existed, the next it was gone, leaving only the echo of its final roar. The loss of connection knocked the tamer unconscious immediately. "Mako!" Shizu screamed, but there was no time to process the loss. Zhao's owl raptor rose desperately, its wings beating with maximum force to gain altitude. It managed to avoid the worst of the glow, though the feathers on its tail were singed by proximity to energies that could unmake itself. But those on the ground had nowhere to escape. The pulse expanded like a wave of destruction that promised to annihilate everything in its path. "Down!" Taro roared with desperate determination. Julius, Ren, Taro, and Shizu activated Earth control simultaneously, channeling their energy as quickly as possible into creating thick and resistant defensive formations. Layers upon layers of hardened stone rose between them and the destructive wave. The formations cracked immediately under the assault. The first layer disintegrated like sand before a hurricane. The second fragmented into thousands of pieces. The third absorbed part of the impact but collapsed with the groaning protest of matter pushed beyond its limits. The battlefield remained silent for a moment. It seemed things had taken a terrible turn. But everyone was miraculously alive. The worst of the attack had been absorbed by their desperate defense. From the debris of the destroyed defenses, Ren emerged first in a furious explosion of rocks, his jade scales brighter than before. Zhao and Julius also launched into attack, their bodies bruised but operational. Without verbal communication, the three understood this was the decisive moment. Zhao launched his last feathers before positioning himself in a perfect line with his raptor in the air, executing his most powerful signature movement, all feathers directed toward the cores that had been exposed when the abomination had drained energy for its desperate attack. Julius stopped expanding the walls for his own final attack and channeled his last reserves into a mineral assault just below the connection with the sphere, destroying the creature's remaining defenses. Ren, feeling the black roots pulsing with more and more accumulated energy, channeled them completely into a concentrated ray that pierced directly to the beast's last central core. The combined impact was devastating. The abomination emitted an agonizing shriek that resonated through the impromptu bowl, a cry that signaled something fundamental in the creature being destroyed. The sound was not just heard but felt, vibrating through bone and soul with the finality of absolute ending. Then, the creature began to dissolve. Its body mass disintegrated like mist, the organic systems evaporating into violet vapor that smelled of corruption. In moments, all that remained was the enormous claw arm, now wrinkled again and motionless on the ground like a winning monument to a battle that had pushed everyone to the limit of their capabilities. The silence that followed was broken only by heavy breathing and the distant sound of some remaining minor mutant still insisting on scaling the wall with the mindless persistence of corrupted minions. "Is it over?" Min asked, approaching cautiously to examine injuries. Had Min ruined everything with his innocent question about whether it was all over? No. It surely was nothing more than coincidence, but, the arm claw began pulsing with renewed intensity just after his words. The mutant creatures that had already been advancing aggressively worsened. Their movements became even more aggressive, more intense, as if something had enraged them beyond their already considerable fury. "The big creature no longer controls them," Lu observed while leaning heavily on Taro, his voice strained from exhaustion, "but the artifact is definitely still a problem." Zhao attempted to launch some feathers toward the pulsing arm, taking advantage of his remaining fusion power, but again they bounced harmlessly against its surface. The ancient construction seemed to mock their efforts. Julius also tried attacks with his most powerful minerals, but the ancient structure absorbed the impact without showing the least damage. "We can't affect it with normal attacks," Julius murmured, rapidly evaluating their limited options while watching the creature tide grow larger. "And we don't have energy for prolonged attempts." "Then we only can escape," Zhao declared pragmatically, though his voice carried the frustration of leaving an unsolved problem that would likely claim lives later. But Ren still hadn't given up like the others. The purified roots in his system, those that had been cleansed by Sirius's attack but not completely eliminated, began feeling more energized in a different way. His system had expanded again, but it wasn't like the uncontrolled corruption from before. Instead, it was something calmer, more controllable. Perhaps now he could understand it. "Ren," Julius called when he noticed him advancing toward the center of the bowl, "we don't have time for experiments." "I can feel something," Ren responded, approaching the pulsing artifact. "My system is reacting, as if it recognizes the energy." Zhao and Julius exchanged worried glances but positioned themselves to resist the growing advance of creatures, clearly reluctant to stay there with so little energy but trusting that Ren was about to discover something crucial. Ren hurried and, ignoring his companion's protests, extended his hand toward the arm's surface. The contact released an immediate and intense flow of information. He could feel a bit of the artifact's intricate construction through energy that was like his own but also contrary by nature. The patterns were complex, layers upon layers of purposes he couldn't completely decipher. Maybe if his fungus were here to provide the deep understanding he needed. But he couldn't lament what he had lost or what he didn't have now. There was no time for subtleties or complete comprehension. So he decided to use brute force. He channeled a good part of the purified energy he had available directly into the artifact, trying to overwhelm whatever corruption had taken hold of its original systems. An intense effort and then a small section of the artifact went dark, the corrupt energy visibly cleansing like ink being washed from a surface. For a moment, Ren felt hope that he could purify the entire structure, that his sacrifice of power could be worthwhile. Then there was a rebound of corrupt energy in the artifact, and a wave traveled through the ground and environment in response to his interference. The mutant creatures stopped completely, as if they had received a silent signal. Then, with an almost maddened intensity they hadn't shown before, they became much more aggressive and desperate. Their movements lost all semblance of natural behavior, becoming deranged. "Run!" Julius shouted while a wave of mutants climbed to the top and began directing themselves toward them. "There's no more time. Leave that thing and let's go." Zhao added, his wings extended in preparation for retreat. Yet, Ren forced himself to maintain contact with the artifact, trying to concentrate more power into purification. If he fused and used all his power, maybe. But before he could fuse to concentrate significantly more energy, a new energy signature was felt alarmingly close. From the earth emerged another enormous abomination. This one wasn't connected to an arm like the previous one. Instead, what was emerging seemed to be a leg. Ren couldn't be completely sure from his angle, but the extremity was massive and clearly made of the same material as the arm, fused with organic technology in the same horrifying way as the previous one. Ren couldn't know for certain, but in this zone there hadn't been one but two caves. One was the one his father had found first, and where Ren had come repeatedly with his fungus, that was different. Ren had taken a detour in his first exploration and found a divergent small vein. This new artifact belonged to his father's first cave and had been buried much deeper than the first, connected to the second vein that his father had mentioned casually in his stories. And now it was also corrupted, also converted into the core of an abomination. How many of these artifacts are there? Ren murmured, horror growing in his chest. The new abomination was just as massive as the first, its movements causing tremors in the ground. Without energy for another prolonged battle, the group faced an impossible situation. "We have to open a tunnel in the walls," Julius shouted, pointing toward a side where his previous defenses still partially stood. "And push by brute force through one side of the creature wave to escape. The main danger is the new abomination," Zhao added while calculating paths. "It can send the small creatures directly toward us." Ren had to give up on his initial objective again, understanding his friends' and allies' situation. Being caught between the massive new threat and hundreds of lesser mutants would be fatal in their current state. He summoned his Wolverine from his dimensional space, the massive beast appearing with its jaws open and ready to serve as both transport and protection. "Carry those who can't move fast," he ordered while helping unconscious Mako onto the beast, followed by Lu and Taro who were struggling to maintain balance after the energy expenditure of the previous battle. The fusions were cancelled for everyone except Julius and Zhao, who maintained theirs through pure stubbornness and with the help of healing touches that Min managed between his own fatigue to clear a path between the mutant beasts. Julius opened a cave on one side of his walls, and Zhao maintained elimination of beasts at the front and back, his attacks precise despite the exhaustion that made his hands tremble. Everyone was at their limit when they barely managed to escape, heading toward the city while the sounds of thousands of paws echoed behind them like the drumbeat of approaching doom. Ren looked back from his Wolverine's back while they put distance between themselves and the nightmare they had left behind. The walls Julius had erected collapsed under the combined assault of hundreds of mutants and the new massive abomination. The creatures surrounded the enormous artifact like pilgrims worshipping at some unholy shrine. The creatures began molding themselves with horrible cracking sounds and wet tearing and popping noises, joining into an enormous mass that connected to the sphere at the arm's base. And then, as if responding to their devotion, light returned to the artifact. It began to move again, its massive fingers flexing with new life. The systems reactivated, and the corruption Ren had managed to cleanse began returning, spreading like infection through the small purified section. With the help of the energy and shrieks of the large creature, the new mass began taking shape into a new large abomination. The city's defense, Ren murmured, understanding dawning horribly in his mind, is far from over. Leora pushed open the door and entered Larissa's quarters, followed by Luna and the others. The room was enormous, decorated with embroidered tapestries and furniture made from slightly gleaming exotic woods that corresponded to a noble of her rank. But there was something in the atmosphere that felt heavy, charged with a sadness that no expensive decoration could disguise. Larissa was seated at an ornate desk near the window, bent over mathematics exercises and political theory that clearly weren't helping her distract herself as her tutor had hoped. The papers were scattered carelessly, ink blots marking where her attention had wandered, equations half-finished and abandoned. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and when she heard the door open, she hurried to dry her eyes with the sleeve of her dress, trying to compose a more appropriate expression. It had been some time since the girls had all seen each other together. The last times they had visited Larissa were during school vacations, since she no longer attended the normal academy like the others, having changed to this private education in the castle with Victor's permission. That separation had created a small distance between them, an invisible gap that hadn't existed when they saw each other constantly. The bonds of daily friendship had been replaced by the more formal rhythms of scheduled visits and carefully planned conversations. Larissa! Leora exclaimed, approaching with the social energy that characterized her. For her, visits to the castle during her first 10 years of life with Selphra as tutor had been abundant, so she felt comfortable in the place. The months of separation always vanished as if they hadn't passed, and she immediately felt casual and comfortable. Larissa tried vainly to hide her emotional state. Her eyes were red and swollen, with dark circles that spoke of sleepless nights. No matter how much she tried to smile convincingly, it was obvious she had been crying recently. "Girls. I wasn't expecting you," she murmured, trying to reorganize the papers in front of her to appear busy with important tasks instead of simply trying not to fall apart. At that moment, Maria emerged from a corner of the enormous room, where she had apparently been organizing some things in a tall wardrobe. Her eyes lit up upon seeing the visitors, bringing genuine warmth to the heavy atmosphere. "Girls," she greeted with honest joy, addressing especially Mayo and Matilda. "What a pleasant surprise to see you here so soon." As co-workers in service, Maria got along very well with the other maids of the princesses from important families, and had developed particular camaraderie with them. She missed them considerably, having had to leave the academy and follow Larissa into the more isolated world of castle service. But falling back into awareness of Larissa's present situation, she approached with an expression of joy that quickly changed to one of maternal concern. "Larissa is a bit indisposed today," Maria explained with diplomatic tact, subtly gesturing toward her mistress's abandoned exercises. "We had no knowledge that you would be visiting. Can you give her a moment to prepare herself?" Mayo, never one to avoid direct truth even in delicate situations, scoffed gently but not cruelly. Maria read the room. It's obvious we're here unexpectedly because we need something urgent, not because we have free time for social visits. She gestured toward their slightly disheveled clothing and the tense expressions of all the girls. If this were a normal visit, we would have even sent a letter in advance. Larissa, still partially covering her face with her hands, looked up with some curiosity but mixed with caution. "What kind of help do you need?" she asked, her voice betraying both that small interest and an instinctive fear of involving herself in outside matters that would generate more emotional complications. Leora began explaining the situation, but did so in a partial and indirect way, trying to be diplomatic about the complicated political crisis the Star Weavers faced. She spoke vaguely about family problems, documents that might be needed to protect legitimate interests, situations requiring certain creative flexibility in normal bureaucratic procedures. "It's complicated to explain all the details," Leora murmured, gesturing nervously. "But basically we need access to official documentation that allows us to access rewards and power for completing tasks that normally wouldn't be available to people our age." After hearing the vague explanations, Larissa sighed deeply, her expression becoming more distant and formal. "Arturo is extremely busy with the current defense crisis," she responded, her tone adopting the protective formality she had learned to use when she didn't want to deal with complicated situations. "He's not going to tolerate any type of bureaucratic games right now, especially not with the castle completely upside down because of the situation that seems to be outside." She paused, looking toward the window where they could hear people moving with urgency. "I think it would be much better if you forget all this, hide for a while until things calm down, and then return discreetly to the academy before the authorities realize you escaped." Her voice softened slightly, showing the genuine affection she felt for her friends despite her reluctance to get involved. "But I sincerely appreciate that you came to see me. You managed to distract me for a while and that means more than you can imagine." Leora didn't completely understand Larissa's defensive reaction or the reasons behind her resistance to helping with something that normally would have seemed like an interesting and fun challenge to her. But she didn't get upset, nor did she give up completely. She approached with intention to offer comfort and put an understanding hand on her shoulder. "Larissa, I don't think you completely understand the gravity of what's happening. Luna's political situation is genuinely serious and desperate, and we thought maybe you would understand, and since you have access to resources that." She began speaking more rapidly, trying to explain in greater detail the crisis the Star Weavers faced and the political maneuvers of Luna's uncles. But before she could continue, Luna gave her a soft but firm hit on the head and gently moved her aside with determined movements. Without saying a single word of explanation, Luna approached Larissa directly and enveloped her in a strong and sincere embrace. Larissa remained completely motionless for a moment, genuinely confused by the sudden demonstration of physical affection. The action took her by complete surprise, since Luna normally wasn't so direct with emotional demonstrations. But after a few seconds of shock and the warm sensation of a loving embrace, something inside her broke like a dam that had been containing too much pressure for too long. She began crying openly, without trying to hide or control it. Mayo whispered discreetly to the 4 guards who had remained respectfully near the entrance, observing the scene with expressions of concern. "It's really strange to see Luna demonstrate more emotional intelligence and be more emotionally daring than Leora." She paused, observing how Luna held Larissa's back and head in her hug while she cried. "But I suppose it must be because they're both suffering quite a bit right now. Maybe shared pain creates understanding that words can't achieve." Omi nodded discreetly, having closely observed the dramatic change in Luna's personality since she had made the desperate decision to escape from the academy and physically confront her own guards. The old guards that trained her were right, growth came through crisis rather than comfort.